I'm over here hitting the what's the name better under KD tonight. He better not sell me. P5, what it do? We live, we live. I'm over here posting. Forgot to click the live, go live button, man. We live, man. Like, share, comment, subscribe. Like, share, comment, subscribe. Let me make sure my mic on. All right, like, share, comment, subscribe. We live, man. We live, man. Let's get some people in here, man. Better under on. You bet on KD, bruh? Let's get some more people in here, man. Let's get like five to 10 people in here real quick, man. What y'all got going on, man? We finna start these reaction videos. We gonna react to these people getting caught doing the PPP loan. We're gonna analyze, react, talked about it, drop gems on credit, talk about some scamming, some fraud, investing, real estate. We're gonna have fun on this live, man. Let's get some more people here. Let's get 5 to 10 people in here, man. At work, Cleveland, Ohio, stand up. What up, family? What up? What's that? Rashida? That's how you say it. Get some bets on some NBA games today. Hope all is well for sure. I need somebody to play $100 parlay for me. Who gonna play $100 parlay for me? What it do, Mr. Fool, Mr. Damn Fool? What it do? We live on we live on TikTok. We live on Twitch, YouTube. You gotta know how to read. You gotta really know how to read to pronounce some of these people, some of y'all names on here. Cause baby, y'all be having some crazy, but it's all good. All right, we got 5 people here. We finna start it. So first thing we finna do today is we finna listen to a couple of these people. Turn this off. We're gonna listen to a couple of people. First, it's your first time catching my live. Oh yeah, it's gonna go down over here. You're gonna like it over here. We talk about everything from and watch everything from financial wealth, sauce, methods, dark web, scams, fraud, credit, how to invest, passive income. We have fun, and it's also the podcast too. So we also talk about a lot of different things. Also, if it comes up from relationships to sports to how to make your first YouTube channel, all different type of stuff. We have fun over here, and we make sure we learn something that's going to help us elevate and grow and become successful all at the same time. That's my whole point of going live, because y'all know I've been going live for at least 6 years now. Took a little break. Should have never did that. Messed up my algorithm, but it's all good because we back better than we never left. You know what I'm saying? So let's get this video started. As these people telling their stories of how they got caught with the PPP. And shout out to what's this channel right here, because I want them to be like, What It Look Like TV. Shout out to What It Look Like TV for providing these videos. They did not forget about these PPP loans. People expressing their stories with these PPP loans getting caught. So make sure y'all go check out What It Look Like TV for more videos. But let's get into it.
Yeah, a lot of people going ahead and just keeping it real, and I didn't think I was gonna have to be one of them people, but now I'm at the point to where I need to go on and keep it real too, because I need to know what my options are. Today, my local HPD teamed up apparently with the
Ain't no
Federal Bureau of
apparently.
Investigations.
They did.
Came to my house. I got the $15,000 PPP loan that I applied for. I do her out of my house. My sister does her professionally, so
You got
I
that
just
PPP loan.
use her credentials. I got awarded some money, and that shit is real.
Of course it's real.
I told you.
Have a little sound
And I
right
got
there.
3 kids, and
Oh, hold on, hold on.
I was hoping somebody could tell me, how do I tell them? What do I tell them? Because I don't know what it's going to be. I'm going to keep y'all posted and updated, but I don't know.
You
I'll
shouldn't
be
have did it.
100% honest with y'all. I have no advice for her and her situation, but I
Who's this
do
guy?
have some advice for some of the people out there in the audience. A lot of y'all are older, man. Y'all can't be running to the comment section like that every time a smoke alarm beat, man. Saw 2 of y'all almost twist y'all ankle. So be careful out there. I can't front, man. I was
This
rooting
must
for
be
her.
his channel
I
or
had a
something.
sneaky suspicion that
Hey,
we was
this
going
is
to hear
his
that
channel, man.
fire
Shout out
alarm.
to you,
And I
bro.
think at one point we heard a double beat.
Professionally, so
Oh, yeah,
But
you gotta
anyway, man, we're
fix
going to
that.
get into these people that
You
thought
got
they
to
got
fix
away
some
with these
smoke alarms,
PPP
people.
loans.
Fix y'all smoke
And
alarms.
obviously they didn't, because the
All it
cops
is
was
is
coming
one
to get
battery.
that money back.
Hey, man.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you.
Baby, hey, man, we gotta mute them commercials, man. They be going crazy with the. They hit you with a copyright that you can't even take out. You just gotta share the paint with the person. Like, dang, you can't delete the song. That's crazy.
What it look like TV?
I am back. What it do,
What it
baby?
do? What it do,
YouTube's
Kosh?
own
Make
Varnell
sure y'all
Hill,
like, share,
Did
comment,
ya
subscribe.
miss me?
your very own spokesman for the Insidians. We're inside
Like,
and
share,
we're
comment,
comfortable.
subscribe.
They're
If you new
so
here, your first
comfortable.
time,
And
shout
I'm
out to the
back
cities
with
and
another one.
states
And I'm
that
glad to
y'all
be back
from,
with
where
y'all,
y'all
man. But
watching
anyway,
from.
if y'all
Shout out
didn't
to all
catch
of
the
my
midweek
returning
video
viewers.
in the
Mr.
first
Damn
hour, they
Fool,
clipped
what it
that one.
do? I
The
see you.
video
We
was called
live.
Am I a
Staying
Snitch If I'm
live, my
Telling on
guy.
Myself? It was
We
about the
live
scammers and
early.
the spoofers out here running crazy, and YouTube deemed it as, dangerous
I know I'll be
content,
doing
so they
10-hour
yanked that
lives
one.
and dropping
It
gems
is a
for a whole
backup
10 hours.
channel right now at
Mike, man,
FAFRO
y'all
on
think I need to cut
YouTube.
my
I'll link
facial hair?
that
Y'all
down
think
in
I
the
need to get
description,
a
so
lining?
go follow that channel just in case something happens
Shout
with
out
this
Rashida,
channel.
first
But
time
we're going to
watcher.
get
Yes,
back into
sir.
these PPP scammers, man. We told them. We tried to tell them.
Shout out
First, we
Rashida,
tried to
man.
warn them. Then we tried to tell them they was in trouble
Hey, make
after the
sure y'all
fact,
come
and they
tap,
kept
come check
telling
out
us
my
to
vendor
shut up and
platforms
mind our
too, man.
business. We didn't know what we
Best
was
vendor
talking
out
about.
there. Ain't
There
no
wasn't
other
no
business
warrant
vendor
list.
out there
Now,
better than
all of a
me.
sudden,
From the
everybody's
methods,
getting
from the
locked
credit
up.
to the
Oh
life
shit,
coaching,
they done
business
spent the
coaching,
block with them arrest
getting the
warrants for
bag.
that PPP loan.
Nobody
Y'all
out there
remember
do
in
better than
2020
me.
when everybody was cashing out, popping bottles, getting crazy? Yeah, they done spent that block. And if you don't know what I'm talking about this.
Why I'm going to jail? If I tell y'all one more time why I'm going to jail, I did fraud. That's why I'm going to jail. Don't ask me no more. Y'all probably trying to scream for me.
This aggression will not stand, man.
What's she talking about?
Story time TikTok, how I got indicted on $11 million PPP SBA
$11
loan
million.
case. Damn. I did the loan
Facts.
back in 2021. My business was legit all the way through, but the guys I dealt with weren't legit. I didn't know them. I met them through, one of my partners or whatever. And man, I pled guilty on the case.
Like, share, comment, subscribe, man.
They ended up giving me 1 day time served, 5 years supervised release.
They gave you 1 day
I lost
time
the job.
served, bro.
I was making $90,000 a year because I
What
pled
it do,
guilty.
Sean Harris? What it do,
They charged
Sean
me
Harris?
wire
I see
fraud
you, bro.
and I had a
I see you,
conspiracy
son.
charge.
Yeah, I mean,
I had about 12 to 13 co-defendants. Then none of us know each other. They tried to hit us with they tried to be like we had a wire fraud ring going on. But as the case went on, they figured out that none of us know each other.
listen, a lot of people is dumb. It's a lot of people who didn't do the forgiveness, just got the money and went about their business. Like, a lot of people don't be thinking stuff be real. Like, a lot of people don't be like, just like when I be saying, talking about the school refund checks. Like, it's people that really get one check and then just drop out when they could have got like 60 checks. Like, people don't go like, if I was to get the PPP loan, if I got a PPP loan and I know it was a part where it had to be forgiven, or I'm gonna go to jail, for sure. Before I touch a dollar of that money, I'm gonna make sure it's forgiven first before I go do anything. These people get millions of dollars. They was buying all type of Lamborghini trucks, designer clothes, jewelry, cribs, all different type of stuff. Like it got real, and they didn't believe in the forgiveness, and they came back and got their ass.
The guys that were doing the loans, they testified against me. Really, everybody on the case. Y'all stay tuned for part 2.
You're a lucky man.
I started with his testimony because he the lucky one in the video. Everybody else ain't gonna get this lucky as to just get a day.
So we're talking about how I went to prison pregnant for getting a PPP. Okay, y'all. So I got a lot of questions that I see you guys had asked me. One of the questions was how much I got, how much time did I do in prison, and all of that. So I want to get into that. So I was on pre-trial a whole year before I was sentenced to go to federal prison. I got indicted March 15th, 2023. I was sentenced April 21st, 2024. In between that time, my lawyer was telling me that I was only facing 0 to 6 months because of my criminal history was low. And the feds, they base your sentencing off of a sentencing guidelines chart. So I ended up getting my PSR. If you don't know what a PSR is, it's a pre-sentencing report. Remember when I told y'all that my lawyer told me that I was only facing 0 to 6 months?
Right.
So we get the pre-sentencing report, and it has all these enhancements on there. I was only supposed to pay back $40,000, which is what the prosecution asked for. And these people had me having to pay back $100,000. So that boosted my amount up. So if you get more than $70,000, you will get an enhancement of 8 points. They didn't let me get my 3-point reduction. Let me break down the $100,000. Okay, I had to pay back my loan. I had to pay back the person loan who was indicted with me, and I had to pay back 3 other people loans who I referred as well, but they were not indicted on this case. They never went to court. They never did anything. The prosecution didn't even want me to pay back these loans. That's just how dirty the judge was, y'all.
You're an idiot.
Y'all real life trying to get me on some shit that y'all know for a fact I did not do. Besides that, I never even got the money, or the dude never even got his money. Well, that's what he told me. He told me that he didn't get the PPP loan.
That's why you go to jail. You got the loan.
Oh my goodness. I lied.
So I'm thinking that he didn't even get the PPP loan. Come to find out, this motherfucker did get the PPP loan, y'all. He got the PPP loan.
She
told me that he didn't get it.
A box of rocks, man. You're pretty, hey.
Hello.
So,
hey, man, a lot of these pretty chicks don't be having it all up here, bro. They be, listen, y'all got to start understanding life. A lot of these pretty chicks, like, first of all, she got on plenty makeup. She cute and all, but it ain't no telling how she really look without that makeup and without that weave. I'm thinking that's her real hair or some trap, but ain't no telling. So, boom. Then, they don't be having no type of common sense. That's why all dudes say the same thing about women. They, come on now. Like, you could tell a woman anything. You could tell a woman it was purple. The sky was purple outside. And if you make it sound good enough, she'll believe that sky was purple. You hear me?
I'm getting in trouble for some shit that I didn't even gain any benefit off of. For real. Like, a whole year later, I found out that I would be facing 24 to 30 months. Y'all, my lawyer was telling me for a whole year that I was only going to get probation, and I was asking him, like, what steps do I need to take? Like, what do I need to prepare myself for? He's like, well, it's fine. You don't have to really change anything. I'm going to make sure you get probation and all this. But they ended up giving me all these enhancements, saying that I was a leader, and I orchestrated all of this stuff, and they gave me enhancements, and I ended up being 25 points on the sentencing guidelines. So with 25 points, I was facing 24 to 30 months of federal time. I had so many letters. I had so much support from my community. Everybody was writing letters for me. People was really, really like there to support me through these. And that didn't matter when I went to court. The judge didn't even read any of my letters. So like probably 2 days before I went to court, I ended up taking a pregnancy test. And the pregnancy test results came back, you guys, I was pregnant. So I ended up going to court. I let her know that I was pregnant. She didn't care. She was like, why did you get pregnant? She asked me, why did I get married? She didn't really care. She didn't have any sympathy for me because I was pregnant. So after that, she ended up sentencing me to 24 months in federal prison. I had to turn myself in 2 months after my sentencing date. of April 21st. I ended up turning myself in July 21st of 2024. And I went to prison. I was almost 3 months pregnant when I went.
It was so many people out there during the time of the PPP loans that thought they was so slick being middlemen. Even the middlemen are getting caught up. And if you was middleman and they want you to pay your loan, the people's loans you refer, it's getting ugly out here, man.
How would they?
And like she said, the prosecution wasn't even asking for it. It was the judge. And I gotta be real. I don't fault the judge, man. The judge was like, I'm not letting you walk on this. You're gonna pay this back. You're gonna pay back everything that you influenced. But the stories continue, y'all.
Hey, for sure.
What?
People be trying to act like, man, listen, everybody is a scammer. Everybody done committed some type of scam, fraud, or scheme before a day in their life, especially around tax time. And everybody be like, ooh, I'm trying to get tax money. Who got a baby for me? Who filed taxes that can give me some money back? It's awesome.
Because look at her. You remember when the PP loan was here? I did the PP loan and I just got oh my God, I just got a letter in the mail that said I'm subpoenaed to court for this. And if charged, I'm facing 10 years in federal prison.
You should have took that federal money.
10 years in federal. Hold on.
That's 10, Cash.
Matter of fact, let me get the paper for you guys. I'm going to show you the paper. Hold on.
You gonna show it for? Because we believe you. We believe everything you saying, man.
Hold on. I'm trying not to cry because I'm trying to make sure.
Everything. They said y'all thought y'all was slick.
Hold on.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't.
Like I have said on this channel thousands of times, I'm no genius over here. I'm not the sharpest knife in the shed.
This the thing. They filed them PPP loans knowing that they can get in trouble. People be thinking they be slicker than Vaseline. You are not slicker than Vaseline because when you don't finish the rest of the steps, they'll be like, well, hey, what's going on? Where you at? Where's the money? Like, and then they play victim. Like, I did not know. Oh my God, me gusta caliente. Like, come on.
We didn't establish that already. But I think it would be wise that if you guys subpoenaed the court for a PPP loan, don't make a TikTok talking about, remember when I did that PPP loan. You know what I mean? You might not want to incriminate yourself while you're actually on trial or about to be.
Because they will bring that up in court. They'll bring that whole video up and be like, you taking it as a joke. You don't really care. You trying to make a mockery of it. Like, people's minds don't be right.
On trial.
Crying
That's an
on
interesting
camera.
way of...
Another thing I don't get, why do people go on camera and cry? Looking for sympathy? Looking for somebody like, it's okay? Like, we got, like, justify what they did? Like, that's wild.
That makes sense.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm not no genius or nothing. Just an idea, a thought.
Me neither.
Imagine your friend putting a PPP loan in your name and then running off with the money. Okay, so boom, you and this girl, y'all been cool.
She lying. She don't make it. Now, see, that's another thing people do. I hate when people do that. She just made it seem like her friend put the PPP loan in her name and she didn't even know. But I bet y'all 10 times out of 10, she knew what she was doing. The friend told her, we finna get a bag, girl. We finna clock it. And she ran off on her with the bag. See, that's what people gotta like.
For 2 years, y'all end up meeting at work, and then y'all end up building a bond at work that end up spilling out into your personal life, and y'all became friends. Y'all even once had her business together, but the sales one sells, and so y'all end up closing their business down. Around the time PPP loans first came out, your friend ended up calling you excited as hell, saying that she had got approved for $20,000 and asking you if you wanted to do one. You end up asking her, what's a PPP loan? She started explaining it, and you like, hell no, like I don't need them type of legal troubles. She like, no, girl, it's cool. They'll be doing loan forgiveness with the trying to pretty much woo you into doing it, trying to persuade you into getting one. But you like, no, I'm like, I don't need them type of problem. Like, you sure? Bitch, I'm cool with my 9 to 5. So she posting on social media shit. You even sharing some of her posts to try to get her some clientele, and she was getting clients and she was getting people approved. Boom, because she was so good at people was asking her to teach them how to do it. So she decided to charge people like $250 a pop to teach them how to do the PPP loans. And paying. She ended up calling you one day and you did work from home and was like, can I use your Wi-Fi? Because my Wi-Fi out at the house. So you're like, yeah, girl, that's cool. Come on, I'm working from home anyway. So she ended up getting over there, whatever y'all talking, blase. She ended up asking you because she used your name as like a demo for the class. So you like, no, I don't want to do it. It's like, now it's going to be a demo. So it's not going to actually go through. So you like, you sure? She's like, yeah, sure. I promise. You said you want to do one. You ain't got to do one.
I ain't gonna lie. I think she lying. I think this part right here. I think this part right here is where the whole lie comes in. I think she's lying.
I just need somebody to use it as a demo. You went ahead and gave her the information, that she would need to do the demo. You hear her doing it.
How do you do a demo? Like, how do you do a demo? Like, how do you file a claim and oh no, this is just a demo? She's lying.
Demo, her telling people, to get a prepaid card with the just pretty much giving them the rundown. So she ended up leaving after it was done, and she was like, "Girl, I'll see you later."
She's lying.
Blah 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 blah, and that was the end of that day. Boom! A few months later, your friend ended up quitting her job because I'm guessing she was in her fucking bag with them PPP loans. So let's fast forward a little bit to around the time, like tax time. You end up getting a letter to your address from the IRS saying that you owe them $20,000, and if you need any assistance, call this number. You end up calling the number, whatever, and they end up sending you the information about the PPP loan because honestly, you was close. You ain't found no mother PPP loan. So they end up giving you a website where you can go and check the application, maybe, change the information to get logged in. And bitch, when you did, you end up seeing that there was a PPP loan in your name saying that you was a mobile nail tech, that you had 8 employees, and that you had made a certain amount of money, and that $20,000 was sent to a prepaid card in your name. You never received $20,000. So you try calling your friend and shit. When you call her and you end up asking her about the $20,000, she starts stuttering and immediately.
I ain't gonna lie. I listen. It can go both ways because chicks do be janky. It do be some janky chicks out here that do something like this. Like, you can't trust no chick. You cannot trust no female. No disrespect to Rashida out there. I see you. No disrespect to you, but this is the type of things us men see on a daily basis. So it's hard for us to really But bro, you can't trust no chick because I done seen chicks do some sneaky stuff like this before. And then I done also seen some chicks try to be sneaky and then some don't work and then they flip the script and act like they didn't know and they a victim too. So it's like,
hung up in your face. You tried to call back. By that time, you was blocked. She had blocked you on Facebook, blocked you on Instagram, and you end up going to her house, and she had already moved. And it was crazy because you hadn't been over her house in a little minute because you was working on doing some shit for the new year. You was trying to start
your just mysteriously moved that
you was kind of busy. So you end up going to the police because you can't find this bitch nowhere. She don't even live in the same house no more. She had moved and everything in a matter of months. So when you went to the police, they end up telling you that it was a civil matter and that you would have to take her to court and make sure that you got evidence. So that's what the start doing. You start looking for some evidence. You start posting on social media. You start screenshotting text messages and shit like that y'all was talking about when she was talking about the PPP loan when she asked you, did you want it? And you told her no. After you collect the evidence, you end up finding out that she did that shit to 5 other people, 5 PPP loans in their name and ran off with their money. So you end up filing a report with the SBA, and you also file fraud. They end up doing an investigation, and it took them about 6 months, but they end up, coming to the conclusion that you was not the one that received the loan, especially with all the evidence that you had. They said that they was looking for her. You gave them all the information that you had on her, hoping that they would find her. Bitch, look. 2 months after that, you was happy as because now you was no longer in illegal trouble, but then you end up going to the Kroger's over here on Union, end up seeing the bitch with a mother BBL and a brand new Gucci bag walking up.
What? She had the BBL and the Gucci bag on you? She had a new BBL and Gucci bag on your dollar card? What you gonna do about that, fam? Bet she don't do nothing.
Really?
Yeah, she ain't do nothing. Look, they got the pretty girls with the filter. Look, that's another thing. Look. Chicks be having makeup on and filter, bro. Is it that bad? Like, for real. Is it that bad? Like me, I'm no fool. I'm a psychologist, so I got my degree, so I understand the thought process of things and why people do things. A woman's insecurity is her body and her looks. So if she's not what the average person wants and she don't look like that, she gonna go try to look like that. And they don't care if they gotta go through surgery and pain to get that look, just to be attracted to men. Because most women know in real life they're fried chicken. I ain't gonna even say ugly. I'm gonna say fried chicken because we accept the fried chicken. We like fried chicken. We just want y'all to be real. All this extra hair, makeup, y'all face be like y'all face literally be looking like the clown emoji, and then get mad with somebody saying like, look at her face. Like, she cool, she attractive, but nah. Like,
whether on the field,
that's fake because you don't really look like that. You selling me a whole dream.
Rotting in prison, Andre Lorquet wanted.
And then the chicks be trying to be like,
so he decided
why
to
do y'all
submit
get
multiple
beam on y'all
fraudulent
linings?
loan applications to the Paycheck Protection Program between June 2020 and November 2021, along with his app.
After a while, we just say fuck it and do what this man do right here. Go bald. We don't go do no surgeries. We don't go get our nothing. Like, women always try to be like, why y'all get paint y'all linings on? Bro, we not like, what you mean why we paint our linings on? We just get a little enhancements. Makeup and lining enhancements is not equivalent to the same thing. That's a whole facial expression that changes when y'all get y'all. That's just a lining that fills in and make it so you can see it a little bit more. That's it. That's it. We not doing facial and making our cheekbones and eyelashes all the way out here. Like, we come as we is. He said, fuck it. He just wanna cut his, he wanna just scalp it. And y'all still be liking it.
Applications, he submitted fraudulent paperwork. He was hoping to receive $4.7 million in funding, but he received $4.4 million. Lorquet bought a Lamborghini.
I know he wasn't mad. I know Buddy wasn't mad because he tried to get 4.7 and got 4.4. But look what he did.
Lamborghini Urus,
bought a truck,
Porsche Panamera GTS, and 2 Teslas.
4 cars.
Along with his rides, he got some bling. He purchased an.
If he was smart, if that man was smart, he would have got them rides and started a car rental service. He would have got this watch and paid $4,000 for it.
Audemar's Piguet watch, a custom pendant.
If he was smart, he would have paid $10,000 for that.
And a chain with.
If he was smart, he would have paid $2,500 for that.
70 carats of diamonds. He flaunted his purchase on Instagram.
Who's gonna know? And then they would have like, well, you brought all this expensive stuff. Like, no, it's just for my business. These cars are my rental car business. This jewelry is for my production company. These clothes production company. Like, I didn't know about the forgiveness. Like, people be slow.
And in August 2023, the feds came knocking with an arrest warrant. They charged him with 4 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of money laundering, and 1 count of identity theft. He was facing up to 22 years. He pleaded guilty to a count of money laundering. In March 2024, he was sentenced to 71 months in federal prison.
Book him down.
Part 2, how I got indicted on a $11 million SBA loan. So, like I told y'all, I didn't know these guys. I had a homeboy call me like, hey, bro, such and such, doing these loans, man, it can get you approved. You need a 580 credit score, all this shit. I'm like, all right, bro, sign me up. So I talked to the guys. I'm like, bro, this shit legit? They're like, yeah, bro, everything legit. You're going to get a tax return. You're going to get this. You're going to get that. I'm like, all right, everything's y'all. I kept asking them if I still got a damn text message. I kept like, bro, this shit ain't no scam. They're like, nah, bro, it's not a scam, I promise.
Bro, remember when I told y'all I'm in psychology, right? So I'm finna start breaking down science to y'all so y'all can start thinking the way like psychologists think. Anytime somebody asks, this not a scam, right? They already think it's a scam. And if you think it's a scam, then it's a scam. Make it make sense.
I promise it's not a scam.
You're not gonna ask if it's a scam if you don't think it's a scam.
Okay, cool.
You only gonna ask if it's a scam if you think it's a scam, right or wrong. Like if you don't think them shoes fake, you're not gonna ask if the shoes fake. If you don't think nothing is fake or a scam, you're not gonna ask if it's a scam or fake. Why would somebody tell you that a scam is a scam? Like, make it make sense. You're gonna ask a scammer, is they scamming? You're gonna ask a basketball player, is he playing basketball? You're gonna ask a football player, is he playing football?
Ooh, I got you. Let's go and do it. So, man,
you got suckered, bro. People be tricking themselves into believing stuff. Like, he just wanted to hear that man say, no, it ain't no scam. So he could trick his own mind into believing it ain't a scam so he can get scammed.
Do the shit. But hold on, y'all. First, another red flag. I should have known something when my motherfucking partner that turned me on to the shit didn't even sign up for the.
You already know, bro. This man is. This what I be talking about, bro. To my first red flag, I should have knew. But partner didn't put me on when the. What you think?
But my feeling out. I get approved. All right. I get my money. I reach out to them. I say, hey, man, my money just hit. What I owe y'all. So initially, the nigga gave me one price. But when I got my money, the motherfucker went up on me. And me not knowing what I know on that, I should have ran off on the ass because it wouldn't have been shit they could have did. Like, it was a scam, what I mean, I found out. So I could have took off with the damn money and nothing would have came back on me. Like, it wouldn't even been no trace to my name. Like, the only way I got caught in the shit because they had me to get them a cashier check. So the money was wired to them. There was the paper trail. So if I didn't get on folks no cashier check, or if I didn't pay their ass at all, I would have never got picked up on this shit. And no, I did not get $11 million. My case totaled out to be $11 million with everybody on the case, the amount of money that everybody received. So everybody got different amount. You got people got from 50,000 all the way up to 500,000. And like I said, it's plenty of us on this case. So this happened to an $11 million case. Ain't no snitching one on, no 5K one on my name, none of this shit.
How we know that?
Then me having like no background, no criminal history played a role in how I got 1 day time served and 5 years of probation. Plus I got restitution I have to pay back as well. But
you got five
man, the guys just was on a bunch of crooked ass shit. I didn't know. I was green to the shit they gave me. But
so all you had to say in the first place, bro. We already knew that.
I'm buying shit. I had at the time I already had a box truck and a dump truck. So my money hit. I had went and bought a semi truck. So
what you get?
I'm like, shit, I'm finna just live it up. I'm living my life. But me not knowing, when I got my money, these motherfuckers got picked up by the feds. I ain't told nobody shit. Like, and I'm knowing this once I got indicted, I saw my paperwork and I saw when they got picked up. I'm like, damn, as soon as I got my money and paid them folks, they get picked up. But they didn't reach out and say, hey, bro, mind the feds just got us. Like I said, I ain't know me. They could have reached out to my partner who I met on through and been like, hey, bro, the feds got us or whatever, this and it. But fast forward, about a year go by,
never. They gonna
year and a half, almost 2
guys.
years go by. My partner hit me up. He like, bro, mine such and such, gone to the feds. I said, huh? He like, yeah. He like, so bro, just be careful. So I'm like, all right. I'm like, say less. So I'm not thinking of other shit because I'm like, I'm legit. That's what I'm keep telling myself, like, bro, you legit. So you ain't studying this shit. Like,
how you
did everything you supposed to be did. But me not knowing,
you ain't do the forgiveness.
When I wired them that goddamn money, they put me in this damn case. So like I said, if I would have never gave them motherfucker that cashier check, it would have never came back on me.
Man, we tried to tell y'all, man. We tried to tell y'all. And it's a lot of people that's getting locked up for this or have been locked up for this to the point where everybody kind of is starting to know somebody that has been locked up or heard of somebody that's been locked up or a business or so forth and so on. Like, they're coming to get you.
The feds are cracking down.
Look at this
3
guy.
individuals sentenced for $3.5 million in COVID-19.
Like, share, comment, subscribe. Like, share, comment, subscribe.
See, the feds are not playing games. For those of you who's applying for those PPP loans and you ain't have a business, listen, the feds are coming. they are cracking down. And let me tell y'all, for those of you at the time, I know you probably thought it was a great time, but now y'all about to have the real PPP, poor people problems in jail.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Is enterprise AI adoption failing? You've seen the MIT data, you've seen the sales.
Just in commercials, cause
for getting the PPP loan. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because I saw a girl's video saying that she just had her case with the feds regarding getting the PPP loan, like lying on the application, and she got sentenced to 9.5 years. 9.5 years. And I saw other people in the comments saying that they're going through their case. I saw somebody else say that they got sentenced for wire fraud. And these people are not playing. They are not playing, and banks are assisting. They are assisting in the process. As somebody who works in banking, who's worked in multiple different banks, the banks help the IRS. But let me tell y'all what happened with my coworker. So this is my coworker that turned into a friend. So I had already left the company by the time that she got fired. But ultimately what happened was, this was 2022. The list came out of everybody who had got the PPP loan. She obviously was on that list. And she ended up in HR. Clearly the bank was looking at the list. Not my current job, y'all. Again, this is a company that I left. So don't call them people again, please. But she ended up in a meeting with HR. They asked her like, oh, you were on this list, you have a business. And basically there was a date that your business had to be established to qualify for the PPP loan. And a lot of people created LLCs after that date. And that's how they know if your application was fraudulent. And so they told her like, I don't think that you qualified for this PPP loan based on when you established your business or whatever, but she didn't admit to anything. And her business was selling handmade jewelry, right? So the reason why they were able to fire her is because if you've ever worked for a bank, a financial institution, a brokerage, you have to disclose all outside business activities. It's regulatory. You have to sign off that you will disclose anything, any second job, any second source of income. If you're a part of the board of directors for any type of company, nonprofit, sometimes even volunteer work, you have to disclose it so that the bank can make sure it's not a conflict of interest. So basically they fired her because they said that her not disclosing that she had a business was violating company policy, because she should have told them. And I'm sure y'all are going to say, well, she should have told them that, she stopped the business when she started working. I guess whenever she established it, she had already started working there. So like the days just didn't line up. But yeah, they fired her and said that it was because she didn't disclose that she had a business. But if she had disclosed that she had a business, it wouldn't have been a conflict of interest for her to sell handmade jewelry. They fired her because of that PPP loan. And that was just their excuse. So be careful, y'all. They are coming.
A Tampa woman was sentenced to prison for defrauding a bank for nearly $600,000 in PPP funds. Here's my thing. They say she took $600,000, but she was only sentenced to 24 months in federal prison and ordered to forfeit $7,500 only. First, she was facing 30 years and $1 million fine. I'd have took that deal too. Now, how she did this was she recruited family members and friends and submitted false applications and documents in order to obtain the PPP money. Then she created fictitious businesses and email addresses to fool loan officers into thinking they was communicating with the real borrowers. And in exchange for her services, she said she would handle all the necessary paperwork in return for half of what they qualified for. For example, one person was approved for and received $20,000, and out of that, $7,500 went into her personal account. At the end of the day, it's not worth it. Just build your business and your business credit profile the right way, and you won't end up in jail for stuff like this.
You would pretty much expect the common civilian to try their luck and press their luck. But you really wouldn't suspect a police officer, somebody that you would imagine would be competent and actually have a thinking brain in their mind to want to participate in this type of stuff.
They still
but
humans.
We even had police officers trying to get away with PPP loans.
Federal charges. One of those owners is a former Phoenix police officer accused of misusing COVID relief money.
Tony Richardson arrested by the FBI. A federal indictment obtained by ABC 15 says the ex-cop and another person submitted fraudulent Paycheck Protection Program loan applications. Investigators say the business listed on the applications is called the Lotto Club, described as a charity for veterans that we're told was once housed in Glendale. Richardson is listed as having complete ownership of the place. And when she applied for COVID relief funds, she told the government she had an over $500,000 payroll with 85 employees. The indictment, though, says that's not true. And the Lotto Club has no employees and no payroll.
Police officers are held to a higher standard.
Anthony Ramirez isn't involved in the case, but he's a former law enforcement officer, now an attorney.
And they're expected to know the law and know when they're doing wrong.
The indictment states Richardson was given more than $1.2 million in COVID relief money she allegedly used for personal expenses and had tucked away in personal bank accounts. Phoenix PD says her alleged actions go against the core values of the city and that she resigned before they could fire her. A trial date already set for early February.
Call the police.
They was throwing so much money around at the time without no checks. Everybody was falling and taking the bait. But before we move on, I want the people out there that bypassed the PPP loan and thought that you just was going to scam the unemployment money that they was giving out at the time. Come on down. They coming for y'all too. Don't think that y'all have forgot about. When we be talking about these PPP loans, we talking about all you unemployment scammers from that time period too. They coming for y'all.
We turn now to the rapper arrested after bragging about getting unemployment benefits. He's now charged with scamming the system after applying for more than $1 million in aid. Here's ABC's Megan Tavrizian.
This morning, a rapper who bragged about getting rich from defrauding the government has been arrested, accused of doing exactly that. Fontrell Antonio Baines, who goes by the stage name Nuke Bizzle, is accused of applying for more than $1.2 million in jobless claims intended for those impacted by the coronavirus pandemic. In a YouTube video titled EDD, posted on September 11th, Baines is holding stacks of envelopes from the Unemployment Development Department.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
That's dumb.
I got rich off of EDD.
Bragging about getting rich. Another rapper boasting about going to the bank with a stack of these. Those envelopes, presumably debit cards for those filing for unemployment.
You got the name and number. I got the edit.
Baines' music video painting a remarkably similar picture to what federal prosecutors argue actually happened. Authorities saying the rapper used stolen identities to apply for jobless benefits. You happy now?
Never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way.
Scam him for damn near $1 million or $1 million. Then he was going to be bold enough to rap about it, and he was just going to walk off into the sunset.
Yeah, right.
Y'all really don't know who the government is, man. Y'all think it's sweet, but obviously y'all finding out one by one by one. And then you got the people that just took it totally too far, and it was like, come on, man, you had to know you was going to get caught. 18 million.
If you all see this couple here, go up and ask them for a loan because they just got convicted of obtaining $18 million in PPP loans fraudulently. They're facing up to 52 years in jail each, and their sentencing date is in October. But they said, fuck that. They cut off their ankle monitors. They're gone. The feds are looking at it. They're fugitives now. They use the money to buy designer clothes, houses, diamonds, all that shit. Popping bottles. And it's nice how this article has nice pictures of them. And the mugshots tiny down below. Hook them up. And they got the money by opening fake companies using phony payroll and forged tax documents. Sound familiar, y'all?
He acting like he thought they was going to come up with a brand new way of doing things or something. Nah, everybody did it the same way. They was lying. Just like everybody else. But the real crazy part about it is a real, I'm not going to say the community is large, but it's a community of people out here that's feeling sorry for these people and think that that was in 2020. We should just forget about it and just move on.
If you got 1K, you try to get 25.
Story about how they had to do federal time for those PPP loans. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I feel bad for them because not only do they have to pay back their own loans, they have to pay back other people's loans also, plus due time, like like 2 to 9 years kind of time. Not to mention some of these girls have little kids. Some of them are pregnant now. This was over 4 years ago. I see a lot of comments talking about, oh, they did the crime, they should be doing this crime, and I get it. But damn, y'all, like that is really sad. I don't know who needs to hear this, but just a friendly reminder, don't do it because it will come back to haunt you.
Don't do it, blood bag. Come back to haunt you, and they shouldn't have did it because it's haunting them right now. It needs to be the only message. You don't even know who the girls are. Yo, y'all need to stop this siding, rallying with people just because they the same sex agenda of you. Like, we need to cut this out for the rest of 2025, 2026, men and women. And we need to just start siding on the side of what's right. Because if you really cared about the girlies, you would have been anti this from the beginning. We don't do this type stuff. That need to be a rule. And if the rule is we don't do this type stuff, ain't none of the girlies involved in it. So come on, man. We can't be all feeling sorry for people after they mess up. We need to be trying to help people before they mess up. Because feeling sorry for them after they mess up, like you feeling sorry for somebody is not going to help them do their jail time or help them not get any jail time. Nobody care that you feel sorry for the girlies, man. You can say that, folks. And I say that out of love, man. As a father of 3 daughters, I say that. Check my daughter before she crash out, man. Check my daughter when she got the crash out idea. Don't wait till afterwards and feel sorry for her, man. You ain't helping nothing. That ain't treating my daughter like one of the girlies. But anyway, man, hit me up in the comment section and tell me if I'm being a little bit too harsh. We should feel sorry for him, and we should forget about this because it's 5 years ago. Like I said, man, I don't be having the answers for everything. I could be off. So if I am off, let me know in the comments section. But this video is going to end like all the other ones. But before we end this one, I told you. We told you. We told y'all they was coming. We told you all the way back on episode 1 that they was going to make their way around to y'all, but y'all just kept telling us we was full of it, man. But it's here now. It's here now. But anyway, man, let's get back on track. Stay focused. This video is going to end like all the other videos, man. Hit me up in the comments section. Let me know exactly how you feel about everything you have just witnessed.
Tell me how you felt about what just happened.
How you feel? If you done made it to this point in the video, you are my MVP.
It was a stone groove, my man.
I'm out of here.
This is how the government is catching people that file falsely and fraudulently PPP loan applications. Now, they're using a combination of data analysis, audits, and tips from whistleblowers to catch people who file falsely, and also using agencies like the Small Business Administration, the Department of Justice, and also the IRS to track suspicious activity like inflated payroll figures, fake businesses documentation, and also other things that's kind of like a misrepresentation in the business. They're also cross-checking the PPP applications with tax records, business licenses,
they checking everything,
public data.
Ain't no sneaking. As well. Make sure y'all like, share, comment, subscribe on this live.
Being charged and prosecuted
live.
That
10-hour
only
live
helped people file fraudulent PPP loans. So tell me what you all think. These PPP loans were filed in 2020, 2021, around the COVID pandemic time. It is now 2025. Do you all feel like that people should still be prosecuted for fraudulently?
What type of dumb question is that? Of course they're going to be still prosecuted. They want their money back. That's just a dumb question, man. Hey, man, like, share, comment, subscribe. Y'all think I should do? Y'all want to watch another one of these videos? Let's see.
When life gives you overripe bananas, bust out your mix.
We analyzed that. Y'all want to do watch the fake, the counterfeit money? Y'all want to watch real estate scams? Y'all want to watch? Hold on. Y'all want to react to this? Nah, hell no. We ain't watching this. No. Oh, no. What in the heezy for sheezy? What is it?
This video is for educational purposes only. Do not try this at home. I'm trying this video in a safe environment. You know what I'm saying? I know about these chemicals. Do not try this at home, kids. Nobody, adult.
Nah,
You don't want to trace it real thick.
Nah. Nah.
Then acetone.
Nah. I don't know what dude. I don't know. Nah. Hell no. No. He snapped with that. I ain't gonna lie. I do not condone none of that. I wouldn't know. No, Migo. Nah, what time? Let me see. What time was this? Just what's the time stamp on that? 50 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I go edit that. Nah, that's wild business right there. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. That's wild business.
But I'm gonna give y'all something for free. Just because I love y'all. I love your man.
Let's see what this guy's talking
I'm
about.
gonna give them something just so they can. I want them to understand what I'm saying about the psychological and like this.
I
Okay,
appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that for sure.
So you have how I want to do it. Let's just say it like this. Boom. Oh, I seen somebody on here talking about CPNs, and I want to tap in with him. I might. I'm gonna join your community. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna join your community because I know how to weed out the bullshit in the real anyways. But I see some niggas I want to talk to, just to politic with. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
I heard talking about CPNs. You make your CPN, boom.
What you talking about, Wizard?
A lot of people are trying to build a CPN and go get unsecured lines, 5,000-10,000 unsecured lines, card, this and that, whatever. That's if you don't know what you're doing, that shit. And you gotta have money to build your CPN. That's just how I go. You gotta put into it to get something out of it. You're not finna just make these numbers and go applying for shit and thinking it's like that. And it's not. That's just not how it's finna go, man. You're creating another person. Now say it like this: if you're creating another person and they're blank, you just created a little teenager that ain't got shit. You trying to go get a scat pack, a little shit. Come on now.
Yeah.
What is dude talking about, bro?
That will help you get your cheese, and you utilize your CPN, and you can build the credit. Use your money and get a secured card. Stop trying to go get unsecured.
Bro must be watching my videos or something, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Ooh, look who that is right there. Let's see what this guy talking about. But he must be watching my videos on what? Like, what you talking about, bro? Shut up. Don't get a shit. Like, bro gotta be watching my videos. He gotta be watching my videos.
At Wells Fargo.
Like, what? Bro, you just talking, bro. Let's see what dude talking about.
What you was promoting,
shit, man? Hey,
yeah, holler at him. Talk to him.
Yeah, listen, hey, for all y'all niggas that really need, you know what I'm saying, some sauce and shit, like halftime cash, man. I just I made my group a little while ago because honestly, man, I don't really work with nobody. I know a bunch of niggas do different, you know what I'm saying, different shit, whatever. But once you know how to do shit, just do it yourself. I swear to God, man, any nigga ever been in trouble, any nigga been in jail, you know it's best to work by yourself, man. Telling left and right, you feel me? So, you know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas do what y'all want to know, man. There's a lot of different shit on, to be honest with you, man.
What's your lane like? What's really your lane that you say like you the best in? Like what lane what you know the most about? I'm gonna say that.
To be honest with you, bro, I be on the, you know what I'm saying, my computer, like behind the desk shit, man. Like when it comes to checks, man, this shit is ridiculous, man.
What
When
you
it
talking
comes to
about, blood?
logs and shit like that, man. Like Buddy was saying, you could buy like those Best Buy logs, but the issue with them shits is that when you log in, you know, they got an email that they send the code to or whatever, and they got a phone number. So nowadays you can't, like when you log in, you try to order something, even if it got a store card or whatever. Sometimes, like even when you change the, cause I've done that, bro. I ran through logs. I've been on logs for years now. Sometimes, like when you log in through them shits, you can't, like even though you might change the phone number, you ain't gonna receive the code no more like how you used to. But my main lane, to be honest with you, man, is like bank logs and shit. You feel me?
Word.
And I know you used to do checks and shit, man. I got to stoop. I'm gonna drop some knowledge for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Cause I know a
Man,
lot
what's
of
he
niggas
talking about?
fucked up out here. So
Much love for that, bro. Respect for that too.
yeah, no doubt, man. So basically, right, like a lot of you need a my fault, I'm out of breath, man. Nigga just finished working out and shit. But anyways, so basically it's like a lot of niggas gotta like get bank accounts and drop. That shit ain't gonna hit. A lot of the times, bro, that shit a dub. You gonna run around, you gonna put some fugazi ass check in there. Even if that shit a good check, that shit gonna get, you know what I'm saying? It ain't really gonna hit, bro. I tell y'all niggas, cause bro, like the protection on the banks themselves now. Think about it like this, bro. You got a bunch of street niggas, and I ain't even trying to put nobody down, bro. I'm speaking because
you being real.
Yeah, yo, you think if we know what we know, my guys don't know? Like, just keeping it a buck. They know, like, yo, this is the time they dropping. This is what they dropping. This is how they come on.
Nothing.
Everywhere.
Exactly. Ain't
So,
saying nothing.
of course, they already gonna have plans to stop. You know what I'm saying? Like, and let's be honest, a lot of on that shit. You know, they're on the lower totem pole of the economy. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Like niggas ain't got no like education to go get a fucking 6-figure job. So I'm just being, you know what I'm saying, keeping it a buck. But anyways, man, look, I own multiple businesses and shit. But you know, side money is always good.
What is he talking about?
Figured out how to do shit. As far as like, you know, making shit work. So
bro capped out, bro. This man, what? I ain't gonna even cap to y'all. I don't even want to watch none of them no more. They wasn't talking about nothing. Nothing.
Y'all gonna have to transfer.
Dude, ugly as a mom. Trying to find something for us to react to and analyze. You feel me? And we can, you know, because I couldn't take no more what dude was talking about. Dude wasn't talking about nothing. Nah. Like, share, comment, subscribe. Sean, what is he talking about, bruh? A lot of these people don't be talking about nothing either, but they be on topic. Let's see. Wall Street when a suspect on Red Bull scam, Miami pickpocketer. We watched this. No problem, Tony El Aqua. That's how you say it, right? Tony El Aqua. Let me know if I said it right. Hey, y'all want to watch this right here? Y'all think he talking about something? This guy, career fraudster, steals millions, stolen checks, cars, and homes. Y'all want to watch that? Lithia James, fraud exposed. What criminal? Celebrity chief steals $2 million. Credit card scammer reveals his secrets. You watch that. Secret most counter. Y'all want to watch something on some counterfeit money? Or y'all want to watch something about some scams and some fraud, or what y'all want to watch? What's it gonna be? What y'all want to watch, man? How to clean dirty money, scammer script makes millions. How to make $250,000 a night. I want to watch something good, right? Y'all want to watch something good, right? Y'all want to talk about the Starbucks scam, dark web hacker steals $250,000 from prison? Let's see what he talked about. Hold on, let me see. This brother say he addicted to stealing. What you think? What you trying to watch, Rashida? We got the $32 million celebrity crypto scam exposed. We got the TurboTax lady. What y'all thinking? What y'all thinking? What y'all thinking? TurboTax Queen? Y'all want to watch the TurboTax Queen? Let's see. TurboTax Queen.
Once you get a taste for something different.
But the government started calling me the queen of tax fraud. Connections,
tax
IRS,
fraud,
DMV, postal workers. Your refund will be direct deposited. 100,000 on this card, 100,000 on that card. Rags to riches.
But you got to stop doing the illegal stuff.
I couldn't. I was just on my own, like all the way to 14, 11 to 13. I'm stealing cars. I'm going to airports, like jumping in the cars at the rental car companies. The keys used to be in the ignition, and we used to like take the cars and go sell them to like local drug dealers. I'm stealing clothes out of the mall. I'm stealing out of Walmart. I'm just doing it all. Like before I was even 15.
That's crazy.
How are you stealing out of? Don't they have the clips and like? How are you stealing clothes?
So, at first we used to just like go in the mall and like rip the beepers off and then put it in a bag.
Right.
Then they started getting like more advanced, where they made the devices thicker, so I couldn't break it. So we started using like little clippers, like wire cutters. Then they got more advanced, so we couldn't use the wire cutters. So I started making a beeper bag. It was like a
beeper bag,
a regular mall bag, and you rip it open and you lay it flat on the ground. Flat on the ground, and you get some duct tape and aluminum foil, and you layer the bags, and you seal the bag back together. So you can walk in the mall and it looks like you got a mall bag full of items, but it's really the thickness from the duct tape. And we used to just drop the clothes at the bag, roll the bag up like that, and walk off, and it don't alarm.
How long did you do that?
I did that till I was so 14. I end up going to a juvenile program for stealing. So I went to juvenile program for stealing cars, stealing clothes, like just stealing, period. And they sentenced me to 8 months, and I found out I was pregnant in there. So I got out. So now I'm a single mother at the age of 14.
You pregnant at 14?
And I got a feed for my baby. So I got out and I was back stealing. Cause now,
Well, when you say they sent you to, I mean, would you get arrested?
I got arrested. Yes.
How
So
that happened?
One time I got arrested at this teen dance, and I had this little Mustang, and it was like a drop top Mustang that I had got from the mall. I mean, from the airport. And we went to the teen dance, and everybody like, oh, well, the police out there. But I'm like, shit, okay, it ain't got nothing to do with me. But I go out there, and they basically set us up. They was really there to get the Mustang and the driver of the Mustang.
Which was you? What was it, stolen? Where did you get the Mustang?
From the airport. You know, it had the keys in there. It was new Mustangs. You're talking drop tops. I'm 14 years old riding in a rental car that I swear mine, because I used to get them and sell them to the local people. Like,
I ain't gonna lie, that's why now when you get a rental car, the keys be in there, but when you gotta like stop and show them your license and all that for them to raise the gate, or you ain't getting out of there. So it ain't that sweet no more. But I see what she was saying she was doing. She was just getting the car and pulling up out of there, like, you getting up out of there.
The dealers and stuff in Tampa, until you only get like 3 days before they put an APP out on the car. So I go out there and I'm like, they not out there for me. Walked up to the car, they bum rushed me, took me to jail, and that was my last theft because they booked me and I did 8 months.
And that's when you found out you were pregnant.
Yes, worst 8 months ever. Like, oh God, the worst 8 months ever.
Did you have the baby when you were locked up?
No, I had the baby. I got out when I was like 36 weeks, and you have a baby 40 weeks. So I had 1 more month. You
have to make money to pay for to raise a kid.
Right. So guess what I did? I was back in the mall. I wasn't in the people's cars though, because I'm not finna get no Grand Theft Auto, but it was like this. Growing up, they'd be like, you go big or you go home. So you got a petty theft and you have a grand theft. We all know grand theft is a felony, petty theft is a misdemeanor. So it was like, okay, well, I can go to the mall and I can get under $300 worth of clothes for me and my baby, and we'll be good. And then I'm like, no, if I can get 500, why not get 500? So it was like the greed in me and the
didn't you just say 500 is a felony?
500 is a felony, yeah. But it was like, okay, well, if I get caught, like, what's the difference? I'm still going to jail, and I was a juvenile. But all of that had to come to a stop eventually. I'm a mother now, and I didn't want to go back to jail and then leave my baby. So it was just like.
How old were you?
15 at the time.
Okay. And you're living with who?
Back and forth between a friend of mine and my mom on her couch in the projects. Project.
Are you going to high school?
No, I dropped out in 7th grade. Yes. I just feel like growing up from where I'm from, like when you a mother or a kid or however.
Y'all can see the video?
I felt like me getting a job, me going to school wasn't going to help me take care of my baby. So it was either I be in the mall every day making money, or
can y'all see the video? No. Oh man, it's gonna be crazy. Can y'all hear it? My bad, y'all. Janky. No. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. We're gonna get this video back rolling up and had to restart the, you know what I'm saying? Do you understand me? What y'all got going on, man? What y'all got going on? How y'all night going? How y'all night going? Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. Talk to your boy. Make sure y'all you got 1K, man. You want the bag? Watching the Rockets game right now, hoping KD don't go over 24 points. Kevin Durant definitely going over 24 points, my guy. I don't even know why you even bet on that one. Who they playing? The Celtics. I ain't gonna lie to you, cuz KD might just get that. I'm looking at 4 different cameras right now. 1, 2. So it's a camera right here that y'all can't see. This one and that one. Different angles. 3 different angles. I ain't gonna lie, he might get that. He might just get that. I'm just keeping it real with you, cuz. We're gonna look right now. Ain't gonna lie to you. He got 7. He got 7-11. Oh, my fault. He ain't got 7 points. He got 2 points. That's 7 minutes. My bad. I ain't mean to scare you like that. He was like, no. Oh, what? Celtic 32-18. I ain't know that. He said, I was gonna say no. Can y'all see me? Bro, what the? Ride share business. What you talking about? Y'all want to see me get crispy on camera? Bro, what the fuck? Turn. It's probably messing up because I got it up so many different places. Hold on.
If I have a customer coming in to see me, he's coming to see me. And he needs to only see me unless he asks me. And at this time, my customer that I had, he was like, they know, girls know, like they know if you got a good customer who coming in, they watch you, they watch your pockets. And I went to the bathroom and I came out and she was talking to my customer. And no, I didn't agree with that. And we end up getting into an altercation and I got fired, not her.
Welcome to a new era of American innovation.
So then what?
I did it all. So from probably all the way up to age 21, we're going to say 21. I used to go to like Daytona Beach, Florida, Black College Reunion. And, you know, I was in the club life. So, I mean, I'm a female. So I started, you know, having sex with men for money, you know, protected, condoms always. Yeah. And I did that for a while, but I didn't want to degrade myself anymore. So it was just like, I got to come up with something. Like, I got to do something. And it was always like, I don't want to live. I don't want to raise my kids how I was raised. So it was always that hunger in me type to like just get it. Like, you got to survive. So it's like I pretty much just did everything. Like, I called myself at one point trying to be a little dealer, but that didn't work for me. That's not my job. That's not my line of work.
Did you get arrested or you just got ripped off or?
It's just, that's not for me. Like, I don't, it's just too much. It's not comfortable. It's not, I ain't gonna say it's not for women because Griselia did it, but it's just not for
right
me.
here ain't got no common sense too. I can tell you that right now.
Just anything that had a quick come up, count me in. My girls will say, hey, they got Memorial Weekend down in Miami. It's going to be popping. Is it going to be some money there? Yeah. Memorial Weekend. I can go down there and make probably 5,000-6,000 just in one weekend.
Selling booty.
I mean, doing what? This is prostitution. Okay. All right.
So, it's exchanging favors.
But you're saying that didn't work out. Like at some point you're like, I'm not doing this anymore.
It's a scary occupation. Like it's scary. Like I'm not going to knock people like hustle, but that's always a scary occupation because you never know what type of diseases someone may have. Condoms break.
All right.
And it's scary. And it's a scary occupation. I got 2 kids now. Like, no, I can't do that.
So what are you going to do for money if you it's not going to be drug dealing. Prostitution's out.
Prostitution's out. So guess what's next?
More boosting.
Nope. Scamming.
Scamming in what way?
Okay, so
there's lots of scams.
It's a lot of scams. So this particular scam, back in 2006, maybe it's like 2006, there was a guy that a friend of mine ended up meeting in Miami. You're talking Miami. Miami was the town, the city for scamming, all type of scam, from mortgage scams, from tax scams, before it even became big in Tampa. But these people down there, they're making checks. They're making traveler's checks. They're making, still to this day, probably identifications and everything else and so on, so on. So the guy introduced me to traveler's checks.
Well, who's the guy? Like this is some guy
It's a guy
that you can see he's making money. You say, what are you doing?
Guy from, so back then, you know, we got MySpace and we got Facebook. All it takes is somebody to be on their profile picture holding up money, and it attract attention of a money hungry female. So my friend ended up befriending this guy in Miami. So she started going to Miami, bringing back these traveler's checks. She said, "Hey, he taught me how to go in the store, give them the traveler's checks, buy something, and they give you cash back." I'm like, from a check? Why would they give you cash back? Like, you got to show ID. She say, you got to show ID, but the signature on the check is your ID, because I guess when you purchase the check, not regular, like not the illegal way, when you purchase them, you sign it right then. So that's your identification.
Okay.
These checks were made. So of course, you put whatever signature on there. So he'd give her these, I think he had $100 checks and $250 checks. And off $100 check, she brought him back, I think, half, 50 on each check. And then on a $250 check, he got 100. Like, that's the bigger the check, it was like a deal. So I'm like, how much you making? And she was saying how much she was making, which was a couple thousand a week. I'm like, I won't in. Will I go to jail for it? She was like, well, he said, just don't let them get the check and go to the back and make a phone call. That means something is wrong. But it got the hologram on the check. It got everything on the check. I'm like, I'm not going into people's stores. I'm scary. So at that time, I end up paying people to go in the store to bust the checks for me.
Yeah, but you're talking about $100 check. You're giving him $50.
No, you're not giving him 50 anymore when you're getting a large quantity. This for her. For her, that's her. I don't understand women these days. Like, you get a guy and the guy know a scheme, or you feel like this is your boyfriend. If he say give you half of his money, you're giving half of his money. I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not, like, I don't understand, like, even the prostitution game with pimps. You go sell yourself and you give me the money. That's basically what she was doing. I wasn't doing that. If I'm committing a crime,
messed up now.
I'm not giving you half of my money. Yes, you're producing a check. I don't want to do that. Let me purchase these checks. You give me one fee on how much 5,000 worth of traveler's checks is, and that's what I give you back.
I'll give you $1,000 for 5,000, and then then if I make 4,000, that's money's all mine.
Listen
Right,
though, if she was
right.
smart,
So that's what I did.
she be getting the checks for cheaper.
And
she was
then
getting the checks
and then
for
what? You go out, you find
$50,
people like, hey, take this check, go in there, buy something for $10.
Yes, but
now she buying the checks for $100
I
a
just
piece.
knew a lot of people, so I didn't have to really find them. Everybody
done.
wanted in. It's like when you start getting money, everybody see that you have money.
Right.
So now I'm riding around and I got a brand new Cadillac CTS, and they're like, well, whoa, how you get that Cadillac CTS? Then I end up buying me keep in mind, I'm just this little girl from the projects. Then now I'm riding around in the BMW i323, the little small old BMWs. And it's like, from making this money from these traveler checks. So everybody want to be a part of it. Even if you're just paying them $20 off a check, they want a part of that money that they're not going to ever see in their life, because they don't do anything but sit around in the projects.
Hey, last one down buys the Ultras.
You're on.
Where's Greg?
Coming.
Who needs a credit card when you got a Greg? Tired of always buying the Ultras, Gregory? Meet me at the Blue Lift. Don. Heads up. Strap in. Sharpen your skis. Sharpen your mind. Your true opponent is yourself. Again. Again. If you rely on sight, you're already blind.
Cause they be tripping. They be tripping. Bro. Not gonna keep adding this motherfucker. Sheesh. Oh my God. Bro, at this point.
So I feel like he probably went to jail because it was going to voicemail and then it
Hold
just was
on.
completely turned off. So they probably got him. He was the actual maker of the check. So I can just imagine what type of crimes he received. And we're talking feds, somewhere where I thought I'd never be.
So what'd you do next?
So now it's probably 2008, like maybe 2008. And in Tampa, you had this lady, and they call it self-employment, where she was filing everyone tax returns. And if you got 2 kids, you get back like $5,000. And each year you get the same thing. Well, it go up from the earned income credit. So like if I owned a restaurant and I'm I clean, that's self-employment. So you're going to pay me in cash. There was no way for the government at the time to know if you're lying on that W-2 form or whatever the form was that was being filed.
1040.
Yes, 1040. That's exactly what it was. It was no way for them to see that you're lying, because how are you going to tell me that I'm not making $15,000 cleaning? Because at this time, we didn't have to send in, what was it, a form A, B, C. One of them go to the IRS, one go to the employer.
Yeah, the employer's filing one with the IRS, giving you one, filing one with their taxes.
Yes. So we're not doing that. We just electronically filing them. The lady at the time. And
that's spreading throughout the projects where people are knowing,
What
hey,
you talking
I got
about,
3 kids, I can get back.
Oh, you got the kids? You got people with 3 kids. You're only getting money back from 2 kids, but that 3rd child, they selling that child for like $1,000.
Right.
Because you're getting the money from the earned income credit. And
selling the social security number.
Yes.
Not the kid.
Yes, the Social Security. Well, yeah, selling it. Yeah. So we doing that. Like every year I got this guarantee $5,000. And I'm like, that's a lot of money for me because, I'm not a addict or anything. So I get my little side hustles. I got my little men, I ain't gonna call them pen pals because we're not in prison, but we called them tricks at the time. Where you get the little older man, just take care of you for your rent, take them out, probably do a little something here and there, but you're good. So I was good. I had a sheriff.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had my sheriff. I get my little taxes. My sheriff give me my little allowance every week, a couple $100, and I'm okay. But it wasn't enough for me because this lady is getting paid. I think we're paying her $1,000 out of our $5,000. But she messed up. She gave us our packet that had our sign-in information on there from TurboTax. I'm like, hold on. I got on there.
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't
to read
doing this
every form she did. And then I found somebody and I got the money. I'm like, oh, okay.
So what do? You just go to like a friend of a friend or just some friend and say, listen.
It's just a word of mouth. It's Tampa. You're talking
Y'all
fraud.
still trying to watch her.
It moved from Miami, Atlanta, California. Like it's
really
just
talking
word
about
of
that.
mouth, just like the drug game. When you find the plug, it's just word of mouth. And she was doing everybody. You're talking a lady out the projects riding around in a Range Rover type stuff. You know, it's just stupid. So everybody know. But for her to give us, you know, the game is to be sold, not told. You put the game in my hand because you was so
She thought
focused.
she had the market cornered. She didn't think anybody was going to come in and take it from her.
Yes. So I went to reading. Keep in mind, I'm reading all this with my 7th grade education level. And I'm like, okay, yes, no. Let me do a fake one on my. So I asked my sister, I'm like, hey, can I file you for self-employment? She was like, I ain't gonna go to jail, am I? I'm like, nah, I've been doing it for years. I ain't in jail. Like the lady been filing me,
Right.
you know. And I did it. And the money came back. So I told all my friends, like, we don't gotta go through her no more. Y'all just give me $500 because she charging $1,000.
Right.
It was over. I started doing the self-employment.
But you're only to me when you're doing that, there's only like maybe 3 months out of the year that you can do that.
You have October. Is it? No, that's where people get it confused at. Through the store, you have like January to April. Electronically, you have to October, all the way to October. So you're talking October.
So you're filing like for the previous year. You're saying
you're filing the previous year. So you got October, November, December, January. It's just 4 months of no filing.
Mm-hmm.
It's 8 months of filing electronically.
So what are you doing during those months? You're just
The whole
Stats.
8 months.
Oh.
The whole 8 months. You're filing you can file electronically at the time. Now we're talking 2000 and back then. You can file electronically online, but when you go to a store, you know how they have the date, like you got to have your taxes filed by April 15th. Yeah. Through the store, but electronically you don't have to.
Okay.
And you can always mail the paperwork in. Like you can mail it in and they release the money.
So what are they doing? Are they putting it on a debit card
They're putting
or
it on debit cards or direct deposit? At this time in 2006, nobody not knowing about debit cards.
Right.
We know about the TurboTax debit cards because they're coming straight off the site. But now as the fraud progress, they advertise in H&R Block cards, Green Dot cards, Tax Act cards, like all of these different sites are coming with cards. Right. But with those cards, it's coming with a routing number and an account number.
And at this time, the IRS isn't putting 2 and 2 together, right? Because I know now, like if you try and give them a Green Dot card or something, they're like, no, we have to have like a national bank, or we have to have certain banks, and there's certain cards they won't deposit it on. But I know that took 5, 6, 7, 8 years of doing this before they finally said no, and then they start pushing out the PIN numbers, and then so I mean, at this time, you're saying whatever you sent them,
they're going through.
They're putting it on it.
I can put
Kevin Durant got 4 points.
I'm Rashia Wilson. I can put Matthew Cox
20 more points.
Tax return on Rashia Wilson's prepaid TurboTax card.
And they'll send it to you.
And they will send it to you. So you're think about it. I'm getting 50, 60, 70,000 loaded onto a card.
Even though you don't even have my real information. You don't have my real taxes even.
No, but I have your social. Now you can't play with the IRS. The social definitely got to match the birthday and everything like that.
Right.
But you're giving me permission. I'm not stealing your identification.
Right.
You're giving me permission because we're talking self-employment at the time. Like you're giving it to me because you're paying me $500.
Right.
I'm not getting paid the big money yet.
But these people are never even filing their own taxes.
They're never filing the taxes
because they're already living like in the projects. They're not really claiming any money anyway.
Right. So imagine driving down the street, you see a homeless person. Hey, let me get your information. I'm gonna give you $500 because now I have to put the kids on there. I have to do all of that. So I'm gonna give you $500 because you're only getting the money for real for the earned income credit.
Right.
Which is the kids. But I got to pay this person for the kid, this person for the kids. The most people was selling their kids for I seen was $1,200. But of course, when you somebody in the projects that has like 8 kids, here you can get it for $500. But I'm getting like maybe $2,000 per child.
Right.
Because it was like $5,500 at the most that you was getting off self-employment. And then I got a homeless guy on the thing. You got $500. I'm paying the kids. So that's a total of probably, I'm going to say $1,500.
Right. And you're getting $5,000 back.
I'm getting $3,500 back. Yes.
Right. So I mean, at some point, is it always, do you continue to do it connected with the kids, or at some point, because I knew guys that it wasn't the kids, they start taking all kinds of tax credits, and they're just saying, hey, you made this much. Actually, they started doing it with W-2s, saying the guy had paid in $14,000, the IRS, you owe him, and but he's got 2 kids, or he's whatever, you owe him $7,000. They just cutting him checks for $7,000, $8,000, $4,000.
Right. So back in 2006, 7, 8, around this time, self-employment was what was popping.
Right.
Okay. You have to have kids in order for the money, because you're getting paid for your earned income credit, which is for the kids.
Right.
Because the self-employment, they're not really taking out taxes.
Right. That you can't tell them, hey, I paid you guys $20,000 in taxes last year. I need $12,000 back because you didn't pay them shit.
Exactly.
But
you can't make that much. You couldn't make over 15,000.
Okay.
So 20,000, you probably only gonna get back 3,000 with 2 kids. You can't make more than 15 to 16,000. Self-employed. Now, every scheme come to an end. Now with self-employment, as the now we're talking 2008. I'm gonna say 8. They want you to send in all these papers. They want proof of kids. They want this. So it's like, well, okay. They're coming out with the PIN numbers where you got to put the 4-digit PIN, and I'm like, okay, well, that's
drying up.
That's drying up. Every scheme come to an end. Hey, you can get $7,500 back for a first-time home buyer. I'm like, what's that? A friend of mine said. They said, get on there, and they told me how to do it. Now we're getting $7,500 back for first-time home buyers. So you got all those informations from these previous years that you filed. So what we're going to do now, we're going to file all these homeless people for
that's the same thing I've been telling y'all, bro. She ain't doing nothing that I won't tell.
We don't need no kids.
She not exciting,
we got to
bro.
pay nobody. So the $7,500 is all yours.
Taste our work.
She ain't exciting, bro. Let's see what else we can find. She wasn't exciting at all, bro. She was just babbling. I see your brown eyes. What y'all think we should watch, man? We did that one. We did them. Let's see what this guy talking about.
So I know a couple of people, like they're not doing anything with their lives. They used to have a bank account. They once thought they can have a shot at life normally, but now they're just living at home with their parents, 35 years old, whatever, And but they had these checks, regular personal checks. And I'm like, hey, let me see one of those. Okay, wrote it out to myself. I wrote like 3 of them, total like maybe $20.
Oh, the 15.
Let's see if this works. So I went, deposited them, and they weren't available right away. But the next morning, I'll never forget it. I dropped my dad off at work because I needed the car, you know, and on the way back, it was like, bam, the money's available, $2,800, something like $2,800, something like that, you know. But I knew in my head, I was like, I only have a certain amount of time before the system catches that the account that the check was written from doesn't have any funds. So boom, like I go straight to the bank, pull it out, you know, no questions asked, had the money. I just made $2,800 in less than 24 hours.
Okay,
so right away I was like, oh,
might know
man.
something.
But what I didn't really realize is that those accounts were gonna get burned. But I didn't care because, you know, it was you know, just
you're on drugs,
strung out, you know. So what I did was, at that point, I was still very fresh with talking to all my friends from high school. So I proceeded to persuade, because okay, you've been in this, you know, like you kind of know who to go to.
Yeah,
you kind of know who to ask. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, yeah, you know who to ask. You know who to talk to. So I will pick a couple people, you know, would go to, you know, I'm like, hey, what are you doing? You know, I'm at work. Hey, I'm gonna stop by. Like, cool. Hey, check this out though. What's going on? Like, look, I know that you might feel like this can get you in trouble, but it's not. I promise. Like it's. I swear. What is it? What is it? I was like, look, just let me borrow your debit card. I'll come back and I'll bring you $500. What do you mean? Just trust me. You know. And if you really have trust issues, you got your bank on your phone. You'll see if I take your money, which I'm not gonna do, and I'll come back and I'll have more money for you. Are you sure? Because I need to pay this bill.
Right.
I'm positive. Take this bill and take the debit card, go deposit these checks. You know.
What are you talking about?
And for some reason, I just stood at $3,000. I just didn't go any more, didn't go any less. Just in my mind, I'm like, if I do more, it's not whatever, you know. So it stuck at $3,000. I must have done like, man, I want to say like maybe 8, 9, 10 people of my friends over a period of maybe like 8 months, you know.
Okay.
You know, and because I didn't convince everybody, you know.
Right.
Some people were like, no, like I'm good. You know? So then at this point,
so you deposit the check for $3,000 in their bank account. It clears.
It clears. I get the money.
You pull the $3,000 out. You give them $500.
But remember, they had their money in there.
But now they have a problem.
Yeah. Now they owe that $3,000. Right. You know, they don't take the money they had out. You know.
Yeah.
So let's say they had
the checks bounce.
Yeah, exactly. The checks bounce. They said they have $1,200 in there.
Yeah.
I leave $500 in there. So now they think they're plus $500. Does that make sense? But really, in maybe a week or a couple of days, it's gonna be.
Yeah,
you know, 3,000 minus 1,700. You know,
so how many friends did you lose?
Like a lot,
right?
Like a lot, you know, like a lot of friends. You know,
right?
I'm thinking it's harmless. You know, like all they got to do is call the bank. Hey, I didn't do this. Hey, but your debit card was deposited,
right? And
it's, you know, so you had to have some fault in this, because if they had your debit card and you didn't report it stolen, you knew what was happening. Right. So now obviously they owed the money. They closed the account. And some of them, at the end of the day, couldn't even bank anywhere else, you know, because I don't know if you heard of check systems, you know. So, yeah. So after that, they couldn't bank anywhere, you know, and they would come to me.
Oh, let me tell y'all about all this type of stuff.
I had so many people coming to my door like, yo, mother, you know, like, what did you do, you know?
Look at these 11 pages. This is what a data broker claims to know about you. Your addresses, phone numbers, even relatives' names. And guess what? They're selling it. Anyone can buy your information for a few bucks. Scammers, stalkers, whoever. I've seen enough scams in my life to know just how dangerous this is. These companies are making billions selling your privacy, and we're the ones left vulnerable. That's why I use today's sponsor, Aura. Aura fights back by automatically finding where your information is being sold and scrubbing it off those sites, and it keeps it off. Other services claim to do this, but Aura does more. Alerts if your information hits the dark web, real-time fraud alerts for your bank account and credit, 24/7 monitoring, a secure VPN, antivirus, password management, and even $5 million in identity theft insurance. Bottom line, Aura gives me peace of mind. I'm not leaving myself vulnerable, and neither should you. Try Aura free for 14 days at aura.com/Matt.
2026 could be an ugly year for Republicans at the polls. That is probably why Democrats are doing what they are doing in Minnesota. We'll get to all of that. We'll be joined by Senator John Kennedy and Matt Walsh and Officer Brandon Tatum. So a big show today. First, this year for Valentine's Day, we have something special for you. Take a look. Okay.
In 2 weeks, they'll be scrubbing your information off broker sites. That's aura.com/Matt.
So the better version of that
is you just say, give me your debit card. And you go at 11:30 at night and you take out the maximum you can take out.
Yeah.
And then the next day you take out the maximum you can take out.
Yeah.
And then the next day you take out. So let's say it's 505, that's $1,500.
Yeah.
And then you have them call the bank and say, hey man, $1,500 is out of my account.
Yeah.
They're like, they got $500 increments. A bunch of people, somebody's taking money out of my account. And then you can give them back the debit card.
Yeah.
And they're like, what do you, well, they're like, oh yeah, you used your debit card. You said, I didn't use my debit card. What are you talking? I was at work during that time. I didn't. And then if they check the cameras, it's not them.
Okay.
And it's called the Electronic Transfer Act. By law, federal law, the bank has to return your money within 24 hours. So the bank gives them the money back because they think they've been ripped off.
Mm-hmm.
The worst the bank will do is cancel their debit card and issue them another debit card
and give them return the money.
They return the money.
Yeah.
They give them the $1,500 and they give them a new debit card, or maybe they say, look, we're gonna close out your account and switch everything to a new account because we think that someone stole your debit card or they got your information.
Yeah.
Somebody cloned it. We don't know. It clearly wasn't you.
Mm-hmm.
We can see the camera. It's not you.
Yeah.
They don't even, unless it's like over 10 grand, they don't even contact the police.
Wow.
They just give it. And you could, people, I know people that will go from friend to friend to friend
and just do this.
Yeah. And that's like it's the same kind of thing. The difference is they have to make some phone calls.
Yeah. And that's about it.
Yeah. But that's it. What you're doing is now they're on the hook for the $3 grand.
Mm-hmm.
You got 2,500. They got $5 grand. They got 500.
Yeah.
But they're on the hook for $2,500. And it's crushed their fucking, they can't go anywhere. Oh, I'll go to another bank. No, not until you pay this back.
That's right. That's right. You know,
So you need to move.
Yeah. I have a lot of people, a lot of people coming to my door, hitting my mom up, like they'll find her on Facebook. Hey, your son did this and this and this. So right away, and it's crazy because growing up, like my mom always like, why are you such a troublemaker? Why are you always talking in class? Why this? Why that? So to see that start happening, she's like, oh, see, I knew it, So yeah, so I had to move, and then, but all that started was just for me, like, oh, a whole new area to go do it at, So when we moved we were in Ontario, so all the friends that I had in Ontario, like I must have burned, I was lowballing with 8, maybe like 15, 20 people, over a period of time. And yeah, after
these people are fucking idiots anyway. Like, what are you doing giving me, if somebody came up to me, I trust Colby, but of course, give me your thing. I'm going to come back. I'd be like, no.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, first of all, what are you doing? And if he could, well, no, don't worry about what I'm doing, but I promise you're going to be okay. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Yeah. No, but like I said, you know who to pick,
Yeah.
And just, what's it called? The gift of gab. If you just know what to say, you know what emotional buttons to push.
Well, what's so funny is that during that period of time, like for the next 2 or 3 days, those same people would probably get you more people because they're like, yeah, bro, this is what just happened. You give my buddy the such as it. And then of course it goes bad.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And then suddenly now you just have just 3 more people that hate your guts.
And that did happen a couple times, It's like one of them was a cheerleader, and she still talked to her cheerleader friends, and I'm like, oh yeah, I could do that for you. And I was just like, whoa, like that's not, I knew it was getting out of hand, but when you got money coming in,
I was gonna say what's funny is he's like, nah, you're gonna be good, you're gonna be good, and then it happens and they start yelling at you. Well, what did you think was gonna happen? It's like, what do you mean you said I was gonna be good? Come on, you didn't believe that, did you?
And one of them even said, like, you could have at least told me so I could pull my money out.
Right.
I was like, yeah, you're right. But I would just, focus on getting the money and just going, which is kind of like an asshole move because I could have let them know, and just pull your money out at least, and you'll at least be 500 plus cash. Your account's gonna get burned, but whatever, But it's not whatever because like even today, I still can't bank anywhere. I can't. So at this point, I'm probably like, maybe
you've had to move.
I had to move. I
lost
moved,
all your friends.
I moved back to Rialto, right?
Got to get a new group of friends.
How much money did you make off this?
I'm probably like, I made like good, maybe 15 grand, 20 grand, maybe a little more than that,
Yeah.
But at that point, you're like, whoa, man, it's
well, you're
terrible.
A kid.
It's terrible. It's just terrible, And it's crazy because like I had jobs
bro,
you can door.
You
literally like when I stopped working
on these sports games.
Doing this.
That's crazy.
The neighbor, she was really cool. Her name was Josephine. Shout out Josephine. She was really cool because we would talk, and she wouldn't make me feel like shit for not having a job. Right. Everybody else was, which is understandable, But his neighbor, she was really cool. She was like, look, son, like, like, what are you going to do if your mom and dad die? What are you going to do if this, like, you don't pay the rent of the house you're living at? Just the whole, like, get it together speech, Right. And she's like, I'm going to get you a job. I'm thinking, lady, you're retired. You don't talk to anybody. Who are you going to give me a job with? You know,
That's crazy.
But so we live next to each other. The person across the street, all right, his name is Brian Isbell. He's a really good guy.
Hey,
he has a company doing
P5. How much you got on
that makes
Houston?
sense? Yeah. You know, which is very specific. So one day, it must have been like 11:30, almost noon, and I'm passed out, you know, like I don't, you know, I'm making money. Leave me alone. And he's staying up all night, you know,
Hey,
with the ice thing.
I bet,
You stay up all night for no reason. You're just there, you know, and so you probably asleep till like
if I
noon.
bet
So it's like
$100
11:30.
right now,
Boom, boom, boom. I got a knock on the door.
And they
Who
win.
is
I
it?
win
Open the door. It's
$2,000.
this guy. I'm looking all, you know. I'm like, what's up? And he's like, hey, you Peter? I'm like, yeah, what's going on? He's like, oh, I heard you needed a job. And in my head, I'm thinking, did a job really just come to my door? And it was so funny because I would have arguments with my dad about not working. And he would tell me, you're not going to have a job coming to the door. So that day he got home, I'm like, guess what? I had a job coming to my door, you know? And he's like, get out of here. I'm like, yeah. Josephine, knows the neighbor in the front, you know, and he has a job. He has a company doing this. I start tomorrow.
Right.
You know, and which was cool because that's one of the jobs that like I actually like doing it, you know. A lot of downtime, you get paid hourly, a lot of downtime. You get to the client's house, jump in the pool, you know, have one of those little donuts, jump in, clean the calcium off the pool tile, move on. Right. So the problem is
I might gotta bet that Hyundai on Michigan.
so
It's a close
one day,
game.
it
It's
was
68 to
probably the first
73.
week we did 6 days. The boss don't go with us, but he lets his right hand man go. I'm with this white guy. I forgot his name, but
y'all see that?
And I'm there like, hey, bro, like we're on the way to Palm Springs, something like that. You know, all those nice houses over there. And I'm like, what? So I'm just, you know, chopping it up, you know, getting ready. The guy in the back is asleep.
They call it
And
prediction.
I'm like, okay, let's just do it before he wakes up. He wakes up and he looks over and he's like, what are you guys doing? Like his attitude was like into it. Like, oh, what's up? You know? But little did I know he was just playing the part, you know? And so whatever.
go.
He did his, I did mine. We go about our day. And that day later at night, so I had gotten my friend Gilbert a job with me, you know, because me and him were tight at that time, you know. And I was like, hey Gilbert, like, you know, I got this guy. He gave me a job. He pays real well, you know. Like, if you want to get working, but me and like my best friend at the time were working together, you know. He doesn't know I played it off for years, right? You know, and so he doesn't know I get high. So we're partying, we're doing this, we're doing that. Every weekend is fun, whatever.
That's why the odds
And so that day that I'm telling you about, that his name was Buddy. Buddy seen us.
Glad I didn't put that
so that day we're at a party and we're just about to walk in, you know, and my boss Brian calls me and he's like, hey man, what's going on? What's up? He's like, why would you risk my $100,000 company for your shenanigans? I'm like, what are we doing? He's like, don't give me what are you talking about? Buddy already told me what happened. And I'm like, dude, no way. Like, that was the job that I lost that probably hit me the hardest because it was with my best friend. And like now he has shares in the company. He's like, he tells people, so you know what I was supposed to do, he ends up doing, you know what I mean? Like now he has shares in the company. He does everything for the guy, you know, he makes fucking 6 figures, you know, like, and if it had not been for, you know, all of his hard work and staying off of drugs. Exactly, you know. And it's funny because I tried to go, well, not funny, it's pretty sad. I tried to go apologize through his brother, which was my front neighbor. Yeah. Guess what? I go spun out of I'm out of my mind. Like if I were to see myself that day now, I'd be like, dude,
I made the right call.
Get out of here. Yeah. Like come back later. No, it was bad. Like, you know, really bad. And he would tell me to my face, you know, I used to be a police officer. Like I legally supposed to know when someone's under the influence of something, right, and this is what's going on. I'm like, but no. It's okay. So that happens, right? So now I don't have a job, but I'm still making money doing the check thing. Right. And now I hang out with people who are in the street, you know, not giving a damn about life, you know. And so I meet these 2 guys, you know. One of them name is Chico, the other name is Juan. So I tell them about this check thing that I'm doing, you know. Like, oh, really? Oh, we heard of that, but we don't really know anybody that has a good account. I'm like, dude, like, leave that up to me, you know. So now, like, I still have people who I can go to, you know, for these checks.
Mexican is a scammer.
So they take this to a whole nother level. They're like, forget writing checks. Why don't we get checks that are already written and then deposit them into an account? I'm like, what are you talking about? You know? Okay. So now at this point, around that same time, I met my mentor. That's what I called him, my mentor. He kept me out of trouble, kept me out of the street, and he taught me a lot. He actually helped me discover myself, really, like the whole salesman part of me. We'll get to that right now. And so I would tell him what Chico and Juan would want to do. Like, hey, they want to go break into this, they want to go do that. And he's like, are you crazy? Like, why would you do that? Why would you waste? He always said I had this talent, I'm like, in my head, I'm thinking, dude, like, we smoke this. Like, why would you even think of me like that? I think it's a joke, But he wasn't joking, And so he would always have me do things. Like, instead of going and hang out with those guys, I would go to his house, and he always had me do something, Hey, mow the lawn or thatch the yard or help me do this. Or, one time we did his roof, things that I didn't know I was able to do. Just boom, So they take the check thing to a whole nother level, right? They break into this business. In the mailbox, you know how some payroll companies, they make the checks for the people, you know what I mean? Like they print the checks for the people and then take it to them or whatever. Well, back then, that's what was happening, There was this big old mail thing. And in the mailbox was, takes it out. There's a stack of checks of every employee
on that
for that week. They take them. Now we have all these checks that we can legit company. Bro,
if I play $100 in Michigan State win, I win $10,000.
So obviously the company's gonna see the checks were stolen.
Right.
So those checks are canceled, but you can still deposit that.
Right.
And it'll still clear it. Now, if you take it to a teller, then it's gonna be like, wait a minute, this check's no good. Am I right? Right?
Well, if you went to their bank, but no, you could deposit it into anybody's bank and it's going to clear. It's just that it's going to bounce.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like a week later or 5 days later, it's going to bounce. And so if you wrote a check for $3,500, you got $3,500. A week later, that check's going to go. It's going to bounce, and the bank's going to take the $3,500 back.
Yeah.
And your account's going to go in the negative, but you've already got the actual cash.
Mm-hmm.
Now the account is burned.
Yeah.
It's the same thing you were doing.
Yeah, okay.
It's essentially the same thing you were doing. Only these checks were written by legitimate businesses on a legitimate account.
Mm-hmm.
So you might have a little bit more time before
it catches. Exactly. So for like maybe I want to say 2-3 months, it was glorious. Like $1,800 was probably the least amount that we've seen. It was every day. I found this one of my friends had his bank account with Bank of America for a long time. So they were asking no questions. Just boom, 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 And so what they did, Juan and Chico, what they did is they got a hold of my friend and then they went on their own.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense? So I'm like, okay, you guys want to do that? You guys want to cut me out? That's fine. Because Don, his name was Don, my mentor. His name was Don. He just recently passed. Rest in peace. But so he would tell me, like, why you hang out with those guys? You can do so much more with your life.
Right.
Still not knowing what he was talking about. I was like, okay, whatever, old man.
Switch to TurboTax.
Well, y'all think I'll win that game, bro?
If you didn't file with us last year, just file with TurboTax Do It Yourself by February 28th. Download now.
My friend, the one I went to, Ashley, her account got burned finally. The Bank of America account got burned.
At some point, the check.
Obviously. So now Juan and Chico are like, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? And since they saw that none of the checks really like got them in trouble, what do? One of them makes like an account. One of them themselves makes an account at U.S. Bank. U.S. Bank, if I'm not mistaken, is a second chance bank. Okay, if you messed up with Chase or whatever, something happened, you can use U.S. Bank as a second chance to go ahead and recover whatever, like credit or your credibility with banking, But the thing is, with second chance banks, if you deposit a check that's not in the account holder's name, that account is going to get flagged. So what do? He lets it be open without doing any checks, maybe like a couple of weeks. Then he deposits one of these checks from that company, but he doesn't, you can wash a check and change the name and stuff like that, He doesn't do that. He's so desperate for money, he doesn't do that. Puts it in there. Matter of fact, that check was in
they got some
Chico.
Fire bets on here.
Mess with it and put his name on it. So Juan puts a check in Chico's name in his own account.
Right.
So they flag the account. Not just that, the bank contacts the business that had written the check. And they're like, hey, we have this check that's written in this person's name.
Who do I got?
Really?
Coinbase.
Well, first of all,
we don't even know who that guy is.
Yeah. We don't know who that is. And second, that stack of checks are all canceled because they were stolen. Oh, really? So obviously, you know what happened next. You know,
they contact the police and they ask your buddy to come. Hey, can you come in real quick? Could you come in? We just need your sign. We forgot to have you initial something when you initially came in. No big deal.
And see, he was smarter than your friend. He was a little smarter than your friend. You know, he knew that. He knew at least that much. But so one day, Juan also happens to be, the plug. You know, so me and some other guy, we're driving to his house. And we're like, hey man,
did he go in?
No, hell no.
So
he knew way better than that. You know? He knew way better than that. So he's free for a few more days. But obviously, they see this unravel. You know, the police is gonna start looking really into it, and they're gonna be like, "Well, we need to pay this guy a visit." You know. Now, Juan thinks that he's gonna, because he didn't walk in, he's good.
Right.
I'm like, no. So me and my friend Julian, we're like, hey, we're trying to score. Let's go to Juan's house. You know, he's always got it. Cool. We get there, and I'm like, hey Juan. He's like, all right, I'll be out in a second. Okay. Little did we know, because it was a mobile home park. So we're on the other one side of the house, but on the other side of the house, he was having a conversation with somebody. Can you guess who that was?
The police?
Yes.
Okay.
So he's like, I'll be over there in a second. Okay, cool. So me and my friend Julian are just messing around, just talking, chopping it up. And before I know it, and think about it, I'm in my car, the door's open, right? And he's like this. I didn't even hear him walk up. And I'm like, oh, no shit, I'm like, hey, well, how's it going? I'm like, just hanging out. I'm like, oh, you know Juan? Oh, yeah, I'm getting to know Juan pretty well. I'm like, really? And he's like, well, what do you guys know about these stolen checks? I'm just like, what are you talking about? So he like kind of like questions us, trying to like get something out of us, but we don't know anything. Finally, when he realizes he's not gonna get anything, he's all right, get out of here. We're investigating here. Like you're probably not gonna see your friend Juan anymore. Okay, whatever.
Ever?
Yeah, like I don't know.
I mean, how many checks was it?
It was a lot.
Right.
It was a lot. So we take off, and I don't see Juan or Chico for 2 years.
Okay.
2 years, and so at this point I go and tell Don, hey Don, like this and this happened. He's like, see, I told you, He was like a dad, really,
Crypto.
And he's like, see, I told you, why you hanging out with knuckleheads, da. And a few weeks after that, I finally realized what he was getting at with me,
Crazy.
So I'm thatching the yard. I'll never forget it. Thatching the yard so you can reseed it. So when thatching is a certain blade.
Okay.
You put it on the lawnmower and then you put it to the lowest setting. And then it not only does it cut the grass, it just takes it out so you can reseed it.
All right.
So you can put a whole new yard because some of the grass was dead. It wasn't growing right. So I was thatching the yard. Boom, 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 boom. And he's looking on Facebook and he's always like, you need to get a job, but nothing like a warehouse. Because okay, cool, whatever. So he's looking, and I know what he's doing because he has his routine.
Let's go, Denver.
They have, we all have our routines as it is, but older people are really on their routine. Like they don't move it for nobody. He's scrolling, and he's like, hey, come here. I'm like, what? He's like, look what I found. And he shows me this job listing for a car dealership. I'm like, okay. He's like, why don't you sign up? And I started laughing. I was like, you crazy? Like me, a salesman? And he's like, yeah. Like I'm looking at how I'm dressed and everything. I got dirty shorts on. I got like dirt all on my face. I'm like, dude, like,
well, you take a shower and put some different.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just like, there's no way.
Right.
And he's like, but you can. I'm like, but how? And this is where he tells me, like, you have the gift of gab. I'm like, huh? I'm like, what? You have the gift of gab. I'm like, you can literally talk to people and persuade them into do maybe not anything, but definitely persuade them to sign this for a car. It's not that hard. I'm like, I thought he was joking, but I don't argue anymore because he'll argue until the sun goes down. I'm like, I'm not trying to do that. So I sit on it. I sit on the idea. I'm like, okay, like why would he tell me this? Why would he set me up for failure? But I know him pretty well at this point. I'm like, he would not set me up for failure. Maybe he does see something in me that I don't see. So the next day, I'm like, okay, I'm going to fill out the application. Like, all right, I'm going to go to the store. When I come back, show me what you got. So I fill it out, right? And the last question on that application was, why should we hire you? And I'm in my head, I'm thinking, all right, I'm going to just say whatever comes to my mind. And I put, you should hire me because I can sell one of those cars to the very owner of the company. I'm thinking like this is laughable.
Minnesota and Toronto.
And so Don comes back from the store, and he's like, all right, what you got? So I show him the application. I'm like, look, this is what I'm gonna put. And he sees the answer and he starts cracking up. But after he stops laughing, he's like, that's the fucking attitude to have.
Okay.
And I'm like, what? Still not catching it.
With extreme confidence.
Exactly. I'm thinking, I thought it was a joke. He's like, no. So I submit the application. The next day, the whole thatch in the yard was like a week project, about a week. The next day I go and I'm breaking the dirt around, making it nice and even, And I get a call. Hey, this is so-and-so from so-and-so, such dealer. I don't want to mention any names, but so he says, we really liked your application, especially the last answer you gave us. I'm like,
I ain't
really?
put that.
I'm thinking, really? I'm like, oh yeah, I'm just thinking, I know I feel like I have this thing where I can talk to people. I'm really good with people. I may not have the experience and any what the job entails or wants me to do, but I know that I'm good with people. And it's like, really, that's all we need. Because we want to train someone that we can mold them to our liking. This is a buy here, pay here. This is different from other dealerships.
Right.
So can you come in for an interview? Sure. Come in for an interview. I nailed the interview. Start the next day, and now I'm just smashing deals out. Like it's just like no problem. Boom, boom, boom. And like right away, I start noticing. Okay, like it only took me a few minutes to realize this person's having a good day. This person's having a bad day, or certain conversations sit well or not sit well with them. So I got really good at what I did, and it was straight edge. It was good. Nothing was going on. I totally forgot about any fraud that I had ever done. Everything was looking up. This is throughout the 2 years that Chico and Juan
are gone.
Okay. So, so they get out. I'm about 2 years in because I got this job right when they went in, so the thing happened with the checks. I got scared. Look, I've never hung out with people that I knew would get me in trouble. One thing is going to the principal's office because whatever, but it's another thing to be like, man, I got arrested and did whatever this much time.
Right.
Now I got to go see the judge. That I was so petrified of that for a long time, or still to this day.
Right.
But, things happen. So they get out, they get a hold of me. And they look at me and they're like, well, what's the next move? I'm like, what are you talking about the next move? Like, yeah, man, like, you're not doing checks anymore. I'm like, no, like I'm making really good money here at this dealership. I like what I do. They pay for my license. Like if I don't make the quota, they still pay me, there's still a base pay, which I never needed to do that. But the fact that it was there, this was reassuring,
right?
So they're like, okay, well, check it out. Look, this is what we learned when we were in jail. So they start pitching me their ideas, about credit card fraud and all this, all that, generating gift card numbers and stuff. I'm like, okay, well, how much is that going to bring? And they're like, well, we don't know. I'm like, then I don't want any part of it, And if you can come in and be me like, look, we have these numbers generated. This is how much we're going to make in this much time. And this is the chance of getting in trouble. Then maybe I'll go for it. But right now I'm selling cars. And this is what I'm doing, like, just leave me alone. So they did for about a month. And it's crazy because like after like even now I realize like they came to me because they knew that I would figure something out. I would always figure something out, And so they come back a month later. They go to the dealership that I'm at,
Right.
And they both sit down there like, hey, like, can we talk to you? All right, let me just make it seem like we're going on a test drive,
Right.
So I had been doing so good at this dealership, like they trusted me, They were like, whatever file I brought to them, ID, whatever, social copies of everything, the application, everything, They would even have me look up the credit for them, like something that the finance manager is supposed to do and look over.
Mm-hmm.
But I got so good at it, they're like, hey, just run the credit and tell me what you see. Tell me if it's good or not.
Right.
Like pretty much doing their job, like, So, okay. So we're on a test drive, and Chico and Juan are like, look, we have this idea. I'm like, I'm not risking my job. I'm like, wait. What if we were to come in, we apply for a loan, we use our name with somebody else's social that has the same name? I'm thinking in my head, like I already had an idea about all this,
Right.
Because I realized everything is just paperwork, I'm okay. And I'm thinking, what issue would my bosses have with allowing this to go through or without them catching on? Got it. I was like, I said, the address. if the address on their ID or driver's license is nowhere near anywhere on the credit report, that's going to raise a big red flag.
Right.
You know? Now, I know that it's pretty much common sense to say, even if an address has been recently added to a credit report,
you just moved.
Yeah, like it could kind of raise a red flag, just a little bit. But the thing is, it was me. They're like, oh yeah, Peter's got it. Peter's got it. You know, Peter's got it. Peter's got it. So they never questioned anything. Right. You know? So I'm like, okay, this is what I want you to do. I told them, this is what I want you to do. And I'm not doing it any other way because I'm not risking my job. Okay, what's up? They're like, you have to make sure that the address that's on your ID somehow appears on the credit report. And that's easy. All you got to do is, let's see, you make a Cash App account, you put your address, you use their social.
You could apply for a credit card.
Boom. And that's it. It'll just, on the credit report, oh, a new address has been added to your file. And if the person that they're using is not monitoring their credit, they're never going to know.
Right.
Like you can apply for a card, have it sent to your house, and they'll still never know,
So all they're really trying to do is get a loan, buy a car in somebody else's name.
Yes.
But this has the same name as them.
Yes.
Where are they getting that information?
Okay. So there's a lot of websites,
Yeah.
I don't know if you want me to say them or not, but there are websites where so it used to be just straight debit card. Here are your socials. Here are your driver's license numbers. Here's whatever you need. It used to be through Visa, MasterCard. Now it's through Bitcoin, which makes it a little more anonymous, I guess you could say,
So these guys are going on a website and saying, okay, I'm going to go on this website. And I'm going to get the name, my name is John Doe. I'm looking for someone named John Doe. And it gives me a bunch of people's John Does. And I find somebody who's roughly my age. And it's also going to give me their social security number.
Yes,
so
social security number.
Is this because so much information has been stolen?
Yes.
And so it's the kind of like the dark web. It's just a forum.
Not even that deep, but yes. So no, I swear not even that deep because the dark web is like it's whoa. It's like everything. You can literally become that person. You know?
Right.
But no, not that
they are
deep,
becoming this person.
Pretty much.
Because they're still able to kind of just use. Are they using their IDs?
No, okay, so Chico and Juan are using their IDs. Yeah, they went and got at the DMV, but they're using someone else's social. Does that make sense? Okay, so
okay.
You get me?
So when you go to pull their credit, their date of birth doesn't match.
That's the thing, though. Remember, I said people trusted me. My bosses trusted me.
So even though that came up, it's still kind of irrelevant because the addresses match, the names match. Everything, but the only thing that now looks odd is that it might say that, hey, the dates of birth don't match, but that could be, but they have an ID.
Yeah. And like, boom, there it is.
Here's my ID. This is my, I don't know what the one on the credit is. So now there's two
on the credit file.
So it's a, what do they call it? It's a fraud alert, but it's easily overcome by providing the actual ID. So
Exactly.
it is on there, but somebody entered it incorrectly and now it's always coming.
The guy showed his ID.
Yeah.
And then also I told him, look, because I knew the credit questions. I'm like, you have to get to know this person on paper enough to where you can pass the credit questions as well.
Yeah.
So they did, they would do their homework and they were like, well, how do we do that? I'm like, dude, I can't do everything for you. I can't do everything for you.
Yeah, if I have to do everything for you, I don't need you.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not splitting shit. I'll just do it myself.
Exactly. So, I did it maybe the first time,
Right.
This is what you do. Boom. Okay. It worked. I did the homework, gave them the information. They one day, oh, hey, how's it going? How you doing? Oh, okay. Hey, my name is so-and-so. I'd like to apply for a loan. Cool. I already knew what was going on,
I know.
Well, so my bosses So my bosses are like, okay, he's got another sale.
Yeah.
Cool. Fills it out, uses that social. He's ready. He's got his ID and everything,
He
and
ready.
I'm like, hey, well, can I get a copy of your social? He's like, you know what, man? Like, I just moved back from my old lady's house. We split up. I moved back to my mom's. In the move, I lost it.
Right.
So I go to my boss with this. I'm like, hey, man, this and this happened. He's like, oh, yeah, that happens.
He didn't care.
That's cool. That happens. And he said, well, how much does he have? That was literally the number one question.
Yeah.
You know this. How much does he have? Oh, he's got about $2,800. What car does he want? Oh, he wants his car. Well, what's his credit looking like? I haven't gotten that far yet.
Right.
Let me get that far and then I'll come tell you. Run it. That's what I knew. Okay, cool. Social thing, we're all good. So I would run the credit. It was obviously, I already knew it was good credit,
Right.
And boom. Like, okay, all right, cool. So I would pop the credit questions out, give it to them. They passed it, So everything flew. It went through, Juan got his car. Chico got his car. I'm like, look, you motherfuckers need to make the payments.
And
for
they're
a
gonna
little,
go sell them to drug dealers
for a little
right?
bit they did, you know, because they had that respect, like, you know, like, hey, like I saw you guys go to jail, I'm not going to jail, like, you know,
they
like,
at least got to make the first payment.
Yeah, so like, you know, for maybe no, it was actually a couple months, you know.
Yeah, no, I know that. I'm just saying that I'd be telling them you at least got to make the first payment, because the first payment defraud, they're going to investigate.
Boom, exactly. Right. Okay, so all right, so now they're like, well, what if we bring you all these people to do the same thing? I'm like, okay, we can do that, but they need to know that they got to make the payment. That's literally the most important thing. Anything else I can probably fix. You know, if my boss notices an inconsistency, whatever, I'll be able to cover it up, whatever, you know. But the payment, like, this is my main thing, because I'm not going to lose my job, and I'm not going to go to jail for somebody's stupid mistake. Fact. You know, if they can do that, and that's fine. So it took them a little bit, but they started finding people. Boom, boom, boom. Started bringing people in, you know, marry so-and-so, this and that, this and that, this and that. And this goes on for a long time. Like, I want to say like about a year and a half, you know? And
so at some point, I'm going to predict that at some point it's going to catch up with your boss's financing, and there he's going to lose his financing, and it's going to really probably devastate that fucking dealership.
You know, so, because remember, this company, the reason why they picked me is because they just started, and they wanted to mold their salesmen. Like I told you, they wanted to mold their salesmen to how they wanted, you know? We had a seminar type thing where this, like, buy here, pay here, like, guru, you know, came and told us how to improve and be better, and which is cool. Like, I learned a lot from those 3 days, you know? And I'm like, okay, cool.
Like Grant Cardone, Andy Elliott comes in and
rips his shirt off.
Yeah, stuff like that, you know? I remember back in my day, you know, I was like, I used to get a hat trick and it was nothing. I'm like, okay, guy, you know? All right. So then, so this is going on for about a year and a half. And what's cool is, like, I keep tabs on these cars, you know? Hey, like, what's up? You're making your payment? Yeah, okay, cool. Boom, 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 boom. Which is cool, because the only thing is that didn't make sense to me is, like, you're making a payment to better someone else's credit. Like, does that not bother you? No, I wanted this car. I'm like, all right, cool. You know?
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say that the real problem is that if their credit was shot to begin with, then they're not good risks, and at some point they're going to stop paying.
Yeah. So which is, I mean, I didn't see that coming. I mean, I did see it coming, but I just didn't know
it wanted it to not catch up with you.
Exactly.
Like, I don't mind if it happens, but if it's 2 years down the road, it doesn't catch up with you.
Yeah, because
if 3 months down the road, it catches up eventually. If enough of them do it.
Exactly. So about a year and a half later, they're like, we can't find any more people. Like, we can't. We tell them about it.
Like, all the people y'all can find.
Right.
I'm like, oh shit, because I'm used to these extra deals, you know. Right. Like, I'm literally getting employee of the month. My pictures on the wall.
Right.
You know, like, hey Peter, like, come tell this guy how to do it. I'm just like, well,
you gotta get a buddy.
You know, and I mean, I did know, like, the fundamentals of how to be a good salesman.
Yeah.
But the fact that was going on,
fraud pays more.
Exactly. You know. So okay, about a year and a half later, and they're like, well, we can't find any more people. And I'll never forget this. It was like around tax time. You know, tax time, everyone got money. Well, you know, everybody got money around tax time. And so, like, single moms and stuff, hey, I got this person. And I'm just like, you know what, fuck it. Just bring them in. You know? Like, can you at least make the first payment, you know? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, okay, but you don't have a job. You're putting pretty much all the money you got from your taxes into this car.
Right.
And you're going to go and not make the first payment. You're going to lose it.
Right.
You know?
Well, they're not that smart.
You know? Yeah. I figured that, you know? So whatever. Okay. So that goes on for about like 2 or 3 months. Now they're just literally just bringing people in. Oh, we got this person's name. We got this credit profile.
Right.
You know? They'll literally pull them from the bike trail. The bike trail is like this famous place where people, homeless people and drug addicts and whatever. So they would pull them out, clean them up a little bit, and then, you know, they'll come in and be like, oh, my name is so-and-so. I'm just like, I'm looking at them like, oh, man, this is not going to end good, you know, whatever. But the thing is, like, my boss, you know, what really kind of hurt me the most at the end of the day is, like, man, these people really trusted me. Like, these people really counted on me to make this company thrive, you know, and then, you know,
and you messed up.
So about 3 months later, I want to say maybe, I don't know, maybe I didn't put a high number on it. Maybe like 20 or 30 deals.
Okay.
You know, 3-4 months later, 20 or 30 deals, all first month default. All of them.
Like, okay.
You know? And I remember I'm keeping up with this and I'm just like, oh my God, like, but the reason why I asked you earlier is like, when did you know you were going to get caught?
Right.
You know, my next question was going to be like, when it happened, did you expect it to be then? And the answer is no. Like it's you never, you know it's going to happen. You just don't know when, you know?
Right.
So, you know, one day I get ready, you know, I get up early that day too. I'm going to get ready. I'm going to go to work and I'm going to knock these deals out. I get to the office and my office is empty. Usually when they fire you, they give you a box and they tell you, go get your shit, get out of here. You know, but no, they went ahead and did it themselves. Took the courtesy to be like, so all my stuff is also right outside the door of my office. You know, I'm just like, are we moving? It was like, no,
you're moving.
Exactly. Right. You know, like go talk to the boss in that office. Now that office that I'm talking about, I've seen people go in there, come out, fired.
Right.
Come out, you're bad. And, you know, if you're in that office, it's for a bad reason. Right. You know what I mean? And everyone I seen walk in there, they walk out and then we never see them again. You know, so I'm like, oh, it's my turn.
Right.
But I realized I'm like, it's not just going to be my turn. I'm probably going to go to jail because I already knew, like, they know what happened. You know?
The way you see an idea in your mind and shape it into something that could only come from you. This is how website creation should.
You know, I'm so-and-so, I'm an executive here, you know, at the company, you know, like, you know, your boss answers to his boss and his boss answers to me, stuff like that. You know, he made a big old like introduction about himself, you know? So I seen him and I was like, oh man, you know, sit down. I sit down and he had, you know, those boxes of the copy paper, for office, like the square ones with the lid on.
Yeah.
He had about maybe like, I want to say 6, 7, 8 of them. You know, and there was 1 or 2 on the table, the rest were on the floor. Obviously, you know what that is.
Yeah, these are the files, all the bad files.
All the deals, you know, and not just the first month defaults, like all of them, you know, because they went back, you know, let me get there. So
they went through all your files.
Yeah. So he pops open the first 2 boxes, you know, or just the first one. And he pops out like 7 manila envelopes or those folders, you know, spreads them out, opens the first one. He's like, so it's such and such name, such and such date, salesman, Peter Falcon, first month default. Closes it. Does this about 7 times. Now I'm getting the point to what he's getting at, you know? And I'm like, and he's like, do you have anything to say?
The economy's bad. I mean, it's the economy. It's who's president at the time?
Here is it. I want to say like 21.
21. Oh
no, 18, 19. Because 21 was when I started to really
you know, Trump, the economy. You know, whoever it is, you blame it on the president. Biden.
Yeah,
you know, it's the economy.
You know? But he knew. He knew. You know, and he's like, we know what you did. I'm like, and I was gonna say what? And he's like, before you say, what are you talking about? You know, and I was like, all right. Well, he's like, look, we know what you did. We know what's going on. You know, we trusted you. You took advantage of the fact that we wouldn't look at the dates of birth. Because you were doing so well. Whatever file you brought to us, we just sailed it through because we did not expect anything to happen. But you have 32 first month defaults, back to back to back to back. And I'm just like, like, how are you going to explain this? I'm like, well, look, you know, like, I don't know. Like, these people seem like they were going to make the payment. And he's like, well, how is it that someone that doesn't have a job seemed to have a 750 credit score? Like, make it make sense. You can't. You know what it is? You fraudulently made these deals. Okay. Like, and this is not, in my head, I'm thinking, this is the part where he says, I'm going to call the police. You can't go anywhere. But he said, here's what's going to happen. And I knew right then and there, like, I'm not going to jail.
Right.
I'm not going to jail. He's going to say something that's going to be like, okay. So he tells me, he's like, look, nobody wants to have an investigation be open on their establishment, especially an establishment that can barely stand up on its 2 feet.
Right.
You know, because we have less than 10 years open. Buy here, pay here is not very common, not very popular. A lot of people see that as like bad. Like we prey on people who have bad credit, you know? And it's like, in my head, I'm thinking, well, we kind of do. Right. You know, like the interest rate is just, I don't know, it's terrible. I don't know if you know about buy here, pay here. Yeah, but it's terrible.
Right.
You know, like they're like, we're the bank, we approve who we want. Like, yeah, you also take advantage of people, you know? And when we were selling this like 2007 like Mazda CX-7 for it was like way overpriced, and then the monthly payment was outrageous, and the person was like,
"Hey, that's fact. Hey, people be wanting them cars, so they willing to do anything and everything that they got to do to get that bad boy."
Call the police for a robbery on this one, but you know what? All right. Yeah, people would make comments like that all the time, you know, and then I was like, okay,
go somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly, you know. So like, if you couldn't get it approved anywhere, this is where they would land, you know? But of course, you've had your people come in, and because they like a specific model that we have, they got a 800 sell right through, you know, so no problem. But yeah, so he would tell me like, you mean this person doesn't have a job, but can make the payment, you know? But I'm in my head, I'm thinking, how did you find out they didn't have a job? I would make everything, just like, you know, the statements, and I mean, you know, like I mean the stubs. I'd make the stubs. So he figured it out because he would call the company.
Yeah,
you know, and then so he's like, well, first of all, this isn't even the company's number, and this isn't, you know, this person doesn't even work there.
Right.
You know, and sometimes it was even like this company is not even real, like, you know, because as time goes on, you kind of like, as you can solve the problem, you start getting a little careless and more and more and more, because you're like, oh, this is easy, you know. I think you said it in the interview you had with Vlad TV, you know. That was the first one I seen. I watched all your interviews, by the way, all of them, you know.
You get brazen.
Yeah.
Right.
Which one?
No, I'm saying you, after everything keeps going through, you get brazen.
Yeah,
you start
bold.
thinking you're bold. Exactly.
Yeah, you get
Same,
bold.
same thing.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
you start to think you can't do anything wrong. Like they can't catch me. I'm that good.
That's exactly right. You know,
Fucking it's just ego. It just gets to you.
Yeah, because like it's like you said. The thing is, when you get a problem that comes up and you take care of it,
right,
you become more bold as you take care of it. Now, the real trouble begins when you get problems coming at you faster than you can take care of them. That's when the real trouble. And like, man, he said it, like, it's true, you know?
Right.
Like after a while, you're just like, oh man, so many problems coming at the same time, and you only have a certain time frame to solve them. It's not going to happen.
You had 32 of them.
Yeah, 32 of them, man. 32 of them. And so let's get back to the conversation. And he's like, here's what's going to happen. Okay. He's like, and it was weird because like the people that we were doing for like the first year and a half, they were actually making their payments.
Right.
You know, I was like, what? Okay, cool. You know, most of them were, you know. By then, Chico and Juan, they're driving around with this car that, yeah, the tow truck's looking for them, you know?
Yeah.
You get me? It was only a matter of time before, you know, they found them. But those first month defaults, look, here's what's going to happen, right? We're going to find those 32 first month defaults. We're going to recover the car. And with the other ones, if they keep making their payment, cool. If they don't, it doesn't look like it was fraudulent, because years later or a couple months later, anything can happen. You lose your job, this, you know. So okay, well, if we gotta go recover the car, we don't know anything,
right?
You know, we just know that this person came for this car, they've been paying it, and now they're not paying it, so we got to recover it. But at this first month defaults, we got to recover these cars, or we're gonna be on the hook for that, because the finance company, you know, like, hey, what's going on? You know what I mean? They're gonna ask like, what's really going on?
Yeah, statistically, it's improbable. There's many people aren't going to pay. So they think there's fraud involved.
So either recover the cars, or we have a problem. You have a problem on your hands.
So they want you to go recover 32 cars?
No.
Fuck, am I gonna?
They did it. You know.
Okay.
They did it. You know, because they didn't want to be on. They didn't want to have an investigation launched in their company. They didn't want anybody going through their files. You know, who does, right?
Yeah.
So they're like, look, we're gonna squash this right here. You know. You're gonna leave us on the hook for recovering these cars, but that's not a problem, because we can get them located. You know, okay, cool. But get your shit,
right?
Get out of here. We never want to see you again. Okay, that's fine. So I'm thinking in my head like
the best possible outcome.
Right. You know, and I'm thinking in my head like, did that really just happen? Like, did that really just happen? It's like, yeah. So, but okay, note that within those days, I want to say like the last 2-3 months. I'm thinking in my head, I need to go to the next level. Like okay, car sales is good.
Yeah, that's the right attitude.
You know what I'm saying? Like
I just dodged a bullet. Maybe I should reevaluate my fraud career here.
Yeah. And it kind of makes me think of like when you're answering the question in the interview, and it's like, well, I kind of got to the point where I was like, well, should I just
How
go
you
and start
living?
over, doing things straight, or just go straight fraud?
You
Oh no,
from
I
John
did
Boy?
the same exact stupid decision.
Yeah,
Just
you know?
I should have just moved in my parents' my old room in my parents' house and claimed bankruptcy and started my life over again. But that wasn't the choice I made. I felt like
you always go, you always go for exactly.
I'm not in jail.
Yeah. Ego speaks very loudly, man. You know what I mean? And so, but you don't know it at the time. You just don't know it at the time. Well, maybe like you ignore it, you know? So, all right. So I'm thinking, okay, I need to get into real estate. So, you know,
right.
You know what I'm saying? Before I even had the conversation with the executive guy about being fired, and before they found out everything was happening, I was already, so Sundays was my day of like, I knew I wanted to do something more. You know, I know I keep saying that, but like I just knew, you know, I need financial freedom. And I'm not going to do it by getting at a 40-hour week and wait for my pension to take care of me. Like, I'm not going to do that. You know,
right.
Like I see a lot of people do this. They're miserable. Like, no, I'm not doing that, you know? So, but I mean, I could have had a little more patience.
I was just thinking, so, but they eventually get a pension.
Yeah,
and they don't have to go to jail. But go ahead.
Yeah. No, you're right. So, all right. So maybe about like two months before this thing hits the fan, like I'm like, I need to go to the next level. Like I need to do something to make more money, you know? So I started looking I seen this guy. His name is King Kong. And I think he's Vietnamese or something like that, you know? But I'm on TikTok scrolling one Sunday afternoon. Sunday was a slow day, you know? Scrolling to TikTok, and he's like, you can make money, you know, like doing real estate without a license, without using your own money. You see this check right here? Like he just goes to the video and he explains the whole thing, how to wholesale real estate.
Right.
And I'm like, dude, like I can do this, you know? So like I get a hold of him. At that point, he was already so into his like.
You got a hold of him?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought you just started watching the TikToks.
Yeah. Like at some point in time, he was already so deep into his thing. It was hard to get a hold of him, you know. But I would comment on all his videos and everything. Finally, I was like, dude, like you need to give me some pointers. Like, how do I do this? So like on the first deal, he was like, oh, just do this. I'm like, what do I tell the guy? You know, oh, do this. Epic fail. Everything falls through. He sees it. I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm like, okay, I need to take a different approach, you know? So, all right, let me back up. So
that when he says, buy my course.
Yeah. I'm like, no. Right. Come on, man. Like, you know, like that I knew was not going to happen. Like, I'm not going to buy your course. Like, you know, like whatever you learned, you learned on your own, and you didn't need a course yourself.
Where
so
you
why
from,
should I
German boy?
That makes sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's making money off of people that, no, not happening. So, all right, so I stopped selling cars, and for about maybe 3 weeks, I'm like, kicking myself in the head, like, damn, I knew I shouldn't have done that. I knew, but hey, can't dwell on the past. You can only live in the present and plan the future, you know? So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna just dive deep into this real estate thing. And again, in my head, Peter, you cannot involve fraud.
Right.
Look what happened with the check thing. You dodged the bullet with going to jail. They went to jail, but you dodged the bullet. Look what happened with the cars. Again, you dodged the bullet and you didn't go to jail. You're not gonna get lucky a third time. So I'm okay. Oh yeah, I'm good. I can do this. You know, I'll be making enough money with wholesale real estate that I won't need to do that.
Right.
That was the initial thought. You know, so I start and I started like networking on Facebook. You know,
so explain the wholesaling.
Yeah.
The wholesaling
I ain't
concept.
gonna
You're
lie,
talking
bro.
about what you're talking about.
What's
I
crazy?
think this is what you're talking about. Is what we used to call burn.
What's crazy, bro? All these people that's talking about all the stuff that they doing, I literally be telling y'all about, from the wholesaling of real estate, the check fraud, credit card fraud, tax time fraud, all this stuff that these different people are saying. I don't know it from a can of paint, never seen it. These interviews is fairly new. I've been talking about the same exact stuff for the past 6 years. That's crazy.
Or dogging. Have you ever heard that term?
Yes.
It's not a good term.
It's exactly it though. Yeah.
But it's or I guess a more mainstream would be like a flipping contract. So you base it, or door knockers. I think that's what I have a buddy named Eddie Sorales who calls them like door knockers, where you go and you advertise, or you actually physically go out there and knock on people's doors and say, are you interested in selling your house? And then, so you get in touch with homeowners that are trying to sell their house, or maybe they're interested, maybe they're not. You contact them, you say, hey, would you be interested in selling your house? They say, if they say yes, you say, okay, I can probably get you
this
whatever,
much,
get you $100,000, even though in your mind, I could probably flip this house, probably get an investor or somebody to buy it for 120. So you tell them, I'll get you 100,000. Can you give me 90 days? We'll put 1,000 in escrow, whatever. So they say, they sign it for
100,000.
Yes, $100,000 for 60 days or 90-day contract, and then you go to a hard money lender, or you go to somebody, some investor, and you say, hey man, I got this house for 120.
Yeah.
And but you got to buy it cash. And then so they schedule a closing. They go, everybody shows up, they close it. This person buys it for 120 from you.
Yes.
And you now have the 120 and you buy it from the original, the true owner for 100,000. You keep 20,000,
bro.
And you really only own that house for a fraction of a second, because really technically you sold the house before you even owned it. However, it's within the same day, so it's irrelevant on what the sequence of the events is, because they're actually going to they'll actually file the deed transferring from the true owner to you, and from you to the investor. He'll get the house, he'll renovate it, he'll sell it for $190,000 after he's put 30 or 40,000 in, and that's it. So it's a concept that's done all the time. It just takes a lot of legwork. But when they hit, you make a nice chunk. You're basically starving. Boom, it hits. I got $40,000.
That's right.
Starving. Boom, I got another 25,000. Boom, and if you do it constantly, some of these guys are making $50,000 a month.
But it's like you don't sleep, man.
No, you're working 80 hours a week. You're taking phone calls all the day. It's nothing but problems. But it's a lot of money.
Yeah, it is.
It can be.
Yeah,
can be.
So if everything goes well,
if you can do it. Like if you're smart, which most people aren't, but if you can do it, if you can withstand the initial first couple of sales, and then that money, you hold that money and realize I'm going to live off of this money within my means. Then it becomes much easier.
Yes, because you're not worried. You're
not worried. I've got 45 grand in the bank, and then you get another 20, and you're only spending 10 a month. And so when they hit every other month, and then suddenly you have 1 month when 3 hits, and you're like, holy shit, I got 100 grand in the fucking bank. So, but what happens is most people, they get that 40 grand or that 20 grand the first time. They blow through all of it, and they're broke, and they they spiral out of control. And then they go, what happened?
Well, you know what happened. You know what happened.
That's true. We do that.
So, okay. So I started getting into real estate. I take a deep dive in this, and obviously I tried to do it by myself with the help of King Kong, whatever, barely, but failed. I was like, okay, I got to take a different approach. So I go on Facebook and I start networking. I find groups of people that are wholesaling, and so I I become a part of this team. These guys are out of Chicago, and so they're like, okay, here's what you're going to do. Your job is to just find me, skip trace the phone numbers and find me the owner's phone number and get in contact with them. And I'll have someone else make the appointment, So I did. I started skip tracing, and I realized right away that skip tracing only meant going on like Property Radar or a prop stream and then just getting the phone numbers from there. I'm like, you guys are idiots. Like, some of those numbers are so outdated, you're never gonna find them. So I started doing my own thing, started finding my own way. Like, so I would find the real phone numbers, So then I would get in contact with them, pass the number along, and the rest of that process happened. But I'm like, I don't just want to do this. Like, I'm made for more of this. So I learned that process well. And they moved me up to the one that talks to the owner and sets up the appointment. And now that took a little bit. And then I moved up to the one where I go to the appointments and I calculate ARV. I calculate how much we can really give them. I handle objections. I with the owner and stuff like that. I pretty much, hey, sign this paper, you're gonna be all right.
Right.
And I got really good at it, So once I learned the full process of the wholesale, I did not need the team anymore.
Right.
That makes sense?
Still, it's a lot of phone calls, right? It's a lot of phone calls, a lot of rejection.
Yes.
A lot of people saying, don't call me again. I'm not interested. Hanging up on you.
Yeah. So like I would call, be like, you're not licensed, hang up. You know, or this and that. Oh, wholesaler, hung up, you know? But don't get me wrong. There were some people like, Craigslist.
Who be hanging up on you?
Craigslist, there was a lot of people that would welcome wholesalers, Hey, I'm trying to sell this property. I don't want to go through, through the MLS? Or,
Yeah.
I don't want to go through there because I have it. It's pretty much in, it's just 2x4s. It's like I tried to rebuild it, didn't work out. Now I want to sell it.
Right.
Because I just can't keep up with it. The project went bad, whatever, So you get there and it's like half renovated.
Yeah.
Like,
but they can't sell that to anybody anyway, because it's not like they can put it on and get a first time home buyer.
Yeah,
it's half a house.
Exactly.
You have to have an investor come in because he has to complete it or tear it down and start over.
Exactly. So these are the ones that I loved.
And they don't want to go to a real estate agent because why would now I got to pay 7 if it's 7%.
Yeah.
So if I'm selling the $100,000 piece of property, I lose $7,000 right off the
bat. Yeah, right off the bat.
Right. I'm already in a shitty position.
Exactly. And but yeah, those are the ones that I come to love because like, oh, it's easy, and like I just get an investor, and the owner knew that they were in a hole.
Yeah.
So when you give them, honestly, it's always a shitty offer because you're trying to make money yourself.
But you're in a shitty position.
And
if you could sell it, you were in a great position, you wouldn't fucking need me.
Exactly. So that was kind of the speech I would give them. Like,
it's really the same thing as the buy here, pay her.
Exactly. That's funny because it's true.
It is. Yeah. It is. People are like, oh, you're taking when you're like, oh, you're taking advantage. Well, then go somewhere else. And then, well, I can't go anywhere. So I'm really doing you a favor.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to look at it in a negative light, then that's fine.
Yeah.
Go under. Take the bus.
Yep.
Walk an hour and a half to get to the bus. Take the bus for 45 minutes, go to your fucking shitty job for 8 hours, get back on the fucking bus, ride for 45 minutes, walk an hour and a half, spend 4 hours a day on that shitty transportation that sometimes doesn't even run.
Yeah, exactly.
They cancel buses. I didn't even know that till I got to the halfway house. Sometimes you're sitting there at the fucking bus station and the bus never comes.
That's right. That's right.
You're like, what? Yeah. Oh, no, they shut it down the line today.
Yeah.
I have a job.
Yeah.
So, but the whole thing is that really it's like you got yourself in a shitty position. We're going to lend you a car. We're going to gouge the crap out of you. Suck it up, make the payments.
Yeah.
Get and at some point you'll be able to refinance or go get another vehicle.
It'll be better.
You'll be better off.
Exactly.
But you put yourself in this position. Yeah. We're doing you a favor.
And it's funny you say that because when I was doing the car sales, there was one black guy. He was like, dude, but you don't understand. Like, I got shawties calling me and they're telling me come pick me up, and I can't even text back because I don't have a car. I'm like, which is more than enough reason, and I push the paper to him, for you to sign this paper, right? And he's like, but you're telling me that this car is worth this much, and you give me for this much, like, dude, like it's up to you. Like, you want to be able to text back saying, okay, I'll pick you up, or do you want to be like, I can't? Yeah. He's like, all right, and he signed. Which it's true. It's like, hey, don't look at it as a shitty car.
Trying to get you laid, bro.
Yeah,
trying to help you out,
and look at it as an opportunity to stop this madness. Your credit's gonna get better. It's gonna be a distant memory, and at the end of the day, so boom. And that was more or less when people would give me trouble. That's more or less how the speech would go. And okay, they would sign. All right. So it was
real estate guys.
Yeah. So real estate was a similar thing. They're gonna give you objections. Now the objections in real estate are a little heavier because it's a lot more money involved.
Yeah.
And then you have the whole emotional ties to the house. And it's like, but you don't understand. I've lived here for this long. I'm like, dude, like,
that's why I find people that's
or don't sell it. Oh, but I need to sell it. Okay, what are we doing here?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not a psychiatrist.
Exactly.
Bro. Like, you take some of this money and go get yourself a therapist on your emotional attachment to this house.
Yeah.
Or the guys that it's funny because people would always say, well, I don't understand, why can't these people put the house with a real estate agent? Well, here's the problem with the real estate agent is that the real estate agents predominantly are getting buyers that can qualify for a loan from a bank, but the bank needs the house to be in good condition.
Yeah.
You're going in shitty neighborhoods where the houses have had no maintenance in 15 years.
That's right.
And they will not pass the bank's inspection or appraisal of the house.
Yeah.
You get an appraisal, you go to the bank with that house, and they say, this house needs a new roof. The ceiling's falling down in the back of the house because it's leaking. The roof's leaking. It needs new drywall,
plumbing, whatever. Yeah.
There's plumbing problems that you need $30,000 worth of work, and the bank says, "Look, our buyers are qualified, but we're not lending them money on this house."
Mm-hmm.
And the person in the house already knows that at some point.
Yeah,
they know this house is so shitty, I can't sell it on the market for $200,000.
Yep.
Right. So. And it needs $30,000 in work, and then they think, okay, so I should be able to sell it for $170. No,
no way. Yeah,
that's not the way it works either. Why would an investor come buy it for $170, put $30,000 so that he can
make nothing?
To make nothing.
Not
He's not going to do that.
Yeah.
He needs to make money. He wants to make $50,000.
Exactly.
So take the 30 plus the 50. Now you're down to 120.
Mm-hmm.
And then you really just have to keep chipping away at him, get him down to that 100,000 mark, where you can make it. And I want to make 20.
Yeah, exactly.
Why? Because I'm doing you a favor.
Yeah.
Or just let the house go into foreclosure, bro. You'll be on the street. You'll have nothing.
Yeah. And that's what we would tell them, you know. And it's crazy because look,
I know I sound vicious when I say that.
No, hey, it's the truth.
It's
though.
the truth. Though. People, if they can't handle they can't handle the truth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's you're very right. You know, and it's crazy because so the first deal that I did it by myself that went successful was my buddy Vince's house. You know, he was this old man. You know, remember I used to be out in the street, like, you know, just you know, the ice.
Right.
And I knew this old man. You know, he was a really like high-end welder. You know, got fired for drug testing he did wrong, and just never recovered from that. You know, to him that loss was so like just so tremendous that he just fell in this hole and just felt sorry for himself the rest of his life. You know, and he was smart. You know, we had a lot of conversations, and you know, he taught me a lot, and you could just see like, oh, he gave up.
Yeah.
You know,
there's a lot of so smart homeless people.
Yeah. And so I go there. This is how Don lives a couple streets down, right? Vince lives over here. So I'm going to both places. When I'm not at Don's, I'm at Vince's, you know, helping them out. And it's funny because I didn't realize until like maybe not too long ago, that kept me out of a lot of unnecessary trouble. You know, because I would hear friends that, oh, they went to jail for stealing copper. I'm like, bro, copper? Like, come on, you know, the stupid shit, you know? So it was because I was dealing with these two friends of mine that kept me out of a lot of trouble. But, you know, so I thank God for that. I really do. You know. So what was the deal with Vince? Okay, so Vince, about maybe a year, 2 years passes by. You know, and this is before I did real estate. You know, this is before I did real estate. Okay. I'm you know, my friend Vince. Now I'm doing real estate, and I remember in my head, I'm like, those letters. He would get letters from the IRS for the taxes. He's back on his taxes. There's going to be a time where they're going to be like, you either pay the taxes or the house is going to be ours. Okay. You know? So I go to his house and I'm like, hey, Vince, like, can I see those letters? Like, what letters? I'm like, dude, like, come on. Like, you told me what they were. You told me what's going on. What's up with the letters? So he shows me. He says, all these letters, you're this much in 1 year you're this much back in back taxes. You're this much. And then at the end of the day, it was like $14,000. And like now we're going to seize his house, you know, because you're not paying your taxes. Okay. Now you have this long, you know, to get out. All right. Well, what if we just sell it right from under them before they come and take it? Okay. And that's literally when I got my first successful deal.
So you come up with an agreement with him?
Yeah, I come up with an agreement with him. Obviously, you know, like he was my friend. Like I'm like, hey, look, I'm trying to learn this business. Right. You know, I'm trying to do you a favor. I know people that can get rid of this house for you where you don't have to lose out on all the money. You know, it's worth about, okay, in good condition, it was worth about maybe $380,000, $400,000. Right. The way it is right now, you're looking at less than half. You know, there's mold everywhere, the new roof, you know, like just it used to be Tweakerville on there, bro. Right. Like bad.
So you get a contract for what, 150?
Like, yeah, about 150, 140, 150, you know?
Okay. And then you flip it to somebody for what?
Yeah. So I flip it to, what were their names? Something investments, you know? And I was like, look, and he's like, take pictures of everywhere that needs repairs, you know? Take pictures, you know? And I kind of was able to calculate it. I was like, okay, this part of it will cost this much, this money, you know, this much lumber, So I give him a number. Look, it's gonna cost you this much. Boom. You know, this is what you can make if I sell it to you at this much and you do all the repairs, there's gonna be this much. Make sense?
Yeah. So what'd you sell it to him for? What'd you flip it to?
So I got it for 140, and I gave it to him for like 165. You know, 165.
Nice.
25 grand.
25 grand.
25 grand. Boom, like that. You know.
Yeah.
First deal. Boom. You know. All right.
Like, share, comment, subscribe.
So I'm thinking every deal is going to look like this, you know, but it's not the case, you know, because if you're the one that finds a good deal and you're the one that knows the owner, yeah, obviously they're going to cut you some slack. You're going to make a little extra coin, but that's not the case every time. You know, usually you're going to go find someone that you don't know. You're going to go find someone that's in a problem. And obviously everyone wants to make the most amount of money they can, right? Okay, so we did Vince's deal, got a check for 25 grand. I was like, wow, that's it? That's all it takes? So I'm thinking that every deal is going to go like that, you know, but it doesn't, you know? So do you know what a daisy chain is? You know what that is in wholesaling?
I don't, I mean, I'm assuming it's multiple people are flipping the property.
Yes. Okay. So let's say this person comes to me, right? Hey, I have this property. The spread on it is 25,000. Okay. So you're telling me that both of us can make 25,000 on this? It's like, no, I'm the third person that they pass this to, but I've tried and I can't find anyone, you know? And you tell me that you know people here and you know people there, this area, this. Okay, can you pass along this deal and find us an investor, and we all get paid? So in the daisy chain is everyone that's in that deal. When the house finally sells, everyone gets paid,
right?
You know, because everyone's under a legal contract saying, hey, I'm going to pass it to you when it finally sells. You owe me this much.
Yeah, so there's only $25,000.
Yeah,
so everybody ends up with $5 grand.
Something, you know.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of how it started going. So I was like, okay, like, oh my God, $5 grand here, $4 grand here, $3 grand here. The next check I saw that was all right was one of the casinos in Vegas. I think they were selling the Mandalay Bay or something like that, you know. I got real deep into on knowing like investors and stuff, you know, people, and then the investors that knew, you know, like people that had even more money, hard money lenders and stuff like that, you know. So like really big people, you know. And then so one day I get this email because they would blast emails out for the deals that they had for the week, and they were like, oh, look, this is real money maker right here. They're selling this casino. And I'm like, oh, how am I gonna sell a casino, you know? But anyway, so I take it and I present it to the other people that I know. I'm like, hey, look, I don't know if you know anybody who has this much coin, but if you do, let me know, because they're selling this, you know. And everything was there, the potential numbers, how much you're gonna make if you buy it, you know, everything was there. So all right, so then that deal I literally forget about it because I'm thinking this is not gonna happen. About a month later, I get a check for 17 grand in the mail. I'm like, the hell, what's this, you know? So then I call, I'm like, hey, what happened? Oh yeah, you know the casino that you sent Terrence? I'm like, yeah. Like, yeah, well, he found people and they sold it. I'm like, damn. So it was daisy chained, maybe like 20 people.
Right.
20 people.
You were just one. You were one in the line.
One in the line. They sent me my check. I was like, dude, that was awesome. I didn't think that was gonna happen, but it happened. Okay. All right. So I get into this groove, you know, wholesaling real estate, legit, you know, doing my own thing, you know, and like I've always been one to do things by myself, you know, whether it's like legit or not. Because at the end of the day, if things are going to happen, it's going to be my fault. I'm the one who's involved, and I'm the one who suffers the consequences, you know? And, but, I mean, obviously, over time, these decisions can kind of, you know, these standards you have, you can kind of skew them, whatever, okay? So after a while of just doing 4,000, 3,000, you know, because I remember the casino was like a phenomenon thing. So was Vince's house. Now I'm like just chipping away 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 every, you know, I'm like, fuck. But I'm so used to spending the money that I would spend, you know, like with these big ones. I was like, okay, well, I got pretty like fed up with like, I need more money. I need to make more. I need, because I would look at the checks that they were writing out for these owners. I'm like, damn, like I need me one of those. I definitely need me one of those, you know. So that's when, remember I told you when I first started real estate, I told myself, don't involve fraud. You know, you dodge the bullet the first time, you dodge the bullet the second time. It's not going to happen a third time. Well, having that conversation with myself a second time, it was futile, as it say, you know, futile. Like, because by the time I even get started, hey, I'm already thinking of something. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to do something. So after I got really good at the craft of wholesaling real estate, I dove deeper into learning about it. Deeds, the legality of everything, you know, like how to get a house through paying the taxes. You know, you get the tax certificate, and then if they don't pay, you get the tax deed and stuff like that, you know. But then I also realized that part of the market is flooded. Everyone knows that already. So they, you know, they're just going to outbuy you. You know, it's going to out, you know, like,
Whenever people ask me about it, I'm like, you understand that there are corporations that are their companies that do nothing but go out and buy those things, and they'll wait 3-4 years, buy them all up, and then they'll buy they're set up to do this. Like, you can't compete with them, and they don't have to make that much money either. Like, they're okay with making just a very small amount, where if you do it, you need to get that property, sell it, and make 50 grand or 100 grand or something, or they're willing to make a lot less than that. And so the competition is gone. There's it's oversaturated with these companies that are willing to make a little bit of money,
like
because
7,000-8,000. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Because it's so secure, and they can wait. It's a corporation. We got 180 of these things we're buying, and every month we're closing on 4 or 5 of them, adding 4 or 5, and it's just a machine. You can't do that.
Yeah, exactly right. So you know, that's what I would tell people. Like, okay, so I got so good at this that I started making my own team, you know, and I spread out to different states. You know, I had someone in Indianapolis, Indiana. I had someone in Connecticut. I had someone where else? In Hawaii. That was tough. That state was tough. Just all over. There's 8 of us, you know.
Right.
8 of us. So even though there was 8 of us, like, every person would take care of their state, and then every person would, like, if I had found, let's say, more leads than I can take care of, I would spread them out to them. Like, hey, make these phone calls. See if you can set up an appointment. I'll go to the appointment, you know. Or if like my friend Dirks, he's the one from Hawaii, he would be like, hey man, I'm having trouble with this owner. Like, can you talk to them for me?
Right.
Okay, I'll call him. Hey sir, how's it going? You know, this is quality property solutions. You know, and like we're here to help solve your problem, because, you know, I would always make this speech, like, real estate is not the selling and buying of property. It's really problem solving. You know, either the owner has a problem he's trying to get rid of, or something's going on. We're here to help you. You know, and we know that you don't want to pay real estate agent fees because they're outrageous. You know, so you don't have to worry about that. You know, stuff like that. You know, that would kind of be like, oh, okay, a friend. Not really, but
right.
You know. So then I would talk to them, and then they would kind of like get like a little more like, okay. So then, did he sign? Okay, cool. Go and sell the contract, you know, because he had his people too, you know, and like, so we would have meetings and be like, how's everybody doing? Blah, 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 blah. It was going great. But then came that day where I was like, I want to score like 100 grand, 200 grand, you know? So then, so I still kept it going, you know, having the meetings with my team, but I was teaching myself about the deeds and stuff like that, what you can do, what you can't do, you know, and like stuff like that. So I come across this deed. It's called a transfer on death deed. I don't know if you know about that. I'm pretty sure you do. Okay, so a transfer on death deed, it's almost like a quick deed. It's just boom, boom. Here you go. Yeah. You know? So the transfer on death deed states that, hey, when I die, as the owner of the property, when I die, this person takes over. That's it. You know? And it says right there, how are you going to give this person this? Did they purchase it from you? Did they give you any money? You just put gift. You just check mark gift. You know, obviously go to a notary, stamp it, whatever. File it to the county clerk. Done deal. Now, I made it look like that happened, but really that's not what happened. So once I found this deed, I was like, okay, how do I do this? Like, how do I take over a property without getting caught or without anybody coming back? So, you know, hey, that's mine. Or hey, that's my dad's house, whatever, you know. Okay, the obituaries. So I'm like, okay, people die every day. And it just so happens that this deed is valid for 60 days after somebody's death or after the notarization of the document. I'm like, okay. So if they died 2 days ago,
right,
you know,
or a week ago, whatever, within the 60 days.
Within the 60 days. And
you can create a basically, I always think of it like a deed in lieu of foreclosure. You're thinking of a deed in lieu of death or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
What do you call it?
Transfer on death
My
deed.
bad.
Okay, transfer upon death deed. So
you're telling me you can find people who died and transfer their home in your name with just that piece of documentation? Because a lot of times people don't be having that even done. So it's rare that you'll find somebody that actually got a certificate or deed or whatever to saying when I die, this person get the house. It's crazy.
You're just creating a transfer of death deed and finding an obituary and saying, okay, this person died 3 days ago or they're dead. They're dead. They've been dead 5 days. Their funeral's tomorrow. I have their full name, and then you research that name. Say if they have a house. What?
Yeah. Okay. So I would go to the obituaries, and I would make the list or print out the list of names. You know, it was a lot of names. It was a lot of homework, man, but it was worth it at the end. Well, you know. So then, I mean, in the moment I thought it was worth it, you know. So then I would search up every single name, you know, and then see if they own property, you know, and most of them did. But then you got to narrow out the ones that have family. You got to narrow out the ones that still owe the bank, because there's a big difference in when the homeowner wants to sell the house and he still owes the bank. The bank's like, wait a minute, come here. We're gonna check everything before we even let this go, because some of that equity is still ours. So we want to know everything. You know,
well, they're still owed the mortgage.
Yeah, we know what I mean. Oh, you know what I'm saying. Some of the value, some of the property is still owe us his mortgage. You know, you know what I'm saying. So. Yeah, so the bank's going to check everything thoroughly, no matter what, if they're involved.
Right.
But if you find someone that is fully paid off, $580,000 equity, $580, that's what they own. Cool. Banks aren't involved. Cool. So then it was like just, you know, narrowing down.
The kids.
And so, okay.
As long as they don't have kids.
As long as they don't have kids or family, that was the toughest part. Because now you have to go on all these websites that, you know, to find family members and stuff like that, you know? That was the hardest part. Because sometimes it would list that they wouldn't have family,
but they really do.
You go somewhere else, and it's like there one is. Makes sense. That took about 3 weeks. You know, buying like the premium accounts on these websites where they if they change their number yesterday, it'll be on there.
Right.
That makes sense.
Okay.
So, right. So they own property, got to be fully paid off, no family, and so those are the 3 things. Once those 3 check marks were done, then starts the process. I would get the transfer on death deed, right? I would already have it made. Just wait for someone, because I would talk to people like, hey, what do you feel? How do you feel about this? I know of this property that we can take over the ownership of. I can sign it over to you, and I explain the whole thing. Like, we have to wait 60 days after the ownership changes because of such and such. I'll get to that right now. So I explained it to them. Okay, let's do it.
Anything that can get them.
So then I would go to the website that has like the information, like the deeds. I would purchase a copy of the original deed, forge the signature from the old deed onto the new deed, put the person's name that I talked to on the deed. You know, how did you know this person's friend? Signed. And obviously you're probably asking, how did you notarize it? I'm thinking how I would notarize it. How did you notarize it? So I screenshot a notary stamp that was on a deed that I was looking at a lot of deeds. You know, on a deed that I saw. I screenshotted it, and I'm like, I went to officedepot.com, went to custom stamps, and then you know, it's funny, like they don't have like the custom stamps, they don't have the size of the notary. Like, and that's on purpose, obviously, you know, but I was like, if I get one that's a little bigger and I kind of just proportion, like size it up, I can get it. You know, it took about 3 tries, but and the last one was like,
got it.
That's it.
Right.
Now I have a notary stamp. You know what I mean? So I'd make the deed, forge the signature, boom, boom, boom. And all right, now we have it. Now go file it to the county clerk. How do I do that? I'm like, dude, we're over here. I'm about to potentially make $100,000, and you're asking me how to go. Just go into the building, say, hey, I have this deed. I want to file it.
Right.
The deed is literally like where that piece of paper says everything was done. A transaction was made. The notary notarized it. Everyone involved is aware of what will happen. This is the receipt to the house. Boom. That's what it is. You know, like, why would anyone ask anything?
Well, you just hand it to the clerk.
Hand it to the clerk.
They do everything.
$85.
They don't expect you to know anything, to be honest.
Yeah,
because you know what I'm saying. They don't.
Hey,
because you're just somebody from the public. You don't really know what's happening. You're just going and saying, "Hey, I have this deed. I don't know what to do." They're like, "Here, give it to me." They take care of everything else. You pay $12 or $18 or whatever it is.
No, it's like $80.
Oh, is it $80?
Yeah, I'm in California. They like $80.
Yeah, it's California. Here it's like 12.
That's crazy.
So yeah, and that's it. Yeah. So and then it's done. Then they and it depends on what county it is. Maybe they'll mail you back the copy, or maybe they scan it. Sometimes they'll scan it right there and hand you the original back.
So they make a copy. Okay. So this was trial and error, the first property, because I didn't have the wet stamp. You know, I would just make a photocopy of it,
right?
And they'd be like, "Do you happen to have the wet stamp?" And you know, so this is what the person's telling me. You know, I send someone, they come back and they're like, they said something about a wet stamp, and then I'm like,
I said the original stamp.
Yeah,
whatever.
You know, because they want to see the ink. You know,
yeah.
And I'm like, okay.
So, but you've got like a copy. They want like a blue, or they want to be able to look and say, oh, this is clearly a different type of ink. This is an original. They want the original copy.
Exactly. You know, but this is before I came up with the Office Depot idea. You know, and then so by the third time they didn't let us file it. I'm like, and then because I had them say, look, if they give you trouble, just say, hey, no, I made a copy of it and I'm bringing you this copy because I don't want to lose the original.
Right.
Which is valid if you ask me. You know, it's valid.
Right. But
So,
they still want to see the original.
So by the third time, I'm like, okay. And I'm thinking that night, like, how do I do this? I'm like, okay. That's when I came up with the idea.
Right.
Screenshot it, go to Office Depot, boom. So now we have a notary stamp. Now that problem is solved, you know? And so then now these people, so this is the first time, the first property. They file it, goes through 2 weeks later on the websites like Property Radar and stuff, the ownership changes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, went from this person to that person. And then you look at the history of the property.
You're right there.
Yeah, exactly. You know, so but now we have to wait 60 days. You know, and especially with that deed, a transfer on death deed, you have to wait 60 days to be able to sell it in case there's issues with how valid the deed is. There's issues like if there's any like debt that the original owner had, the debtors will come in and say, hey, they owe us this much money, you know, and stuff like that. And then the last one was if there's any out of nowhere next of kin to come claim their property, you know. My worry was the validity of the deed, but if no one's gonna come claim it, who's ever gonna question the validity of the deed? You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
And Public Records isn't making any phone calls. They're not trying to figure it out.
So their job is to file it, done deal. You know. So those 60 days were kind of like, you know, like I was like biting my nails off. You know, just nervous. But once the 60 days was up, it was easy. It was so easy.
You transferred. So what was the house worth?
Okay. So I was focusing on areas like the desert. Like, okay, so you have LA County, you have San Bernardino County. San Bernardino County, for the most part, has its cities like Rialto, San Bernardino, not Riverside, another county. But if you go more out on the 10, you see or the 10 or the 15, like coming up towards like Victorville and stuff like that, is desert. You know, and like houses that aren't worth much, houses that people don't pay attention to because they're so far out there that it's like whatever, you know.
Right.
Like they'll buy it and they just leave it. Like it's almost like in a bait property. You know what I mean? Like they just leave it alone, and the government's gonna come in. Like if you don't fix this property, we're gonna take it from you. Stuff like that. You know.
So how much are these properties?
Like okay, so the first ones were like, okay,
you getting better.
Maybe about 180,000.
Right.
But they needed repairs.
Yeah, so you're not selling it for 180.
Not selling it for 180.
But you own it outright.
Yes.
You own the property. So
Yes.
what are you selling for, like 120?
No. If anything, we saw like 80 grand.
Oh, okay.
This house were bad.
Right.
You know, like I'm surprised they were able to even keep one wall and rebuild. You know, they're talking about just tearing it down. That would cost a lot more money. You know? So, but yeah. So we sold that one. The first one for about 80 grand. I mean, yeah, no. We got 80 grand, you know?
Okay. After the closing costs and all the other bullshit.
Yeah, we got about 80 grand.
Okay. Who's we?
Okay, so I had a friend name's Melissa, you know, and
his name's Melissa?
No, her name, you know.
Okay.
So she's really the one that found the transfer on death deed.
Yeah.
And she's like, hey, look. And I'm like, no, there's no fucking way.
Right.
And I look and I was like, dude. So she thinks that because she's small, she found that little detail.
Right.
Now she's entitled to everything. And I'm like,
right.
I didn't have time to argue. So I'm like, look, okay, whatever, you know. So now, when I see weeds, you know, she's kind of like dragging along, you know, kind of drug her along, you know.
So you closed. So what did you do? You went and you found an investor.
Mm-hmm. I already had people, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I already had people, you know. I was like, hey, I have this deal. I have this really good deal, you know. I haven't really nailed the guy yet, but once I do, you know, I'm gonna come straight to you, you know. And that's what
they have to go and you have a closing.
Yeah. And so we go, everything happens.
Did you sign up? Did you show up and sign your name at the closing?
No, because I didn't transfer it to me.
Who'd you transfer?
I transferred to somebody that I knew. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I was like, look, like
transfer it to Melissa. She's so fucking thrilled about this.
Obviously she knew the risk,
right?
So she was like, no.
But
just people,
yeah.
And I mean, they kind of knew the risk, but they were like, hey, well, we're making money, right? I'm like, yeah, bro. Like we got to split maybe 80 grand, between us and whatever, And so yeah, so obviously they would get a good chunk of the 80 grand. I would get another chunk of the 80 grand, and that was that, right? And nothing ever happened on the first one. Second one either. So the second one.
Can you really quick? Can you, because you just explained that over 10, 15 minutes. Can you break it down very simply for the audience to like this is what we did. The whole process.
Yeah, very quick. Yeah, I found a property that was.
So in a nutshell, what I would do is, after I had the idea, I was like, I need to make more money. I'm like, how? Okay, so dead people don't need their things anymore,
Right.
Obviously, right? They're dead. So I would go and I would go in the obituaries and I would find their names and look and make a list of people, see who owned property, and I had this little checklist that I would check off. If it's fully paid off, okay, it qualifies. If they don't have family, that qualifies. If they own it all the way 100%, check off. Okay, so they had to not owe the bank, they had to not have family, and they had to be I
understand.
So, okay, so those properties were the ones that I would go for. Okay,
right.
So then what I would do is I would go and create a fake deed, which is a transfer on death deed. A transfer on death deed allows someone to attain ownership of a property once the owner is dead. No questions asked. That deed means that.
Right.
Okay. So then I would make a fake deed, forge the owner's signature to the new deed with a transfer on death deed, transferred that property to someone that I knew.
Right.
And then now remember that deed is valid for 60 days after somebody's death.
Right.
So it doesn't matter if they're dead already, because
Yeah, I understand.
So the signing on the paper was 2 weeks before they died. So it was valid.
They backdated it.
So now we own a property that's worth 180 grand. Right. And after that, we would wait the 60 days and then we would sell it.
Sold it to an investor.
Sold it to an investor that I had already lined up, and that's how we started making money, and because it worked. The next one was this little duplex, same area, Lucerne Valley, Yucca Valley. I really didn't like to dabble with like Apple Valley and like Hesperia, because it was getting to the point where how populated it was. I'm like, no, that's too big of a risk. Like, even if I do find one that fits my criteria, chances are somebody's gonna come and be like, that's my dad's house, or that's so-and-so's house, Right. So to me, the more tore down it was, the more chances was that
nobody's paying attention.
Nobody's paying attention to that,
Right.
So this one was worth about the same.
That's
true. Because it was trash, It was literally like falling apart, and it was out there, it was in Lucerne Valley, and places like that. The nearest fast food restaurant is like 15-minute, 10-minute drive. No one wants to live out there. So we do that one again. Start the process. I make the fake deed, forge the signature, transfer it, transfer to somebody else, and 2 weeks later, ownership changes. 60 days later, now you can sell it, because title companies won't issue you title insurance until the 60 days are up. Because they want to make sure nothing's gonna come back. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I said, how valid the deed is. If the original owner owed any money to anybody or anybody that could be next of kin, we give it 60 days to where they have the opportunity to come in and claim whatever they want to claim.
Right.
So after that, you get title insurance. So we'd be able to sell with title insurance. So then that happened, and but the thing was, like, now I gotta start showing up. You know what I mean? Because the person I transferred it to, I was like, they just don't know anything.
Right.
Like the person who's buying it wants to be able to talk to somebody who knows the lingo, who seems like they're competent enough to even be owning a property. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So now I gotta show up. Now they're seeing my face. And I'm just like, oh, if things would ever go bad, like, they know my face. Hey, this guy. And I had a company too. So Quality Property Solutions, like,
everything leads to you.
Everything leads to me. So the second one happens, done deal. All right. The third one was,
how much you make on the? What you make on the
okay,
second
on the second one, we probably made about the same, about 85 grand.
Okay.
85 grand. And I had to become so paranoid about getting in trouble that I met this guy, through my friend, a check cashing place, He kind of knew what's up, kind of didn't. He just knew that not everything was on the up and up,
Right.
But it was enough to where, hey, if anything happens, I don't know anything. If you can play that card, well, okay, cool. So it was cool. He was cashing our checks. I didn't want to go. I just didn't want to go to the bank for some paranoid reason, So, because I mean, why would I not want to go? It's under their name, like, what are you doing wrong? I don't know. I just wouldn't go, I was just too paranoid. Okay. The third one was about the same, same thing. That time we saw $100,000, Yeah, it was that one was out in Yucca Valley. This old man, I guess he was like he was a war veteran, never had any kids, nothing at all. The house was going to be left to the state.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I was like, I'll be damned. I'll be damned.
Need that.
And but I couldn't find the original deed. You know what I mean? Couldn't find it because it wasn't on file. I couldn't purchase the copy off the internet. I would click and be like, no document has ever been filed.
Just too old. You got to go to the public records downtown, right?
But no, I would have done that, but I was like, why don't we just break into that place and see if we find it?
Right.
So that's what I would do. I forgot to explain that. So that's what I would do. Like whenever those properties, I would have someone break into the house, change the locks, and then put the key in the lockbox. So whenever investors wanted to come look at it,
yeah, they could look at it.
They could look at it. You know what I mean? No problem. If you got that covered, come on.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like what are they ever going to ask?
Right.
Never.
No, they legitimately believe that you're in control of the property.
Exactly.
Right.
So then that was one of the key factors, like, because when I tried it, when it wasn't like that, they got sketched real quick, like the first one, we didn't have the lockbox.
Right.
And they're like, well, what is going on? Usually it's like this. A guy calls me, says he has a property. I go over there, there's a lockbox. I open it up, there's the keys, and I go look at the property, and then I make my decision based on what I see.
What do you mean by that?
Why is this not happening like this?
Right.
And I'm like, okay, so that's when I knew I had to do that, So I would pay people out of pocket to break into the house, change the locks before anything was, anything. So now we have control of the property, And
so you the third one, you get the deed.
And I couldn't find it. Remember, I couldn't find it. So then I sent the same person I would pay to break in. I'm like, hey, I need you to go find this. It's gonna look like this, please. And he must have taken 2 days, like not straight, but he would leave and come back. And the second day, he's like, I found it. It was bad. It was in shambles, but I can barely get the signature,
Right.
So I was able to get it, forge the signature. That one we saw about $100,000.
Okay.
$100,000,
Nice.
And again, the what's it called? The investors didn't ask no questions. Lockbox, boom, 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 done deal. You get me?
Yeah.
And that was that.
They got title insurance.
Yeah.
They'll be all right.
Because of the 60 days, And so yeah, okay, now this is where things take a big turn because I run out of properties. Like I can't find no more,
Right.
The obituaries, but like this is not working anymore. Like they have properties, they're either not fully paid off or they have family or just one of the check marks was not getting checked. And I'm like, oh man. And I always told myself, do not move into where it's more populated, like Rialto, Fontana, San Bernardino, because chances are it may look like it fits your criteria, but at the end of the day, something's going to come back and it's going to bite you in the ass. But when you start running out of the money you're making, like you tend to like kind of let some of your rules go,
Right.
So we found this property. Well, I found this property in Fontana. It was off of Merrill Street. And the lady had just died, And I'm like, okay. So I go over there to knock, and there's a bunch of squatters in there. I'm like, okay, what's up, guys? So they swore up and down they knew the owner, but no, they didn't. Like I was asking them questions. I'm like, hey, what do you guys know about this property? Oh yeah, so it belongs to so and so. I'm like, that's not the right name,
right?
Like just don't lie to me. Like,
yeah.
So then I told them, I was like, look, here's what I'm here to do. Okay, if we can work together, you guys can end up paid too. Get cash for keys. You guys can end up paid too. Yes, you might not might. You're gonna end up having to leave here. And I know, hey, they had been there for years.
Right.
Even with the lady there. You know, like I guess she just had these people living there, you know. Oh, we're gonna pay you rent. Never paid her rent. And these are people that were kind of like intimidating, I guess you can say. But she just never, I guess they took care of her enough to where, you know. But you know what I mean? But I'm like, how do you not know that she was the owner? Oh, I just literally like, what the heck? Like, her name's not this, her name is this.
Right.
You know? Like her name, what's her name? Her name's not Justine, her name is Angelina Black.
Right.
It's right here. Angelina Black. Oh, we always called her Justine. I'm like, was this even really was this even? So it turns out that this lady that they were taking care of was not the owner, you know?
Right.
Like, so it's like, what the heck's going on? Like, so this is where I got confused. That confusion alone should have made me back out of it, you know? Because if I'm turning a corner and I don't know what's coming on the next corner, maybe I shouldn't turn the corner yet. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So now there's a bunch of confusion, you know? Oh, you know, there was this person, there was that person, and this is the owner, this is the owner. I'm just like, all right, I'm just going to go ahead and do with it because you guys don't, seems like you guys don't know what you guys are talking about. It seems like you guys are trying to confuse me to not have to move forward with this so you guys can stay squatting there.
Right.
That's what I thought, you know? And so I went ahead and did the deal. You know, I transferred the ownership to somebody that I knew. And this time we were going to look at like $245,000. I was like, oh man, obviously that was the fuel to keep going. You know what I mean? And, but I just couldn't, that splinter in my mind. I'm like, I just couldn't really figure out like, why would they say they knew the owner or why would this person pose as the owner and then it not be? But whatever. I let that in the back burner, you know? And turns out that they were saying that just so they could keep squatting in the house, and so I don't come in. So
you do the transfer.
Yeah, I do the transfer. The ownership changes, right? And now we're trying to sell it, but now this house has liens. This is the first one that I run into that has liens. You know? Oh well, it has this lien. Oh my gosh! Like now I'm looking up how does a lien look. Or how does a lien payoff look?
Lean.
So, you know, it's like, remember you saying that you had a degree in fine arts?
Right.
Yeah. So it's the same thing. Just mock this shit up.
Yeah.
Send it out. Boom. You know?
Yeah.
And
I did this to a house one time where the person had a lien from, this was a house we did in Tallahassee, Florida. But the person who owned the house actually had a lien from a condo in Miami. She'd been behind on her condo and they placed a lien on this house. And so I had to satisfy that lien. She also had another lien of some type. I forget, taxes or something. Satisfied that fucking lien. You know, it's like I was like, I don't care what lien's on there.
Boom,
I'm gonna fucking I'm gonna find something. I'm gonna figure out how to get rid of all these liens. Got to go.
Yeah.
So and they don't check.
Nope.
As long as the title company looks it up and it says, she's like, oh look,
it was satisfied.
They owe $5,000 in back condo association fees. Oh, look, here's a satisfaction of the condo association fees. Okay, take that off.
Yeah.
They're not calling anybody, nothing.
Yeah. Because the satisfaction document is just saying, hey, this was taken care of.
Yeah, this was taken care of. So it's fine.
And you can do that with mortgages too?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Satisfaction of mortgage. Or satisfaction of lien. You could, either one is fine. As long as all the numbers are correct. You know how you're putting the OR book, you know, this was in OR book, you know, 25, you know, page 175, instrument number 121207. You know, you write all that out, filed on this date.
Yeah.
You know, that's so as long as all that's right and it's notarized, I could file a lien against your house and then I can file a satisfaction against the house a month later. You know, like if I'm able to file the lien against it, they never called anybody. I'm able to file a satisfaction. Because when a mortgage from Bank of America shows up in public records, nobody at the public records gets that mortgage and calls Bank of America and says, we just want to make sure that you did file this $120,000 lien, right? Did you? Oh, look it up. Oh, Matt. Yeah. No, that's okay. Just want to make sure it was okay. They don't say any of that shit.
Of course. Yeah.
So it's the same thing when they say satisfaction shows up. They don't call and say, hey, just want to make sure that you guys did really satisfied. There's this guy going around doing this crazy shit. Doesn't matter. You could go in and have a conversation with them, tell them this is what's happening. You guys need to look into this. And they'll be like, by law, we're not allowed to call anybody.
That's right.
They just can't.
Because that paper itself is saying, hey, everything, whatever process was that needed to be made,
it was done.
And that's
all
done.
the boxes they said. All the boxes. OR book was page, instrument number, date is correct, signed, notarized, witnessed. Everything's legit. Everything looks legit. We're good.
Yeah.
File it.
Yep. That's right.
So and if it doesn't, then the only thing they do is they go, "I'm sorry, we can't file this
because it's not correct."
Right? They don't say it doesn't. It doesn't look like a Bank of America, a normal one. We're going to call Bank of America. No, can't do that. Send it back to me.
That's right. And then, like you said, that it's funny that this is another thing you said in your interviews that like it's just I could relate to so much. It's like almost like these people help you
commit fraud.
Yeah,
they're helping. They'll give you all the answers.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I interviewed for Home Title Lock. I interviewed one of I forget the guy's name, but he's head of public records in, I forget what it was. Where were we? Oklahoma? I think it was Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Interviewed like the head of one of the counties in Oklahoma,
real quick, y'all.
where I interviewed this guy who's head of the public records, and he said legally, he said, if you show up and all the boxes are checked, we have to file it.
Damn.
Can you call if you think there's fraud? Absolutely. By law, we are not allowed to make a phone call, even if we believe it's fraudulent. I said, so if somebody hands you one and it's all done in green crayon, and he said, but everything's correct? So everything's filed, everything says everything's correct. And I was like, yeah, right. And notarized? I said, yeah. He said, well, then we have to file it.
Wow.
Doesn't matter if doesn't matter if it looks like a fucking 5-year-old fucking wrote it out. And it's 30 pages long, and we've never seen one like that.
That's right.
But it's notarized and signed by they're signed by someone that says this person works for Bank of America.
Yeah.
We're gonna sign it and we're gonna file it. Like that was it.
Yeah, it's the same thing with the deed. You go if you know.
Yeah,
of course. Somehow, some way, I take care of those liens. Like hey, I got satisfaction. I forgot. I didn't know that's what they were called, but. So yeah, I filed it. Boom. Okay, it's correct. Okay, cool. This is taken care of. Okay.
There's also called a release of lien, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. Release of lien.
Really, it's anything. You just make some shit. A release of lien, release of mortgage, satisfaction of lien.
That's what it was. Release of lien. Yeah. A lis pendens, as they call it, right? Something like that.
A lis pendens is when a property enters foreclosure. It starts the foreclosure property.
Okay.
Lis pendens is the first filing to notify everybody on title that.
This is in the process.
Yes, in the process of foreclosing.
Okay.
So go ahead.
So yeah. So we took care of the liens, and now that obviously we did the transfer, because they weren't going to do anything until those liens were taken care of. So we took care of them. The ownership changes. Now I'm in this one. This is the one I signed it myself. Okay. I don't sign it to me. I sign it to my LLC, Quality Property Solutions.
Right.
So now the owner on file says Quality Property Solutions. So now I'm thinking, oh wow, this is the one I do to myself. I'm gonna make the most money out of this.
Right.
Okay. So now, so I wait the 60 days. Nothing comes back. But wait, I start taking pictures of it, start taking videos of it, start calling the investors, Now we go into escrow for this property, right? I'll never forget it, Clearwater Escrow. I forgot what city they were in, but yeah, Clearwater. I was everywhere. I was everywhere, bro. It's like whatever didn't work here, you would turn around and go somewhere else, fix it, and turn around and go somewhere else. So that's kind of what I was doing, like with the deeds, like I would never go back to the same. Like I like deeds, like I would never go back to the same spot. They just told me fix this and you're good. So I fix it and go somewhere else, and yeah. So then
Clearwater Escrow.
Yeah, Clearwater Escrow. It's looking good, like the investor puts the money for the escrow, the money's in escrow. Now, so they call me one day. I'm at my house, like I like shooting pool. So shooting pool is my thing, I'm at boom, boom. Hello? So, oh yeah, this is Debbie from Clearwater Escrow. How you doing, Debbie? Like, is there anything? What's going on? What's wrong? She said, well, we have kind of an issue. I'm like, what's going on? Like, like there's something with the liens, or did you find another lien? Like, no, nothing like that. Like somebody wants to talk to you. I'm like, what? Hello? Oh yeah, this is Sherelle Owens. Okay, how can I help you, Mr. Owens? It's like, so how did you get ownership of my property? I was like, what? What are you talking about? Because obviously.
Oh, it just got real. I gotta pause that real quick. Oh, it got real. We gotta pause. I gotta run to the store. That's crazy. You still in all these homes, and then for the person who home, you trying to steal and flip, call you and be like, so how you get my house, cuz? What you got going on? That's wild business right there. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. That's wild business. You eating Burger King, cuz? We gotta pause it, man. Gotta go get some medicine sticks here. Oh, that bad boy still on. Bro, about to get Terminator mode, huh? You funny. Rastafari, man. You say my vibes are Rastafarian, man. Right near the beach, boy. Gotta get some bullets, man. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. We finna get back to the guy who was doing all the fraud from stealing houses and selling houses, stealing and selling people houses, all different type of fraud, man. What y'all got going on? Like, share, comment, subscribe. I'm trying to get back to the reaction video. You feel me? Make sure y'all checking out my vendor platforms on Telegram with the Potato app. Best vendor out there. Best vendor who can get you what you need. Now look for somebody, a vendor that's gonna help you get the bag. Y'all know it's me. I wonder how he found dude's phone number. Cause it's the bank. His information, the number was on the information on the documentations that he had to fill out. As if, you know what I'm saying, he was the person that they left the house to. That's how he got that's how he got his number. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. Gotta grab some, you understand me? Before they close. It's crazy how I can literally pack something good. No way. Whip. Just give me the light. Just give me the light and pass the draw. But another buckle. I'm in the design, I gotta know. Which one is gonna get one? Just give me the light and pass the draw. But another bagalamo. Oh! Talking about she coming over. Stop the cap. Oh! Oh, hit me in my knee. Come on, me, baba, da. This is collector. Yeah. Just give me the light and pass the draw. But another bagalamo. This nigga. Like, share, comment, subscribe. Yeah. Just give me the light and pass the draw. But another bagalamo. Y'all big chillin'. Make sure y'all tap in, man. Instant cash outs, man. $300 and up. Yeah. Everybody getting traded in the NBA. Hey, bro, y'all know what I hate, bro? I hate chicks that waste time, bro. Like, why chicks be like wasting time? Like, why chicks like that wasting their time? Like, I hate chicks that be lying. Like, bro, listen, if you know you ain't finna come over or you ain't trying to do something, just say that. Don't be lying like you coming over, you trying to do something, you really not wasting somebody's time, bro. Like, bro, you ain't got a lot to kick it. Just keep it real with me. Cause I'm a cool dude. And another thing, bro, is when you got your ish together, bro, it's hard to like find people like chicks to like mess with. But don't y'all see that most men who got common sense, who got their ish together, be single? Most chicks are dumb. So most chicks go with a dumbass nigga. Women like drama. Women like don't know women want a man that just his presence make them feel like they a loser, which is the truth. Like a man presence and his vibrations will make a woman feel like a loser. Will let her like see like how much of a loser she is. Now don't get me wrong, there's some dudes out here that ain't own too much neither, but at the end of the day, men rule the world. We take care of everything. Like if it wasn't no man on this earth, nothing would be accomplished. Nothing at all. Look at all the things men invented and created, and look at all the things women invented and created. Men do everything. Men created the world and women run it. Looking at men rule the world. Like without us, none of this like inventions and all this creation and all this stuff came from man, not woman. It's too many losers putting the pussy on a pedestal, man. Y'all gotta stop putting these the vagina on a pedestal. Y'all gotta understand, like, bro, these women ain't worth nothing. You working hard all your life just to give a woman a free life? Get the fuck out of here and stress you out and use up all your money, then leave you when the money gone, or she get tired of you. Never. Like people put they kids. People put relationships before kids. Trying to find. Oh, I ain't got a babysitter. I ain't got a babysitter. Like chicks is crazy and delusional. That's a woman's power as kids. Like they don't got nothing else. Like Don't be having nothing to offer, cuz.
If he had been any type of owner, he would.
We're gonna run that back.
One of the, I forget the guy's name, but he's head of public records in, I forget what it was. Where were we? Oklahoma? I think it was Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Interview, like the head of one of the counties in Oklahoma, where I interviewed this guy who's head of the public records, and he said legally, he said, if you show up and all the boxes are checked, we have to file it.
Damn.
Can you call if you think there's fraud? Absolutely. By law, we are not allowed to make a phone call, even if we believe it's fraudulent. I said, so if somebody hands you one and it's all done in green crown, and he said, but everything's correct. So everything's filed, everything says everything's correct. And I was like, yeah, right. And notarized? I said, yeah. He said, well, then we have to file it.
Wow.
Doesn't matter if doesn't matter if it looks like a fucking 5-year-old fucking wrote it out. And it's 30 pages long, and we've never seen one like that.
That's right.
But it's notarized and signed by they're signed by someone that says this person works for Bank of America.
Yeah.
We're gonna sign it and we're gonna file it. Like that was it.
Yeah, it's the same thing with the deed. You go if you know.
Yeah,
of course. Somehow, some way, I take care of those liens. You know, like hey, I got satisfaction. You know, I didn't know that's what they were called, but so yeah, I filed it. Boom, boom. Okay, it's correct. Okay, cool. This is taken care of. Okay,
there's also called a release of lien, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, release of lien.
Really, it's anything. You just make some shit. A release of lien, release of mortgage, satisfaction of lien.
That's what it was. Release of lien. Yeah. A lis pendens, as they call it, right? Something like that.
A lis pendens is when a property enters foreclosure. It starts the foreclosure property.
Oh, okay.
Lis pendens is the first filing to notify everybody on title that
this is in the process.
Yes, in the process of foreclosing.
Okay.
So go ahead.
So yeah. So we take care of the liens, you know, and now that obviously we did the transfer, you know, because they weren't going to do anything until those liens are taken care of. So we take care of them. The ownership changes. Now I'm in this one. This is the one I signed to myself. Okay. I don't sign it to me. I sign it to my LLC, Quality Property Solutions. You know. Right. So now the owner on file says Quality Property Solutions. You know. So now I'm thinking, oh wow, like, you know, this is the one I do to myself. I'm gonna make the most money out of this,
right?
You know, okay. So now, so I wait the 60 days. Nothing comes back.
We too grown for a trick.
I start taking pictures of it, start taking videos of it. You know, start calling the investors. You know? Now we go into escrow for this property, right?
Hey man, best lender in the world, man.
I forgot what city they were in, but yeah, Clearwater. I was everywhere. Everywhere, bro. It's like whatever didn't work here, you would turn around and go somewhere else, fix it, and turn around and go somewhere else. Right. You know, so that's what I was doing. You know, like with the deeds, like I would never go back to the same spot. They just told me fix this and you're good. So I fix it and go somewhere else. You know, and yeah. So then
Clearwater escrow.
Yeah, Clearwater escrow. It's looking good. You know, like the investor puts the money for the escrow. You know, the money's in escrow. Now, so they call me one day. I'm at my house, you know, like I like shooting pool. So shooting pool is my thing, you know. I'm at boom, boom. Like, hello. So, oh yeah, this is Debbie from Clearwater Escrow. How you doing, Debbie? You know, like, is there anything? What's going on? What's wrong? She said, well, we have kind of an issue. I'm like, what's going on? Like, you know, like is something with the liens, or did you find another lien? Like, no, nothing like that. Like somebody wants to talk to you. I'm like, what? Hello? Oh yeah, this is Sherelle Owens. Okay, how can I help you, Mr. Owens? It's like, so how did you get ownership of my property? I was like, what? What are you talking about? You know? Because obviously, if he had been any type of owner, he would be in the history of the transaction of the property, right?
Yeah.
But he wasn't, right? Or at least that's what it seemed like. That's why I went ahead and did it, because obviously there's nobody here. Let's move forward with it.
Right.
It's like, no, man. Like I'm owner of this property. How? So he sends me the document. It was a quick deed from Angelina Black,
right,
to Sherelle Owens. You know, but it had been so recent. You know, it wasn't showing up.
Right.
So I'm thinking I'm still not fully convinced that this guy went about it.
I think he's running a scam on you.
Exactly.
Scam me. I scam you.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the way this works.
You know what I'm saying? But for some reason, I think he had the gall to call the law enforcement, you know?
He's not scamming you.
No, right? He's like, look, man, like, all I want you to do is meet with me within. I was like, hey, no, I'm not doing that, you know? And meet with me with a notary, just sign it back, you know? But he already knows that that deed is fraudulently made. Why would I need to sign it back if the deed that was filed?
He can't get rid of the deed.
You know,
the only way to get rid of that deed is to do what's called a suit for quiet title, and it takes at least 3 to 6 months. So he doesn't want to have to spend $2,000 or $3,000 to get rid of you.
Yeah,
he'd rather just meet you. He probably genuinely. I'm 95% sure he genuinely just wanted to meet you and have you sign it back over. Like I get what you're fucking doing. Like I don't give a shit about law enforcement or you getting in trouble. You made an attempt. You tried. Good for you. Didn't work out.
Just give it back.
Just sign the fucking shit over and go fuck with somebody else. That's probably because that's what I would be like. I get it. I hear you. Just sign the fuck because I know what I don't want to do.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to call law enforcement. I don't want to fill out police reports. I don't want to have to file. I don't want to have to wait 6 months to get this property back. I'm not going to call anybody. Just fucking sign it over to me.
That's my paranoia got the best of me.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm thinking. Like,
Yeah,
I'm going to get there.
I'm going to get there and they're going to arrest me. Same thing when they say, hey, can you come by the bank?
Yeah,
real quick
no.
So we can ask you so you can sign this one document you forgot to sign. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah,
I'm not
for real.
gonna-
Yeah, for real. You know, exactly. So then that happens. And I drop that property. I'm like, I shred everything, you know?
Then he called the police.
Yeah, but this is like later down the line. Okay. So I leave that property alone. I block the guy, shred everything, get rid of everything. Now my company still owns this property, or whatever. Okay. Now I'm realizing that the scheme I'm running has probably met its end.
Right.
You know, because I couldn't find any more, you know. So now I had another idea. I'm like, okay, let's find properties that look like they're abandoned, like they haven't been touched in years. And if they're out of state, we can pose as the owner and sell it, you know, not having to transfer no property. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which we got. I mean, no, actually, no, because the first one was the one that went bad. Okay. So there was this property in, was it Fontana or Rialto? Because it's borderline. Okay. I think it was Rialto. And I would always pass by it on the way to Dawn to my mentor's house, you know? I always pass by. I'm like, man, this house looks abandoned. It's how like the grass is this tall, you know? So I go to it and I walk up and I knock and nobody answers, you know? And then one of the neighbors comes out and he's like, hey, be careful because that property, I guess like the mold got so bad, like you know, you can get sick from it, you know?
Right.
So just step away from it, you know, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Damn. Okay. So I find out who the owner is. I find out he lives in Massachusetts. Okay. He lives all the way out there. Obviously, he doesn't care about this property. So I knew this guy. He would make IDs, any ID, you know, California, any state, and even Mexican.
Turn it to the homeowner, you know? Basically.
Anything. And you look at it, you put the black light, everything, boom, it pass. You know, all right, cool. Can I get one from Massachusetts? You know, with this picture and this name, you know, and then this address. Okay, cool. He did it. You know, I paid him the $300. Now this is where Mike Kurtzy comes in. You know, the guy Mike I told you about. So Mike Kurtzy is this OG that I met through Don. You know, because they were all friends when they were growing up. You know, Kurtzy he's a millwright. You know, he's a millwright.
I don't know what that is.
Like
no.
Yeah, like it's just like heavy working, like with steel, like you know, like you get me? Like just heavy iron work stuff like that. You know, yeah, stuff like that.
An iron worker.
Yeah, kind of like that. You know, so
you ever heard of millwright? No.
Yeah, so like he's in the union and stuff like that. You know, but he's one of those where it's like they'll call him when there's like extra work because he'll always be late. He'll always call off, but he knew what he was doing.
Right.
So like he wasn't always consistently making money.
Okay.
You know, so he's hearing about what I'm doing, and I'm like, dude, like I need someone of this age to pose as an owner.
Right.
And he's like, well, so I explained to him the whole thing, like what can happen or what's going to happen, what can possibly happen, and what are the chances of getting caught. I'm like, look, if you can pull this off, I will make sure you say the least amount of things, like as much as I could. Like, you know, like you can be quiet the whole time. Let me do the talking. If we can get that done, we'll be all right. Cool. So Arthur John Host, right? Was the owner's name, Mike. Your name is Arthur John host. That's literally all you have to remember. Everything else, anyone's asking you, I'll answer. Now, I don't care if they find it weird. What are they going to do?
Right.
You know? So we actually get it done. You know, I call an investor. Hey, man, you know what? I have this property. It has this wrong with it. It's got mold issues. It's probably going to need to be tore down. If you want to come check it out, you're going to have to wear whatever, like safeties, whatever, you know? So he comes in, checks it out, and he's like, okay, I think we can make about this much on it. Okay, cool. So now we go into escrow, right? We go into escrow. It's going to get bought. You know, it gets bought. Everything goes through. You know, like the purchase goes through. You know, everything. All right. Now it's going to change ownership. Right now we get the check for this.
So you're going to the title. You're going to the closing.
Yeah. Now we're going to go to the closing because the owner's there. The owner has his ID. Hey, I'm so and so. You know.
You and Mike.
Yeah, me and Mike or Arthur or whatever. You know.
Yeah.
And I'm just all right. So we walk into the office. I'm like, Mike, what's your name? Arthur. All right, cool. You know, and little by little, I'm thinking, okay, this guy's got it. You know. Right. So we walk into the escrow office. He passes with flying colors. Saying, my name's Arthur. You know, and I told him, you have to know, like, okay, I live in this city in Massachusetts. I've been here for this long. I've owned the property since this year. Blah 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 blah.
Gotta know all that.
Right.
Like, why did you let it go for so long? Oh, I had the intention of coming back to California and seeing what I could do about it, but my wife died. Whatever. Okay, it passes that. Now we don't have a bank account for these, you know, because think about it. Like I am doing wholesale real estate, but I still had fucked up all my banking stuff from before. Like I can't bank anywhere, you know? And he's pretty much like an outlaw type person. So he don't have a bank account either.
Right.
You know? And so we're like, okay, where are we going to send this money to? And he's like, why don't we just get a check? I'm like, we can do that, but
you still have to deposit it somewhere.
Yeah, or get it cash somehow, you know? But I already had that guy, the check cashing guy, right, I was telling you about. I already knew him, so we were good. We were on good terms. But that was That was another one, $250,000. That's a lot of money,
right?
You know, because I had come to him for the 80, the other 80, the 100. Okay, that I mean, I could see that being passable, you know. But 200, that's $250,000,
right?
So okay, but they gave us the check, and I'm like, all right, let's take a drive. We go to the check cashing guy place, you know, and I'm like, hey, man, like, check us out. You know how you've done checks for me? He's like, yeah. Well, can you do one more? He's like, yeah, I told you, you know, you can come in. I have your money. Is what he would always say, you know? And so he's like, it's 250 grand. He just starts scratching his chin. He's like, $250,000, eh? I was like, yeah. He's like, oh, okay. Well, where did you find this diamond at? I was like, hey, you know, like, I'm here to catch a check. I'm not here to kiss and tell, you know? All right. Well, what's wrong? Like, look, it says it's written out to Arthur John Host. You can call for the check because there's a number or a code or
check's
on the
good.
check.
The money's good.
Exactly. So he calls, hey, you know, so and so, they have a check for this much. Is it valid? Okay, yeah, of course. This check comes from this as a company. What's the owner's name? Arthur John Host. Okay, and he's like, you have an ID? Yeah. Boom. Okay, come back tomorrow. And you know, and I'll have the money for you. You know, give me a check. Done deal. Okay. So we leave. We're obviously celebrating because we think we're about to make 250 grand.
Don't call the police on you.
Mind you, while we were getting to sell that property, I think it was asbestos or whatever. I don't know what it was infested with, but it was bad. Like the mold was really bad. Like you inhale that and you're probably gonna die or something like that. You know, it was bad.
Okay.
So so that took a while because, you know, like people, I guess they needed to talk to the city about, you know, rebuilding it or tearing it down, the safety measures that they needed to take. You know, the thing is, it took a while. You know.
Okay.
So in the midst of that, I started piling up a list of properties that we were going to do the same way.
Right.
This person lives out of state. This property is abandoned. Let's go. You know. So I had 12 of them, and I already had everything set up. You know, on my phone. I had everything set up. They're on my phone. We were ready. As soon as these 250 grand hit, the next one. We're just not going to stop, right? Okay. So he tells us to come back the next day. We come back the next day, and I can tell Mike had been on this. He was drunk the night before. Like I could just sit in his face. I'm like, dude, like, really? Like, look at this is going to play the Super Bowl. Are you really going to get shit-faced drunk the night before you play Super Bowl? Well, no. Then what the fuck? Like, what's wrong with you, you know? And he's like, oh, man, I was just happy we were about to make so much money. You don't have the money yet in your hand.
Yeah.
Like, bro, like, you want the dog to bark and it's still in the womb. Like, come on, you know? And he's like, well, brother, like, you know, like, you want to kill your chickens that haven't hatched yet. Like, what's wrong with you? You know?
All right. So what happened? So what's going on?
So, you know? And he's like, I don't need to hear this shit. I'm like, all right, man. If anything happens, this is on you, you know? So mind you, he's out of his mind because he was drunk the night before.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, what was his job? His job was, I'm Arthur John Host.
Right.
Okay. Now, the check cashing guy place has started noticing from the day before that any conversation that he would have with Mike, I would cut off and I would talk for him.
Yeah.
You know, anybody else that we were involved with, they didn't find a problem with that.
Yeah.
They didn't find, but he found a problem with that. Like, why don't you let the man talk for himself? You know, you can see it. He didn't say that.
Right.
But the way he looked and what the things he said in between, I'm like, okay, this guy's wondering, you know? So we're sitting down, and usually, like, he has the money ready. I give him the check, boom, and he hands me the money, and we leave.
Mm-hmm.
That time, he was like, hey, well, why don't we just go hang out in my office in the back for a little bit? I'm like, okay, whatever. Nothing bad. We go back there, right? And, you know, we're hanging out. He lights his big old cigar, you know? He's just chilling. He's like, you want to hit this? I'm like, I'm cool. You know, like, that's probably going to make him pass out. He tries really hard to direct the conversation to Mike, you know? And I'm cutting it off, you know? And finally he stops and he's like, hey, man, like, why don't you let the man speak for himself? And what are you talking about? He's my client. Like, I understand that, but you're acting like this man has Down syndrome or something. Like, you're acting like he can't talk for his own account. And what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Like, well, can we have a conversation with him? Okay, cool. I guess, yeah, that's fine. Look, if this, you know, if this offends you or anything, like, by all means, you know, whatever. So he turns to him and he's like, okay, Mr. Host, like, I just want to know, like, what's it like living in Massachusetts, you know, and asking him why he left the property abandoned for so long. Questions that he already answered before.
Right.
But remember, he's shit-faced from the night before.
Yeah.
So the moment he's like, hey, Mr. Host, Mike's face was like, I was like, oh, shit. Oh, my God, there's no way. Like, he's not going to bomb this. You know? He's like, oh, Mr. Host, like, what's it like living in Massachusetts? And he's like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, I'm from Fontana. My name is Mike. I'm like,
damn.
Dude, like, oh, man. I look at the check cashing guy. I look at Mike, and now we're all looking at each other. And Mike realizes what the fuck he just did.
Right.
You know, he's like, oh, no, you know, they call me Mike, you know, but my name is Arthur, you know? And I'm just like, dude, it's way too late. Like, you done nuclear bombed this fucking thing. It's over, you know? So the check cashing guy is like, because I'm pretty sure, like, it's a money establishment. Mm-hmm. Everything's recorded. Yeah. You know, he's got to, even in his office, everything's got to be recorded, you know? So I'm pretty sure that audio got caught somewhere. So he's like, well, I'm like, what's going on? He's like, are we going to do this? He's like, do what? I'm like, are you going to give me the money? He's like, no, I'm not going to do that. What I am going to do is I'm going to keep this check and I'm going to keep this ID. I'm like, why are you going to do that? He's like, you really want me to answer that question? And I was like, he's like, you're lucky I'm even letting you leave. Let's just leave.
Right.
And let's just leave, you know? Shit. Let us leave.
That's crazy.
We take off. You know, I'm like, Mike,
I'd have left Mike there. I'd have gotten in the car. Mike had been pulling on that door handle. I was just fucking backed up and like, you're on your own.
Okay. Now, I left the little part of the story. Okay. So while this property was being in the process of it, one of my mentor's friends, Tommy, he hears about what I've done. Mm-hmm. He hears that I've done properties of people who are dead. And now I'm doing people who, you know, the owners are out of state. Okay. So he comes to me, you know, and he's like, hey, brother. I'm like, what's going on? He's like, hey, I have a property for you. I'm like, bro, like, you know how many times that people have told me that? And like, I'm either too busy or the property they give me is like, no, they have family. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you know? But he comes to me, he swore up and down that this person was dead. You know, he knew their name already and everything. And I'm like, okay, look, I'm too busy doing my shit. I'm not gonna stop and do homework for you for something that you can cash out on. You know, like I'm just not gonna do it. You know, like, because I don't want to put time and effort into finding something out and then find out that he's not dead. If you can assure me that he's dead, I might consider making the deed for you so you can go ahead and do your thing. You know. But mind you,
That's what he wants to do. He just wants you to make a deed, and he can go off on his own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
But imagine the detail. Person needs to be dead. Okay. So he comes back like 2-3 weeks later, and we're almost about to do the closing for this one, you know. And he's like, "Hey man, he's dead. And I promise you."
Dude, give me 10 grand and I'll fucking make the deed. You can go file it. And then if that guy ever calls you again and says, "Hey man, I want to talk to you about," no, we don't talk anymore.
That's
Just hang
right.
up the phone.
That's right. Yeah, but it's not how it went. It's not how it went at all. Now, mind you, okay. I have the guy Shirel from the Fontana property. That he's like, "I don't want to call the cops." I completely blow him off. I don't know what's happening to that at that point. You know,
with the 250.
Yeah, with the 250. I don't know what's happening.
So he
at that
didn't
point.
call the cops.
I don't know. Right.
Oh, okay.
So now I move on to the property where Arthur John hosts, which is we were all going to get 250 out of it, and Mike fucks it up.
Right.
You know. So now we got two situations where law enforcement could possibly get involved, or they are involved. You know, I don't know because
that's right. I didn't realize there's two fucking landlines out there.
Yeah.
Deed house.
I forgot about the other guys. Yeah.
You know? So now I just don't know because I wasn't going to stick around to find out.
Right.
You know. Okay. So now remember there was 12 properties on my phone that I had everything set up. Okay. So the next one was D Street in Colton. Okay. Well, now we're trying to get this done. You know, I have the guy make an ID for Robert Benjamin Torres. Robert Benjamin Torres. Yeah, it was Robert and Dora Torres. Okay. Now I have to make two. You know, Robert and Dora, because they live like in another state. They live like in Connecticut or something like way out there. You know, and so I make their IDs. You know, so now I have to not only find a guy, because I'm not doing Mike. He's gonna be fucked up.
No.
Like, no way.
No way, Jose.
So I find someone else, and hey, is your lady up for this? You know, because they had to be older.
Yeah.
You know, so I find some people in that age group. I find a guy.
Got a match.
Hey,
Got a match.
Do you have a wife or you have a girl? Yeah. Would she be willing to do it as well? Because this deed is a joint deed. You know. Okay. Cool. So then I have my friend make the IDs, pay him.
And that's how a lot of people be getting caught whenever using CPNs too. They be getting just using random anybody information, pre-built CPNs. Let me correct myself. Pre-built CPNs using anybody information and don't even match them. Like, come on now, you 5'6", 25-year-old black man with dreads. You got a 56-year-old white male that's 6'3", 256 pounds. Come on now, make it make sense. Don't even look like you.
And I come back, I'm like, look, here are your IDs. Okay. Now, mind you, this is where shit hits the fan because I had been being investigated already. I had been being followed. Why? Because the property that the guy Tommy said that the guy was dead was not dead.
Right.
Okay.
So it had nothing to do with your two fuck ups.
It had nothing to do with my two fuck ups. But here's the third landmine.
Right.
You know? So I'm doing this one. You know, I'm literally at the property. You know, like showing the property. Oh yeah, you know, these are the owners. I'm showing the property. You know, and my phone just keeps ringing. Like I'm not one to answer the phone while I'm doing something, because you know it's rude. But he keeps calling. I'm just like, all right, well, it's got to be something important. I'm like, excuse me, I'm sorry. I answer the phone. It's Tommy, and I'm like, what's wrong? And I hear screaming in the background. This guy's screaming at the top of his lungs. You know, like, yo, motherfucker, get the hell off my property. My neighbors said that they've seen you dozens of times right here. You've taken motorcycles. You've taken this. You've taken that. It's like, Tommy, what's going on? And he's like, well, brother, you know,
brother,
this guy's not dead, is he? He's like, well, I thought. I'm like, Tommy, bro, I told you. You have to make sure this person's dead or this was going to happen. He's like, oh, well, I don't know what to do, man. And then he says, I told him all about your company and I told him all about how you made the deed. And I'm just like, dude.
What
the fuck? And as a matter of fact, here he is. Hello? I hung up and I was like, no. But obviously, for Tommy to get off the hook, he's like, this is his company. This is who he is. And this is where he lives. So now I get a voicemail. You know, I get like 2 missed calls and I get a voicemail. I don't check it till later after showing the property. I get home and I'm like, you know, Mr. Falcon, this is Gene Arsley, you know, owner of the property here up in Crestline. I was like, okay. And he's like, your partner here didn't have no problem telling me everything that's going on. You know, I know you have a company running scams. I know you have a company doing this. I know you have a company doing that. But then he pulled the same thing that Shirel tried to put. Oh, you know what? Just sign it back over to me, and we don't have no problems. Okay, mind you, the first 2 landmines now have the attention of law enforcement, but they're not. They don't make it known. They have been following me. They have everything. You know. So now we're doing D Street, you know, I'm still trying to do D Street, trying to make some money. And then, I was thinking, okay, I'm gonna do this last deal, right off in the sunset, no more, you know, because obviously the heat was coming down. You can feel it. You can literally feel it. Anyone that tells you otherwise is lying,
right?
You know, you can feel the heat coming, you know. And so we're trying to do D Street. I get the paperwork together, the contract and everything, you know, and I have one of my friends, hey, go take this to the escrow office, just drop it off. I was even scared to go to the escrow office at this point, you know. I'm like, hey, just drop it off. Tell them it's for Peter, and this and this and that. Okay, boom. They drop it off, and they come back, and they're like, dude. I'm like, what? Like, it's not good. What are you talking about? He's like, I got there, and there were people in there that try to make it look like they work there, but they don't work there. Like, what were they dressed as? They had slacks, and I'm like, how was their build? Oh, they were like really built, and I'm just like, what did they talk much? No, they didn't talk much, you know. I just talked to the lady in the front. I'm like, those were cops. Those were definitely cops, just chilling there, just waiting for me to walk up to the escrow office and, you know, to nail me. So I'm like, fuck.
That's crazy.
So I stopped everything, you know. I'm like, I shred everything, stop everything, and then just cut it. Like I just stop, no more. I get myself a 9 to 5 working at this car wash, you know. At this car wash, I'm like, I'm done. I know what's coming, you know. Right. It's not 1, it's not 2, it's 3, right? Or 3 or 4 even, you know. So I cut everything off, stop doing it, you know. And don't get me wrong, like when you're used to it, you're just like, man, just do one more. But it's like, no. And so I thought that because I stopped, that was going to be the end of that. You know, that's it. You know, no, it's not how it works.
So I got to pay the piper.
Exactly. So when that happened, when my friend told me that there was cops waiting for me at the escrow office, this was like April, like 21, right? So cut everything off, stop doing everything, shred everything. Boy, I forget to wipe my phone of the ones that we were gonna do. That makes sense. And I said 12. Yeah, 12. There was 12 of them, you know, everything, blah, blah, blah. I would even write in my notes the steps. Like, oh my God, dude. It was bad. Like literally, if you were to look at it, it's like, oh, well, I don't need any more evidence. Like, it's all right here, you know? And, okay. So by November 30th, 2021, I had forgotten about it. I'm like, nothing's going to happen. They're not going to come. They're not going to say anything. Boom, boom, boom. You know, Sheriff Department, we have a search warrant. And this is like maybe an hour before I go to work. So I get up, I'm like, shit, like I don't have anything on. I put some shorts on, you know, I try to tie it, you know, like it's bad. Like they literally caught me ass naked. Like, what am I gonna do? You know? So, you know, I put some clothes on, I go and open the door, and rifles come out. You know, matter of fact, I didn't even open the door. My little brother opened the door, and they point the rifle at him, they cuff his girlfriend. You know, and then they thought that he was me. You know, once they realized he wasn't, I was still in the room, like trying to get rid of other shit. You know, yeah, no. So they came in and they're like, "All right, where's your phone?" And I'm thinking, well, right, like a dumbass, I could have just been like, "I lost it." But you know, you're not thinking because you're like, "Oh shit, like it's over."
Right.
Hand him the phone. Where's your computer? It's over there. All right. So, so now they connect the phone. It was a full-on raid, you know. So okay, so there was the main investigator to that case, to that raid. Someone I was working with had told me about him. You know, her name was Sherry. The girl that was working with, her name is Sherry. She is trying to get licensed to do real estate, but she saw that I was making money, so she hopped in, you know, and then she would make money, you know. And she was like this lesbian chick from LA, you know, like, but she's the one that gave me access to be able to look at the old deeds and find the old signature to transfer. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm giving her money every day, you know. So she obviously she's happy with me. I want to say she had no idea, but there were situations that happened where I had to fix it. That what else could it have possibly been?
Right.
But she was like, "Oh yeah, okay. Well, as long as you fix it, like, she knew what was up, you know.
Right.
But whatever." So one day she calls me and she's like, "Hey, like, do you know anything about this guy?" I'm like, "What? What's his name?" He's like, "His name is Buñuelos." I forgot his first name. Oh, Eddie Buñuelos. Who's that? And he's like, "I don't know." He's just saying that he's from REF. REF. I'm like, shit, real estate fraud.
Real estate fraud.
Yeah,
What
really.
is that?
No, there's a team that takes care of like real estate for fraud transactions and everything. You know,
For what?
You know?
For what law enforcement agency? I mean, this is like the
I don't
county
know.
or something?
They said sheriff. You know.
Oh, sheriff. So it's a sheriff's office.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. They call it REF.
Yeah.
REF. You know.
Well, here they've got one that's called it's the financial crimes division.
Okay. There you go. Something like that, you know. And so incomes is gone. Okay, so here's what happened. So when Sherry told me about him, and what did he tell you? He's like, "Oh, he just asked me about you and what we're doing. The company." I told him that we wholesale and I haven't noticed anything illegal. And he said, "If you ever notice anything illegal, here's my card." And it just makes you wonder, Peter, like, what's going on? And in my head, I'm thinking, Sherry, you know what the fuck's going on? Like, get the hell out of here, you know? But whatever, you know?
Yeah, I had a bunch of employees do that.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
understand.
Yeah, you get it. Like, you're over here making 15 grand out just because you know me.
Yeah, right.
Like, come on, you know? And then so she goes, "Okay, well, I don't know what's going on, Peter, but I think you should talk to him." And I'm thinking, this is before the raid,
right?
You know? And I'm like, damn, like, should I? So in my head, I'm thinking, if I just spin this guy a story,
right,
he might just go that way, might go on a wild goose chase, but no, he knew who he had,
right?
You know. So I sent him this long email, you know, because the reason why he was called, you know, is because of the Shirelle Owens thing,
yeah,
right? The Shirelle Owens thing, the Mike thing, and now the dead guy that wasn't dead.
Yeah,
these three things all led to Quality Property Solutions, you know? So obviously something's going on. We're going to find out, right? Me knowing that he's aware of the situation, I write this long email. Like, this email was probably like a page's worth.
Right.
And obviously I'm still on the ice, which does not help.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, you think you're making sense, but you're really not. And that's terrible. So I wrote this long email saying how Tommy was the one who was orchestrating everything, you know? That Tommy was the one orchestrating everything, that I know Don, he knows Don, and one day he was like, "Hey man, we can do this and we can do this," you know? Like, so I pretty much just pinned everything on him, saying, "Hey, he's the one orchestrating this. You gotta watch out for this guy." Like, and I'd be like, "I swear to God." You know?
Yeah.
You know, so I sent him this email. And then all he writes back is, well, why don't you just meet up with me and we could talk more about it? And I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not gonna do that, you know? So I left that email alone. I realized later on, I'm like, that was stupid. That was so stupid. Like, you know,
you're just putting yourself in the middle of the whole thing. And it's on paper that you're lying to a law enforcement. What is it? Obstruction of justice.
Yeah.
So you're working at the
car wash. Yeah. So I get a 9 to 5.
But you're good though. You're working at the car wash. You're doing the right thing. They're going to drop all this stuff.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Right. Oh yeah. You know, hey, I'm a hardworking citizen.
Right.
You know, this is like it's going to be all right. It's going to be good. You know, wrong. So I started working there, and then that's when they come to the door. You know, like boom. You know, and I'm thinking, oh my God, they're here for me. They're here for me. They're here for me. And here comes, and I knew who he was before. I was like, this is Buñuelos. It has to be. And he didn't have his, you know how they can rip their name off, you know, because it's Velcro. He's like, "Mr. Falcon, you know who I am?" And I looked at him and I was like, "Yeah, you're Buñuelos." Yeah, good job. How did you know? I was like, come on, man. Like, I can recognize when someone got their man.
Yeah.
You know, that's who you are.
Hey,
and then I asked him, like, when did you
got you, cuz?
When that email I wrote you, that didn't send you on a wild goose chase? Like, no, I knew who I had.
Yeah.
You know, the moment the file hit my desk, and I was like, oh shit. Like, so. All right, so I'm thinking, all right, well, cuff me. And he's like, no. Like, I didn't come for you. I came for your technology. It was a technology raid.
Okay.
So he came from my phone. He came from my computer. But they wanted to extract what was on the phone right then and there. But it was so much, like so much data that it was taking a long time. They were at my house 3.5 hours. You know, even my mom came home for lunch. She was like, "What the fuck is going on?" You know, I was like, "Oh, now not only do I have to deal with what's going on here, now I got to deal with, you know, like with mom. Damn near has a heart attack. You know, damn near has a heart attack." And so the guy, when Yuelo sees that, and he's like, "Okay, look, we're gonna have to leave because, you know, his mom is obviously not looking well, not reacting well to the situation."
Right.
So I'm thinking, I'm looking at the tech guy. The tech guy knows what's up. The moment you pull that phone from the extraction and it doesn't complete, that file gets corrupted because it's not complete. You know, that means you got to start over.
Yeah.
But the moment they leave my house
and give you the phone,
no, they took the phone.
Oh, they took the phone.
They took the phone, but my phone was connected to my Mac computer.
Okay.
So the moment they leave, the tech guy already knew because he looked at me, I looked at him, I was like, "Yeah, you already know what's up, brother." The moment they leave, I'm gonna go on my computer and wipe that phone.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But okay, so they leave, right? And I'm thinking, wow, they didn't come arrest me. And the last thing he said was, "Falcon, I didn't come for you today, but I'm going to come back for you someday." I'm in my head, I'm like, "Yeah, right." You know? So that happened, right? They left. And now I'm not doing anything, you know? Like, I'm just going to work. I start my detail company, you know? Because I start thinking, like, because a lot of people would be like, they would pass by, "Oh, do you happen to do detail?" And my dumb ass would be like, "No."
Right.
One day I finally was like, "Well, I have enough money to get this started." So, you know, I got my little setup and started getting customers and stuff, right? And this goes on for about 1.5 years, almost 2 years, you know? Nothing.
Right.
Nothing at all. And one day I get this text. It's funny because this is with me and her, and we started going out, you know? And I'm thinking, I have money saved up, you know, like this is wonderful. Like life's gonna take a turn for the best. Like, you know, I finally be able to have that home, family, like everything that a man would want, you know, normal life. And one day I go on my lunch for work. I go over there, I meet up with her. She brought me some food. And I had gotten these texts from like this number, like maybe like 2 days before that. And, "Hey, I saw your ad on Facebook. Can you take stains out of a car?" And usually the customer's like, "Here's my car. Here's what's wrong. How much do you charge?"
All right.
But they were being very vague. But again, remember, it's been 1.5 years, so I don't know what's gone. I have forgotten about it, you know? I'm like, "Oh, yeah, well, what kind of car is it?" "Oh, it's a Toyota Prius." And I'm like, wait, this is a man talking about a Toyota Prius? Come on, man. Like, unless, you know, you're a little like, you know, like, come on, you know? And so that was red flag number 1. Still decided to ignore it. And I'm like, "Okay, well, what kind of car is it?" "Oh, it's a Toyota Prius." I'm like, "What's wrong with it?" "Oh, it's got water stains." I'm like, bro, water don't stain. You know, like sweat stains. Like, you know, like if you're a hardworking construction guy and just the sweat goes through, that stains. You know, like other stuff stains. Water doesn't stain; it just goes away. So I'm thinking, still red flag number 2. Still don't catch it. You know, and there's so many red flags. Still don't catch them. So he says, "All right. So what do you want me to do? I want you to tune the seats and I want you to do a waxing." Okay. He's like, "Oh, can I go to your house?" I'm like, "Sir, I am a mobile detailer.
Right.
I am mobile. I go to you. I've never met I have one customer that brings me their truck and then they take off in another car and come back when I'm done. And that's the only one that I do like that because they got comfortable, you know, and they were a client at the car wash, whatever. But I'm not just going to have someone random bring me their car, you know?
So where do you meet them?
Huh? I don't meet them.
Okay.
My dumbass, I'm like, look, because I feel bad because I don't want to lose a customer.
Right.
You get me? I'm like, look, this is my address.
Right.
And this is where I work. If you want me to do a quick touch up or a little sample of what my work will look like, meet me here. That was a couple days before. Huh? So then that day comes where I go to lunch on my lunch break, go home, eat lunch, whatever, come back, I punch in. I'm just about to go back to work. And I hear Falcon. And turn around. It's Buñuelos, the lead investigator that came through my door 1.5 years back. And look, and I'm like, there's no fucking way, dude. Like, there's no way. Yeah, he cuffed me, threw me in the back of his car. And the first thing he said was, "Didn't I tell you I was gonna come back for you?" And I'm thinking, damn, you know. So the phone that he got, you know, I had wiped it. And I had gotten a new phone. Still didn't delete those files off the new phone because it goes into the iCloud. And when you back up your iCloud, it brings everything you had to the new phone. Still hadn't, like a dumbass. I'm like, oh God, like I need to get rid of that stuff, you know? And
right, you should have been did that.
so I'm in jail. You know, I call my girlfriend. I'm like, babe, like I'm in jail. I'm like, don't worry. I should be out within a couple of days. I go and look at my papers. There's a $500,000 bail, you know? And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I've never seen this number this high before. And, you know, I'm like, hey, I can't bail out. No, you need 50 grand or you need this. I'm like, fuck, I don't have 50 grand. You know, so I go to court the first time and I'm like, can I get out? Can I get out on OR? And the judge is like, you are a danger to society. Maybe not violently, but you're a danger to society for people's information, people's homes, people, you know, you can destroy people's lives like this and you want me to let you go? Denied. That's when I knew. I was like, I might be here for a while, you know? Then it clicks. I'm like, my phone, because he took my phone again. On my phone, you know? And I called my brother. I was like, bro, you need to get rid of my phone, you know? And he's like, well, I did it the first time. Because when they left the first time, I couldn't delete it for some reason, but he was able to do it. Okay, cool. And he's like, and he told me, I'm not doing this for you no more. You know, whatever happens, it happens. So second time, when they finally caught me and I'm calling him from jail, I'm like, dude, Josh, I need you to delete my phone. He's like, I'm not doing shit.
Right.
You know? Shit. So that's when those 40
get him charged.
Yeah, that's when those 48 charges came in, you know? I asked for my discovery. My discovery was 1,700 pages long. 1,700 pages long. I got it. I didn't even get to go all the way through it, you know? Like, fuck. Dude. So I started going to court. By like the fourth court, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to sit down for a while. You know, they went from, they were telling me 8 years, 7 months, something like that. And so we hired a paid attorney and they got it down to two and a half. Because at the end of the day, they found the attempt. They never found the ones that we did. Never found any of the ones that we sold or any of the money that we got.
Okay.
Nothing. So they went from 8 years, 6 7 months to 2.5. I'm like, damn, I guess I paid 10 grand for the lawyer to get it down to 2.5. So I did my time, right? And it's funny because everybody I would talk to that was about fraud, it's funny because like when you go in, whatever you were there for, you start talking to people that are of a similar crime. You know what I mean? I couldn't find anybody.
No.
Couldn't find anybody. Like I was like, what? I do credit cards and stuff. I'm like, oh, you're in the little leagues. you know, like you're over here playing Pee Wee football, and you're over here like in the NFL. And like, come on.
I knew one guy that owned
he was
a lawyer, and he owned a title company, and he had satisfied the loan on. He didn't even satisfy it. He basically refinanced his own property several times, and just kept the money and recorded fake mortgages. And then sent it to the title companies and the mortgage company. So it looked like he had recorded these things when really he had taken the money and not paid off the first mortgage. But this is his own personal property.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't believe that they let him do those transactions himself. I'm like, they knew that. He was like, yeah. He's like, no, they knew it was my stuff. But you know, he said, I was telling him I'm trying to save on the money. I was like, it never made sense to me that they would let him do that. But I forget what it was. It ended up being like, I want to say like $500,000 or $1 million or something like that. And he ended up getting like 3 years. But of course, he's a real estate lawyer. He's no longer going to be a lawyer.
Yeah, of course. So, got disbarred and can't. Yeah.
So, but that was like kind of like the closest person I ever came that was close. And that was out of 13 years.
For real?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like anybody would be like, oh yeah, I was squatting. I was like, dude, they was squatting. Like, come on, that's
not
no,
like
come on, man, you know, you didn't take the time to learn about the trade and then go about it, you know. And like it's funny because like so when I ran into your interview, I was like, damn, like you know, I need to talk to this guy. Like it'd be cool if we can have a conversation about this because I didn't even out there never met anybody that was even remote closely to even understand what was going on, you know.
So on the 2.5 years, how much time did you do?
Just 1 year.
1 year.
Yeah.
1 year.
Yeah.
What was the loss? How much was it? It was a couple million or something?
What? Oh, yeah, 2.8 million. The potential losses were 2.8 million if I had done those, you know? Yeah. And
so you got out. So what year did you get out?
I got out of prison February of 24. Remember, all this happened in 21. They came through my door in 21. They didn't come at me until like almost a year and a half, 2 years later.
Right.
You know, so I get arrested February of 23 and do the whole year, and I get out February of 24. So I get out of prison February 10th, 2024. You know, now, I was away, but I really didn't feel the pinch of like you're locked up. Right. I had money. You know, she was taking care of me. You know, I had packages. You know, oh, you want to buy some Pruno? It was like I was on vacation.
Right.
Literally, like I really didn't feel the pinch of it. You know, and like okay, whatever. So I get out, and she had some money saved up, and so we just start enjoying ourselves. You know, like if it was never gonna run out.
Right.
Which is always a problem, right? And so it starts running out, and I'm like, oh shit, like. You know, arguments begin. You know how it goes.
Yeah,
you know?
stress. Yeah.
Yes. And then I'm like, okay, now I got to get back in the game, but I'm not doing no real estate. You know, so I go back to what I knew best, which was cars. You know, and I know that I'm not going to work at no dealership. You know, and again, it's like, should I just go straight edge or should I just go full fraud? And I'm like, well, I don't have a choice. So I went full fraud. You know, and so what I would do is I called Chico and Juan or one of them, and I'm like, hey, what's the website you guys use to obtain this information? Oh, why? Look, if I give you $20, will you just give me the information and shut the fuck up? You know?
Right.
Yeah. And they gave me the website, and I started looking people up. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. I didn't care what it was, as long as it was good credit. So what I would do is I would get a profile. I would go on Car Gurus, you know, Car Gurus.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the financing section, you fill out their information, right?
Yeah.
And it pre-approves you based on your credit, you know, based on your credit score. And since every profile I got was good credit, they would pre-approve me with Chase, Capital One, Westlake, Global Lending Services, all the banks. The more banks that I saw pre-approved, the better the credit. So then I would start shopping, you know, and I would find the highest price for zero down. Once I saw that, then I'm okay, I'm going to pick out of these. But I shopped out of state. Why would I shop out of state? Because if you shop out of state, they're not going to require you to come in.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So then I'll be like, okay, so, and then my area was Arizona. Like Arizona, I was like, hello, hey, my name is this so-and-so. I'm trying to get this car. I'm already pre-approved. Oh, okay. I have a pre-approval certificate. Okay. So Car Gurus, whenever you get pre-approved and you look at the vehicle, it gives you like a little, like, you know, okay, you are approved for zero down for this car. How do you want your certificate to be sent to you? Just text it to me. Text it to you. Screenshot it. Call a dealership, tell them you want that car, and send them that pre-approval. They think that with that certificate, the bank that pre-approved you already did its due diligence, proof of income, proof of a residence, proof of everything. And say, okay, well, you know, Mr. So-and-so, since, you know, you are pre-approved with your bank, we see it right here. All we're going to need is a copy of your license front and back. And, you know, it's what do you want to do? I'm like, okay, do you guys transport vehicles? Yes. Okay. Do you guys use your own, or can I bring in my own company? Oh, you know, we do our own, but you can also bring your own. I'm like, all right, how much is it if we go with you? Oh, it's $800. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I have this company that can come in and pick it up for me. Is that okay? Yes. Just have them give us the bill of landing, which is where it's being picked up from and where it's going and everything, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And then that's it. So that's how I would do it. The only money I had to pay out of pocket was the transportation fee. And the driver didn't care. As soon as the driver picked it up, I was like, hey, man, we're changing addresses. Okay, $25 more on Cash App. Done. You know, they would drop it off, leave the key under the mat, and I would either sit somewhere and just stake it out maybe a couple hours, or have it parked somewhere so far away that by the time I got there, come on, you know? So, you know, there was no cops on it. You get me?
Right, yeah.
So, and it worked. Like,
but they don't even know if fraud's been committed yet. So when you get the car, what do you do with the car?
So I would just drive it around. You know?
Okay.
No, literally.
I understand, but how are you making money doing that?
Okay. So I had been doing this for a while, you know, not with the Car Gurus, but we would obtain cars. So my friend Chico, he would do it to where he would walk into the dealership.
Right.
I'm like, you're a fucking idiot, bro. Like, but he would get it done. So we knew these people that would take these cars and send them down to Mexico.
Okay.
You know, so my point to this was getting to do that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But for the longest time, I couldn't get a hold of this guy Chico because he knew the guy, you know? So I was doing cars left and right. Honestly, to be fully honest, I would do some just for fun. Just you know?
Have something to drive around.
Yeah,
for
exactly. You know? So finally I come across this this profile that it was I forgot what his name was, lawyer or something like that. And okay, so we get this 2022 or 2023 like metallic Dodger blue Ram. Beautiful truck. The color was like, here I am. I didn't think about that till later, but that truck, when I get approved for it, it also comes with a credit limit of like $21,000. I'm like, here it is. Here's the money that we need to be okay. You know, and I remember telling my girlfriend, I was like, if we don't do something productive with this money, I'm gonna go back to jail. And come on, I knew it, because if we blow that money, we're gonna want to make that money again, and that's not gonna go as well. And boom, okay. So you would think with $21,000, you would have the decency to make 1 or 2 payments, because literally, the loan account is connected to the credit file, the credit limit that they gave me.
Right.
Did I make a payment? No.
Right.
You know. So now we blew the money. Now the second payment's coming, and I'm like, shit. Okay, we need to get rid of this truck. You know. So now this is when me and Chico got in contact with each other. I'm like, dude, like, do you want something to drive? Yeah, give me $6,000. Keep this truck. Boom. All right. Now, I was working on 2 more, because me and my girlfriend would hang out with this couple that they were doing bad. You know, okay, and then the guy had 3 daughters. So I was like, okay, look, bring me a profile. I'll get you a car, and then whatever. You know, if you want to make the payment, whatever. But I don't exist if you want you to get caught. I still didn't learn my lesson, you know, from the first time. So, okay, I got my girlfriend a black Durango, and I was getting them a white Durango. Okay, now Francisco, which is the guy, my friend or whatever, he thinks that I used the profile he gave me to get my girlfriend's car, but I had told him I'm already working on 1. Okay, I'll work on yours. I'm working on 2. One of them is gonna get here first, and it's gonna be hers, because I started hers first, obviously, you know. So her black Durango comes in. We drive it around. We use this Durango as a replacement for the blue truck, because now they're looking for the blue truck. I'm like, I don't want none of that. So we got this. How much did we get? We got like $3,000 out of the 6, you know, because the guy Chico, he was like, he would be into going into Home Depot, make a receipt for whatever, you know. His thing was flooring, you know, like the vinyl flooring. Make a receipt for like 30 cases of flooring, load the cases on the cart, walk out and be like, here's my receipt, load it up and go. We were making pretty good money on that, you know, whatever. And so that's how he was paying me. So then I would go and sell it to somebody else for a higher price, make more money. So we got the Durango, and then we park it in my mom's driveway. You know, here's where I fucked up, because on the blue truck, I realized that they had approved us for the credit limit, but I had to change the addresses from his address to my address, so the letters, the cards.
You messing up, cuz.
I had to pass the credit questions like 3 times. So I'm like, well, we're never gonna get caught, so I'll just put my address as the address for whatever we do next. So where's the car registered to?
Your
my house. So here we roll up in the black Durango, you know. Now when we got it, we didn't get the temporary plates. This is where I fucked up. Okay,
this is a lot of This is where I fucked up.
No, really. Right. So now I'm hounding the saleswoman. Like I'm not just asking. Like I'm like, you need to give me this shit right now.
Right.
You know? And I'm like, I need those paper plates. Right. I need those fucking paper plates. Like, I need them. I don't want to get pulled over. I'm like, look, in my head, I'm thinking.
And what, you're just driving around with no tags at all?
Nothing. For like just a couple hours.
Oh, okay.
You know, while she sent me the file, you know? Yeah. And then by this time, it's like, because we picked up the car, it must have been like 8 o'clock at night. And I'm looking through the car, there's no paper plates. I'm like, okay, we need to park somewhere. And I just, you know? So their dealership closes at 9 or whatever. I'm like, look, you need to give me this fucking paper plates. I don't care if you have to stay extra at the office. You're giving me these paper plates. So that kind of drew a really big red flag. So she reports it. I don't know this. You know, she sends me the file. I print them out. I stick them on the car. Go to my house. Park the car, sleep.
If you sleep hot at night, you know how disruptive that can be. Whether you're having trouble falling asleep, you're waking up sweating in the middle of the night, or all of the above. That's where Ghost Bed can help. As the makers of the coolest beds in the world, Ghost Bed is your go-to for cooling mattresses, cooling pillows, and cooling bedding. From their signature Ghost Ice fabric to patented technology that adjusts to your body's temperature, every Ghost Bed mattress is designed with cooling in mind. So whether you want a plusher mattress that cushions your shoulders and hips or a firm option with exceptional support, your Ghost Bed will keep you cool and comfortable all night long. When you purchase a Ghost Bed mattress, your comfort is guaranteed. You can try out your mattress for 101 nights, risk-free, to make sure it's the right fit for you. Plus, they offer free shipping, and most items are shipped within 24 hours. If you're not sure which Ghost Bed is right for you, check out their mattress quiz. You'll answer a few questions and get a personalized recommendation. Just visit ghostbed.com/Cox and use code Cox at the checkout.
The next day, Chico is going to give me the second half of the payment with the flooring, you know? Right. I'm going to give you this much flooring, and then you go on your way. Now, that day, what happened? Yeah, okay. So we were trying to get Francisco's Durango for him and his girl, right? Right. Okay. So we have I forgot what the fight. We had a huge fight. She wants to leave, and I'm not letting her leave. You know, I'm like, yeah, get back in the house. And she has all the paperwork for the deal for the white Durango in her hand because she's the one signing it because it was a female profile.
Right.
So she's the one signing it. I'm just like, and she's like, oh, I'm gonna leave. I'm like, you're not going nowhere. So then I push her kind of hard, you know. She drops all the paperwork in my front yard.
Out of there and get the car.
You know, and I'm so mad, I don't even pick it up. You know, and I'm thinking, okay, we just need to get in the house and defuse the situation, and we'll be all right. When we go back in the house, the situation does not get defused; it gets worse. And so it got so bad to the point where I'm like, okay, my mom's about to call the cops. So we just book it. Again, did not pick up the paperwork off the floor. My mom did call the cops, you know? And so we disappear, you know? Yeah, okay, so yeah, this happened before we picked the Durango. So yeah. So the Durango's already on the way.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The Durango's already on the way. We're doing the white one. We get in this fight because we're riding around with Chico in the truck doing more of the flooring. And then that's when we get in that big fight. And then she's like, I'm gonna leave. I'm like, no, you're not. Push her, drops everything. But now we're on foot. We're running. I'm like, where are we going? I don't know, but we got to get away from here. So my mom calls the cops. Obviously, they come. They were smart, too, because they left it just the way it was. Paperwork, you know? Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking, these motherfuckers didn't get shit, you know? So we finally come back to the house like 2 days later with the Durango. Roll up. And I'm like, hey, Mom, what happened to the paperwork that was right there on the floor? Oh, I have it right here. You mean the cops didn't get it? Like, I don't know. I don't think so. They didn't even touch it. I'm like, okay, cool. Now, mind you, the car is registered to my house. Mm-hmm. We pick up the paperwork. She begins signing the rest of it. And that's when Chico was like, hey, I need you to meet me at Walmart so I can give you this flooring. Cool. Get in the Durango, back up. I swear we get a block from my house. You never really expect it. Woo! It was over. You know? So we get pulled over, you know, and they're like, get out of the car, get out of the car, get out of the car. I'm like, oh, shit. So then we got out of the car, they arrest me, and then right away I'm like, how do I get out of this? Like, what can I possibly say to get out of it? And there was a cop there in that scene that I had talked to maybe like about a month ago because I was on probation.
Mm-hmm.
And they came in and they found some paraphernalia and they were like, okay, you're going to jail. So, but I had talked to him about the real estate thing. I'm like, hey, you know, just you know, just kind of like get him on the good side. And I was like, hey, look, if you guys need to watch out for this and this and this and this and this. If you ever see, and this is what this means. But I pretty much explained the scheme I did with real estate, mm-hmm. but giving it to the cop like it's some good Samaritan. You know what I'm saying?
You trying to get back on the cop.
So he's thinking, oh, okay, cool, awesome. He's willing to give information, right? So we're there, and I see him. I'm like, hey, what's up? And, hey, yeah. And so then he goes to the it's the auto task force. It's called Sandcat. And he goes to the guy, the lead investigator, and he's like, hey, man, look, you need to listen to this kid. He's got some information that might help you crack some cases. I'm like, oh, it's a wrap. So now I'm thinking, okay, what am I going to tell this cop that I can get out of this? So I'm thinking, like, the gears start turning. Finally, he sits me down, and he's like, all right, what happened? I'm like, look, dude, you need to know. I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one in this motherfucker, you know. Right. but none of it's true. You know, none of it's true. Right. Like I'm literally sending them to chase ghosts, you know. Right. I'm like, you know, like I'm not the only one in this. There's this house in this city, you know, there's a bunch of people, they're on their computers. This group of people does this, this group of people does this. All I get is they give me my own phone and they send me calls and they said, okay, you're gonna do this. So I'm the one that calls the dealership and gets the whole thing done. And then they transport the car. Someone else picks it up. You know, they drive it for a little bit and then they sell it to some people. That's all I know. And then I'm like, and then they also have other people doing other shit. Like this person does the Home Depot runs, you know?
Right.
So that part of it was kind of true. In that moment, the cops looking at me and my friend Chico calls me. And I'm like, watch. Like, just watch.
My speaker.
Yeah, hey, where you at, dog? Hey, you know what, man? Like, I had some shit happen. You know, my mom, you know, we got in a little argument, you know, my bad for the delay. And he's like, you were arguing with your mom for 2 hours? Like, look, man, like, I'm sorry. Like, what do you want to do? He's like, I had to leave. I had to go do something. But are we still good for the Home Depot run tomorrow? I'm looking at him like, you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So he's like, yeah, all right, cool. So I hang up. I'm like, see, like, dog, like, if you had any doubt, like, there's the proof in the pudding.
Low key
like,
dry
I'm not
snitching,
lying to
cuz.
you. So I'm thinking he still doesn't believe it. So he goes to her, he lets her go, right? And then he comes back to me and I'm like, hey, where's my girlfriend? Can I at least say bye to her, give her a kiss? And he's like, oh no, you'll be able to kiss her when you get outside. Like, I'm gonna let you go. I talked to the DA. He's like, you got 48 hours to come back with something. I'm like, wow. You know? So then
turned you to a narc.
So then okay, the next day, her son has a party at Top Golf in Ontario for his birthday. And he's on it. He's texting me like, hey, what's going on? Finally, he catches me in some little inconsistency of what I'm telling him. And he's like, oh, really? I was like, what the fuck? He's like, hey, where you at? I'm like, I'm on my way home. All right, well, hurry up because I'm outside. No. He says, hurry up. I'm going to meet you there in this much time. Okay, that's weird. So then she takes off with her aunt to go set up for the party. And I was supposed to, I don't know if I was supposed to go or the thing is, she took off, right? And I'm thinking like, okay, that's weird. So I usually there's a store I go to buy like the vape.
Mm-hmm.
And that day, for some reason, I'm like, I'm gonna hop the back wall and just take a shortcut. Hop the back wall, take the shortcut. And I'm like halfway to the store, and my dad's like, hey, the cops are here. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, they said that they've been sitting out there for an hour and a half. I'm like, fuck. So not only were they there, they had followed her. You know, and then they arrest her thinking like, oh, where's Peter? Thinking that she's covering for me.
Mm-hmm.
And so they arrest her. And then now they're getting a hold of me like, hey, the same guy that I got away with, you know, the same guy that I lied to, he's like, you need to come now. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not going. So I don't go. She goes to jail. Yeah, so she goes to jail. But the whole time I'm looking to bail her out because I knew it wasn't going to be a high bail. You know, I knew it. So I'm looking. Finally, they come up. I tried to bail her out. The thing is, her aunt bailed her out first. So now it's like, I put the money up, you're coming with me type stuff, you know? So they take her to Arizona, whatever, you know? Now I'm on the run because I didn't go that day, you know?
Right.
So like I had about maybe like $2,000, you know, but I have to stay places. I have to buy lifts. I have to do this. So the money's like gone.
Right.
You know? And then being on the run is tiring, man. It's very tiring. So by like the 5th day, the money was gone. And now I'm in the middle of Fontana walking the street. And I'm just like, okay, whatever, you know? Walking, and I get by a Burger King and see F-150, F-150, F-150. I'm like, these are cops. And I still try to run. I'm over here hopping fences. Like when you get an adrenaline kick, it's either you move very swiftly and very powerfully, or you're like Mo from the Three Stooges. You just like it's not happening, you know. And you can't respond to your own adrenaline, like you're like, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't. Like I was so stuck on like the fear rather than the flight, you know. So then like I was running, and then they tased me, and the other guy kicked me, and then, you know, it was a wrap, you know. And so the cop that I had lied to, he was pissed. He was pissed the fuck off. He was mad as fuck. Comes up and he's like, "What? You think I was gonna catch you?" I was like, "Well, just arrest me and take me in already. You got me already,
right?" You
know. And he's like, "Well, you know what? I kind of got to put a little salt on the wound on this one because you know, no one ever gets away from me." And I was like, "Well, I did," you know. And then that was that. That was the car thing, you know. And like I realized, I'm like, man, I went from doing something sort of like, I don't know, prestigious, you know, like that real estate thing. You can still honestly still do it, you know. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying you can, because it's like it's a loophole, you know. But Yeah, I went from doing that and like I'm over here being chased by cops over cars. I'm like, man, I don't told him pull real hard.
Well, how much time did you get? What did you get charged with?
Okay, I got charged with receiving stolen property, GTA, and using identifying information unlawfully. Like even for the first one, I didn't go down for real estate fraud. It was
There's no real estate fraud.
Oh, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like wire fraud or mail fraud or
it was filing a fictitious document to the county building. That's what I did a year over.
Right.
You know? Yeah.
So how much time did you get on this?
On the car thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was on probation. So they're telling me you get in trouble again, you're doing 2 years, 8 months upstate. I'm like, well, fuck that. So I saw that, the court, I saw that coming, And so I'm like, what can we do? And they're like, well, you know what? Since the nature of the crime wasn't exactly the same, they're looking at 16 and a half. I'm like, sign it. Like, give it to what? 16 with half. 16 months with half.
Okay.
Like, so, okay, look, so real quick.
So that's probation.
Yeah, no. So I was on probation, right? When I got sentenced for that year, they told me if you get in trouble again within the time you're on probation, 2 years, 8 months upstate.
Oh,
Boom.
okay.
You get me?
Well, you just got in trouble.
Yeah. So this is when I violated my probation with the car thing. So I'm thinking they're gonna hit me with 2 years, 8 months at least.
Right.
But then the public defender was like, look, since the nature of the crime was not as the same, they're willing to do 16 with half, which is 8 months. I'm like, sign it. So I did 8 months on that. I did like almost 9 months because I got time added for some stupid shit, but I did 8.5 months, got out. But you know what? On the second one, I definitely felt the pinch on that one for sure. There was no money. Yeah. Everything that could have happened. It's bad. It was really bad. Like,
when did you get out of jail?
September 19th. Yeah. I just got out.
I'm glad you got arrested because I was sitting here thinking, like, is he telling us something that he didn't get caught for?
Yeah.
Like,
I was waiting for you to say that, like, yeah, I got out on bond. I'm out on bond right now. And I was thinking, fuck, is this? He's just admitting to.
No. Like, everything I'm talking about, I've done my time for. Yeah, for sure. Y'all, hell no.
I'm just saying because it's so recent.
It's so recent.
I got out February 2024, and I thought that was the last time.
Yeah, no.
He's not even out on probation.
No, I took the deal that would leave me without probation because I'm not doing that again. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, but it's crazy because the second term, there's 8 months. Yeah, it felt longer than the first time. Like it was terrible because everything that could go wrong did go wrong, and
no commissary.
Yeah, barely. Yeah, no commissary. Yeah, like no.
Nobody to come see you.
Yeah,
no
nobody to come see me. Like something like fighting for phone time. Like the politics in there were a little heavier for me because now they know that I came back, and they're like, okay, well, you need to assume a position. I'm like,
you're not a novice now.
Yeah.
You're not some guy who just fucked up once and we'll never see him again. Now you're kind of a part of this fucking.
Yeah.
You're kind of starting to think of you as one of them, like a career criminal.
Yeah, that's
now.
right.
Like you're like a.
Yeah. So I'm there passing notes, doing deals. Hey, did you send this money? Hey, did you do that? Or sending, hey, you got to fuck this guy up or whatever the hell it may be. It's not fun. I'm pretty sure it's not fun. I did go to prison though on the first term. I did go to prison. I was up at Wasco, and I was in reception, and then I went to the yard for about like 3 weeks, and then went home. Yeah. I mean, well, the yard I was at was pretty chill. Like I never saw anything like that. But no, yeah, the second time it was bad. Dealing with the politics was really, really like it took a lot out of me. And then everything else that happened, like I can honestly say a part of me died and stayed there. It's gonna be like that forever. But yeah.
So what are you doing now?
What am I doing now? Well, I'm trying to get this degree in cybersecurity. I was back at the car wash, but
trying to be a hacker.
I mean, weather's getting cold. Like when weather's getting cold, and then the jobs are slowing down. Because there's other car washes opening that have newer stuff, newer technology, like newer gadgets and stuff like that.
Right.
And I had told the owner too. I was like, "Look, dude, like," and I pulled him to the side. I'm like, "Look, I don't own a business. I'm no business owner. Like, I'm probably the least person who should be telling you this. But if you don't run some kind of like social media marketing, if you don't run some kind of something that will allow your customers to stay loyal to you, you're gonna lose them." And he just laughed it off. And then that's exactly what happened. I don't know if you know about Quack Quack car washes or something like that. Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah. So those car washes started popping up. Boom, boom, boom. And Riverside Avenue alone, which is where I live, there's 2 of them. And he doesn't get business anymore. And like, if you had ran social media marketing, hey, like this page and you get a free car wash or get this or get that, bro, like the loyalty would have just been like there, but who's going to listen to some criminal who just got out of jail, you know? Yeah, it's terrible. So
what university are you going to?
It's Southern New Hampshire University, you know? It's an online school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult because, like, even though you're not physically going to a campus, virtually going to a campus is just as confusing because you are on the website, you don't know where to go, you don't know where, you know. So I'm still like wrapping my head around it, you know. Yeah, but I mean, the work is pretty easy. Like, you know, write an essay regarding this. Like, you know, so was it
I finished, got my degree.
digital literacy, like how that's important to cybersecurity. You know, like basically saying like if you're on Facebook or you're on social media, you got to be able to recognize when a user is like not human, you know, and stuff like that, you know. And I'm like, oh, I already know this, you know, like the way they type, it's like I already know this, so I'm just passing with flying colors, you know. It's pretty easy. Like, and then it's gonna get into like things that I don't understand, like, you know, like the coding and all that. Yeah, that's kind of like tripping on that. Yeah, I do want to say it was definitely an honor. You know? No, I'm serious.
Cut that out.
No, I'm serious. Look, bro, look. I'm like, listen. I'm not glorifying what you did.
Yeah.
I'm not glorifying what I did. It's just like, just the fact that it's just so similar, you know?
Yeah.
Like I remember watching the interview. I was like, damn, this is a man. You got balls of steel, bro. You know? But I'm pretty sure you know that's the old you, and you know you're doing this now.
Yeah,
like I understand, I get it, you know. And then another thing I wanted to touch bases on is like when you talk about like what you did to reduce your years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, want to know something? Anybody in that situation would have done the same fucking thing.
I mean, I would.
I didn't realize it was such a big thing until I started doing this.
Oh
podcast.
no, it's huge.
Like,
It's huge. It's huge. Like, but you know what? It's huge to people that are not like us. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's huge to people that are not like us. It's huge to the people that are going to live like that the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
And it's not huge for us. And if it's not huge for me, why should I abide by these so-called rules? Who made these rules up? Can you point them to me? I want to have a conversation with them.
Right. Yeah. I didn't sign anything. I didn't agree to anything.
You know, like shit. What the hell? Like you know, the only rules I ever followed was the rules Mama had for the house.
Right.
That's pretty much it. You know, and even then I had trouble. But no, like come on, you know, like right now they're saying that if they have to remove somebody, that whoever's doing the removal, they gotta hit the person until they get sprayed or until the CO like just cracks it down. Why? Because if they don't spread out, I mean, if they spread out and hide and they don't find who did it, they're gonna start shaking down everything. And then there are people that have stuff that they shouldn't have. So now you have to get caught. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, like you know.
But that's state. That was gonna say that's state prison.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
I'm not like.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna end up in state. I'm not ending up anywhere.
That's
Listen,
right.
man, can we wrap this up?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right. You ready?
Yep.
All right. And thanks for coming by.
Yeah, for sure. You already know.
Hey, you guys, I appreciate you watching. Do me a favor, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell so you get notified of videos just like this. Also, if you want to be a guest on the show, please go into the description box. You can click on the link.
Let's find us another story to watch. These stories is pretty cool. Like, share, comment, subscribe if y'all feeling these stories, these scam stories, these fraud stories. Let me know how y'all feel about them. Let me know. Y'all liking these fraud stories? Should we watch another one? Like, share, comment, subscribe. That was 5 years ago.
For most people, the dark web sounds like a single hidden place. One dangerous corner of the internet where everything illegal happens. That's not how it works. In 2026, the dark web is not one website or one network. It's an ecosystem, a collection of platforms, forums, services, and communities that operate outside the regular internet. Some are criminal.
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44. Nina just built an app.
So we can all build apps now?
So I met this dark web researcher at DEF CON, you know, like you do. And this guy, he's legit. He actually infiltrates the dark web for a living. But he told me about this problem he has, and we all have this problem. It's hard for him to find actual real stuff on the dark web. Until now. He built this AI tool that will search and scrape the dark web for him. What? That sounds awesome. And then he goes, here you go, Chuck, play with it. So get your coffee ready. Let's go to the dark web.
What?
Most of the dark web is fake.
Yeah, that is true. And most of the time, there are law enforcement people controlling it or either massively present on those forums.
That's a problem. You may have not known that. And when you go there, it looks kind of real, right? Spooky, scary. But what is that? But it's all for show. Most of it is law enforcement honeypots. But there is real stuff. Why is it so hard to find? 2 reasons. Whiteboard time. Problem number 1, the dark web is run by onions. And that makes it stinking slow, and Beatrice just broke one. What? Yes, watch this.
And if anybody in here don't know about onions, that's basically encrypted. I'm gonna let him explain it.
On the clear web, which is what you're using right now, you have a direct connection straight to the website server. On the dark web, it's different. Every website you connect to is going to be connected through a series of onion relay servers. Now, this is great because it helps keep you and the website you're visiting anonymous. What's not great is Beatrice operates one of these onion relay servers on a spare Raspberry Pi in her mom's basement, and her mom just unplugged the power. Now we have a rotten onion. This connection was already slow, and then Beatrice just broke it, and you're disconnected. That's why surfing the dark web is so painful. But then think about a dark web researcher like a perv. He has to conduct a ton of different searches on the dark web, trying to scrape a ton of websites, but it's slow and these connections break.
The circuit does break. So you have to like recreate the circuit, then restart your script. So all those things come into play when you are scraping dark web.
And problem number 2 is a crazy one. Criminals are kind of paranoid, and that makes them harder to find. For example, a perv said that some websites are only operational like 2 days a week, and you never know which 2 days they are.
The connection breaks.
And I'd be trying to tell y'all that, like, some websites, look, this how the dark web operate, like sites on the dark web. Sites is unpredictable. Like I said, cops, sometimes the cyber cops, the cybersecurity cops, and sometimes they make fake sites on the dark web and get people like that. Then you got sites that might start off as real and then they might sell out but keep the site up and people still send their Bitcoin. Then you got sites that only be up for X amount of time for certain days. And you got sites that you gotta create a membership to get into. And you got sites that's fake. So it's a lot going on in the dark web. And it ain't like www.buy.com. No, it's all encrypted onion sites. So it's tricky to really find and surf the dark web. And people be that's why it's so hard for people to find things.
Anytime, like you never know. Like for example, there is a .any website. It is up, let's say 2 days a week. So, and you don't know which 2 days. Sometimes you have to keep restarting your entire like workflow,
making it almost impossible to find and search and scrape these sites. So that's a problem. When you visit the dark web, you think what you're seeing is real. It's not. But to try and find the real stuff, it's crazy difficult because the dark web, by design, is kind of clunky, which is why a perv built a tool that takes a 6 to 8 hour research marathon and gets that down to about a 30-minute stroll in the park. This thing is kind of crazy. You got to see it. But first, let's get our coffee ready for an ad break. Now, real quick, before I show you how to scrape the dark web with AI, that's a crazy sentence. I want to tell you about something a perv and I discussed during our interview. How threat actors actually attack.
Hey, is dude named a perv? Is that what he's saying? A perv? Or am I tripping? Is this man saying his name a perv?
You. Here's what a perv told me. Cyber criminals on the dark web aren't just selling drugs or stolen credit cards. They're selling exploits. Tools that abuse legitimate software already running on your network right now. Microsoft Word, PowerShell, apps you trust every single day. That's your mistake. Bad on you. It's really hard to stop this with traditional antivirus. Why? Because these tools are allowed to run. Your security is saying, yeah, that's Microsoft Word. Of course you can open that. But what it doesn't see is that word just called PowerShell and executed a ransomware payload. Yeah, that can happen. And that's where ThreatLocker comes in. This video is sponsored by ThreatLocker. I love them. Thank you. And after talking to a perp about the attacks, what they do makes a lot of sense. ThreatLocker is a zero trust endpoint protection platform. And here's what they do. And I love this. Nothing.
I don't know about all that background music though. So we're gonna have to mute it.
ThreatLocker just says malware is not trying to catch it. It stops it before you.
Like, share, comment, subscribe. It's a good little podcast today.
Cyber hero
still going.
in the description below.
Jeez Louise.
These editors cost money. I have to feed my editors. Thank you, ThreatLocker. All right, back to the dark web. I don't know about you. I got to get my hands on this. I need to experience this for myself. You're probably the same way, right? Let's play with this tool ourselves.
The reason we
gotta
exist
pay them editors. Them editors, man. They be crapping.
It's called Robin. It is based off that One Piece character. I've never seen the show. Should I watch One Piece? I don't know, let me know below. It seems kind of long. Now, the secret sauce of Robin is that it uses AI to search the dark web, to research it and make it easier for you and me, and a perf. It does this in a few cool ways. First, it'll help you query. You type in something, it'll make your something a bit better. Like, look at what it did here. Then it will scour the dark web, using multiple search engines, and look at all those results, over 900. It will then use AI to identify the real sources, the real stuff, reducing that list from over 900 to just 20 verifiable real results. It will then scrape those 20 sites and then use AI to tell you what it found, and even the next steps on how to continue your research. This tool is amazing. Now, to run Robin, you'll need two things. First, Tor. This will actually be a package we'll install.
Browser.
Don't worry, I'll walk you through
Tor
it.
browser.
We'll also need Docker. If you don't know what Docker is, I'm excited for you. Go watch this video. Mind blown. Now we're going to run and install Tor and Docker on Linux-based machines or Mac. So Linux or Mac. Now don't worry, Windows folks, I'm right here with you. You can run Linux on Windows with WSL, the Windows subsystem for Linux. I'm not going to walk through installation here, but I do have a video here about how to do that. All right, let's launch our terminal, the best place in the world, home sweet home. Here in WSL land, I will launch Ubuntu. First thing we'll do is make sure Docker is installed. We'll do docker -s version. If you don't see that, install Docker. I'll have a link below. Next, we'll install Tor with the sudo apt install Tor. Now, if you're on Mac, it's going to be brew install Tor. That does require you to have brew on Mac. Again, I'm not going to cover that here, but I will have a link below. Now, you probably noticed that this is very command line first, meaning you'll use this tool via the command line, but don't worry. If you love a GUI, we're going to have a GUI for you. You'll see that here in a moment. Let's install Tor, which is kind of exciting. Oh, wait, wrong sudo password. Embarrassing. There we go. Yes. Now, normally, if you wanted to use a GUI to explore Tor, you would use a Tor browser, like the Onion Router browser. I think Brave has a Tor mode, or you can use the Network.cloud browser to safely browse Tor. And now with Tor installed, we're going to clone the Robin GitHub repo. I'll have a walkthrough below, but we'll just grab that URL, get back to our command line. We'll type in git clone and then paste in that URL. Just like this, ready, set, go. It's cloning it, cloned, coffee break. And then we'll CD into that folder it just made for us called Robin. And we're there. Now, if you're like, Chuck, I have no idea what just happened. We use the tool called Git to essentially clone or copy the tool Robin to our computer so we can use it. And then we jumped into the folder that it created. Now, confession, normally when I make a video, I've installed the tool before and I played with it. This one I have not. So I'm actually discovering this with you in real time. I'm pretty stoked.
Oh, yeah?
Now we're about to build our Robin Docker container. But before we do that, we'll need to set up our API keys. Now remember, this tool is going to be using AI. But which AI? Well, it's up to you. With Robin, you can use ChatGPT, Anthropic, or even local models like Llama 3.1. Now for me, I'm going to try using ChatGPT, which will mean I'll need to add an API key for Robin to use. And normally you'll put your API keys safely and securely inside a .env file. We're going to do that right now. Don't worry, it's not too bad. I think Perv even has an example file for us. Yes, there it is. He has a
Nah, for anybody out there, this is what goes behind cybersecurity, ethical hacking, and things like that, codes and stuff like this. So that's why a lot of people see this stuff like, I ain't finna do all that. Nah. What's this right here? Y'all want to keep watching this or watch something else?
For most people, the dark web.
Yeah, but the terminology and stuff he talking about, y'all don't know nothing about that. So y'all will be like, man, what?
Former United States most wanted. My name is Brett Johnson, former United States most wanted cybercriminal. Through fraud, identity theft, and scams, I was able to steal millions of dollars. And this is how crime works. I built and ran the first organized cybercrime community. It's called Shadow Crew. I regret every single instance of that, of the people that I knew that I victimized, that trusted me, that put faith in me every single day. There's no fixing that.
Y'all know about that. Y'all heard this, man?
I built and ran the first organized cybercrime community. It's called Shadow Crew. I regret.
Look at how they used to look at how the stuff looked back in the day when they used to commit fraud. Like this is this credit card fraud back in the day. Look at this. Old Dell computers. This is early 2000s for sure. The first prepaid debit cards. Look at this. The reader writer, the flip phones. This throwback credit card fraud for real. Dang, look at that. Look at this. That's crazy.
First organized cybercrime community. It's called Shadow Crew.
Look at this.
I regret every single instance of that, of the people that I knew that I victimized, that trusted me, that put faith in me every single day. There's no fixing that. I looked for that opportunity to profit wherever it may be. And I didn't give a damn about my victims, and I didn't care about my victims until I started to interact with victims on this side of the fence.
My online criminal history. Began doing eBay fraud around the year 1997. And what I mean by eBay fraud is, listing things that I didn't have, getting the money from people and scamming these people.
I was selling cameras that didn't exist. Autographed baseballs, Sammy Sosa, Mark McGwire, and they were selling for $60 on eBay. Go down, buy a case of baseballs, pick up a Sharpie, start autographing them. And typically when I was doing eBay fraud, I'd profit about $12,000 a month. That leads into selling pirated software. So I was doing that, stealing a lot of money.
See, there's some stuff y'all know nothing about eBay.
I got worried about how much was coming in. Thought I was going to be looked at for money laundering, and figured the best thing I could do is get a fake driver's license.
I was going to use the fake ID to open up bank accounts so I could have the stolen money filtered through the bank account, cash out at the ATM. And that's how I happened upon Counterfeit Library.
And Counterfeit Library, they only dealt, it was a degree mill. They dealt in counterfeit degrees and certificates.
It's fake IDs. It's fake work IDs. Any type of university degree that you might want.
Send them $200, send them my picture. 3-4 weeks later, I get this fake driver's license. So I start using it to open up accounts, drop addresses, cash checks, everything else, and stealing even more money. A few weeks into that, and I'm becoming friends with the owners of Counterfeit Library because I was also sharing information about how to commit fraud. two other individuals come in. One was called Mr. X, was his screen name. The other one was Beelzebub. Beelzebub, he made fake IDs. Mr. X made a very passable social security card, and we became buddies. So Beelzebub, he came up with this idea. He's like, Gollum, my screen name was Gollum Fun. I'll sell the fake IDs. Mr. X will sell the social security cards, and we'll build this site, this forum. And I was like, sounds like a damn good idea, because I was also sharing information about how to commit fraud. And it became like this criminal field of dreams. People were welcomed in to share and exchange criminal information. You can simply come in and you can read all of the threads. Something that might be sold as a tutorial would be tax return identity theft, how to file those taxes, where to target those victims. So Counterfeit Library transitioned from a degree mill type of website into a eBay fraud site, a social engineering site, a cybercrime channel site. Initially, my position was as a reviewer. I became basically the gatekeeper of Counterfeit Library. Every single product and service went through me. So if someone had a product or service for sale, I would get it in, verify it, talk about it, and vouch for that seller. So they would send you physically that driver's license or that social security card or that passport or what have you. All right. You'd get it and you'd give your thoughts on it. And you would say, this seller is reviewed and verified. That tag would then be changed to reviewed seller. The rules that we had, hey, no drugs, no counterfeit currency, no child pornography. Over the space of a year and a half, 2 years, we were a couple of thousand members at that point.
Couple of thousand members? What you need all that many people for?
We're doing pretty well with Counterfeit Library. It's fake IDs, it's eBay fraud, PayPal fraud. It's strictly scams is what it is we're coming across with that. One day, this guy comes over and he had the screen name Script. He was this Ukrainian spammer. And what he says is he says, hey, I've got credit card information. And Script dealt with what we call the COB, the change of billing, just the credit card details and the ability to update billing information. So you would be able to log into the credit card account. You would see the available balance on that card. These days, they refer to it as account takeover. We had never seen anything like that. And the initial response from the community was, this guy has got to be law enforcement. And I was like, hey, dude, if you're going to sell on Counterfeit Library, you've got to be reviewed. So he was like, okay, let's get reviewed. He's like, oh, I need a drop address and a burner phone number. I give him a drop address. I give him a phone number. He gives me the card information, card number, expiration date, 3-digit security code. He's changed that billing information to that drop address and the burner phone number from the actual cardholder information. I placed an order with Thompson's Computer Warehouse for $4,000. The same card, I also placed an order with Dell's Outlet for $5,000. Goes through $9,000 worth of product. Goes through.
I keep trying to tell y'all.
To me, they arrive. And the way that works is you would receive the merchandise, and then what would you do? You'd resell it on eBay.
Crackhead scams.
I post the review.
I keep trying to tell y'all, bro.
And within the space of 2 to 3 days, Counterfeit Library transitions from that fake ID and eBay fraud to basically a credit card theft site. Once Script comes in and starts offering credit card details, at that point in time, Counterfeit Library simply explodes. Turns out this Script had a lot of buddies. They were stealing all these credit cards. Within 30 to 60 days, we had hundreds of posts per day of people that were looking for this information, of different sellers that were coming out selling credit card details or physical credit cards. We had more traffic than we know what to do with. There's a few different ways you can steal credit card details. You can get it through.
Just imagine the same stuff that's going on right now with the credit cards, the debit cards, and the logs and all that stuff. This has been going on for almost 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. People been doing this stuff. You heard them. The site was going crazy. We was making so much money off that was then. So just imagine what it is now.
The phishing schemes. You'd get their names, social, date of birth, card numbers, pins, all that stuff. And a phishing attack was spray and pray. So you'd send out 2 million emails. If you got 20,000 back, that's a good day. You got 20,000 card numbers all of a sudden. You can do it physically. All right. And that involves a skimmer. Maybe you install one at a bank.
Look at them skimmers. Duh, look at them old school skimmers. Look at these old school skimmers. Look at these old school skimmers. That's crazy. Same thing. Same thing.
You install one at a bank, at a gas
Look.
pump, and you insert the card, or you give someone the card and they've got this little device in their hand and they swipe the card through, and that captures the credit card details. So there's several different ways to get credit card details and information.
Most of the data was coming out of America. You know, you can't order a lot of computers to a Ukrainian address. You need to order it to an American address and then have them shipped out or cashed out from there.
So Script is the first guy, the first Ukrainian that comes into English-speaking environments, all right? For cybercrime or scams or fraud to succeed online, three things have to take place. You have to gather.
You see how we use the same words, scams, fraud, or schemes, and all that stuff. When you in the same world, you use the same terminology and the same talk, so you won't, y'all get what's going on.
Their data, gather the tools, you then commit the crime, and then finally you have to be able to cash that crime out. Well, they had the tools, they knew how to commit the crime. What they could not do was cash it out. If you were good, you would profit $30,000 to $40,000 a month. COBs, that change of billing, typically sold for 8 to 10% of whatever the available balance was of that card.
So if you're buying just stolen credit card details, just the cardholder's
Look at the old debit cards back in the day.
Things like that.
Embossed cards.
$7 up to maybe $30 per card. You know, where do you put that money? Well, I had a house in Charleston, South Carolina, spare bedroom, cashed a lot of it in there. I also had bank accounts in several different countries.
When I was a criminal, I lived very quietly. I had a house on the water. It was not an expensive house. I would typically eat at home. If I ate at a restaurant, it would be someplace like Applebee's, something like that. So I was able to save some money, but you have to understand that when I was committing crime, money got to the point where you didn't understand the value of it. The way Shadow Crew pops up, this distance learning guy was big advocate for distance learning, and he found out about counterfeit library. Not that we were committing fraud or credit theft. He didn't give a damn about that. He gave a damn about the degrees, the fake degrees they were selling. So his members from his forum, a couple of thousand, they come over and start bombarding the forums there. So we can't conduct any business all of a sudden. One of the ID guys, his name was Seth Sanders.
He goes off and he builds shadowcrew.com. He had maybe 60 members at that point in time. Not much traffic.
But the site looks damn good and it operates really well. He comes back over and he's like, Gollum, why don't you come over to Shadow Crew? And I was like, man, we can do that. Make me super admin. Let me make whatever subforums I want. Put the number of people that I want in charge of those forums. He's like, absolutely. So we shut down basically the forums at Counterfeit, transition over to Shadow Crew.
It was an explosion of users.
$300.
So Shadow Crew was really the precursor of today's dark web markets, and financial cybercrime as we know it. It was the first real structured forum and communication channel for online criminal activity.
You knew by looking at someone's screen name what the skill level was, what the history of that individual was. We had escrow systems. So if someone didn't trust another, they could go through me initially, and I would hold the money until they got their item, then I would pay the seller. Now, before these criminal communities, the only avenue you had to network with other criminals was IRC, Internet Relay Chat. It was a rolling chat board. You had no idea who you were talking to, if you could trust them, if they had a product or service, if it worked, if they had it, or if they were just going to rip you off, because everyone there was a crook. So Shadow Crew at its height was 4,000 members strong. So out of 4,000 members, you may have had 60 to 80 different sellers. Most of it's credit-based. Most of the credit-based is online details. We had passport guys, we had fake ID guys, stuff like that as well. We were naive criminals. Many of us were. All right. We were simply these. We thought we were computer guys. and stealing information and profiting from that. What we didn't appreciate is if you're living a criminal lifestyle, how are you going to make sure that no one rips you off? And at the end of the day, it relies on violence. All right, that's really what you have to resort to. We had never seen any violence at all on Shadow Crew, any of those platforms.
One day a user comes in
and he starts posting these pictures of a guy who had ripped him off. And he had the guy kidnapped and beaten. And it comes with a message, never steal from me. And that's the first instance of violence that we saw on that platform. Who's involved in cybercrime these days? Every criminal group that is imaginable as taking part in cybercrime because they view it as more safe. It's certainly more profitable. You absolutely see the Italian mob, you see the Mexican cartels coming in. You've got these scam farms that are out there, these buildings, these organized elements coming together are different than it was when I was a criminal. You've got an actual compound or community of people that are working together, running different basic departments in order to make sure that that fraud, that crime is successful. They're really running it more business-like than we did when we were committing crime.
We had tens of thousands of hits that were coming in per day. But you have to remember that you could access Shadow Crew without being registered.
I don't know
now,
what you're
we
talking
were
about.
able to see the IP addresses that were coming in.
It was evident that law enforcement they had several identities on Shadow Crew.
Back then, how do you avoid detection? What's your operational security? You would try to have the server located in a country where it was difficult for law enforcement to subpoena anything from it. I moved a lot from Kentucky to Tennessee to South Carolina. I would try to find hotspots that I could use that weren't in my home. You did not have access to these proxy addresses.
Socks and proxies. Socks and proxies.
It wasn't until later that those things came online.
Rightfully or not, I was scared to death that Rico was going to come down on my head and I was going to get the brunt of everything.
You want
so
to
I
meet that
retired.
Mexican?
Step out of Shadow Crew. About the same time I stepped out, our forum techie, he went by the screen name of Scarface and Cumba Johnny. His name was Albert
Socks and
Gonzalez.
proxies together.
And he was making money or stealing money doing the CVV1 hack. So one day he's standing at an ATM in broad daylight and he's putting one white counterfeit card in after another, pulling $20 bills out. Just so happens across the street, two cops are sitting there and they start to notice this kid walks up on Albert. Albert's wearing a disguise, a wig. Albert falls apart and flips. So Albert flips. He goes to work for the Secret Service. Albert comes back into Shadow Crew.
Everybody always
and
flips.
He takes over. And he tells the community, hey, in order to remain safe, we need to make sure we're using this VPN. That way everything's, safe and secure. Turns out the VPN's owned by the United States Secret Service, and that's where, if you read the indictments, that's where the $4 million comes from. That was the amount of stolen information that went through the VPN during those months of investigation. Secret Service was able to get addresses, names. The reason the Secret Service was created was to protect the nation's monetary supply. So, of course, cybercrime, everything's transitioning over to online payments and everything else. Of course, they are going to take a role in that. October 26, 2004 was when Shadow Crew was shut down. Cumba Johnny, Albert Gonzalez had called for everyone to be online at about the same time. And the idea was they would swoop in and get everyone. They arrested 26 people across 6 countries in 6 hours. I avoided the arrest because I simply left Shadow Crew before the implementation of the VPN. I was online and I ended up on Shadow Crew, and the site had been changed. All of a sudden, you didn't go to the Shadow Crew forums. There was this page of this guy behind bars. And it was this message of, you are no longer safe in the shadows. We advise you to report to your nearest United States Secret Service field office and turn yourself in. Well, I'm not about to do that. So there was all this going on. I was living under an assumed identity in Charleston, South Carolina. I was very hard to locate. I ended up getting access to the California State Death Index. I was like, well, I wonder if you can file tax returns on dead people. And it turns out you can. Tax return identity theft is what they called it. I would file tax returns from Sunday through Wednesday. Thursday, I'd plot a map of ATMs. Friday and Saturday, I'd cash out. I'd have the returns deposited on prepaid debit cards, typically cash out in the range of $160,000, $180,000 a week, and stole a lot of money. And that's when you learn how to launder money. I was married for 9 years and lied to my wife. I lied to her every day. Every day. Took her 3 years to find out I was a crook. Next 6 years for me saying, I've stopped, will stop, going to stop. And she leaves me after 9 years. I get depressed. That fear of being abandoned becomes real. I caused it. Yeah, I caused it, but it was still real. Walking around the house all day, just crying, depressed. From there, it leads into Shadow Crew. And what happens was I was always this clean-cut criminal. I didn't start drinking until I was 34. Well, my life, I never drank before that. I'm literally that guy that walks into a strip club and falls in love with the first stripper that he sees. Her name was Elizabeth. Elizabeth didn't know what I did for a living. I had lied to her too. But I ended up getting engaged to her. And I retired. I stepped out of Shadow Crew April 14th of 04. Stateside, I had probably 250 grand in cash and went through in the space of just a few months, went through all of that. So October rolls around, Shadow Crew gets busted. I don't have any cash, and I wanted to keep up that facade. So the only thing, because of Shadow Crew being busted, you didn't know who to trust anymore. The only thing I could rely on, criminal-wise, was running counterfeit cashier's checks, which I had religiously for years screamed at people not to do that. February 8th, 2005, I was supposed to pick up a couple of Tiffany diamond rings, totaling like $19,000. I was in Charleston, South Carolina. I had waited for the UPS driver to drive up. I met him at the drop address, got out of my vehicle, tell the driver, you've got a package for me. In this case, the driver said, yes, I do. Can I see your driver's license? And I pulled out a driver's license. It was my driver's license because I didn't have the ability to get a fake one. He handed me the package. I handed him a counterfeit cashier's check. I turn around, take 3 steps. There's the FBI.
Not the FBI.
In walk these 2 Secret Service agents. They sit down. They look at me and said, we'd like to talk to you about some stolen credit cards. And they took over the investigation. So they asked me about some credit cards. I really don't tell them anything. One agent looks at me. He's like, well, we got your laptop. I was like, yep. And then he looks at me and he's like, well, is there anything you can do for us? I think the state had me under like 30 different indictments. I think the total was like $327,000.
Man, I left my whole Kool-Aid down there.
Somebody up in Washington called whoever they needed to call and got the bond reduced to $1,000. I walk out. It's like midnight. First call I make is to Elizabeth. I'm out. And she says, I'll be there. She pulls up in a limousine, gets out, pops the trunk, gets these 2 plastic storage containers out full of my clothes, drops on the pavement, comes over, hugs me, call me later, gets in the car, leaves. I'm standing next to a Secret Service agent, and this guy looks at me. He's like, is that your fiance? I'm like, yeah. He's like, man, I am so sorry. And of course, that relationship fell apart. The Secret Service field office is out of Columbia, South Carolina. They put me up in a suite, not suite, but pay-per-week hotel, and I start to work for them. So working for the Secret Service, it was typically 4 to 6 hours a day. I was paid $350 a week, plus they took care of rent and stuff like that. They had me hooked up to a laptop. The laptop was hooked up to a 50-inch plasma monitor mounted on the wall, two agents in the room at the same time. They were at a desktop computer next to mine, and the job was for me to educate them on cybercrime and also for me to help out with investigations. So target people, surf the forums, basically be Gollum again. Target people for investigations. And that's what I did. Ultimately, Operation Anglerfish, it arrests John Giannone, it arrests a few other decently sized people. You know, eventually, the Secret Service agents, they were monitoring it. They got bored because a lot of it's just monotonous. You know, I'm bullshitting around with other criminals, developing relationships with those guys. On my laptop, they had Camtasia and Spectre Pro, so it recorded all keystrokes, and it also took snapshots of the screen every, I think, 15 or 30 seconds. All of that data, everything they were capturing went on a DVD on a spindle. This is what happened, all right? At the same time, I'm the guy that I've got an ego. I realized that, okay, all that data, no one's going to go through those DVDs. No one's really cataloging any of that bullshit. I can pretty much do what I want. So I start committing crime. So I was committing tax return and identity theft, credit theft, and various other crimes. For 10 months, I around, rip them off, screw them over. So Operation Rolling Stone comes around. That's that operation where they were supposed to arrest some of the people that I had been targeting. One of the guys that they were arresting, I had taught that kid how to do tax return fraud. Turns out that the night before, he had loaded up a U-Haul full of stuff. And that stuff was evidently a lot of the evidence they would need to charge the guy. So they come back to me. Did you talk to anybody? And I'm like, nope. Well, we're going to make you take a polygraph. And as soon as they said that, I'm like, I'm not taking a polygraph. Call my lawyer. So my lawyer gets on the phone, and I'm on the phone with him. He's like, Brett, did you do anything? I was like, yeah. And he was like, well, you don't have to take the polygraph. And I was like, well, that's a good thing. And he's like, but if you don't, they're going to throw you back in jail. So I take the polygraph, fail it miserably. A subsequent search of the apartment unveils a lot of stuff. And I had in the apartment. Had money, had cards, had stolen identities, all that stuff. And I didn't want them to find that. They revoked my bond that night. So they revoked bond, threw me back in the county jail. Week after that, the state judge reinstates my bond. No one calls the Secret Service to tell them that. I walk out. I met with my mom. My mom's outside waiting on me. And I looked at her, I was like, I can't stay. She was like, what? So I take off on a cross-country run. I had a truck, get in the truck, head west on I-20. No idea where the hell I'm going to go. I get to Dallas, rented a room for 2 weeks, started doing tax fraud out of the local Kinko's. The night everything funded, 67 cards funded. I ended up with, I think, like $130,000 is what I ended up with in cash. I drove down Route 66, visited Roswell, New Mexico, ended up in Las Vegas, stole another $160,000, $170,000 out of ATMs through tax fraud there. Went out to LA, stole another 160 grand, come back to the hotel, sign on to cartersmarket.com that morning, and I'm United States Most Wanted, Secret Service Most Wanted. And I sat there looking at it. And that's the first time my name had been mentioned on a criminal forum. My picture had been posted, everything else. I sat there just stunned looking at it. And finally, I said out loud, I was like, well, Brett, you've made the United States Most Wanted list. What are you going to do now? And I said out loud, I'm going to Disney World. So that's what I did. I checked out of the hotel there in Vegas, drove to Disney World, got my year pass at Disney and Universal. And I was like, you know, I can lay low. I can enjoy the parks. There's a lot of tourists in the area. I can hide there. Rented a timeshare with cash, bought electronics, everything else. And the idea was, well, I'll just hold up here for a year. Then I'll bug out to Florianopolis, Brazil, and set up shop again and do it all again. It was September 16th, 2006. And I heard this knock at the door. Got my ass out of bed, looked through the peephole, another Secret Service agent, and an Orange County sheriff. Would you guys like to come in? And he's like, well, we need to put you in cuffs first. I was like, yeah, I figured. My understanding is they used a triggerfish. Back then it was called triggerfish. Today it's called stingray to locate me. That is a box that simulates a cell phone tower. Back then, I don't know what it is now, what the tech is now, but back then it could locate you within a 7-foot radius. I'm arrested. I'm thrown in the Orange County jail. Ultimately, the state charges were dropped in favor of the federal charges: conspiracy, forgery, aggravated identity theft, and multiple counts of all of those. And it was like 75 months. When I got to Big Spring, Texas, at that point, you understand exactly what prison is. The inmates run the prison, not the guards. When you get to prison, you're met by your race. I'm met at the door by the treasurer of the Aryan Brotherhood. He looks at me, he's like, how many more white guys come in? I'm like, I don't know, 3 or 4. Next question is, what are you in here for? My answer is computer crime. And I smile. No, you don't say computer crime in prison. That doesn't mean hacking, credit card theft, all this bullshit. When you say computer crime, that means child predator. So he's looking at me. He calls his big buddies. They circle around. What'd you say you're in here for? So I tell them, I'm in here for this. And they're like, okay, sounds good. You still said computer crime. Now, the way it works, they will not attack you until they know you are that predator. At that point, that's your ass. Or it takes the guards telling them that you're that guy. Well, no, none of the guards told them anything. Spent 2 years at Big Spring, and at Big Spring is where I realized that the only person that put me in prison was me. I ended up serving about 7.5 years total. Anyone that commits cybercrime or computer-related crimes, usually you're under 3 years or 5 years supervised release. And during that time, you're not allowed to touch a computer, or there are certain guidelines that you have to have. I was released.
Like, share, comment,
went to the halfway house. Didn't have a job. I had job offers. Deloitte, no before. Couldn't take them. I asked about fast food. No, that's a computer. Can't touch a computer. So I couldn't get a job. I was going broke. My probation officer had given me permission to get a cell phone. And I had signed on to plentyoffish.com. About the same time, my wife, now Michelle, first date we had, first real date, she asked me 10 minutes into it, she's like, what's the worst thing you've ever done? I was like, I just got out of federal prison. She's like, no, seriously. And I told her all about me. She decides to keep dating me. Finally, I get a job. The only job I could get was pushing a lawnmower. Bust my ass, 10 hours a day, $400 a week. Job ends because it gets cold, grass stops growing, and I get it in my head. I was like, I got to do something to show her I'm worth it. Get on the dark web, get some stolen credit cards, start ordering food. So I get caught doing that. Go back to prison. The lesson I learned was Michelle didn't need me for me. She just wanted me for me. Got out of prison. Got married to her shortly after that. I ended up reaching out to this guy, FBI agent. And I sent him a message. I was like, hey, man, he had arrested a lot of people that I knew. I said, I think you did an outstanding job. You got nothing but my respect. And at the end of it, I was like, by the way, I'd like to be legal. That man responded within 2 hours. Within 2 hours, he gave me references. He gave me advice. That led to Carice Hendrick being the first person that hired me to speak for the Card Not Present group. AARP has me as an ambassador for them. I work hard every single day. I wake up every morning to protect people from that person that I used to be. Today, I lead a very blessed life that I don't deserve. But I'm grateful for it. Every single day, I regret who I have been. I regret every single instance of that, of the people that I knew that I victimized, the people that I didn't know that I victimized, of the people that loved me, that trusted me, that put faith in me every single day. And the only thing I can do, you can't fix that, man. There's no fixing that. Cybercrime is the third largest economy on the planet. You've got China, you've got the United States, you've got cybercrime to the tune of $10 trillion a year. It's a booming industry. When I was a criminal,
keep trying to tell y'all,
you had to understand every single dynamic or aspect of the crime you were committing. Your own security, the company's security, how to make fake IDs, run drop addresses, launder money, everything else. That's changed. Now you have fraud as a service. Every single product and service is off the shelf. A criminal now doesn't have to understand any aspect of the crime. They can immediately buy tutorials, take live instruction classes, buy anything that they need online, and immediately start being successful and profitable at crime because of that, because of the ease of access of Telegram, things like that. You see crime continue to explode. It absolutely has to do with the pandemic as well. You know, during the pandemic, we saw a lot of criminals committing unemployment fraud, PPP fraud, stuff like that.
What advice do you have for the general public on how to best protect themselves from cybercrime?
Okay, let's talk about that threat landscape. You got mass media out there. They paint computer criminals or attackers as hackers, computer geniuses. No, it's not computer geniuses. It's the stuff we know about, we're not doing anything about, that creates that opportunity for attack. All right, 90% plus of every single attack uses a known exploit. It's something you know about.
Facts.
It's something you've been told about that you're
Facts.
not doing anything about that opens that door. 56% of companies experience a breach because of third-party access. Your network's only as strong as the weakest device which accesses it. Over 41% of every single router on the planet has a default password. Oh, shit. And that's not even the big one. The big one, 80% of every breach begins with a phishing attack. What makes phishing so important? Why is it so widely used? A phishing attack is a social engineering attack. It boils down to how good of a social engineer am I, a liar, am I in convincing you to do that thing. They know what it takes to manipulate you into giving up information, access, data, or cash. Why would I try to brute force past a firewall if I can send an email to someone sitting behind that? That creates that threat landscape. For individuals, it's not that difficult. It begins with freezing your credit. Credit freezes became free September 2018.
Bro, this nigga
Today,
saying everything that I say.
12%.
Do people
12%.
be watching my
The other
videos or
88%
something?
are victims waiting to happen. All right. So freeze the credit of every single person in the house, including children. Children are the number one victims of identity theft. 1 in 4, 25%. All right. So freeze the credit. That's free. You have to contact all
I ain't
three
never
credit
watched
bureaus.
this
Do
damn
you use the same password and log in across multiple websites? Chances are you do. 80% of the population does. So good password security. What does that look like? That's up to you. You can use a password manager, you can use passkeys.
Like,
If
dang,
you're,
why all
I'm
these people
not
be saying the
against
exact
a
same thing I be
password
saying?
notebook as long as it's not at your desk at work. So these things are important. From there, you can look at multi-factor authentication, things like that. But it begins with freezing credit, monitor accounts, place alerts, good password security, and then you go from there. If you've got just a modicum of security in place, chances
Say the
are I'm
exact
going to
same
find an
thing
easier target.
in
all
all
right?
my
You've
videos.
still got the investment schemes, you've got the romance schemes that are out there. What's interesting is over time, you're getting credit card theft is still huge. Make no mistake about that. But there's almost a shift in the mindset of online criminals where they're going more toward the scam environment. They're more reliant on manipulating through that liar social engineer. They're more reliant on tricking that victim into sending cash out instead of doing account takeovers and things like that. Trust is usually established through technology, tools. So they'll use spoof phone calls. You won't see the phone number they're calling from. You'll see your bank, the FBI, Sheriff's Department, Social Security Administration, something like that. The idea is to try to get that victim to do a knee-jerk reaction. Oh, and click. Well, you're done at that point. This morning, I got an email as I was walking here from Coinbase. Someone logged into your account. I'm like, oh, now you open up the email. Someone has accessed your account. They've logged in. Then it's got the link. Do you click on the link? No, by God, you do not. You close out that email. You go to your browser. You type in Coinbase.com. I logged in. No one had accessed my account, but I did change my password. So that's something you got to understand. You know, whatever you do, report those crimes to law enforcement. If you don't report these crimes, people like me,
GDP, granddaddy,
we get away with it, and we keep going. I grew up knowing how to do insurance fraud, faking stolen cars, charity fraud. So that's the life I grew up in. When I became an adult,
I told y'all that's how it started.
Opportunity to choose that different path, and I didn't. I found eBay, and liked eBay a lot. I was like, there has to be some way to make money on this. Didn't know how.
Began doing eBay fraud around the year 1997.
I used to watch Bill O'Reilly on Inside Edition a lot, and he had a show that night, and they were profiling Beanie Babies. The one they were profiling was Peanut the Royal Blue Elephant, selling for $1,500. So I skipped class the next day, go around to all these little Hallmark short stores looking for Peanut, but they had these gray ones. The exact same elephant, just a different color. Had these gray ones for $8. Found a picture of a real one online. I posted it. I used a picture of a real Peanut Beanie Baby. So this woman wins the bid. I don't want to be on the defense of the conversation. I want her on the defense of that. So I send her a message. Hey, you win. Congratulations. By the way, we've never done any business before. I don't even know if I can trust you. What I need you to do, go down to the U.S. Postal Service, pick up a couple of money orders. They're issued by the United States government. That protects you. More importantly, that protects me. You send me those, I'll send you your animal with the U.S. Postal money orders. The reason I chose that is you could actually cash those money orders out at the post office, all right? And because that victim wanted that Beanie Baby so bad, they believe that. That allows me to establish that trust and defraud them. She believed that, sends me the money orders, I cash them out, send her the creature in the mail. I did that crime under my own name, dumbass that I am. Immediately get this phone call. This is not what I ordered. And that's the first online crime that I committed. I ended up defrauding a woman of $1,500. A lot of them, they get so exasperated, they throw their hands in the air, they walk away. You don't hear from them again. So that's the first online crime I committed and got away with it. And it emboldened me. Keep going. I was a piece of shit. And if you understand that, not just about me, but about these guys that are online doing this shit, you can probably protect yourself better.
That's your bean pie eating. It's pretty decent. Y'all want to watch the printed money?
I'd make $600-700 on my lunch break in 30 minutes. I had taxis and semis that would call me 4 or 5 times a week. There's over 500 or 600 transactions. Every single one of those is a felony.
When I've stolen a bunch of money from the bank, I'm pretty generous with their money too.
Yeah, maybe a month into it, my co-defendant told me that he's getting ready to leave the state because he's got another job from this construction company that he's moving to, like a different state or whatever, and he has a gas car that he's been using to obviously fill up the fleet for the construction company, all the trucks, and then he's in.
I watched that already.
I'd make 6.
So Bernie Madoff ran the largest Ponzi scheme in human history, stealing roughly $65 billion from thousands of investors over the course of several decades. And the craziest part is that he wasn't some mastermind criminal operating from a secret compound in the Bahamas. He was a well-respected Wall Street figure, former chairman of NASDAQ, and by all accounts, a pretty boring guy who just happened to be committing fraud on a scale that makes other financial criminals look like they were running a lemonade stand.
Y'all know who
Madoff was
y'all
born
heard
in
of,
1938 in Queens, New York, to a family that was solidly middle class. His father was a plumber who dabbled in the stock market, which apparently didn't go great because the SEC actually filed a complaint against his investment firm in the 60s. So I guess you could say Bernie learned from his father's mistakes by making sure his own fraud lasted way longer before getting caught. After high school, Madoff went to the University of Alabama for a year before transferring to Hofstra, where he graduated with a political science degree in 1960. He briefly attended Brooklyn Law School but dropped out after his first year to start his own investment firm, which he launched with $5,000 he'd saved from working as a lifeguard and installing sprinkler systems. The firm started out legitimate. Madoff Investment Securities, LLC, began as a penny stock trader, dealing in over-the-counter stocks that weren't listed on the New York Stock Exchange. This was before electronic trading existed, so everything was done on paper and over the phone. Madoff was actually pretty innovative in the early days. He was one of the first to use computer technology for trading, and his firm helped develop the infrastructure that would eventually become NASDAQ. By the 1980s and 90s, his company was one of the top market makers on Wall Street, handling about 10% of the trading volume on the New York Stock Exchange. He served as chairman of NASDAQ's board of directors and was regularly consulted by the SEC on trading regulations, which is a bit like asking a bank robber to design the vault security system. But here's where things split into two completely different realities. The legitimate market-making business on the 19th floor of the Lipstick Building in Manhattan was actually successful and profitable. That part was...
What do the hearty meatball, the bold Italian, and every other Firehouse sub have in common? They're freshly prepared, toast...
You're charged with fraudulent possession or use of credit card or debit card. So you're charged with fraudulent possession or use of credit card or debit card, 10 to 50 items as a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Welcome to the Court of Justice.
Court is calling 2025 CR 008396 and 2025 CR 014167, State versus Melissa Renee Paez. Can I have parties announced for the record?
Trey Maurer for defendant.
All right. And are you Ms. Paez?
Yes.
Counsel, in each cause number, have you received all discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. In each cause number, Ms. Paez, did you review the application for deferred adjudication or community supervision with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
And did you sign it? In each cause number, did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do.
State, are you proceeding on the indictments as presented in cause number ending in 9-6?
No, Your Honor, state moves to waive the enhancement allegation as well as count 2 and proceed solely on count 1.
Any objection?
No objections.
And are you proceeding on the indictment as presented in 6-7?
No, Your Honor, state also moves to waive the enhancement allegation in that clause.
Any objection?
No objections.
All right, in each cause number, did you review the court admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
In cause number in 9-6, you're charged with fraudulent possession or use of credit card or debit card, 10 to 50 items as a second-degree felony, range of punishment. I'm sorry, you're only proceeding on one count, correct?
What she got?
Okay, it's just the way it's printed out. We're good though. All right, the range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, sir.
If the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. In the cause number ending in 67, you're charged with false statement to obtain property or credit, $30,000 to $150,000 as a third-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. If the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand? Yes. And each cause number, you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses. The state would call him the right to remain silent. By entering this plea, you're giving up those rights. Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in each of these cause numbers?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, in each of the cause numbers, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
She has.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
She does.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do.
Ms. Paez, in each of the cause numbers, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, sir.
If you're not a U.S. citizen, by entering into these pleas, you will be deported, denied naturalization, or reentry. Did you understand?
Yes, sir.
In each cause number, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. In each cause number, the state is waiving the enhancement. And in cause number ending in 6.
What is up, Daddy Gang? It is your founding.
In the cause number ending in 9-6, the state is proceeding on count 1. And in each of the cause numbers, the state is asking that your punishment be assessed at 10 years in the prison. There's a $1,200 fine. State is opposed to your application. They're asking that the causes run concurrently. They're taking in consideration 2025 CR 014168, 2025 CR 015020, and 2025 CR 015019. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State? And each cause number, did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph? Did you understand it and sign it in both places?
Yes, sir.
By signing that, you're waiving your right to appeal. The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
There were not, Your Honor.
And the cause number ending in 6-7, outside the agreement, there's to be no contact with Mission Mitsubishi at 9800 San Pedro, and there's to be no contact. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state, and the court does not have to follow that recommendation? Then in cause number 2025 CR 008396 to count 1, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And in cause number 2025 CR 014167, how do you plead?
Guilty.
State, in each of those cause numbers, do you have any evidence to support the plea?
Yes, Your Honor. State offers States Exhibit 1 and all attachments in both causes.
No objections.
All right, state, you may be excused. In each cause number, did you review the waiver and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in, the right to remain silent?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, sir.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence States Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, in each cause number, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Counsel, the state is opposed to your application. If you would like a PSI and a TAP evaluation, it'll be 8 to 12 weeks. If you would like it brought back sooner, I will listen to whatever witnesses or evidence that's submitted to me and make a decision.
Your Honor, after speaking with my client, we have a request if the court would consider signing the dismissals on the 3 cases that were taken into consideration in light of her plea of guilty and plea onto these these two cases. If those three cases are closed out, and if the court would additionally consider reducing her bond slightly on the two that she has pled on, so she could take those full 8 to 12 weeks, organize her witnesses and people that she would like to be here on her behalf, and make sure that she has everything lined up for whatever the court does decide at that point. I believe that's what we are requesting, Your Honor, if the court would consider dismissing those three and possibly just slightly reducing the bonds on the two that she's pled on so she can organize everything and take the full time for the PSI.
All right. So with regards to bond reductions, you'll have to file a motion and then I'll hear it so that the state can be prepared.
Okay.
And if the state is waiving notice, just whenever you all get together, the court will do that. Now, with regards to the dismissals, any objections to the court signing the dismissals now, or?
Object better because that is something that ensures or will be dealt with at the resolution depending on what this court does.
And maybe I should have discussed this with you beforehand. If I may say, Your Honor, I've understood previously that if someone enters a plea and then does not return, that that plea can be, the court can say we're not going to accept the plea and that the full range is open. I believe that on its own will be sufficient to guarantee that she'll be here, and she'll accept whatever the court decides at that point.
All right. So this is what I can tell you all.
She ain't coming back.
This is new to me. With regards to the court signing the dismissals, the signing of dismissals to the court appears to be a part of your plea bargain agreement. And until the plea bargain agreement is accepted by the court, which it hasn't been accepted, right? The only thing that I'm doing is memorializing for the record that this is your plea bargain agreement. I have not accepted it yet. However, again, it's novel to me. If somebody brings me some case law that says that the court can make a decision with its own discretion to dismiss cases if a plea bargain agreement has been entered to but not accepted by the court, I'll consider it. But my understanding of the law is that unless the state says they're in agreement to these cases being dismissed now, they're really not to be dismissed now, because your plea bargain agreement, I haven't even accepted it yet and entered a sentence. I've just accepted the contract that you want to enter into. Do you understand?
For anybody out there wondering, she got arrested for doing trying to do a CPN scam and trying to get a car.
Understand? All right. So, but again, if somebody brings me case law that says something differently, I'll review it. I never said I know everything.
We take a quick step back just so I can discuss with my client very briefly, Your Honor.
Sure. And then let me know if you all want the 12 weeks or not, 8 to 12 weeks or not.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. So are you asking that the PSI be waived? All right. And then with regards to TAP evaluation, are you asking that that be waived as well?
Is it going to be the same wait time, Your Honor?
Vashon, how long is TAP just for a TAP evaluation? TAP evaluation is 4 weeks.
We'll do the TAP evaluation, Your Honor.
All right. So there is a request for a TAP evaluation. It's in both cause numbers. It's 2025 CR 014167 and 2025 CR 008396. All right, Ms. Ferguson, what date? Yes. And Ms. Abrams, if they can expedite that and maybe get it to us sooner than 4 weeks, we'll try.
I can do February 25th. Oh, I'm sorry, the 26th, Judge.
February 26th. And if for some reason, if they're able to do it sooner, they'll let your attorney know. Yeah. All right, you're welcome. Is there anything else?
Nothing conventional.
All right, with that, we'll close the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court is calling 2025 CR 011541 and 2025 CR 011452, State versus Lennon Cortez. Can I have parties announced?
State.
Charles Bunt for Mr. Cortez.
And are you Mr. Cortez? Counsel, in each of these cause numbers, have you received all discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Judge.
In each cause number, the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Are there any applications?
No, Judge.
And each cause number, Mr. Cortez, did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it? Counsel, in each cause number, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We did.
State in each cause number, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
The cause ending in 4-2 state moves to proceed on the lesser included offense of possession of a controlled substance, PG2.
You look like a crackhead.
No objection.
Sniff coke.
All right, in each cause numbers, did you review the court admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places? In the cause number ending in 4-1, you're charged with unauthorized use of a vehicle. And in cause number ending in 4-2, the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 2, less than 1 gram. Those are state jail felonies. Range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. If you have a plea with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? In each cause number, you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent. Did you understand by entering into these pleas, you're giving up those rights? And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in each cause number? Counsel, in each cause number, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yeah.
Mr. Cortez, in each cause number, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea? Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
In each cause number, if you're not a U.S. citizen, by entering into these pleas, you will be deported, denied naturalization, and re-entry. Did you understand?
Yes.
In each cause number, the court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Off the record for a moment. So on the plea bargain, I'm sorry, I'm having a bit of trouble understanding the time.
It's 12 months.
41? Okay, so that's 365. It's just that it was, so it's 365 in each.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we're back on the record. In each cause number, according to your plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 365 days in the Bexar County Jail under 1244.
That's a
There's
year.
an $800 fine. The cause numbers will run concurrently. And then the cause number ending in 42, state is proceeding on the lesser included offense. Did you understand that to be your plea? Defense?
Yes, Judge.
State?
Yes, Judge.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney in each cause number? Did you understand it and sign it in both places? By signing that, you're waiving your right to appeal. The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, are there many such motions?
No, Judge.
Then in 20.
Misdemeanor charges. I'm on a contempt charge to court. That's not no felony. That's not no misdemeanor. That's like misdemeanor charges. I'm on a contempt charge to court. That's not no felony. That's not no misdemeanor. That's like a ticket. And y'all hold me up for my kids and my family. You lay in your bed every day.
Yeah.
Why I can't lay in mine?
You have a new misdemeanor conviction. You do for battery of a police officer.
I ain't got no battery on the police officer. It's battery on me because the police are me. Jamerson, he me. And when I hit him or whatever I did to him, that's because he hit me. And I have witnesses that seen him hitting me in front of the whole hotel at the Cozy.
Okay, everybody, and you know what time it is. It is a Louisiana parole revocation hearing, and who else is having Orange is New Black vibes? She really is like I think a sister actress to Crazy Eyes. Anybody here seen that show? It came back to me. I used to watch it with Mama Do back in the day. Anyways, we're about to jump into a crazy hearing. She has an attorney. And anyways, it's just the beginning. We're going to see a bunch of them. So let's go.
Nikki, hello. Wait, I can't hear you yet. Can you sit up so I can see all of you? There you go. Good morning.
How you doing?
Good. How are you this morning?
I'm okay.
Good. You know, you're here for a revocation proceeding, but you have a lawyer with you this morning. You aware of that? He's on the TV screen. Do you see him?
Who is that?
Would you introduce yourself, sir?
Switch to TurboTax.
I'm Aaron Brainerd, ma'am.
Who was this guy?
Okay.
Have you ever met Miss Arubu, Mr. Brainerd?
I have. It was at the time the guards were unable to get her out of herself in a safe manner.
Right.
She was not keeping on her attire and was cussing profusely.
So if you have no objection, and Ms. Taniki, that we have a plan for you. It's my understanding you don't believe you have the correct medication. Is that right?
No, I got the correct medication.
But you don't take it properly all the
Yes,
time.
I do. Yes, I do. I take Haldol every 2 weeks.
Right. Right.
Right.
But we have in the record that you don't always take the medication as you're supposed to. We'd like to get you to
I always take my medicine. I don't never refuse my medicine. When they had me taking, they was trying to give me the pills Depakote. I wouldn't take the Depakote, but I always take the shots, Haldol, with them big old killer needles.
Yeah, they are. And you take Risperdal too?
No, when they were trying to give me the pills
Hey,
for
y'all
the
ever
rest
seen
of the
the movies when the crazy people be getting shot with them big old needles in the butt? That's how they doing her, cuz that's crazy.
I wouldn't take the Risperdal either. I wouldn't take nothing but the shot.
I see. So I think, Mr. Brainerd, what we'd like to do is continue this proceeding till we can get her a mental health evaluation with the Department
I've been in mental health evaluation I'm gonna have to have. I've been in jail 5 years off and on at CCC for misdemeanor charges. I'm on a contempt charge to court. That's not no felony. That's not no misdemeanor. That's like a ticket. And y'all hold me up for my kids and my family. You lay in your bed every day.
She trying to get up.
Yeah.
Why I can't lay in mine?
She trying to
You
get
have
up
a
out
new
of there.
misdemeanor conviction. You do for battery of a police officer.
I ain't got no better on the police. It's better on me because the police are me. Jamerson, he raped me. And when I hit him or whatever I did to him, that's because he raped me. And I have witnesses that seen him raping me in front of the whole hotel at the Cozy.
Oh, all right.
Now. I'm confused.
See? So we'll, Mr. Brainerd, I think that we will continue this proceeding and send her for a further mental evaluation with the Department of Corrections. It's obvious that she's not able to participate today in a constructive manner. And the record does show that she's not been compliant with her medication and that she says they are the wrong medications, not what she prefers. So I think she needs some assistance in that regard.
Can I ask the board, is she going to be maintained in Caddo or is she going to be sent to another facility that has more robust mental health?
It is our plan that she be moved to the Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women in St. Gabriel.
Okay, because it's my understanding back in June, she was sentenced to hard labor for a year. So I think that must be a felony. I don't know, but that's what the minutes read. And you can't do hard labor on a misdemeanor. I don't know if the minutes are in error, but anyhow, Well, I get on this and the previous
thing. Oh my gosh. And the one, did you see Mr. Prater, the faces that he was making, even Miss Renata, they couldn't hold it in. And his poor attorney, can you imagine the attorney? He goes home to his wife. He says, you don't know the day I had. How do you even explain it? But now you can see it. He can say, look, here it is. This is what happened. And for those of you saying, man, dude, how can you? She obviously is crazy. Well, look, if she's crazy, I mean, the Louisiana courts didn't deem her so. They sentenced her as a completely sane adult to 1 year at hard labor. And they said, well, man, do they obviously screwed up? And maybe it is. I don't know. I mean, if we can't trust the courts, who can we trust? But we've been saying it all along that everything's messed up. We call out the good, the bad, and the ugly on this channel. And yeah, everyone, what we've seen for sure, if there's one thing about it, is that the whole thing is a big circus. It's a circus. It's not what we would think. Oh, they know what they're doing. Oh, those put in charge to protect us. Those with the PhDs, they got it all figured out. And you realize when you go under the hood, which is the heartbeat of every state, which is just looking at the parole boards and how those things are run, it's all messed up. The moral of the story is don't get put into the system. And this is not the last that we'll see of this attorney. I think, if I have to predict, I think that perhaps Louisiana got a shipment of the Connecticut water before today's revocation process, because it's a whole loony show. It is like Connecticut in Louisiana. I mean, the inmates are much more polite. They'll say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, so to speak. But actually on that one, when she was yelling at Miss Renata, what a mic drop. She's funny. Whether she's lost it or not, I don't know what it is, but she's funny. You're sleeping in your bed. Oh my gosh. Miss Renata's face to that. Now, normally, if you're not new to this channel, we'd go into the research. We would do the unpacking. We would tell you her criminal record and what's going on. But there's nothing. Even though her name is so unique, there is no information. Sir Richard has not taken a deep dive into it. So I have emailed Sir Richard. If he gets back to me, which he will, and there's any more information, then you'll see me pop in here from the future and share it with you. And sure enough, Sir Richard did pop in. So this is Mandu from the future. I don't know how he finds this information. I'd give you a try. You try finding it. I don't know how he does it, but he does it. And we'll just go through it. It'll take 1 minute to just show that she has a history of doing this. She's got a long record. This ain't her first trip to the rodeo. So in 2012, she has theft under $50, but she was booked in 3/6/2024 for battery of a police officer. I wonder if that police officer was SAing her as well. She has, as you can see, she has May 3rd, 2007. She has here it is. She's booked on 4/3/2007 and 4/4/2007 for taking contraband to or from a prison, booked 6/16/2009 for criminal mischief, aggravated second-degree battery, 3/6/2024. She also, this is another battery police officer, resisting by an officer, in-state fugitive. She has I think this is the most recent one, 2/12/2025, battery of the correctional employee and resisting an officer. But she was released 7/3/2025, only to get immediately arrested again on 8/14/2025, which is why she's currently in jail for a parole violation and battery of a police officer and in-state fugitive. So as you can see, they did give her chance after chance after chance. Even this one, mostly recently released 7/3/2025, only to do it again. So she is a violent person. And yeah, I guess she does belong in prison. Let's jump back into the present day hearing. Thank you, Sir Richard. But we're going to jump into the next revocation drama saga. And I don't know if it's any better, so let's go.
So we're ready to proceed. We were waiting on Mr. Alden's attorney, but I think, yep, there he is. He's on. So good morning, Mr. Alden.
Good morning.
How are you doing today?
Is the transing of the children finally dying in America? We'll get to some breaking news that suggests that it is, plus breaking news on the kidnapping of Savannah Guthrie's mom, and everything that is the latest from Minneapolis and all the rest. First, in 2026, Daily Wire Plus members are getting more than ever before. In January alone, we dropped more than 250 original pieces of content, all ad-free, all uncensored, and February is way busier. New episodes of the 7-part fantasy series, The Pendragon Cycle, Rise of the Merlin, are coming every Thursday. Ben After Dark Season 2 premieres on Friday the 13th, which feels sort of on brand. And there's a new episode of Matt Walsh's new series, Real History, hitting February 23rd. And we'll be live in DC for the State of the Union, plus a bunch of other stuff stacked on top of that. So if you're already a member, you're covered. If you're not, this is the month to fix that. Head on over to dailywireplus.com to join right now. Well, if you go back just a few years, it was de rigueur that every major commentator, every major politician would be called to say that boys were girls, girls were boys, they could become one another. Major medical establishment organizations came out and said that it was the purest form of science to say that boys could become girls. And in fact, the best treatment for people suffering from gender dysphoria was for them to have hormone treatment and surgery. In fact, if you go back to 2021, the American Medical Association was telling governors to oppose state legislation that would prohibit medically necessary gender transition-related care for minor patients, calling such efforts, quote, a dangerous intrusion into the practice of medicine. That, of course, was not relegated only to psychological care or social transition, or even to hormones. That also included, on many occasions, surgery. In fact, the AMA specifically put out a letter saying, quote, empirical evidence has demonstrated that trans and non-binary gender identities are normal variations of human identity and expression. For gender diverse individuals, standards of care and accepted medically necessary services that affirm gender or treat gender dysphoria may include mental health counseling, non-medical social transition, gender affirming hormone therapy, and or gender affirming surgeries. This was the standard of care according to the American Medical Association. Well, as it turns out, all of that was a load of horse crap. And if you are wondering about the sort of signal moments in the last 30 years of American history where people fell out of love with institutions and decided that institutions had betrayed their trust, this would be a big one. There have been many of them. Obviously, there is the media betrayal of Americans' trust over things like Joe Biden's mental health issues. There's the betrayal, the fundamental betrayal of trust by our nation's educational institutions with regard to things like critical race theory. There was the betrayal of trust by our scientific organizations over COVID. But a really, really big one, maybe the biggest one in many ways, was the basic lie that everyone who is above the age of 1.5 knows is a lie, which is that boys and girls are the same. The fact that the medical establishment said that boys could become girls, girls could become boys, and the best treatment for somebody who is struggling with body dysmorphia was not to work on their brain, but to work on their body by cutting off healthy body parts, by creating fake new body parts. This was insanity. It was pathological. It was nuts. And it was, again, de rigueur. It was the thing. Well, now it turns out that all of that is coming to a screeching halt. And I have to say that as a company, Daily Wire, I think we played a very large role in this, not just through Matt Walsh's fantastic documentary, What is a Woman, but from the fact that we as a company from day one rejected this nonsense. We rejected it wholesale. We are the only company I am aware of in America that refused day one ever to use gendered pronouns for people who are not of that sex. We used sex pronouns all the way through because we rejected the fundamental lie that boys could become girls and vice versa. The fact that Democrats are still struggling with this shows how out of touch they are with reality. Well, what finally broke the system, as always in America? Trial lawyers. Trial lawyers.
I'm doing all right. I need him to, yeah, if you could sit up so we could see all of your whole face. Yeah. You was definitely cutting off. There you go. Oh, he's adjusting the camera. Would you introduce yourself, Mr. Alden? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Alden Duran Antoine 542268.
All right, yes, sir. And you have a lawyer here today, sir. Would you introduce yourself for the record? Oh, you're on mute, sir. You're still on mute.
Good morning. I'm Aaron Brainerd, 500.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brainerd. And Mr. Antoine, we are going to, you're here, do you understand you're here for a revocation proceeding today?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to, and this is addressed to you and your lawyer. I'm going to read the allegations against you, and then I'll need a plea of guilty or not guilty to each of the allegations.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to read the first one. It's parole condition number 1, and it's alleged that you violated that condition because records reflect that you failed to report to the probation and parole office within.
What a good one is that?
Vince?
Yes, Judge.
State?
Yes, Judge.
Did you review the waiver?
Hey, that's me.
According to your plea
Just
bargain
give me the
agreement,
light
punishment
and pass the draw.
I've looked at all the paperwork too. I've looked at all the paperwork too. And I've seen the police reports. I've seen the charges. And I've also seen that every time.
Knowing she had hit another human being, she continued driving to the residence and hide her car, absolving any possibility for redemption. Paige's only concern was protecting herself from legal trouble.
And you were behind the wheel.
A man from Enfield is being held on $1 million bond after police say a road.
I know what I do. When did you accept responsibility for your role in this crime?
Around.
I have no doubt that he will find a way to target.
This a little bit.
I mean, when you see
basically, like yesterday, just the amount has risen since 2017 to 2025 on on elderly. It's just, it went up thousands. And it's like, if we're supposed to be getting better, why is everything going up? It's amazing. It's just, it's a lot. And then it's
this a little bit.
I mean,
because my husband found his brother laying in the garage.
Court because it was too far. Ooh, you're in prison. You didn't want to go from Meriden to Hartford. The ride was too long. Like, seriously. I mean, it's just poor decision on top of poor decision, sir. It's too much.
Speaking of underwear,
let's see what she
speaking
did,
of
y'all.
underwear, we do have a note that there was the bra situation where you stole a bra.
I did.
All right. So to me, unfortunately, the pattern of, taking what you need kind of stood out. Can you explain what that was about in October of 24?
I took a bra.
Now, having a write-up for stealing a bra might not seem like the harshest write-up to have when you're up for parole, except if you're locked up for doing just that, for stealing. You see, she was slapped with a 10-year sentence, all suspended but for 45 months, for stealing over $300,000 from an 88-year-old woman with whom she was placed in charge of. She was her trusted caretaker. Now, after stealing that $300,000, she, as I said, took that plea deal of 45 months in prison and now already up for parole. How will the parole board handle this case? Someone who can't help themselves but to steal while in prison. Someone who would know that they're having their parole hearing up sometime soon. Not only that, but this woman, she tells the parole board that she wants to get into nursing when she gets out. You just can't make it up. Anyways, I'll unpack it with more details at the end.
My name is Abigail Wood, inmate number 444082.
Whoa, and now here's present day Mandu. Sorry to interrupt. I'm only interrupting because 10% of my viewers.
I'm gonna tell you what, you don't come in here, you don't.
Convicted child predator faces the parole board, claiming he's the real victim.
The nature of the circulation of this STD that the child ended up contracting was not from you?
I feel that it came in a way when it did come from me.
What?
It came orally.
Okay. All right.
Because I had performed.
And you just can't make it up. His 5-year-old biological daughter, and this is just the half of it. We're about to watch the parole hearing of a professional victim. Yes, he is the victim, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm not buying any of it. You can watch his body language, watch how he moves, see how at the beginning he comes on full commit with his little acting charade, and watch it kind of unravel as the hearing progresses. That's not even a half of what's so nasty about this case. What is so especially nasty is, of course, how the courts handle this entire thing. You know, he was only initially arrested November 21st, 2022 for this crime, and he was only sentenced, meaning he was holding out, but he was sentenced March 28, 2024. That is about 9 months before the time of this parole hearing. 9 months from sentencing to parole. Now, keep in mind, this DA, they were holding the royal flush. He literally transmitted a disease that can be traced back to him, to his biological daughter. But they felt that they should give a plea deal. 36 total months. But wait, I'm not done, ladies and gentlemen. Do you know that this man only recently was also convicted for killing someone?
What?
Yes, I don't know. I'm not making it up. He was arrested on June 21st, 2022 for a hit and run homicide that happened on November 7th, 2021. He got away with it for like 8 months before being caught, before killing a man. And you know what they sentenced him to that? They sentenced him to 60 days, 5 years probation. Now, while he is spending a few days in jail for killing a man,
why he
and
look
running,
like that?
disappearing for 7 months until they finally caught him, he gets arrested for this crime. Now, you would think that this might be enough, but no, his jacket is full of crimes,
Why he
armed
like a
robberies
sad
and
little puppy
whatnot.
dog?
He's a
Like,
dangerous man. But apparently, a 3-year sentence will suffice.
dude look goofy.
Make
as
that
hell.
make sense.
Keep dude in
Now,
jail.
this hearing,
and all
it's
that.
one of the worst that we'll see.
Well,
No responsibility,
bro.
denial. He's the poor
I don't even like
victim,
dude face.
lying.
I don't like
Let's see
dude.
how the parole board
Keep dude locked up.
rewards such a villain.
Mr. Tolliver, good morning. Can you hear us?
Yeah, let me turn my hearing aid up a little bit.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're about to begin, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is December 30th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating the name for the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, Robert Sazauskas.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
My name is Timothy Tolliver. My inmate number is 411-725.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Mr. Timothy Tolliver, 411-725. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after 36 months with 10 years of probation to follow for sex assault 2
I'm tired
and risk of
dude
injury
face.
to a
Why
child.
you looking like a
As of
sad
today,
little
records
kid,
reflect
bro?
the parole
You
eligibility
just got in
date
trouble.
of June 18th, 2024 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed he has completed short track sex offender program to date, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender overall score for the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Tolliver. I apologize. No, me. Hold on a minute. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender overall score for sexual offense recidivism fall within the low range. Now, Mr. Tolliver, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. Thank you. You may begin, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm autistic and I suffer really bad with panic disorder. So I'm like trying to. I didn't last night. They didn't wake me up for my medication, so it's kind of hard for me to speak. Thank you for allowing me your time to speak today and affording me this opportunity to express my remorse for hurting so many people with my past actions. As I speak, please keep in mind that I don't express emotion in a neurotypical manner as I'm autistic. And for those reasons, it would be wrong to write me off as lacking any remorse or unapologetic.
Now you are.
I'm not here for sympathy. Instead, I only ask for you to have an empathetic determination, as sympathy is an emotional reaction, and empathy is action based on the understanding of the person's situation. The truth is, I feel just the opposite of unempathetic or unremorseful. I have a hole forever empty in my chest, robbing me of every breath, no matter how deep I gasp. A sinking feeling and cramping in my gut that won't go away. Any thought of the events that led up to this day causing bouts of nausea and uncontrollable heart palpitations to the point I vomit or pass out. Daily panic attacks because I get tired at night knowing it will be another night of night terrors or PTSD nightmares reliving the traumatic events I've endured over these past 2 years of incarceration. The truth is, I'm immeasurably remorseful. Over not just the predicament I find myself in now, but of my actions and decisions resulting in breaking the trust and hearts of everyone that I've ever cared for. Knowing nothing I do will ever reverse the hurt or undo what was done.
Bro.
I wish I could change the past, but there's no burial plot or no ashes.
For today. Okay,
Yes,
so I'm going to ask Ms. Turner to begin.
Good morning, Mr. Tolliver.
Morning.
My sympathies on the death of your mother.
Thank you.
So I just, by way of facts, want to get a few things out. So you have 3 years of the 15 you were sentenced to that you have to serve incarcerated. So when you go out, you'll have 12 years over your head while you're doing the 10 years of probation. And if you violate, you can be made to serve those 12 years. So you need to take your conditions of probation very seriously. You also were sentenced to 10 years on the state's sex offender registry for the crime you committed.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm glad to see you took the short track program, but you have other programs on your OAP. Let me also mention that you have a standing criminal protective order against you until the year 2044.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you understand that means?
That means if I mess up in any way, I'd be going back to jail for 10 years.
Well, you could be charged with violating the protective order, but the protective order is put in place to keep the victim,
shouldn't be getting out,
to give them some sense of safety. That says by law, you are prohibited from having any contact in any form, electronic, in person, or through a third party.
Yes, ma'am. I
Make
understand.
sure you fully understand the restrictions that have been imposed on you as a result of the protective order. So, I understand that you don't understand why you committed this crime. So having completed the program, you don't have any insight into why you violated this child?
See what I'm saying? Chomo.
My reasoning, even as I think of it today, my reasoning is still beyond me. It's not that I don't know why I did it. I just don't understand why I would do such a thing like that. What I did was wrong, and I'm ashamed of it. It's hard for me to to process everything all together.
Well, don't let your feelings of shame mean that you will avoid facing
Why is he looking like
the responsibility for this crime and the victimization of this child.
I'm totally responsible for what happened, and it was my actions alone that caused the situation. I just wish I could turn back the years of time to change everything, but I can't.
Well, and you know, that's so it makes it kind of meaningless. It's a hope that you can't, that it isn't possible. So you were caught because this child ended up with a sexually transmitted disease from you. How many times did you violate this child?
One situation. Only one situation.
Okay, that's a little different than what we have documented. I read that you got your emotional needs met by forcing yourself on this child.
What?
Why didn't you look to have your emotional needs met in an adult fashion? You were 32 years old. This child was 5.
That's wild.
There was a sense of losing control of myself and the situation at hand.
Okay, were you under the influence?
No, ma'am, I don't drink. I also.
Okay, so how were you not in control?
Mentally, I wasn't in the right state of mind. There was so much going on between myself and my child's mother that I often get taken advantage of. And in the situation with my child's mother, she was very, I'm trying to think of the word, like she was very controlling. And that's how, even after the situation happened, years later, she wound up pregnant again, and she just had my child last year. She was very controlling over our relationship, and she didn't want me to be with anybody else, even though I wanted to break up with her because she's an alcoholic. And I've tried everything to provide for my children as I could, and she cheated on me many times. During the time when I ended up getting an STD, my child's mother actually was undergoing heavy courses of antibiotics for MRSA, and she had cheated with me at the time, and that's why I feel that when she was tested for an STD, nothing showed up for her. But the other person in which she cheated on me with was my other child's mother's fiance, and he's just been arrested for molesting my oldest daughter. As I tried to explain to the police officers at the time, I indicated that I felt it was him who was involved in the situation. He's admitted to it, and he's currently actually on the run. And that's how I ended up getting an STD, because she was cheating with him and passed it on to me. I had it orally.
So did you violate this child in retaliation for the controlling, unhealthy relationship you were in?
No.
Are you sitting here saying that the circulation of this STD that the child ended up contracting was not from you?
I feel that it came in a way when it did come from me. It came orally.
Okay. All right.
Because I had performed oral sex on my child's mother, and in the time she has, like, I tried to explain this to DCF. She has bags of clothes that she'll put towels and stuff, and some of her clothes and the child's clothes are mixed in that bag. She gave me something to spit into, and it happened to be a garment that the child wore for school that morning.
Oh, so the child contracting the sexually transmitted disease was inadvertent through clothing, not for you forcing your penis in the child's mouth.
That's what they said. They said that the child had gonorrhea in her vagina, and there was nothing ever done to her vagina. I've never done anything to her vagina. And I accept the fact that I played a role in contracting this STD. And
right, but did you force the child to perform fellatio on you?
I can promise you I did not. I can promise you I did not. Actually,
So
that's
help me,
again,
Mr. Tolliver, what are you actually taking responsibility for?
I take responsibility for allowing the situation to progress to the point these things happen to my child. I take responsibility for my part in not being able to protect her. I take responsibility for all of that. I understand that I pled guilty to this crime, and by pleading guilty to this crime, I accept the fact that I must take responsibility for whatever the state's attorney says that I have done in their statements. I can't take away the fact that this happened. I can't change the facts. I wish
We've been there. We've been down this road of your regret already.
I understand.
Let's talk about the child. So you haven't yet taken the Voices program, but I'm going to ask you to
I've tried to
think about what this child's been through. What is this child? What have you put this child through?
Hell. Every day, I tell you, I've personally, like I said, I've personally been sexually assaulted while I was in here. Not one time, but multiple times because of the crimes that I committed. And I accept the fact that I pled guilty to that. Like I said, I'm autistic.
I'm gonna stop right here, Mr. Tolliver. I'm gonna stop right here.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry for what you've been through while you're incarcerated. It's illegal.
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
illegal, and it shouldn't be happening. I hope you are reporting it. But the question I put to you
that's why I brought paperwork. I brought paperwork to show that I reported it, and the warden himself.
Okay, there's nothing that we can, as a board, do about that. But I'm glad that you are looking for accountability there in the facility because you have a right to be safe while you're incarcerated. And I'm sorry that that hasn't happened for you. My question is about what the child's been through.
And that's what I'm trying.
Started with hell, and I understand you're relating your own experience. But if we could keep the focus on this 5-year-old.
The child, I'm quite sure she deals with nightmares. My daughter deals with nightmares because of the situation. I'm quite sure she's hurt and she's confused as to why her father would let something like that or cause something like that to her. I violated her trust.
Sense of security in the world. People who are supposed to take care of her.
I'm supposed to be the person to protect her.
So you,
I heard.
You obviously have some limitations that you're dealing with. Do you, upon release, anticipate being able to be employed and support yourself? Because I read you have a tremendous child support debt that you're going to have to work off.
Yes, ma'am. I've actually been. I don't know what's going on with child support, but I tried to. One child's mother. She actually put a pause on her, and my other child's mother from this case. They're continuing my child support every month, and I've been trying to put a stop to it, but for some reason my mail's not going out. I don't know what's going on, but. I do intend to go back to the Bureau of Rehabilitative Services, and I used them before due to my autism to help me find employment.
That might be a little bit additionally challenging because of your sex offender registry condition. But what kind of work can you do, sir?
The way you see an idea in your mind.
Well, I actually went to college for my for computer science, so I'm really adept in IT work and computer repair, help desk technology. I've worked at Quinnipiac University at the Quinnipiac University polls before. As far as the work that I've done before, if anything, it will be computer work. Like I said, at least until I can get myself a little bit physically better to be able to get back to work as an automotive mechanic or welder.
Mr. Tolliver, are you aware of the reentry programs around the state that help formerly incarcerated with services and employment and housing?
Well, I've actually been through the tablet and what they have front to back in the tablet for as far as any programs available to the inmates here, and the programs are that I've seen in the tablet are all focused towards youth and
I'm off that.
I'm sorry,
guy.
I'm having a bit of trouble.
Well, no.
I have.
Because
it's too.
Viewers have
The nature of your offense against your very own sister.
What?
The nature of your offense against your very own sister is shocking. So what brought you to that crime?
I honestly still don't know to this day why I did it. I was blacked out when it happened, which is why I got a JRI bed instead of jail time in the first place. So I fully admit to that crime, but the main problem that led up to it is my addiction.
And you heard correctly, his own sister, right? A vulnerable family member. And guess what the judge and DA did? They said, don't worry about it. We'll give you probation. Now, he violated his probation, and that's the only reason that we are here today. Because of that, he was locked up in prison and now up for parole. You will be shocked by his answer, shocked by what he says, but I am still always most surprised by the absolute ineptitude and lack of proper sentencing done by the prosecution and judges in these cases. Now, with that, let's jump in.
John Atkins, 422829.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for fraud case by John Atkins, 422829. He is serving a sentence of 9 years of execution suspended after 2 years, 6 months with 3,420 days of probation for violation of probation, sexual assault perpetrated. As of today, records reflect the eligibility date of December 27, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed the following programs: sex offender short track and voices, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. There's a possible considering the false and very high range. There's also a 99 score of the 2, which falls in the low to modest range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you think you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Is that me read my letter?
Yes.
Thank you guys to the BOPP. I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to see you. In the past 2 years of incarceration, I have been able to think more clearly about life and what you're supposed to do with it than I have in my entire existence. I have never had this much time sober and away from the things that changed me from the person my parents raised me to be. I have also been able to realize how short life really is and how much of it I have wasted. I fully admit to my crimes and my addiction, and I realize that I have hurt way more than just myself. I have hurt my family, and I have hurt my older sister the most. I know that I can never take back what I did, but I can spend the rest of my life trying to make up for it. To do that, I need to remain sober and become a functioning member of society. I have plans on going to school to become a diesel mechanic. I'm going to be talking to a therapist to help with my depression and anxiety.
I will fully comply with parole if granted it, and then the rest of my probation that I have left. I know it's a privilege, but I'm praying that the BOPP will grant me parole because I'm currently homeless. So going to a halfway house would be a huge help in setting me on the right track to succeed, as opposed to finishing my sentence and having to start in a homeless shelter, which is a bad environment to start in for an addict.
All right, Mr. Atkins, thank you for that opening statement. We're going to take turns asking you questions, and I'll begin. So tell me about your support system.
My main support system is my family. Luckily, I still have them, even though, you know, I've done a lot of wrong to them. But, you know, they believe that family is everything and you don't give up on family.
You are truly blessed, sir.
Yes, I am. I am.
The nature of your offense against your very own sister is shocking. So what brought you to that crime?
I honestly still don't know to this day why I did it. I was blacked out when it happened, which is why I got a JRI bed instead of jail time in the first place. So I fully admit to that crime, but the main problem that led up to it is my addiction. And I realized that fully.
What are you addicted to?
Everything. Alcohol, crack, cocaine, heroin. I've tried, you know, other stuff, pills.
This man is a crackhead.
We're not.
You could say that.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. So you've done treatment programs at least 5 times out in the community?
I'm sorry, say that again?
By my count, it looks like you've done treatment out in the community for substance use at least 5 times.
Yes.
So why do you think you've been unsuccessful managing your addiction?
I am a very impulsive person. And I believe that's what leads up to my using, because I don't think about my actions before I act upon them. I just jump at the first thought I have. But in the past 2 years that I've been sitting here, I've had a lot of time to think about that and how much it affects me in negative ways.
And what are you thinking about how you're going to manage that?
Like I said in my letter, I plan on going to see a therapist. I will definitely be going back to AA, NA. I've you know, gone to meetings in on and off since I was about, you know, maybe 20.
Never should.
I definitely, you know, lean on, you know, my family for support, because they always tell me, you know, if you need to talk about anything or you need help with anything, call us. And instead of just like ignoring that or not counting on them and just doing what I want to do, I'm definitely going to try to lean on them and use them for support.
I do hope you'll make that choice. You're most fortunate to have them in your life. You completed the short track sex offender program.
Yes.
I'm wondering, what did you get from that program if you still don't know why you violated your sister?
I mean, there's boundaries to everything in life. And I mean, leading up to my offense, that was not something I ever thought I would end up doing in life. It's not something I think about. It's not who I am. So taking the treatment for, you know, sex offenders and whatnot is still like hard to deal with, but obviously like no means no. That's it. There are boundaries.
it's, you know, I think, you know, you were raised right, as you said. So I think you always knew that no meant no. The only other takeaway being boundaries is concerning, because you say it's not who you are, but you did this crime. And, you know, in order to be confident that you will not reoffend in a similar manner against someone, you really have to unpack and come to some understanding of why you did it. You know, I'm glad for you, Mr. Adkins, that you don't deny it. When you had the problem sexual behavior treatment evaluation in March of this year, you know, you said it happened. I was severely under the influence. I don't deny it. And that's a good starting place, but you've got to figure out the why. So moving on, you were granted parole or probation, excuse me, as a consequence for the sexual assault third. And your probation began in February of 2021. And your first violation of that probation was 97 days into it. And, you know, that's a little surprising. You know, probation tends to give a lot of chances and try lots of graduated sanctions. Yep. So within 3 months, you were back in court. So what I have, I'm going to ask you why you were not compliant with probation. In what ways were you not compliant? Let's start with that.
I relapsed and went on the run because I was scared to give a dirty urine, which honestly, if I'd given the dirty urine, I probably would have gotten another chance, and going on the run was probably the worst option. But I mean, hindsight's 20/20.
Well, before all of that, you were violating your curfew. You were going to a public park, which you were restricted from doing. You were spending time with convicted felons. You were staying out overnight in unapproved places. And you ended up in lockdown in the sober house because of your cocaine, fentanyl, heroin binge that lasted 5 days. So, you know, there's a lot to unpack there. You know, it really looked like you just had no intention of complying with the supervision and failing to appreciate, you know, the fact that your sentence of probation really was a gift, given
my brother was
the
on
heinous
every
nature
drug
of
and
your
seen his
crime and
sister and
the
said,
harm that
"Hey,
was done.
sexy lady, how you doing?"
You've mentioned AA and a therapist. What else is part of your relapse prevention plan? Because I'm deeply concerned that you have a drug and alcohol score of 4, 5 being the highest, and you've not taken a program there in DOC.
I got a referral to addiction services, and the person I talked to had said that because I was eligible for parole, he didn't want to put me into tier.
Plead to those charges. Did you report or not? Plead to those charges. Did you report or not?
Asking you. They say I can do that with their eyes closed. You hear me? I don't know what bed bugs bite. So it's like an internal inside thing. You hear me? I'm not, you know what I'm saying? The animal get their tongue off or something. You hear me?
But they're asking if you went to your parole officer.
I got children, you hear me? I'm stunning, you hear me?
I'm gonna have
Is he gonna be able to answer on his own for us?
Okay, buckle up. It's another Louisiana revocation hearing. Now, this man, he's got a nasty jacket. You see, in 20
plea to those charges. Did you report or not?
Asking you.
Dr. Umar.
Hi, how you doing, sir? It was basically, it happened 2 years ago. I was pregnant at the time. I was going through postpartum. I was going through a lot at that time. We have a son together. He's about to make 2 next month. John is really a good person. I think it was all a misunderstanding, and I blame myself for it. It was a lot going on at that time when I was pregnant. He never made me feel like I needed to be unsafe. It was just a lot, Your Honor. I'm sorry for the misinconvenience. I did write a letter to the board. I don't know if you've seen the letter already.
And if you're having a deja vu, then it probably means that you are a longtime subscriber of this channel, because it is at least half of the revocation hearings that we see in Louisiana where a woman has some excuse for why she was hurt, and she always calls in apologizing, saying it was her fault that she ran into his fist. Now, sometimes they do make it up. Sometimes they don't. It's hard to tell. The parole board, they're going to have to make that decision. But before we watch this parole revocation hearing, we are going to have to find out how it is that we got here. So we are going to do my favorite thing and take a flashback to the past, to his back in the day, Miss Bonnie Judge Jackson classic hearing. With that,
the Sonic $6 All-American Smasher Meal tops the burger food chain. Get it hand smashed and made to order, plus a side and medium drink for just $6.
Let's jump in.
Good morning, my name is John Lindsay. My DOC number is 533221.
Hey, John, you heard the introduction. My name is Brennan Kelsey, and I'll be your chair with the rest of the board. We'll explain the process to you, read some information to the record, have a parole interview, ask you some questions. You can respond. At the end, you can make a statement. We'll take a vote. You understand the process?
Yes, sir. I understand.
You have your sister, Ms. Janika Lindsay, and Shonda Lindsay, your mom. At the appropriate time, they'll make a statement. Okay?
Yes, sir. I understand.
John, the DOC number 533221. You are a third-class offender. Parole eligibility date 7/24/2014. Good time date 10/7/2030. Full term date 1/25/2031. 22-year sentence.
Yes, sir.
Habitual offender, possession of a firearm, carrying a concealed weapon, person convicted of felonies. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
All right. Would you answer Ms. Jackson's questions, please?
Yes, sir.
Morning, Mr. Lindsay. How you doing today?
Good morning, ma'am. I'm doing fine.
Okay. Mr. Lindsay, your case has been assigned to me, and I will be asking you some questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you, Mr. Lindsay?
I'm 33 years old.
And how much time have you actually served on this sentence?
13 years and 3 months, ma'am.
So you were just 20 when you started serving the sentence, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you manage to become a third offender by the age of 20? What was going on with you that you had a prior for domestic abuse, aggravated assault in 2008, and your probation was revoked in 2009. And then in 2009, you got a simple burglary and a felony theft, and you paroled, and your parole was revoked in 2011. So tell us what was going on with you during that period of time where you were having so much trouble
staying out of trouble?
Well, by me being young, by me growing up around the area where I was at, once before, or throughout my past, I knew I knew what type of person that I was throughout my past. So I just used to be doing all kind of just messed up stuff, and everybody, the people that I used to hang around in the old environment where I used to be at, coming home from doing juvenile jail and doing my parents, my mom and them, and what all they done been through throughout her life, and drugging, and my father, and from their departures, and it was a lot. It was so much going on during the time from when I was young. I ain't really
Your mom drug?
My mom, yes, ma'am. She was drugging at the time, during the time that I was, out wilding and, at a young age, ma'am.
Did you know your father?
Yes, ma'am. I knew my father. Me and him ain't had no too close of a relationship with each other or nothing like that.
Gotcha. So what kind of drugs were you using?
Oh, back then, I was using marijuana, and I was doing
marijuana.
I was drinking, but I stopped. I never did cigarettes. I stopped using marijuana.
He said I never did cigarettes. That's not a drug.
I was getting
That's how
deluded
you know people be slow, bro.
and drinking. It would take.
This man said I never did cigarettes though. I ain't never heard nobody say that one right there. I ain't never did cigarettes though. Dog said that. Never did cigarettes before.
Let's switch gears. What about when you were arrested and you told the deputies or the police officers, I don't know which jurisdiction it was, that you were living in the woods?
So, all right, when he was questioning me, he asking me questions, but he over talking me and won't let me answer the question right. And the lady that I was living with, she hadn't gave me my insulin. I'm a diabetic. She hadn't gave me my insulin out the house within over 7 days. I was living on her back porch. My fiance was living on the back porch with me. And I wasn't getting my insulin, and he was talking to me, but I'm trying to answer him the best I could, but I couldn't. I mean, I'm trying to explain to him that I'm waiting on my brother to bring an RV from Dallas, Texas to the property in Westlake. And I was gonna put the RV on the property and live right there. The lady that I was staying with put me out the house, but I was still living on her back porch. And she knew I was back there. She used to bring me food back there every now and then. She knew I was back there. I don't know if you have time for me to explain the whole situation, but sir, it's a situation like.
Okay, everybody, and you know what time it is. This is a Louisiana parole revocation hearing, and the sheriff, he is on the mark today, and we are going to hear the convoluted story of this chomo. You see, this chomo was convicted of the worst crimes against his own relatives. The conviction came March of 2009. He was released on 1/18 of 2022, and since then has been arrest after arrest after arrest. So yeah, the stories get convoluted. I'll come in with the facts that Sir Richard provided, and make sure you stick around for the end because he crashes out. Now with that, let's jump in.
Okay, Mr. Carter, how are you? Let me talk to the deputy. Deputy?
Yes, sir.
Can you introduce yourself, please?
My name is Fisher Fields.
Okay, and you're at Calcasieu also, correct?
Yes, sir. Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office.
Would you tell the other deputy that has the other two inmates that this room is perfectly suitable? That if they want to put them there, that's okay.
The other side's not working.
It's not working good. So we're gonna do, right now, we're gonna do Mr. Carter first, and then we'll go back and do the other ones.
Yes, sir. They're on the across the street at the prison, but I'll see if we can work something out.
Okay. All right. Well, right now we're gonna do Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, the time is 11:23. My name is Steve Prater. To my right is Jerry Ledoux, and to my left is Chuck Tillis. We'll be making the decision about your parole revocation this morning. What is your name and your PLC number?
Michael Paul Carter, sir, senior. DLC number 360666.
Okay. And do you have a waiver? I think it may be in your pocket. Do you have a waiver form that you signed and you're prepared to go forward with this hearing, correct?
Yes, sir, but I was wondering, because the charge that I had originally got arrested on got thrown out and they rejected it. I was trying to see about this other stuff, this faded stuff, because my original charge they rejected.
We're gonna go over everything that we have here, and we're gonna go over all the conditions that you're accused of violating, and you tell me if you're guilty or not guilty of them, or you can give a statement. We're gonna go over them one at a time. Okay. All right. The first one is condition 3. You failed to submit an updated residence plan. You stated when arrested that you were living in the woods, and your girlfriend said you were living in Westlake, which is outside the jurisdiction that you're supposed to be living in. Tell me about that. Are you guilty of that or not?
Sir, the girlfriend that they talking about is the girlfriend that some of the prison. That's not even my girlfriend. They be calling somebody that's I'm not even involved with.
But
were you
living with her?
No, sir. I was living at the address where they arrested me at. They arrested me at my address that I'm registered to. The officer had talked to her and she told them that because me and her don't get along at all. Me and her haven't been in contact with each other in over 2 years. The 2 years I just did in prison. Me and her haven't been in contact.
But when you, okay, well, let's switch. So you're saying the girlfriend lied on you, correct?
Yes, sir. She the one called them and told them that.
Okay. What about, let's switch gears. What about when you were arrested and you told the deputies or the police officers, I don't know which jurisdiction it was, that you were living in the woods?
So, all right, when he was questioning me, he asking me questions, but he over talking me and won't let me answer the question right. And the lady that I was living with, she hadn't gave me my insulin. I'm a diabetic. She hadn't gave me my insulin out the house within over 7 days. I was living on her back porch. My fiance was living on the back porch with me. And I wasn't getting my insulin, and he was talking to me, but I'm trying to answer to him the best I could, but I couldn't. I mean, I'm trying to explain to him that I'm waiting on my brother to bring an RV from Dallas, Texas to the property in Westlake. And I was gonna put the RV on the property and live right there. The lady that I was staying with put me out the house, but I was still living on her back porch, and she knew I was back there. She used to bring me food back there every now and then.
And now and then?
When Mr. Johnson was hospitalized, he was stabbed, and the police officer, the detective, arrived at the hospital, asked him what happened. He was not initially honest with the police. He did not want his ex-girlfriend to be arrested for stabbing him. She did then give a statement to the police after the police officer contacted her. I do want to note that she was given her Miranda rights before giving her statement, according to the warrant in that case. And I think it's important to consider the fact that she was aware that Mr. Johnson was stabbed, that he was hospitalized, and that she was warned that she was also the subject of this investigation potentially.
All right, everybody, buckle up because we're about to head into a wild Louisiana revocation saga that takes many twists and turns that I do not believe you will ever be able to guess. What's unique about this revocation hearing is that he has his army of attorneys and social workers, which is not something we so often see in Louisiana. Connecticut, sure, it's a rite of passage, but Louisiana, unique. So anyways, let's jump in. And I'm telling you, hang out until the end because there are twists and turns in this saga.
Jared Johnson, 590175.
All right. I see that you have an attorney waiting to speak, so you would not be out for appointed counsel. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read to you the violations against you and ask you to plead guilty or not guilty to each one. And then when we get through the whole list, we'll discuss them. So the first thing that we have as a violation is you were arrested by NOPD on 1/18/23 and charged with domestic abuse battery, which was refused on 3/8/23, filing a false public record, possession of tramadol, and possession of promethazine. On February 20th, 2020, you pled guilty under Orleans docket number 557305, possession of promethazine, amended from possession of tramadol, and injuring public records. Was sentenced to serve 6 months in the Orleans Justice Center. How do you plead to that violation?
To all the domestics, and
you can break it up if you want the domestic.
Not guilty.
Okay, and how about the possession of the tramadol and the public records?
Also not guilty because I had a prescription for.
All right. So the case is assigned to Ms. Renatza. Oh wait, one more violation. 2. Number 4, a violation again. You're arrested for principal theft. Number D-204-2458-23 on April 3rd, 23. This case was refused on 4/14/23. How do you plead?
So it's a big old mistake right here, dude. So they had a guy with my name at Jared Johnson.
Just a second. How do you plead?
So he pleads not guilty.
Not guilty?
He pleads not guilty.
Big games, big finales.
He pleads not guilty.
We were chasing a ghost. He's the best
He'll cut you off right there.
Welcome to a courtroom showdown that is tense as it is revealing. Today, we're diving into State versus Shepherd Eric Avala Jeepson, a case that exposes a fragile line between deferred adjudication.
I asked him, I rolled my window down and I asked him, I said, do you know Tay? He said, yeah, I know Tay. I said, who that is to you? He said, that's my girlfriend. I said, well, how you feel about her? He said, why are you asking me this? I said, I'm just asking because, me and her have sexual relations and I know you don't know about it. He said, man, why are you telling me this? I said, man, look, I'm just trying to bring you, I'm trying to bring you to be honest with her and make her be honest with you. We have behind your back, man. You don't know about it.
Okay, everybody, and you know what time it is. It is time for another crazy Louisiana parole revocation hearing. And this man, I gotta tell you, his story, it just gets more wild as it goes. And anyways, let's just let's just jump in. Thank you, Mr. Annan, for pointing out this hearing. I really, truly appreciate it. Let's go.
Terrence Russell, 13-11-88.
Okay. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you signed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, I see it. All right, well, based upon the questionnaire, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. Just need to let you know that.
Wow.
This is money.
Continue to follow the developments.
What it do, ski, sir? Yeah, what it do, ski, sir? This your boy BNG Capo, man.
What's your reaction to AD getting traded to? Right.
You know, when you come to a point in life.
We're watching you. We're watching you. We'll go ahead and search the car, take him into custody. We're doing it here. We're not letting him go.
Okay, Hope. You want to secure it back, unload it, secure it back underneath the front seat for y'all taking it?
We want to DNA it.
What you got?
On the highway. No, lay down on the motor. I ain't getting my shit today. Let me stay boys on play. Stay boys on the
You didn't put that in my phone.
You didn't put that on the highway. The only thing you're running out here is fast. Everything you do, 85 and 65. Other than that, you don't run nothing. You don't tip it. State boys. Body cam footage from the Louisiana State Police and law enforcement agencies across the state of Louisiana.
Across the state of Louisiana.
On this episode of State Boys, agents with the DEA working in the mail room at the United States Post Office intercepted a package containing a controlled substance. While doing surveillance, the agents would arrest the mailman for his involvement in the conspiracy and working with the dealers. What will the troopers find?
Trooper Signal with the State Police. I'm also a TFO with the inspection service. Okay. This is the postal inspector. Listen to me, before we go anywhere, I know you know why we're already here. But there's something I gotta do, and I'm gonna give you a chance to tell your side of the story. But first, I do have to advise you of your rights before we go anywhere. Okay? We're gonna walk out this door and we're gonna get in a vehicle and we're gonna go to my office and we're gonna talk. Okay. And what happens there is gonna depend on what happens to you today. Okay. All right? I know you got time invested in the military. I know you've been working here for a while. Mm-hmm. I know you've had your ups and downs. All right. Mm-hmm. But we're gonna go. We're gonna get in a vehicle, and we're gonna go up there and we're gonna talk. Hey, let me tell you something. So this is a DEA agent. How you doing, man? So the realms of this is not just. We're not here for just BS. You understand? Okay. So listen, we're gonna go right across the river over here to our office. And we're gonna talk. All right. So we'll meet you there in just a second, okay?
Staying late again? Yep, got
Up
prospect
to you,
calls to
man.
summarize. You really need to switch to Mondays here.
After the UPS worker was arrested for delivering the package, the trooper would conduct a traffic stop on the vehicle that took possession of the package.
Driver! Can you step out for me, please? Can you step out for me? What's up, bro? How are you today? You want to look here for me? Hey, my name's Trooper Q, State Police. You have your driver's license with us? Oh, yes. While I'm stopping. Shaking your hand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You good? Hey, look, we're going to stop you because of your window tint. Okay?
Oh, okay.
The window tint is dark. It's supposed to be 40% on the front and 20 on the back.
We recently just got it back, and we was going to take it off.
I got you.
Yeah, we're going to take it off.
How long have you had it?
Oh, we stopped you in the window.
Okay.
Damn,
That's what I'm
y'all
stopping
say that
at.
all
We
the
work a lot
time.
of wrecks on these roads.
Y'all literally stay right there out heading home.
Distracted drivers, sleepy drivers, impaired, window tint, obstruction, things like that. So that's why I'm stopping you. So anyway, just hang out back here with him, okay? I'm gonna get your vehicle information. Are you by yourself?
Yes, sir.
You're by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you grab the registration and insurance for me?
Hold on.
Can you roll your front window down?
That's the darkest tent I
Yeah.
ever seen.
That's dark. Thank you, bro. All right, man. Hey, is everything good?
You need the insurance, though, right?
Yeah, I got it right here. Okay. Is everything good on your driver's license? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna check that out. You'll be out in just a second, okay? Just hang tight right there for me.
The trooper will talk to agents by radio about the traffic stop.
B54 Region 3, 10.
All right, he's by himself. He said he lives over here nearby, so he was going back to his house. I'm not sure what his address is. His address on his license is in Monroe. Y'all copy that?
Yeah, copy.
I'm about to step back out and just measure his window tint and write him a warning, so y'all got some time. Hey, that's what I'm probably gonna do, okay? Just give you a warning.
Yes, sir.
Just make sure you get your window tint taken care of, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna go get it taken off in the morning.
That's a pretty expensive ticket. I don't want to stick you with a large fine for window tint. So just make sure you take care of it, okay?
Okay, I will. Most definitely.
I got your word, huh? You gonna take it off?
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. Hey, I'm gonna measure your front and your back one, okay?
All right.
Is your car still on?
Yeah.
Okay. Just gonna roll it up a little bit. That's 2. That's 1. Yeah, they're pretty dark. How many kids you got?
I got one. I got one little toddler.
I got you.
The trooper will get an order from the agent, and the traffic stop will take a different trajectory.
Stay located, you copy?
Yep, I just got back in my car.
Hey, we're watching you. We'll go ahead and search the car, take him into custody. We're doing it here. We're not letting him go.
10-4.
Thank you, man.
Finally, hey, I want to ask you a question. I want you to be completely honest with me, okay? When's the last time you were around anybody smoking marijuana?
It's been a minute.
What's the last time y'all smoked in your car?
Nah, we ain't smoked in that car at all.
Okay. Well, somebody was around it because I could smell it. Just be honest with me.
No, I'm telling you, we
see
haven't
how
smoked
police
in the
just
car.
lied that fast?
No, not at all. Remember, I just recently left my cousin's house, and then I came back to come work out.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not accusing you of anything. I just can smell marijuana, so I'm just asking.
No,
I got you. Okay, well, look, this is a consent to search form, okay? I want to search your vehicle, but I want to see if you'll give me consent first. Just read this, and if you have any questions about it, you can ask me. If not, if you allow me to search, you sign right there. If not, you don't have to sign it, okay? Just read that for me, all right?
It's hard beating fast.
I'm right here by the crib. We know, because we don't even smoke. I'm not gonna say there's no, we haven't smoked in the car. I wouldn't even. I got a little child. My child was just in the car.
Okay. Well, look, in the state of Louisiana, it gives me probable cause to search your vehicle regardless, okay? That's what I'm going to do. Is there anything illegal inside your car?
No, sir.
Okay. Same type for me, okay?
Okay.
Turn around for me right here. Put your hands right here. Is there anything on your person? Okay. I'm hanging your phone up just for the time being. You can make a call whenever we get out here in just a minute, okay? Put your hands.
Can I call my lawyer?
Just relax, okay?
All right. He's messing in my car.
Okay, just relax your hand.
Log it so no time.
Just step back there with Trooper Dale in front of my bumper right there.
If the car is not even.
Yeah, we can. Step back there.
Just line up right here.
Your friend smoke at his house? You had on your skin or something?
This is chicken. There's no smoke. Like, no smoke.
Because I know sometimes you go to a buddy's house and he's been smoking and you get in the car.
I promise there's no smoke in that car, bro.
No good, man.
Roku's self-serve ads platform. It's easier than ever with Ads Manager. Sign up today.
I'm Steve Ballmer, former Microsoft CEO and a basketball fanatic.
You said you got a 4-year-old and a 7-year-old?
I got a 2-year-old. I mean,
2-year-old.
Me too. You can lift up the other part too. It's another department. It's another part in there.
No, he's top score. Like, man.
So y'all said it was about it.
Hey, Mr. What's your address in Western Road?
This is fucking apartment complex right behind.
Yeah, is that the box right there that I took out? That's the package?
Yes, that's
Okay. I'll run it.
DNA.
You never had a felony, have you?
Yes, sir. I ain't know they don't. They gotta be
Only on the bottom.
my brother home.
Truck, tractor.
You got
Go secure back, unload it, secure it back underneath the front seat.
I don't want it. We want to DNA it. So I don't want you got a pair of gloves?
Yeah.
What'd y'all get dropped off for?
Just my car.
I got you. We'll go stand over there by them doors, please. You can get under the shade and all that.
Okay, come on, Coco.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, don't get run over here.
Before the traffic stop, the agents at the post office intercepted a package that contained approximately 2.2 pounds of high-grade marijuana. The agents would take out the marijuana and return it back to the mail stream and make a controlled delivery. The mailman was also involved in 2 deliveries from 2022, where he delivered 2 packages containing approximately 10 pounds of methamphetamines. He was sentenced to 108 months in federal prison. The driver was sentenced to 1 day for conspiracy to distribute marijuana and 15 months for possession of a firearm during a drug trafficking crime. His sentence was ranked consecutive.
Yeah, man, you should use it as a
I'll try to how the mailman get more time?
Try to get the UPS. Because that's the thing that helps you out the most, basically. What you're saying is great.
That's crazy. How the mailman get more time?
When every day feels the same.
That's
All right, 16.
That's wild business. How you get a day? Facts. Sign up on the brick, huh?
When I was 28, I almost died.
Cat burglar. Is we gonna watch the full story of dude who we watched a 30-minute story on? Or y'all want to watch this dude right here, the Dark Web Foster? Or I was gonna go with the Dark Web Foster.
Home, man, but I'm not trying to leave over here where I'm at. So you go do that. Valley, but here it is in Oakland. We had we were middle class. My mom worked at a bank. My dad, he got into law enforcement. Mind you, they came from Mississippi together with about $200 between them, and they were able to like build something before they started a family. So what happened was I came along, and then a couple years later I had two smaller brothers. My dad, he always wanted more.
I'm sorry, how old were your parents when you were born?
My parents was like 23, 24 when I was born.
Okay.
Mind you, like my dad got a job for the city, but basically it was a government job. So that was a great job to have back in the day because he knew he had some type of security. And then my mom worked at a bank until an accident happened at a bank where someone threw some keys across the bank and it hit her in the head. So from there, she went out on leave for about 4 months and she was having like blackouts and things of that nature. So she ended up having to retire early with the settlement. I think it could have been like about 15 or 20K, but we're talking about 1982.
Yeah.
About 15, 20K is a bunch of money. And this is when they bought their house. They bought a house. So I never lived in an apartment before. We always lived in a house. We always had money. I mean, not rich, but we had money, middle class. But the thing about that is, she didn't work no more. So she became an entrepreneur right then and there. She opened a childcare center. She opened up a janitorial service. My dad still made more money, I want to say, but we made it all the way through. But we went to public school with the rest of the kids that didn't have a lot.
Right.
The kids at my school were on fixed incomes, single parent homes, just a mom, welfare, or food stamps. And I didn't even understand why. My major question was like, why are these kids disadvantaged and we're not? One of my friends at school told me that they didn't have any food at their house. And that bothered me. I was like, what do you mean you don't have any food at your house? But I kind of overlooked it, thought he was joking because when he came over our house, he got to make food, ate good, even took some food home with him. But after a couple times, I thought this kid is telling the truth. He doesn't have any food. But a light bulb went off in my head, too, when I went to school and I couldn't get free lunch. My lunch was $1.25, but all my friends got free lunch. So I ran home that day and like, Mom, why do I have to pay $1.25 for the same food that they get for free? And she said, well, we both have income. Their parents don't. They live in the projects. Their rent is about $40 a month.
If they even have both parents.
If they even have both parents, yeah. So we have a mortgage here, and it's a difference between rent and mortgage. Now, but I don't like it. I want to eat with them because they're looking at me some kind of way because I pay for lunch. But she's like, look, get over it. You know what I mean? If they want to come over after school, eat with us, they can. But, you know, just get over it. This is the way life goes. It's called societal norms, and this is where we are. However, we probably won't be here forever. So I'm hanging with guys. We ride bikes. We ride skateboards. We're all around the community doing what kids do. And this guy, actually a white guy, he came into the neighborhood, and he asked us, did we want to make extra money? The white guy, he was like,
how old are you?
I'm about like 9 or 10 at this time, about 9 or 10. He's like, you guys want to make some extra money? I got some things that you guys can do. You can come with me and we can sell candy. And I'm like, no, I don't want to sell candy because the school always made us sell candy and we got nothing out of it but a teddy bear or maybe a notepad. So I don't want to sell candy. It's not interesting for me. He like, no, you're going to make $40 in a day. Mind you, this is 1985, 84, $40 for a kid. Like, nah, he's lying. So myself and a bunch of my friends, we got in a van with him. He took us to the banks.
That already sounds bad.
We got in the van with him and he took us to affluent areas like 20, 30 minutes away. And we got this candy from price clubs, like Thin Mints and wafers and all this stuff. It was like $1 each. And we wouldn't sell it. We would just go ask for donations. And I'm like, wow, this works.
But first, let me tell you about our sponsor, Aura. or can identify data brokers exposing your info and submit opt-out requests on your behalf. Brokers are legally required to remove your info.
But my mother told me to not do it again. Don't do that again. Don't get in that van with him. I don't trust him. How come he didn't come meet me? How come he didn't talk to your parents? He's a crook. He's a slickster.
That whole thing's bad.
Yeah, he's in a van. You mean you got in a van with a stranger? I'll beat you if you do it again. And she meant it, so I couldn't go anymore. But my friends kept going. But my younger brother told me something. He like, how about we go to Price Club, we buy our own candy, get on the bus, and we go to the opposite side where he is that day, and we sell our own candy. First time we did it, we made $200 in one day, $200. My mom didn't like that either. You're lying to people. You're not taking donations for any support group, or you're not helping anybody else. You're doing this to keep money for yourself. So I don't want you doing that either. So she stopped us from doing that. But my friends that I went to school with, they kept doing it. And it was cool because now they have an extra money. We go to school, after school, they take me to the store. Everybody buys each other stuff. We all have a bunch of snacks and a bunch of treats. So now, remember I said my parents, they worked, they had money. We weren't low income, but I had family members all around the city that were going through the same thing that a lot of the city was going through. Single parent homes, living in a not so good area. And the crack came in. The drugs actually came in heavy. Actually, Oakland is one of the first places where they say that drug landed, in the first place where it was turned from one thing to another. When
is that where the, I want to say
Snowfall actually was based on that.
And it was what? Oh God, what's his name? Right,
Franklin.
No, I'm saying the drug dealer that went to prison and got out.
Freeway Rick.
Rick Ross,
which became a kingpin, a major kingpin at a young age. But he was like and we heard of him when we were kids too. But it was like unbelievable that a black man doing these type of things made that kind of money. But obviously, and I've tried to verify this because I met people that say they were around when people first start processing it, and I think actually probably was in Berkeley. These hippies found a way to do it, and it was a special thing. It was meant for rich people. It wasn't meant for low income people.
Well, it started off as a freebase, right?
Freebase, exactly. I mean, it was very dangerous to process that because it caused explosions. It caused explosions. But some of those early adopters of that, if you were in the right place, you made millions at a young age and really fast. But here it is. That stuff came in heavy. You were either a participant or a victim. And even if you didn't directly participate or become victimized, somebody broke in your house, they broke in your car, they stole your VCR, a family victim. You're still a victim. Your family member had to go to rehab. Now they're out of their mind. They can't function properly in society. That thing was terrible in that city. So I'm like, maybe it did start here. So here it is. We're seeing guys not much older than us having a lot of money. They're buying custom cars, Cadillacs and Mercedes Benzes. This is around 1986. So I'm wondering, like, how the hell are they getting this money? Because I was never exposed to that. But once I started traveling throughout the city on my bike and going around people who were doing it, it became very clear, like, okay, this is a lane right here. So I started hanging around at a car wash with these guys with these new cars, these flashy cars, kind of hung out at. And my friends and I, they got over the candy business because they were getting ran off of those locations, which we used to go to banks and stuff like that. So now we hang in a car wash trying to make an extra $15-20 a day helping people wash rims. But it was a few guys there that'll give you $40. And I'm like, wait, you gave me $40 for cleaning the tires? What do you do? And they had big bank rolls, right? Like big old grips of money.
Wondering if you can e-file if you owe taxes? This edition of Tax Tips by TurboTax will explain how you can file and pay.
How old are you?
At this point, I'm 10. I'm about 10 or 11, but I had a curfew, be in before the street lights come on. Don't go to the liquor store. Don't go to the laundromat, or don't go near the check cashing place. That was a rule by my parents. They were very strict on.
All right.
They knew what was going on there. Do not even go to that car wash, which is like 4 blocks away from our house. Mind you, we lived in the house. 3 blocks away is projects and housing authorities. And most of those people are low income. But here we are, median income, not even 5 blocks away from where they are. So I'm like, hey, bro, I asked one of my partner Slim. I'm like, Slim, what's up? Can we get in with these guys? He's like, no, because they want us to go to school. They don't want us doing that because it's dangerous. You know what goes on, right? And I'm like, nah, not really. He's like, we're gonna go to the liquor store tonight. Just stay out an extra hour. We're gonna go to the liquor store tonight. I was like, nah, my mama kill me. My mama kill me. And then if my dad finds out, he comes from work, he'll bust my head open, wide open.
So what's your dad doing at this point?
At this time, my dad's working a bunch of overtime. He's on the force, but in a whole different city. So nobody knew. My dad works about 5 cities over as a police officer, but my friends don't even necessarily know. They just know both of your parents work and you guys have money and food. You get things for Christmas. You guys have bikes and you guys get new shoes like every other month or every month or whatever. Because I have 2 brothers.
Right.
So here it is. He knows nothing about it. My mom's basically, since she runs a business of her own, she's there most of the time. But again, financially, we're not rich, but we're far from broke. So I went to this liquor store and I saw that activity. These guys are making hundreds of dollars within 10 or 15 minutes, and it blew my mind. I wanted to know more. I'm like, oh no, this is it. Now, my friends that don't have money, they had to do it or else. But for me, I'm like, well, if I start too, I'll be able to make extra money and take stress off my parents and buy my own clothes, buy my own shoes, and everything will be fine. But little did I know, it's just so much more dangerous than whatever I anticipated. Everything to do with that is just danger, pain, hurt. It's just everything that you should know, but you may not if you want to make extra money.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but you're a little kid. You're not thinking past an hour or two of your life. You're not thinking even a week in advance.
No, I can't see that far. But one of my friends, like 11 years old, had made enough money hustling to buy a moped. Now, a moped costs like $400. I'm like, wow, you bought a moped? He's like, yeah, and I still have money left. So then I made up my mind that I would find out exactly what to do and how to do it, but it wasn't going to be easy. Mind you, at this time, we're hearing stories on the news of a 17-year-old millionaire that's running part of the city selling drugs. He's 17 years old. He's a millionaire already. He has about 40 workers. He has a bunch of properties that he deals drugs out of. And I saw him. I'm in person, so I knew he existed. And I'm like, wow, this guy's only 17 years old. He's still in high school. But what he did was found a plug, went directly to the source, and from there he was able to advance in the game real fast. He was able to advance and just go past all the other dudes, whoever was doing it on his level, and even the older guys. So of course I couldn't hang out, but one of the older guys asked me one time to go to the mall for him. He was like, hey, go to the mall for me. Here's $250. Go buy me a pair of jeans, a pair of Nikes, and a white t-shirt, and you keep the change. So I rode my bike to the mall, like, oh, I'm getting an opportunity right now. Rode my bike to the mall. I'll go get the jeans. I knew the size, the white shoes, and the white t-shirt, and I'll bring it back to him. He's like, thank you. The change I kept was about $40 again. I'm like, that was the easiest 40 I ever made. I'm gonna hang around these dudes now. So I started just hanging there every day. Now I can hang since I did one little thing for him. Right. He's like, hey, youngster, go iron them pants for me and bring them back to me because I got some girl I'm going to see later on, man. But I'm not trying to leave over here where I'm at. So you go do that. I did it. And one of my friends like, you're stupid. I never would go iron this pants for this guy. Why would you do that? And I'm like, I know what I'm doing. So I did it. I ironed them. I put those creases in them, had them really, really nice for him. And I came back to the car wash using a brand new Cadillac. He had gold rims on his car. He had white interior in there with a sunroof. This was like a $20,000 car at the time. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And he had a gold nugget watch on. So I brought it back to him.
Oh, the gold nugget.
The gold nugget watch. The necklaces and the watches.
He didn't even know. Remember they had the watches you could get like a little pendant.
Oh, man.
Some guys had whole chains.
Yeah. So I knew he had money, but he started trusting me. He's like, okay, you did that, youngster. And I just kept hanging there. And eventually I asked him, I was like, hey, can you put me in the game? He's like, nah, man, because your parents work, man. You don't have to be out here, man. This is not for you. This is not for you, boy. And he wouldn't do it. So I was disappointed, man, that everybody else was getting an opportunity to jump in it except me. And I'm like, why? I'm like, come on, man, I can do it. I'm trustworthy. Finally, one day he had somewhere to go. And he said, hey, hold this for me. I'll be back in a couple hours. And he gave me like a 200 count, 200 worth. I only had to see about 6 people while he was gone. And I was finished long before he came back. Actually, yeah, I finished long before he came back. And when I came back, I gave him the 200, and he's like, "Oh, you finished all of that?" And he gave me $50, man. And that was my entry into the game. Like, now I can do it. I started doing it like twice a week, 3 times a week.
These guys just pulling up. They're just pulling their car up, saying, "Hey, I need something," and you're just giving it to them. And then
well, either they pull up or they kind of walk up, because mind you, this area where I had to go from home to go over there where they were doing this at, it was like called it was near MacArthur. So it's prostitutes. It's a lot of everything going on there, hustling. You got people running numbers. You got people gambling shacks. You got a bunch of stuff. So now this drug was expensive. It was $20 to $50 per use, right? It was 20 or 50. It was nothing small at that time. So you couldn't be a broke person smoking that drug. You couldn't be broke using that. So they were coming up, walking up, driving up. A lot of times people came that weren't from that neighborhood to come get it. So he gave me the money for it, and I was like, wow. And then we did it again, and we did it over and over, to the point where I had a couple hundred of my own money. I was like, oh yeah, I love this. I love this. Now, can I spend my money? He's like, nah, because you'll stop going to school. You're gonna, get caught up and get wrapped up in this, and we just don't want that. And plus, I don't want your mom to find out, man. Once your parents find out, man, they're gonna kill you. They're gonna bust you up. You just go home. Just go home. So I started talking to other people that was doing it, that saw I was a young, trustworthy kid. I'm 11, 12. Now I'm about 11 at this point, and I've already did my first transactions. So from here, I'm thinking of ways to make more money. But my friends that are doing it, they're doing it again. A lot of their money has to go towards their household, groceries, food for their mother, even, or their father, whoever was there. Their clothes. They didn't have nothing. So with me, all my money was my money. My parents could not find out that I was doing this. So I was like having $400 or $500 at a very young age, until I start spending. Once I start spending it, of course, I go back down to about $100 and have to work it back up. But the bad part about it is my mom started noticing I was hanging out too much, and she started coming after me. She told my father, like, oh, he's hanging at the liquor store. And then
I remember my first transaction was 14 years old.
Knew the story of the international rules-based order was partially false. That the strongest would exempt themselves when convenient.
I didn't even know
that trade rules were enforced asymmetrically.
Or $15. I never forget.
They got on me. They was like, hey, you get caught at that liquor store again, man, you're in trouble. We're gonna do whatever we have to do to keep you away from those scoundrels or vandals, whatever. She called them scoundrels or something like that. But okay, so I couldn't go, and I used all my money.
Freshman year.
Now my family that lives on a different part of town, I'm going over there, staying at their house. I got ran out of the game by my mom. I'm scared of my parents still at this point, so I'm not going to go against them.
Are you going to school?
I'm still going to school. I'm going to school. I mean, we're in elementary school at this time. We're in elementary school, sixth graders, right? About 11, 12, 5th and 6th graders. So what happens is I go over to some of my family members' house, coming to find out they're ahead of me. They've been doing it. They're already buying their own cars. They're teenagers buying their own cars. They have money. They're running rampant. So I started telling my mom I want to go over there on weekends, because I knew I couldn't do what I wanted to do at home, because once my dad finds out, he's a no nonsense kind of guy. So now I'm going over my auntie's house, my cousin's house, and I'm sneaking and doing this anyway. Because now what do they say? It's better to never give a bear honey than give a bear honey and tell him he can't have no more.
Right.
So now I made some money. I don't want to not make any money. I know this stuff is dangerous. I know I'm not supposed to be doing it, but my cousins are doing it now. And now I'm over my aunt's house. My mom can't tell me I can't go over there. We go outside, we go hang out. Things are happening. So I'm back, getting a little motion, getting a little rotation. And then here it is. One of my friends go to jail, and I'm like, oh wow, he gets caught, he gets stopped by a cop. They check his pockets. He has like 4 or 5 pieces on him. They take him in. He's in juvenile hall, and I'm like all scared because I was with him, but they didn't check me. I was with them and I had stuff too, but they just didn't check me. So I was like, wow, man, that was too close. I don't want to do this. I don't want to go to jail, because a person that never been to jail is scared of jail.
Yeah.
But a person that been to jail is not as scared of jail, because they know what jail is. Like, oh, I've been to jail before. I can handle it. I don't know somebody there. I can make it. But I was one of those guys that just did not want to go to jail, especially my 12-year-old friend went to jail. But he came out 3-4 days later and told me how much fun he had and how great it was. And he grabbed another sack. He didn't even think about quitting. He was actually saying he was going to quit school. He's like, I'm quitting school and going full time. I was like, no, Dre, you can't. He's like, I'm not listening to you. You got both parents at your house. Actually, I don't even know if I want to hang with you no more because you don't even have to do this. You're a turnout. That was the word of you. You're a turnout. You don't have to do this. I have to do this or we don't eat.
All right.
And I was like, damn, he right. I don't have to do this, but I want to, and I want to be accepted by my friends. So I'm going to keep going. So he kind of distanced himself from me, but I said, so what? I kind of knew the concept. I didn't necessarily need him. The older guys embraced me. The only rule was go to school and make curfew. Go when your parents tell you to go inside, you go inside because they're going to come after us or they might call the cops on us. Now everything is transitioning. The drugs got cheaper. Everybody can afford it. They're selling $10 worth, $5 worth on up. So now it allowed more people to get in the game. Once that happens, the crime started. They're still in VCRs. They're still in cars. They're doing burglaries for a hit of this. Everybody's affected. Like I said, you're a victim or you're a participant in one way or the other. This in our city where they're saying this drug started at, you were going to be affected by this drug. So now the police, they're looking for people that's doing it. They're posting up, they're sneaking up, and all kind of bad stuff is happening. So I'm back home and I'm starting to do it closer to home now because I'm tired of traveling across town to my aunt's house on the bus, riding bikes, traveling somewhere else just to make a couple dollars. And it's so much of this going on 5 blocks from my house. So what I start doing is thinking of ways that I could pass up the competition. So I was like, okay, if I buy more and sell it for cheaper, then I'll flip it faster and I'll be able to make more money. So I tried that a few times and next thing you know, it worked. Now I'm making $200 and $300 profit every single day by 12 years old, I'm making about $300 a day minimum because I formed a system. I had a system that we're going to buy this, we're going to process it, get some clientele that'll call me on my pager, only come to me, and then I'll be able to advance past these guys that's on my same level really quick. So my younger brother, he's playing baseball at the time, and he's like, yo, I need some cleats. And I'm like, well, how much are they? And he's like, they're like $36. And I'm like, well, won't you go ask mom and them for it? He's like, well, she said they'll do it next weekend, but I need them because we got a big game. We're going to travel. And I was like, here, took the money, gave him the money for the cleats. He went and bought them. He was happy. He's like, wait. Are you? He's like, you got. And I was like, yeah, I got it. What's up? He's like, well, I want in. I'm like, nah, you playing baseball. You can't get in. He's like, well, I need to make extra money so I don't have to be asking you for money. So therefore, he was like, what's up? So I was like, all right, I got you. I give him like 20 worth, told him he can make 40 of it. And he made the 40 and he immediately wanted to buy 40 worth to make 80. Within 3 days, he had 300 of his own money just from starting that. But the problem with that is that he didn't want to play baseball no more.
Right.
He said, I'm done with that baseball, man. I'm going to make some money, man. You guys held this from me all of this time, and I could have been out here with you. So what I didn't like was he was pretty good at baseball, and the coach came over to the wash house we were hanging in front of at the time and got out of the car and begged him to come back to practice and come back to play. I see something in you, man. Don't hang with these guys and your brother over there. And he called me a name, your stupid brother over there that gave you that shit. Because one of the other players on the team told the coach that his brother gave him some, and now they're doing it, right? So he's like, your stupid brother. I'm tempted to go knock on your door and tell your parents. I was scared to death. I was like, oh shit, if he goes and tell my parents, I'm done. My father will kill me himself, or he just might arrest me and just book me and take me in. That didn't happen. He just steadily pleaded with my brother to come and get away from hustling and getting away from doing that illicit activity. But bro didn't listen. He was already in too deep, and it was kind of like my fault. I felt like it was my fault. But once he caught on and got the hang of it, he blew past me pretty quick because he had a better structured program. My younger brother blew past me. He's only 2 years younger than me, by the way, but he blew past me in the game because all he did was that no hanging, no talking, go there, make my money, go in the house, hide the money somewhere else so my parents would never find it if they searched his room. And he was more disciplined. So he was like, yeah, bro, I got like $1,200 already. He wasn't even in the whole game a month. I'm looking for a car to buy. At junior high school, 7th grade, he was looking for a car. Like, I'm like, wait a minute, what am I doing wrong? But it was some of these guys who I were hanging with. They didn't want anything but to do it for survival. All they wanted to do was to hustle, to take care of themselves and not to make it into a business.
Right.
You know what I mean? But again, things drastically change in this industry because it's so dark. It's dark, man. It's just bullshit, man. Because what I didn't know was the guys who had went to prison some years before were coming out of prison and they had a chip on their shoulder. What are all these youngsters doing out here? Why y'all got these kids out here? Give me everything you got and get up out of here. So we're hearing stories and we're knowing people that are being taken advantage of by the OGs. Like, I don't want these kids out here, man. No kids. You know, you got to be at least 18 to do this. The least you can be is 16 to do this. Like, it was structure. It was some structure involved because these dudes, they didn't want the cops to say, okay, they're running through kids now. We can go shake them up because of that. We can shake them up because they have kids doing this thing. So some of the guys my age were getting robbed. They were getting robbed by older guys, taking all of their shit, and they're all having to start over from scratch. And it's just a bad situation. So one of my 16-year-old friends, he was like, bro, yo, you want this to be you or do you want a 38 special? And I'm like, well, how much is a 38 special? He's like, I can get you one for $100. And all you got to do is when one of them guys come around you demanding your shit, just whip out on him and tell him to back the fuck up. They're fresh out of prison. They don't have money yet. That's why they're taking our shit. So they can get on their feet and come up and then push us out the way. But we're better than them. So I had my first weapon, my first gun at about 12 years old. That was all mine. I had to hide it outside of my house. I couldn't bring it in the house. I couldn't let my parents find out any of this. So now I have a pager. I'm dealing drugs. Have my own gun. And I'm just like, I stopped going to church. I stopped doing all of the things that I was doing.
Are you going to school still?
I'm still going to school at this point because it's junior high. But the bad thing that came up next would be my first time going to juvenile hall. One of my friends, man, he get into it with a girl at the bus stop after school. We're in the 7th grade. So he's like arguing with a girl. They're going back and forth. And he does something stupid like push her. Her boyfriend standing like 20 feet away comes over there and punches him in the face. And he like busts the whole side of his face. Mind you, we're 12, 11, about 12. And then this guy's about 14 or 15. He fires on my friend, punches him in the face in front of everybody. They're laughing and everything. He runs off, didn't get on that bus. He found another way home. So he comes to my house and he's like, man, that guy did that to me, man. And I don't appreciate it. Let me borrow your gun. So next day when I catch him again at the bus stop, I'm gonna shoot him. I'm like, nah, you're not gonna shoot him, bro. I don't want no parts of that, bro. He's like, yeah, man, come on, bro. You see what he did to my face, man? Am I your boy or what? I'm like, yeah, you my boy, man. And I don't know him. He's like, well, let me get your gun. Let me shoot him. I was like, all right, it's fine. Here, take it.
What you doing?
Just creating some ads.
What ads?
Some of the most iconic, big game, big budget ads of all time. Before today,
it took ages
and burned through millions of dollars. Now with Artlist.
Now, mind you, this is the inner city where these things should be unheard of. These things should be unheard of. I give him a 38. He brings it to school about 3 days later. So I don't think nothing of it. This all happened at my house.
Did you think it was just talk? It's just.
Well, I thought it was just talk, but my boy, I at least want him to whip it out, pull out your gun, scare him, let him know that you're not a punk, and you'll take care of him if he ever puts his hands on you again. Just let him know.
That's a huge assumption that he's gonna take off.
Right? Yeah, you know? Right. But my thing was, how bad could it be? People get shot. People get shot in Oakland every day, mind you. Right. In Oakland, where I'm at the time, this is one of the things that desensitized me. You know people that got killed and you know the killer. The person you know is dead, but the killer is still roaming the streets. The cops don't look hard enough for the killers. Okay. So here it is. I'm knowing that these killers are amongst us and they can get any of us at any time, but we can't tell. We can't cooperate. None of the neighbors are willing to cooperate. So I'm like, they forgot about us. We're lost out here. We have like San Leandro, Hayward. They don't have killers roaming the streets in Danville, Black Hawk. None of these other areas have killer like we do. So I don't trust the cops. I don't trust nobody. I don't even care what they say. So he takes this weapon to school. I'm going about my way. We don't even hang together that day. is fourth period.
Are you thinking about it at all?
I really didn't, because I had a girl that I liked and I just wanted to eat some chili fries with her or some nacho chips with her. I just figured after school everything would transpire, because that's where everyone meets after school, and that guy that punched him in the face would be there. So I would sit back and watch from the sidelines, whether he shoots him, whether he scares him, whether he hits him in the head with the gun. I would just watch from the sidelines.
Right.
So fourth period, right before lunch. No. Fifth period, right after lunch. 2 campus security come to my classroom. They was like, hey, True is like pointed to me like, come here. And I was like, what the? I'm looking, they don't want me. I don't talk to you guys, whatever. Mind you, I don't have any drugs on me at this time, though. I'm just like, it's no need for me to bring it to school. And they bring me in the office, and he's sitting there, and the gun is on the desk.
He said, he gave it to me.
He said, he gave it to me. I went to his house 3 days ago. He knew what was happening because cuffed me up, called my dad. My dad had to leave work. He couldn't even believe it. When they told my dad that I gave another student a gun to shoot another student, he didn't even believe it. He thought that it was a joke until he got there and saw it. I'm arrested in juvenile hall now, fighting a case for giving a minor a gun to cause bodily harm to another.
But you're a minor too.
Yeah, I'm a minor too, but they held me there for about 5 days. I didn't know what to do. I'm all mad. I'm stressing. I'm confused. I'm like, damn, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Ultimately,
was it as much fun as your buddy said?
It was real. It was a bunch of fun. It was a whole bunch of fun, because all the kids that I hadn't been seeing from the different neighborhoods and the different schools, that's where they were. Like, we used to see each other at basketball games and baseball games, football games. Now I hadn't saw them for a while, but they're in juvenile hall for stealing, doing things like that, just petty crimes. And then their parents were unfit, so they wouldn't send you back home if you had an unfit household. You had to stay in juvenile hall until they found a foster home for you. So it was pretty fun, but it was only a few days. But how did I get off of that? I got expelled from school, and I got expelled from school and formal probation, start reporting. Truancy officers come to the house every day, but I'm going to continuation school now, and this is junior high school. My dad didn't like that, so he paid to put me in a private school for the rest of that school year. And for the rest of that school year, he paid to put me in a private school. Where he was so mad he had to do that because you had to pay. But the other kids in my neighborhood were like, how can you afford that? Your father, you come from a working household. Why are you going to private school? We can't afford food, but you paying $300-400 a month to go to a school, and you don't even want to go there. So now I knew what the inside of jail was. Now I decided I couldn't be playing around with these same guys. They didn't want what I want. We didn't have the same plans. I need to find a way to go past them real quick. So I found my own supplier. Once I found my own supplier, and my own supplier, he would be somebody that bought enough to supply one neighborhood, meaning he would buy like 2 or 3 units. He would buy like 2 or 3, and he had enough where he was making a good living, having like $200,000. He would be worth about $200,000, and he would sell to lower level dealers. And once I got aligned with him, he told me he don't want anybody that plays games. I would have to get serious, and then it was a minimum that I would have to buy, which would be probably spending about $1,000 at a time. So once I got with him, it was all the way up from there. It was all the way up. I just took advantage of building a little brand for myself.
What about school at this point?
I still had to go to school because at this point now I'm in the 9th grade. So junior high, it was over with. Went to the private school. The very next year, we petitioned to get me back into public school, and I went back to a public high school. That wasn't a good idea because now the school I went to was Castlemont High School. All of those guys were hustling already at the 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade. They had cars, they had jewelry, they had all of the fly stuff that I would want. And I'm like, wow, so this is right where I need to be. So I did go for about another year and a half, but by 15, I was done with school. By 15, I was done with school because what I started doing was instead of going to class, I was shooting dice. We was gambling behind the building, got suspended for that. We were gambling. We were cutting class. We were messing with girls. We were sneaking girls back to our house while my parents were at work. All I had to do was rush home and erase the answering machine before my parents got there, and they would never get the call from the truancy officer. And then one day they came to the house and knocked at the door telling my parents that I hadn't been in school in the last 2 weeks, and they never returned the calls. So I was in trouble for that. You're on punishment. You're grounded. You can't go outside. You're going to have to get out of here. We're on the verge of putting you out. I'm like, nah, no, you won't. You won't put me out. However, this is what led up to me now starting to advance in the game. And now I'm making real money. And I don't want to say real money, but as a kid, like $10,000 at like 13, 14 years old, that's a lot of money.
It's a ton of money.
But that's a ton of money. And I'm not even ready for that mentally. I don't think at the time, like having a direct connect is so much better than using the middleman. And that's with anything, because now I was able to get my own shit. I was able to flip it and sell it for lower than the other dealers. And I was able to grow my small little business. I treated it like a business at that young age because I knew better. I knew how I wanted to, I knew how I wanted to live. I didn't want to have to do it forever. So I thought, but things only just went from bad to worse though. It just wasn't a good feeling. It wasn't a good thing, because one day a couple guys were asking me to hook them up. Hey, hook me up, man. I'm trying to get on with you because your stuff is better than ours. So I started hooking a couple guys up that were in the neighborhood on my same level. And then from there, they start getting a little jealous because they was like, nah, man, I don't think I should be buying from you. You should be buying from me. I'm like, well, but you don't have enough good product, man. I don't want to buy anything from you, man. Just keep it like this, or we don't have to do business at all. So they start hating on me a little bit, trying to find out where I hid my shit at, going to go steal it after I leave. Just little cutthroat stuff that's in this industry. Mind you, nobody's coming to save you. At this point, the police officers, they'll take you to jail, but then they also were mad that they had to chase little black kids around that were selling these drugs in their community. And like, I want to say, everybody I know has had at least one fight with a police officer. And what I mean by that is, if you get caught by a police officer and nobody's looking, they'll fight you literally, and you can try to defend yourself all you want, but more than likely with these sticks and batons they had, they probably would get the best of you. But I've had several fights with Oakland police officers over the year, and then police brutality wasn't a big thing at the time because they're nothing but drug dealers anyway, so who cares? And
there's no phones at the time.
Phones at the time. Nobody saw it. If you reported, they just be like, no, I wasn't even over there at that time. It was just not enough in place for the cops to get monitored like it became over the years. So at that point, what I'm saying is I had to watch my friends. I didn't want to have to watch my friends, but mind you, I had a weapon and everybody else had one too. So it was more so we watching each other and we're trying to almost compete with each other for who's going to be better at hustling, who's going to be better, who's going to make the most money, instead of becoming a team. So I didn't understand team building really at that age. I was still trying to get my stuff off the ground because I saw how much money I can really make. And what ended up happening was I come home one night and my dad was sitting in my bedroom waiting for me. It was kind of dark. I turned on the light and he was like, "What's up? What you doing?"
Did you sneak out, or you just came home?
No, it was like I'm supposed to be in at 9:30, but I probably was coming in at about 10, and he's home at the time because I saw his car in the driveway, and I'm like, okay, he's here. Okay, well, let me just go in my room. Everything's gonna be cool. So what he did was he said, so look, this is how this is gonna go. You're gonna give me all your money. You're gonna give me your cell phone. Oh no, you're gonna give me your pager. You're gonna give me all your money. You're gonna start making curfew every day. That's it. No more hanging at the liquor store. No more doing this bullshit that you're doing. You're out the game now. And I'm like, how the hell did he know? He said, I've been hearing people from church. You haven't been to school. The people from the church and the neighbors see you hanging at the wash house and they see you hanging at the liquor store. It's only one or two things going there. You're using it or you selling it. And I want all your money. Mind you, at this time, I'm about like 15K. I know I had about 15,000. I had to pay. He said, you're not a doctor. You're not important. Give me the pager or you getting the fuck out tonight. And I'm like, I don't have nowhere to go. He's like, give it up, all of it, everything, or go. So I looked around. My mom comes into the room. She hears the yelling. She hears a commotion. She's begging for him to allow me to stay. He tells her, no, shut up, get out of here. I run this house. I will not let this kid run my household. It's no way in the world. He's getting out. So I looked around, almost had some tears in my eyes, and I left. I'm not giving up everything that I made to live what I was living as
like a normal kid.
Like a normal kid. I'm not. Big mistake. That night I had to go stay at the prostitute motel, $20 a month, where it's nothing but prostitutes, nothing but drug dealers, nothing but other people that are in the game, nothing but people that are hustling, that grinding actually at the time.
And you're what? You're 15.
I'm about 14 at this time. About 14 because now I'm not going to school no more. School is over with. I'm hustling all day. No one even can tell me what to do. So I go stay at that hotel for that night. And I was like, nah, I don't want to do this. I asked one of my friends He only lived there with his mom. I was like, hey, will your mom let me stay over here at your house for a while? And he asked her, and she's like, yeah, but he has to give me $200 a month. And I was like, $200 a month? Okay, that's fine. I'll make that in a couple days, whatever, maybe even one day. So I went to stay there. Everything went downhill. I'm hustling all night. Stop caring about people. I'm getting into altercations with dealers and the users. I'm getting into altercations all the time. I start drinking, beer and whatever the E&J, the lightweight stuff, or what I called it. But it's still bad for a 14-year-old kid. But I'm so stressed out that I just didn't know what to do, man. I'm stressed out, so I'm hustling every day. I got a gun on me every single day as a kid. But mind you, everybody in that community does.
Right.
So you're looking at people who are dangerous, and you have to be dangerous as them or getting taken out the game. So what I ended up doing, I'm standing over there with him. We still hustling. I had to hide my money with my little brother, though. I'm like, well, look, I need you to keep this money safe. I can't bring it over here. I can't keep no more than about $1,000 on me at a time because I'm sleeping at somebody else's house and I don't have my own space. So he's keeping the money for me, and he's like hiding it over he had a secret hiding place that I probably couldn't even get to. But in case of an emergency, he knew how to get to it.
The way you see an idea in your mind, the way you describe it to a friend. This is how website creation should be. Expression as natural as thinking. Let it out, shape it into something that could only come from you. This is the new way to create. Wix Harmony. She's still up.
I found an apartment.
It's a lot closer.
So that was going cool. I bought a car, stopped going to school, but I would show up at school maybe to meet a girl or something like that every now and then. But I'm really, really learning the game now.
How are you 14 years old and you bought a car?
Well, back then you got to think you didn't need license, you didn't need insurance. It's just finding somebody that had a car like $1,000 car. You look in a classified flea market paper. I'll never forget. You go get this classified flea market paper, and then you get an 18-year-old to just go sign the papers. I mean, I didn't even have an ID. Right, I didn't. Right. My brother had his first car at 12. I waited. It took me till 14 to get my first car. He had one at 12, and he had to sit on phone books and pillows. He even got pulled over by campus security in the 7th grade driving the car, and she took the keys and said, well, have your parents come get the keys from me tomorrow. I'll be in my office on the campus. But what he did was he went and found a mechanic that happened to use drugs, took the mechanic to where they left the car at, popped the ignition out, switched the new ignition in, cost all but $80. And he was back driving the same day, but he didn't drive the car close to the school where the campus security could get him again. So he knew better. He was intuitive enough to know that he didn't want to get his car taken twice.
Right.
Yeah. So what I did was I was doing that, but it just wasn't working out, man. I was sleeping some nights outside. I was sleeping in cars. I was like miserable, not showering every day because at this house where I was living at, paying $200 a month, still had to catch the door unlocked. I didn't get a key. If I catch the door lock, I can come in. But if not, I might have to sleep outside, which would be in the neighborhood where they're dealing drugs at. So it was nights when I woke up and all of my bundle was gone. All of my shit was gone. One night I woke up, I know I fell asleep with at least $200 and about another 200 worth of product. Woke up, everything was gone because somebody caught me slipping. But it was a lesson that you don't fall asleep out here on the block because we could have just killed you. Like, these are murderers, mind you. Murderers are roaming around this community regularly. Like, it's no mystery, it's no surprise. So I mean, me being out there is just dangerous enough. And then after about 8 months, I ran into my dad one day. He was going to work and he's like, come here. And he's like, how you like it out here in these streets? Because you chose the streets over having a house. You know, your brothers are doing good, your mom is doing good, and you don't even really come by. But I think you must have came there and showered a few times, but you knew to hurry up and come and leave. He said, but I'm gonna offer you to come back, but you can't be doing the shit you was doing. You have to come back under my terms, my rules, my regulations. And I considered it because it's like, damn, I'm living in the streets, man. I do have money. I'm doing pretty cool for a kid my age. I want to go home, man. So he offered me that. I went and got my clothes from over here at this house I was living at and went back home. But at this point, my bedroom is the whole bottom of the house, which is like a studio. So I get like a studio since I'm the oldest, where I have my own entryway. The rest of the family's upstairs. Only time they had to walk through my studio is to go to the washroom. I mean, we were doing pretty good for a middle-class family living in the urban community, ghetto, whatever you want to call it. We was doing cool.
Right. How old were you then?
Now I'm about 15.
Right.
So at 15, he lets me come back home. So I didn't hustle as hard because I didn't want to get caught. I mean, I dibbled and dabbled at this point, but I told one of my friends that I made it up to 9 ounces. Most of these guys were getting about 1 or half of 1. And I told one of my friends, kind of like, he was like, you got money? I was like, yeah, I got money close to 20K. And I'm buying about 9 ounces now. They cost like $4,000. 9 ounces cost you 4K at that time, about 3,800. So he's like, what? I was like, yeah, man, I made it, man. So I don't have to go out every day because I can get a couple workers to work my stuff and I can go home at curfew and I don't have to be in the way. Well, he didn't like that.
Yeah.
He didn't like it at all. He went and told 3 other people. My father, he had let me come back, stay at the house conditionally, under the conditions, no drugs in the house, be at the house at a certain time, don't disrespect your mom, I'll be watching you. So one night I'm coming home, and as I'm coming back up, mind you, I have to go about 4 blocks away from where we hustle at to go home. And this is all houses, no apartments on our block. Everybody's pretty much a homeowner. Nobody's renting over here. Everything's pretty cool. And it was a guy kind of standing across the street acting as if he was looking for an address. He asked me, do I know where a certain address is, like 2718? I was like, nah, bro, I don't really know where that address is, but I'm trying to hurry up and get inside of my house in my gate. Because once I get in my gate, I can lock the gate and go into my house. By the time I get in the gate, it's a dude in the bushes. He runs out the bushes, slaps me in the head, and walks me into the house. Now I'm in the middle of a home invasion at 15 years old. My mom's in the house and my little brothers are in the house. They come in there immediately. Where's the 9 ounces and the $10,000 that we want it all? So I knew the person I repeated it to had to say something, even though he didn't have the numbers exactly right. But the fact that he asked for 9 ounces, it just told me that this dude, when repeated what I told him to these suckers, they were suckers to me. So we're going through it. They're running through the house, ravaging it. My mom heard the commotion, ran and locked herself in a room, called my dad and called the police. But this is like the worst 3 minutes of my life, though. They hit me in the head. I still have a split under my head, on top of my head right now from getting hit in the head with a gun at 15 years old. So I'm like, wow, just please don't let them go after my mom. I mean, I'm giving them what I have close, which is nothing but about $500 or $600. They like, no, we want the big shit. We want the big shit, which is not even really big, but they wanted that. They're trying to take me outside to a stash spot in the back of a neighbor's house to find the drugs. I opened the door. The police were standing there. Freeze, it's the police. They grab me. The 2 assailants run, jump through a picture window, run. Now it's a manhunt. Helicopters come. Everything. Is so many police in the neighborhood. My father comes home from work. He's coming in, breaking through the police line, panicking, worried about my mom first.
Right.
What the hell happened? He found out the story. It was over. That was the last straw. I never lived with my parents again. You put us in danger. You put us in jeopardy. They put the house up for sale. This is 1993. The house was for sale within a week. We're leaving this. We're done. These dudes invaded our home. They came in here with guns. They found the weapons, found the guys. Everything. They found at this point, whatever she said on that phone, they're in my house. 2 assailants with guns, ski mask on. My kids are downstairs. We were opening the door for them to take me to go get the big sack of.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying that they did chase them down. They caught them.
They caught those guys, man. And then they asked me to identify them. Of course, I didn't see the faces. They had on ski masks and all of that. But my dad was done, man. He's like, you put my family in danger. This will be the last time you do that.
You can understand.
I'm done with you, man. You're not welcome. You're not welcome. We're moving, and you're not welcome.
What did you think of that? What you at the time?
At that time. Remember, I'm desensitized to a lot of shit, but those words of a father like could kill me for endangering his wife and his kids. I was scared. I was scared. I was terrified of my father because I know he will do it. He's from Mississippi.
No, what I'm saying is,
our search for a new sectional ended here. This is Ashley's President's Day sale. We bought this Alyssa Court sectional and this dining table and saved $1,000 off our entire purchase. Shop Ashley today.
Do you understand why he said that?
Oh, I understood.
Oh, okay.
I didn't even argue with him. I understood.
I didn't know if you were like,
he's
it's
just
not
like
my fault. You're a little kid. You don't fucking know.
Nah.
I didn't know if you realized like, yeah, I fucked up.
I fucked up royally. My mom looked at me differently. It was in the newspaper, a short segment on the news. So not only am I embarrassed, my whole family's embarrassed. Oh, they raised another drug dealer. Look, those good, upstanding people. I told you, I knew it. And because whenever something bad happens, everyone says, I knew it or I told you so.
Mm-hmm.
So that means people look for the most negative outcome because what did you know? And how and who did you tell? Who did you tell that I will fail? Who did you tell that I was a fuck up? Because that means you never were rooting for me.
Or that I think that people in general, when other people are doing well, almost root for them to fail. Does that make sense? If you're doing well, you're doing everything right, you deserve to do well. But when and I'm not doing well, probably because of because I'm not doing the right thing, and then you fail, then a lot of people are glad about that.
Yeah, it's almost gratifying.
Yeah, I knew it. See, I told you they weren't all that. See, they're such a drug dealer too. See, they raised a fucking drug dealer.
Exactly. Yeah. So my mom, people looked at her a little differently, but then they said, wait a minute, those kids have their own brain. Those kids did whatever they wanted to do on their own. She tried to raise them right, but see, here it is.
How are you gonna your mom's? How's she gonna fucking keep all? Your dad's at work all the time. How can your mom raise 3 teenagers like you guys are? It's almost impossible to keep control. It's impossible. 3 of them.
3
It's almost
boys
impossible to keep
in the ghetto.
One.
In the ghetto,
right?
In the ghetto, 3 blocks away, you might get shot. Knowing that these people around you all have guns. Everybody has guns. So I had my own 38 special. Like I said, I didn't mind using it, even though I didn't have to, but I didn't mind using it. So he was done with me. They were moving. The worst thing happened after this. So they're packing up the house. They're getting ready to move. I'm back in the streets, living in $20 a night motels, sleeping at any friend's house that I could sleep at, but I'm full-fledged in the streets. So at this point, I found a house. They call them trap houses now, but we call them rock houses. It was a house where everything was going: prostitution, gambling, drug dealing, 3-card Molly. People were manufacturing weapons, whatever you could think of was going on. So it wasn't a rock house because people sold rocks there. It was rocking and rolling. Anything you think of can go on in this house. You want to get a girl, you found a girl on the street, you want to bring her here, go in the back room. It's $10. You want to cook up some, kitchen is $10 an hour, 20, right. And you need leave something for the house. So it was one of those things where I'm living in that house now, coming from a 2-parent household, clean, nice food. Now everything just goes downhill. So here it is. One day, a neighbor saw me hiding my stash. One of our neighbors sold their house, and it was moved out of their house, and they were selling it, and it was on the market. So I decided to use it as a place to stash my drugs at. So one of my neighbors saw me running back and forth behind that house all day. And he went and told my dad, he's like, hey, I know you threw your son out because he's dealing drugs, right? But I keep seeing him run back and forth behind the house over there that Etna sold. And I think he's stashing drugs back there. I already called the cops and told them about it. So just to let you know, I called the cops and he's probably going to get caught, right? My dad didn't even tell me that this had happened. I went back there to pick up my drugs and the cops were back there waiting on me. I was 15 years old, got arrested. This time it was enough drugs to hold me. They held me down. They told me we're sending you to youth authority because you know what you're doing. This is not a possession. Maybe you was trying to make an extra couple dollars. Nah, you knew what you were doing. This is enough for us to charge you. You're going to youth authority. Call one of my friends who he passed away now. But I was like, bro, they're saying youth authority, man, 3 to 5 years, man. I can't do that. I need a lawyer. No problem. I got one for you. Do you got the money? He's going to want the money. I said, yes, I got the money. How much? He said, starting off $2,500 and whatever else he tells you from there. You're a juvenile. Talk to him. He going to come see you. I paid for my own lawyer, fought the case for about a year, and ended up getting a boys home for 1 year. So I was gone less than 2 years on a case that should have sent me to youth authority.
Right. So, okay. So when they arrested you, did you bond out or did you do all this while you were in?
As a juvenile, there's no bond out, and my parents was not messing with me.
So who gives the lawyer the money?
Me. I was hustling. Yeah, but I'm a kid hustling.
You said you were in jail.
Oh no, my brother. You make a call. You make a call, and you get free calls as a juvenile because you're a kid and everything. But my parents made it clear we're not coming to get him. No, we left him out. As a matter of fact, he chose to leave.
Right.
He's a delinquent, and then you're a delinquent.
Right.
You're a delinquent. You left home, and you're under your own rules. They lock me up. They have no mercy for me. Matter of fact, that lawyer, he came to see me. He's like, "Where's the cash?" I told him who to call. My brother took him to cash. He said, "Now we're talking." I'm talking to the DA. This is when I knew if you have a few dollars, you get a little bit more privilege than those that don't. He said, "Well, you're not going to youth authority, but you're going to do some time. Right. You're going to a boys' home. They're thinking about giving you 2 years. You can probably do about 8 months and get out. But the thing is, your parents are not supporting you. They want nothing to do with you. They won't come pick you up. And the judge knows this already. So you have any family members, aunts, uncles, anybody that'll speak on your behalf so we can solidify this deal."
Right.
So I talked to one of my aunts. I begged her and I told her, "Please just trust me. I swear to you, I will not do this again when I get out. Just give me a chance. I learned my lesson and I know better." She said, all right. And she talked to the judge and they signed the deal. No youth authority. Youth authority is just a miniature prison.
Mm-hmm.
It's very few people who come out of there normal. They set you up for psych meds in there. They kind of already give up on you when you go there. I'm sure you may have heard of it. So I did the little 8 months in a boys' home and came right back. I was so happy to be out. Everything was the same. A lot of things happening. People that weren't in the game when I left are in the game now.
So how old are you now? 17?
I'm about it's going on 17. Going on 17 when I get out of that. Came out. This really wasn't working for me. I told him I wouldn't do it no more. I'm not going to do it no more. But the marijuana industry was wide open, so I went straight into that. Found out how to do that. Excelled in that pretty fast too. Came up from started with a small amount of money, built that up to a miniature empire, had about 2-3 workers working with me, never for me. They worked with me on side of me. So we were able to get 3, 4, even 5 pounds. But this time, instead of selling it retail, we just sold wholesale to the public. We're able to make 300, 500, 700 profit a day every single day. And I was happy. So again, back in the game, just not doing the hard shit. I'm thinking, well, it's only weed. They can't really bother me for weed. What are they going to do? Blasted. It worked. Everybody was happy. We were making money. I started buying cars. I had to go back to school for the last year of school, though. That was a stipulation when I came out of the boys' home. Since I was going to school there, I had all of my credits. You just go back to school. You'll finish school. Everything's going to be cool. Going to school every day. I bought me a car. Had enough money to buy a Grand National, which was a big deal at the time. I bought a 1987 Buick Grand National. All the older guys wanted. I wanted to say I paid about $15,000 for it. They couldn't believe it, but everybody wasn't happy for me again.
I was gonna say those were the ones. They were kind of boxy, but they had a ton of horsepower, right? Didn't they have 300 horsepower?
300,
something like that.
A lot of horsepower. Buick Grand National.
They were beating the Mustang 5.0. They were beating Mustang 5.0s, and it didn't look like
it didn't even look like it. Looked like a little boxy Monte Carlo, some little 2-door coupe. But I bought one of those. I bought me an old school Chevy. But at this time, I'm having 50, 60,000. At that age, 16 going on 17, I was close to 100K. And everybody wasn't happy for me again because they start competing with me, calling the cops on me. But this time, like I said, it got really vicious because the police didn't like it either. You guys are making all of this money. We have to make 60,000 a year or less to chase you criminals around. So they start playing dirty. Like I said, everyone I know has had a fight with an Oakland police officer that was around my age group. So what they would do is, again, they would watch from a distance, watch you hide your bundle, watch your workers, and if they catch you in those backyards or they catch you in one of those alleys, it's on. So one day I run in the backyard. I'm going to go get some stuff to hand off to one of the guys I work with, and it's a cop standing right there, and I ran right into his arms. So he grabs me, but I'm like, and I'm not really seeing it fully. It's an officer. Yet we wrestling. We fall on the ground, and I hear his keys and his badge fall. I'm like, oh shit, it's a cop. We're literally fighting in the back of this house. It's a grown man. I'm a kid. I'm probably 120 pounds. This dude's 180 to 200 pounds strong, working out, everything. We're fighting, we're wrestling. He's trying to beat me. I'm trying to get him. I kind of like elbowed him on the side of his head. That's when he let me go. I try to run away, grab my leg. I know what you're doing. I already got your shit. I'm like, I start yelling, help, help. He got me. It's Mackinson. He got me. So people in the front are like, what do you mean?
It's who?
It's a certain cop that came around that beat named Mexican that was known to beat guys up. Maxon. He was known for beating ass. He don't care. He's not going to report it.
Right.
He will not report he fought you. So he's like, help, help, help. This dude hears me in the front. He's like, oh shit, where's his car? So they drive around the block. They find his car and they break his window out of his car with a big brick. So one of the neighbors come like, hey, somebody just broke a police car window. He said, you motherfucker. He curses me, you motherfucker. He takes the weed, takes all the money out of my pocket, kicked me right in my ass as hard as he could, and he left. Never turned anything in.
Right.
I seen him 3 days later. He said, fuck you. I hope I catch you in the backyard again. Now I knew it was a vendetta between me and him because I elbowed him on the side of his head. It kind of put a scar on him. But this was normal. All of the guys, either it was him and 3 more rogue cops, they don't mind fighting you. They don't mind going around or 2 with you because this is what it is. They didn't get paid enough, or they just pull up on you. Do you want to go to jail today? How much money do you got in your pocket? $600. Drop it in my car and walk away. Real talk. I'm like, no, drop the money in my car or you going to jail today, motherfucker. You'll be there at least 3 days. Do you want to go to jail or not? All right, man. But I got tired of that shit, man. We all did, man. So we got to a point where anytime they came, just run, get away from them. Don't let them contact you. They don't have any contact with these fuck ass cops because they will take your shit. They'll take you down. And then they don't mind fighting. Again, and this is a true story. The plain clothes one with just the jeans and the t-shirts on, they came to fight. It's almost like a schoolyard thing. It seemed like they just came for that.
Did you ever see, not that we were talking about shorts and B-roll. Did you ever see the movie with Morgan? Is it Morgan Fishburne?
Lawrence Fishburne.
Lawrence. I knew I didn't sound right. Lawrence. Did you ever see it was called Undercover?
Deep Cover.
Deep Cover.
One of my favorite movies.
I love that movie.
Man.
I used to have that movie when it was
VHS. Yeah. One of my favorite movies. Yeah. But God, in that movie, he also said, where you from? They asked him where he was
Oakland.
from. He said, Oakland. No, you ain't from Oakland. I know Oakland.
Yeah. Well, when you were talking and remember he punches him and he says, do you want?
I would absolutely recommend Law Tigers first. It's no question. They made it so easy. They explained the processes. Of course, I was angry as all get out because the gentleman left the scene of the accident. He said, don't worry about that. We're going to worry about you. We're going to make sure that you're taken care of. Your health is taken care of. Like I say, it was a seamless deal. I couldn't ask anything more. I would highly recommend Law Tigers.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Want to file a police report? And he's like, no, that's all right. When you were talking about that, I pictured that scene where he runs up and he calls him Judas and he punches him. And they were in the thing yelling, and you were talking about the bad cop. Even though he was a good cop. That was a good cop.
He was a good cop. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is they were doing that and it wasn't getting reported.
Well, it's like the Rodney King thing. Everybody always says when Rodney King was happening, everybody was saying, well, that was an isolated event. And now you look back and you go, it was isolated.
It was.
The fact it was an isolated event that they had a camera there.
They had a camera there because you're smart though. That happened so many times in Oakland. I'm talking about so many times, but it wasn't on camera.
Right.
My brother, quick little story. My brother, we were driving around in my Grand National. We smoking weed. We're driving around. We're kicking it. We're hanging. These two cops get behind us. I'm like, oh shit, man, these cops are behind us, man. Damn, man, I don't really want to stop. I got my gun on me, man. I got some shit on me, man. Just keep going. So they get behind us. We high speed. We leave them by blocks and blocks. But he was able to see the face of myself and my brother, so he knew to come back to the neighborhood later that night. So we get away. We leave them by a distance, and we're outside now hanging. We drinking some Hennessy. We was just talking shit. So they pull up. They say, "You think that was so smart earlier, huh? Wait till I catch you." It was like a little micro threat. These cops waited down the street for hours. My brother pulled off about 10 o'clock at night in a whole different car going to see his girlfriend, and they pulled him over 4 blocks later. He's like, "Get out the car, Brown. Get out the car." So he gets out the car, full-fledged fight, full-fledged with 2 against 1. They beat him. They wrestled him. They drug him on the ground. How much money you got on you? Took the money, $600-700, and drove off. And like, all right, we'll see you later. We know you. We know we'll see you again. Never reported. No one said anything. And this is in the 90s where it seemed like nobody cared. So why do we care about cops? They don't even care about us. They're taking our money. They're fighting with us, kicking our asses. And every now and then we might get one of them. Nobody cares about nothing. Nobody cares about even, like, I've been to jail already. I'm like, well, jail ain't the worst place to go if I had to go, but I never actually did any time. Everything was in and out. So from here, things went kind of good, and they just started growing fast because the weed business was growing. I was able to start selling weight. I made it into a business where buy more, get it cheaper, sell it for higher. I'm able to supply enough guys to keep me kind of out the way, off the front line, and I made a good living. So now I'm kind of rolling in money, and everything is going smooth. Like I said, everything's going smooth, but not without incident. Again, you get a few losses here, a few losses there, but nothing to never take you out the game.
So how long does that go?
That goes for a couple years. That goes for a couple years while I ran into a little case where I got caught with a pirated cell phone. Like, you remember those phones they used to put these chips in where you don't have to get the bill? One of these cops caught me. One of these cops caught me with that. Mind you, I go into jail for that, but I get right out. It's no big deal. It's nothing major. You just bail at this point. 17, you can just bail out of jail. Well, okay, cool. I just bailed out, got right out. But I was able to just really, really get rolling. But things started to change again. I ended up meeting a girl that I liked a lot, so I didn't hustle as hard. I was just working my process because I had enough money where I'm beyond the survival level. I'm hustling to make things kind of like, I'm like, well, once I get 100K, I'm out the game. And I'm like, wait a minute, I got 100K already. So what's next? Okay, I'll get 200K. I'll get out the game with once I get about $200,000. Okay, I can go do anything I want then, go work or go get something else going, buy me a house. What houses were like 70K then in Oakland? You get a good house for 60 or 70K at that time. So I was thinking on those terms. I met a girl. She wasn't the one for me, and she showed me that because all she wanted was money.
Right.
I mean, she knew I had money. She knew that things were going good for me. So all she did was kept her hand out, and she kept asking for money. So I had to get away from her, man. Get away from her, meeting other women now, but not getting too serious with them. And then I finally met one that I ended up having a baby with. But that scared the hell out of me, going into fatherhood. Now I'm, like I said, 18, 19 years old. My daughter's 26 now. And I'm thinking, like, what am I going to do? I need to make more money because I'm about to have a baby. So my cousin, older guy, he's the one that helped put me in the game, gave me a bunch of resources where I didn't have to trip. He said, look, you're doing it all wrong, man. You're trying to sell wholesale. What we need to do is sell retail to the public with the shit that we used to before. And I'm like, nah, I don't really want to go back to that, man. This weed is easier and there's less time if something goes wrong. He said, you mean to tell me you're in this game trying to get rich and you're thinking about what's going to go wrong? You'll never be successful. Are you in or not? So I was like, I'm in. So what we did is, in our neighborhood, we ended up setting up an operation. We brought everybody from the neighborhood together. Mind you, this is not my operation. He brought me into this operation. So when people think I'm going to start selling drugs, I'm going to become a kingpin, you're probably not. Only 1% of people get up to high level in drug dealing. Same thing with fraud and scamming. Most people are not successful in scamming because they're doing it for survival. Or as soon as they make some money, they go buy something, start over from square one, and they have to start doing it all over again. So it's only a few people that will make it to high levels, even becoming a millionaire from hustling or selling drugs. So rare that the people who are saying they did it probably didn't do it. Most rappers never did it. Most people just won't do it, which is not even something to even brag about anyway, because it's so hard to do.
Big game ads, am I right? They're bombastic and outrageous. They take months and cost millions. Not everyone could make one, but that was the old way. With Artlist AI tools, anyone can create high-end video productions. You too, Steve. So go to Artlist and start creating without limits.
America. We are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. By honoring your sacred vocation of social work, you impact your family, your friends, and your community. At Grand Canyon University, our Master's in Social Work online degree program helps equip you with the skills to advocate for and empower people in transforming their lives. Find your purpose at GCU. Private, Christian, affordable. Visit gcu.edu.
So we put this plan together that we would have watch outs on each corner. One person collect the money. One person hands over the drugs. We were going to set up a complete organized operation unlike the city has ever seen. And we're going to do it just like this. But it's going to be 15 people, 12 to 15 people on the team. They're all going to get paid. They're all going to be happy. So we'll survive and we won't take no losses. First, I was like, nah, it won't work. He's like, but we're going to do it in a neighborhood that it's an underperforming neighborhood and they need the help. So we're going to move across town a little bit and we're going to try this, see how it goes. And it worked. Start off making about 1,000 a day, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000 a day. I'm like, wow, you were on to something. He like, yeah, I told you, just all you have to do is listen to me and you follow the blueprint. But now you have the blueprint and you can implement this on your own. I wouldn't give this exact blueprint to nobody, but I'm giving it to you because you was here with me from day one. And it's like, wow, what did we call it? He said, we just call it the machine. We just call it the machine. So if anybody says the machine, we know what they're talking about. We know what they want. It's going to work. It's going to work, man. This thing went it started generating so much money, man. It was unbelievable. Everybody was making $300 to $500 a day on the lower end. So they were pretty happy making what, 10K a month in the 90s.
Well,
it was
right. Well, what is it? What would you bring it into a house? Was it what do you?
So you get an apartment building, you get full access to the apartment building. You put a gate around there. You pay for the gate around the apartment building, and then you put your crew behind the gate. So the person that's dealing stays behind the gate. Nobody can ever access him. He's only going to be able to serve through the gate. It's another
New Jack City.
New Jack, kind of, sort of, but outdoor. Oh, New Jack City was outdoor. You just had to get into the Carter complex. You had to get into the complex.
Yeah, well, no, they were selling everything in the complex.
In
Once
the
you were
complex.
in the complex.
Yeah, you could get it. It was similar to New Jack City, except like out open air, I guess you could say. And then you have a lookout in the front. You got a person collecting the money, somebody handing out the drugs, and you have a lookout to a walkie-talkies on each corner. And this ends up being a big thing also because when the police finally came for it, they couldn't bust it for years. But when they finally came, they had all the insight about the whole operation. So what we ended up doing was making sure you had those guys on 3 different posts to make sure if they even see a cop, you call in to the person that's actually dealing so he can disappear. When they come, everybody's gone. So this worked for years. This worked for 2, 3, 4 years to the point where the guy who put it together, when he felt a little heat at all, he had a meeting. He's like, listen, I'm out. What? Wait, everybody, what? I'm out. You guys do it. You can handle it. All I would ask you guys to do is to be generous. If you find it in your hearts to be generous. So what he was just basically saying, kick something back for me, on the back end. But it was so much money involved. That was easy. That was no problem to do. So we outside every day. And me, no lie, I didn't even have to go there, but I found a thrill in going there every day, just watching this operation that I was a part of. And I'm like, wow, look at this money that we making, man. Who would ever thought some kids coming from where we come from could set this up and everybody can be making this kind of money? And again, the officers didn't like it. They could never find nothing. So what they did a few times is how they got inside of our operation. They would come so heavy, 12 or 14 deep, even with the lookouts being on their post, and they'll run everybody off. And then they would set up the operation exactly how we had it set up. One guy behind the gate, one in the front, one on the corner. So all the customers that came to buy shit, they would arrest the customers to get the whole operational blueprint. Once that happened, they were able to come make arrests.
Right.
But that's around the time the feds start watching, because they did not like a person having that kind of operation in a neighborhood where it was almost unpenetratable. But in a way, they just didn't like it. They didn't like it because a few things happen, like people get shot, a neighbor getting affected by, like I can't even come into my house. I feel like a prisoner in my own home because these guys are set up all around the whole perimeter, and they have lookouts and you can't see their face. They have these masks on and they're talking to somebody who looks like on phones or walkie-talkies. And I just don't like this anymore. So they had a couple city hall meetings and they cracked down on us hard. They really, really did crack down on us hard. But at this time, when I'm climbing up the rank as I guess I don't want to say a boss, but as a person that's significant in the game, my name starts ringing. So I can't come around as much now because one of the guys, he was like a lower level worker. He said, I got stopped by the cops the other day and they asked me who you were. Who's the guy that drove off in a white car? And I mean, he said, I'm just letting you know, man, that they did ask me about you. So I don't know what their surveillance is, but just kind of be aware. Come to find out, they had been watching me and labeled me as a supplier. So all my whole job now was to not get caught with anything. Just don't get caught. All you have to do is don't get caught. Like, because, I mean, they can think whatever.
Come with me to shop Ashley's President's Day sale. This place is littered with deals, with trendy items as low as $349. Sofas, recliners, and more, all at crazy low prices. If you want the best deal, now's the time to shop.
I vape, but I don't need to vape, you know? I only do it when my friends do it, or on the weekends, but never in school. I mean, usually. Unless I'm really craving it. And I only have one vape, plus one in my nightstand. And I think there might be one in my locker. I don't know. I don't really like to think about it.
They won't, but if they can't catch me with anything or in the same place with the drugs, I can do this for 5 more years, and then I can come to you guys and tell you guys that I'm out the game, whatever amount of money that I have. But it's just not that easy. It never works that easy. I mean, once you hustling, once you dealing drugs, it's almost like In Too Deep. That's another movie that they made about being deep in the dope game. And it was kind of like what I took for it is like when you get in the game, it's so hard to turn away. It's like, what's going to happen if you turn away, man? People might get mad at you for leaving the game. Right. People might get mad at you because they depended on you and now you're out of it. They can, who knows what can happen. So from there, I backed off, but didn't quit. And that's when the best connect that I ever had came to me through a good family friend. He met up with me one day. We was at the park, nobody was around, no cell phones, no pagers, and he was like, yo bro, what's up? I was like, nothing. He said, bro, you've been getting a lot of money lately. I know you have. And I'm like, nah, not really, it's all right. I downplayed it. At this time I'm like close to about $500,000 or $600,000, $400,000 to $500,000 at a young age. I'm like 19 years old. About in between 18 and 19, I'm all the way up to about 450, 500K, not even knowing that that's what it was. But the thing about that was he was like, every time you call me, I make about 3,000 to 5,000 off your order. And I was like, what? He was like, yeah, man, I make like 3-5 G's every time you call me, man. But this is the thing, I'm thinking about moving, man. And you're going to need the guy who I go to. But the only way to get to him is through me. And I was like, okay, well, introduce me to him. He's like, nah, don't work like that. He's like, I want that Rolex off your wrist and I want $15,000. And I was like, what? This is the first Rolex I bought. I'll just buy you one. Don't worry about it. He's like, nah, I want that one off your wrist. And if not, then you're gonna have to find somebody else. And I was like, wait, how it sound like you giving me an ultimatum? You know, I don't fuck with that. I don't deal with no ultimatums, bro. I don't even need you, right? I don't know why I told him that, because I did need him.
Right.
He had the best plug that I ever had in my life. So I started scratching he said, well, think about it. I'll see you tomorrow. Matter of fact, next time you want to do this, just let me know. But that's what I want. So I called him back. I was like, bro, just let me buy you a watch and give you 10K. He was like, nope, I already told you the terms. Let's do it. And I'm like, oh shit. So I knew I couldn't switch the watch off. He knew the watch. I had it. I paid a lot of money for it. I probably paid $17,000 for the watch back then in 97, 98. I paid $17,000 for it. And then he wants extra money, but he just told me he makes $3,000 to $5,000 every time I call him. So it didn't take me long to think about it. The next time I call him, I took it off my wrist and I gave it to him and I handed him the money. He made a call. We went together to the Connect. Now I had the Connect that changed my life. Some say for the worse, some say for the better. I mean, I'm going to say it just changed my life forever. It changed my life forever because I was able to go straight to the source. It was stipulations with that too. Who are you? Where are you from? Take me where your family live. What about your aunts, your uncles? I need to know everybody. I want to know everybody. And this is how we're going to do it. No other way. You don't make the rules. It was kind of strict and firm, but the guy ended up being the coolest dude in the world. He just didn't want me to give him up or run off on him with his shit or have somebody backdoor him and rob him or some shit like that. So basically,
this is cartel. This guy's cartel.
He's
right?
cartel for sure, because the amounts he was able to get and some of the stuff I saw with him, he was a level of like, yeah, he was cartel level for sure. Like scary type of shit. Bring me into the house. We walked to a house with a secret basement and it's full with cocaine. I'm talking about stacked 10 to 12 high all around the whole room. I'm like, that's like 300 to 400 of them. He's like, yeah, but you don't have to worry about that. But you do have to stay here tonight while we get your order. I'm like, no, I have somewhere to go. I got something to do. He said, no, don't worry about it, man. You have to stay here tonight while we load your car up and all of that shit. There's rules to this shit. Didn't I tell you that? So it was no in and outs. Nobody could never knew when I was coming or going, because he never told me when I was coming or going. So that way he said, you can't tell nobody you're going to meet me because you don't know when you're coming to meet me.
And you couldn't leave to say, hey, they're loading up the car right now.
Couldn't leave. By the time I left, everything was gone. Everybody was cleared out. So it just took a lot of my time. But what that made me do also, never run out. Now I won't run out and I won't run low, because this is going to be inconvenient. I never know how this is going to go. I don't know which house we're going to go to, because some of those houses we would meet at 3 weeks later, those houses would be completely empty on the market for sale. Like they never kept them more than a year. Right. Never. So that's when I knew I was dealing with some people who was like way beyond my level. And I was like, oh shit. So never bring the money with you. Never. Somebody else is going to pick the money up from you. Random person, random car. We won't even tell you till they get there. So just kind of be ready. So it was always a kind of a balance. I wouldn't say he was giving me to work on consignment, but it was a balance. Like you got 200K. Okay. Somebody's coming to get that. You give them that. Okay, but I still got this left. It was a thing where you're not going to get me busted.
Right.
Mind you, this guy was so serious that he was from Mexico and didn't deal with a lot of his own people, because he said they want my position. They don't think I should be here doing it on this level. They believe they should. So if they knew this, they would take me out.
Okay.
Never got caught. He never came on the forefront. So he just had it where he dealt with me, and then no one else. Couldn't bring nobody, couldn't refer nobody. He didn't want to do none of that. He had enough people. So from there, I mean, I just have to say, from there, the money I was able to make from there is the shit that got me in so much trouble, because now my level went up. They called me a supplier. You're a supplier. You're a high level supplier. You're supplying half of this area, and we want you.
Right. How long did that take for them to come and grab you? Or
so from about and again, only about 3 years. I lasted doing that about 3 years, but I was able to make a significant enough amount of money to kind of position myself. If I had to go to jail, I kind of was almost ready for it. So what happened was, I was over at an apartment that I didn't think anybody knew about, and I was in there kind of processing the drugs, kind of processing it. But let me rewind. What happened was I started buying cars. I bought another Rolex. I bought a brand new Yukon Denali, fixed it up, put the 22-inch rims on there, all of this music and all of this stuff. And I used to keep storage lockers so I didn't drive this truck to my suburban home where school teachers and clerks and people lived in this suburban neighborhood. This car didn't match that neighborhood, so I kept it in the storage locker. So one night I was in a rush and I went to my storage locker and I'm like, oh, I'm running late. This gate is gonna lock in about 20 minutes. So I hurry up and went in the storage locker. I drove my truck in there and I grabbed a duffel bag out of a truck, backed my other car out, which was a white late model sedan, threw the bag in there and hurry up and drove out. Well, it was an off-duty police officer just happened to see me do that move, and she went and reported that she saw a guy do what looked like a suspicious move. So
right.
They took my license plate and started investigating me from there. Followed up on the license plate, start finding out who I am, asked the people at the front desk of the storage who I was. Like, who's this guy? He has a storage locker over there, man. And we just saw him do something suspicious. Like, he told me that he was like, some people ask some questions about you, man, and they seem like they're cops, man. So whatever you're doing, man, I hope you're not doing any illegal activity out of this place, because you know that'll void out your contract. But I just didn't like the way they came in asking me about you, and they gave me your unit number. But needless to say, they were already on me. So I'm inside this apartment and I'm processing, cooking up, doing my stuff, and a lady knocks at the door. And then she knocks at the door. I look out the peephole and I'm like, wait a minute, what is she doing here? And I'm like, okay, they got the wrong house. And she keeps knocking. So I go back to the door again and I open the door. She's like, what's going on? She was like,
This is you. While it doesn't look like much, this paints a picture of everything you've done on your cell phone, going back years. And cell phone carriers are continuously tracking, selling, and losing your info. At Cape, we wanted to offer something different. As America's privacy-first mobile carrier, we provide premium and unlimited call, text, and data, but we only collect the bare minimum. And we rotate your network ID so you appear as a new person each day. Switch to Cape and protect yourself with private cell service.
The Whataburger Monterey Melt is back? You've got some nerve showing up with your all-beef patties, grilled peppers, and jalapeno ranch. Oh, we just missed you, that's all. The Whataburger Monterey Melt is back. Download the app. What a burger!
yeah, is this the unit for rent? I'm looking to rent this condo right here. And I was like, no, this is not the unit. Why would you come here? Go to the office. I think, get away from. I was like, no. And I closed the door on her face. 3 minutes later, they were through the door, 20 deep, right in the mix. They caught me in the mix, in the act. I was right there in the house, me and one other person, and it was bad right then and there. And this is the big case this is a big enough case where I had to go to prison. But again, I had money. They found that time, I want to say about $250 cash, about $100K worth of drugs. They found a couple guns, but it's another person in the house, and my name is not on the lease, and I did not have the keys on me. My lawyer made the case. He don't live there. He was there visiting.
Right.
Who's your informant? We need to know. We got all the way to preliminary hearing. This is on the state level. Got all the way to preliminary hearing. They were offering me 10 years state. Got all the way to preliminary hearing. And he said, well, look, this is what we'll do. You guys know you fucked up on this case. You had bad information. Wasn't his house. Wasn't his shit. He happened to be there. I ended up pleading for 3 years with half. You do 12 months off of that.
Okay.
So again, here it is. I got off by the hair of my chin.
Were you out on bond during this, or were you in?
Nah, I stayed in because I was on probation from like a minor infraction of just getting caught in the car with like $10,000 and some weed. I took informal probation.
Okay.
I took formal probation, which is 3-year felony probation. But they was like, okay.
So you're on probation. You just get caught in a house with drugs. Yeah,
which is my main thing that I never wanted to do. But they like, okay, forfeit the money. Like I said, it was almost like $230 in cash, all cash. The drugs equal close to 100. Couple guns in there. So it's me and another guy. The guy's like, well, it may be worth it for me to, I can handle some of this, man. I got a strong back. I can handle some of this pressure. So needless to say, he got a little bit more time than me, but he knew once he came out of jail, he would be straight. He knew, don't have to worry about nothing. Like, once you touch down, everybody's going to know this noble act that you did, and they're going to look at you a certain way. You won't have to worry about anything.
Right. So you went to prison. You did
state prison,
how much
San Quentin.
Are you serious?
San Quentin State Prison. Mind, this is in 2000.
Is that a pen or is that
that's
medium?
state prison? That's a pen. That's a prison. San Quentin State Prison on the island. Like they closed Alcatraz and opened San Quentin.
I know, but I'm saying, is it a pen? Is it like a medium?
Oh, that's like it's death row. That's death row maximum, and then they have a camp and like the federal prisons, a camp and a low to support the high levels. But I went to the higher level since it was like a higher end crime. But again, once I got there and I got processed, and the amount of time I got left, I didn't have to stay long. Again, the money I had saved me again. But I was able to see what it was and get a CDC number. That's why I'm bringing it up. I had a CDC number, and I'm in the system, and I did plead guilty to a drug charge. I fucked up by pleading guilty to a drug charge because it feels like if we get him on a drug charge, if we ever catch him, we can charge him with a prior. If we ever catch him again, we'll give him a prison prior, since we actually sending him to prison, even if it's just a turnaround. So that messed me up. But again, when you give a young person money that doesn't understand the money, then it's almost a disservice, because I'm now running around. I'm running wild. I get right back out. I don't waste no time, and I jump back right in the game. And within 12 months, I was a millionaire. This is about 21 to 22 years old. I got right back out. I had no consideration for the law. I hated police even more. I hated the system. I'm like, well, you guys brought this shit to us. Y'all allowed us to sell it, but then you get mad and try to take us all to jail. I kind of like made up a reason in my head to justify my actions, even though I knew this shit wasn't true. It's just like, it's easier to make up a reason to do some bullshit. So I got out and I just went full-fledged. I went full-fledged. Now another guy that I was really close with, he's the one that starts saying, bro, ever since you got out, you've been going harder than ever. You stay away from the shit. You're never around it. And then this is the guy that told me, he was like, why don't you come over here and let me give a millionaire a hug, or something to that effect. Like, because it was a song out at the time called Hot Boys, and they had a song like that. And it's like the people who were high level, they would give each other hugs when they greet each other and shake hands and embrace and show love. And then I'm like, what do you mean give a millionaire a hug? He like, bro, I know how much money I've been making. And that means you have to have at least 1.2. I know you're over $1 million. I'm like, nah, I'm getting there though. I hadn't even counted up my money before. Never counted up all my money before. I'm a young kid. I don't have a clue of what's going on. All I'm doing is hustling, working, messing with girls, hustling, working some more. And working, I mean, going in the lab. Nobody can know where these labs are at. Private. Once you're there 3 to 4 months, if the neighbors start noticing you, you have to get out of there and already have another one to transition into, because that's the way you won't let that one get busted. And then I was just like, I don't want to be in another house with drugs in it. I just can't be in the same place with these drugs. And as long as I'm doing that, I don't even think I understood conspiracy back then. All I thought was, don't get caught with drugs.
Right.
So when he told me that, I went and counted up all the money, and he was right. 300 here, 200 there, 350 here, another 140 there, 170 here, 170 here. So once I counted up this money and I realized it was about what he said and how he knew was intriguing to me, because I'm like, God damn, I'm not even paying attention to how much money I'm really making, but I'm out here in these streets every day. I'm slipping. I'm thinking in my mind, I'm slipping. I'm not applying myself.
How old are you?
At this point, I'm about 21. I'm going on 22. My first daughter is born. This is when I really decided that I was going hard, full-fledged, no plan. Just like I'm hustling. My whole life was grinding, waking up in the morning, a joint before I brush my teeth, a shot of Grey Goose or whatever we were drinking at the time, maybe some Cristal. Maybe we was drinking Moet and Cristal all the time because we just knew that we were winning, but I didn't know I was winning at that magnitude. But the bad part about that is once he told me that, I started acting like I was what he told me I was, spending money so fast. Another Rolex, a different car, another car that rims, music, just old school cars, just like go buy a Chevy, put 10 G's in music, just like this money started dwindling so fast. and I slacked off my grind. The same guy, which is a drug dealing mentor, if that makes sense. I know a lot of people didn't ever hear of a drug dealing mentor, but you need mentors in whatever you do, because he's the one that pulled me by the collar, snatched me up and like, bro, tighten the fuck up, get back on top of your game. All you doing is spending money. You're drinking. Someone told me you was in a club drunk, disrespecting people. Get over yourself and get back in the game. But I had already blew about a quarter of the money. So I went down and I was like, oh shit, he's right. Let me snap out of it. And I jumped back into my bag, which means got back on my grind and start going hard all over again. I did a reset. From there, like I was not having to go on the streets anymore because I made a crew where we can just wholesale to the other dealers that was buying at least a kilo. This is when I'm like, okay, if this guy want a unit and that guy want a unit, we can just serve them and then we can make the profit because we getting them so low. I mean, I never have to get up to 100 units if I can get the best price on 30 to 50 and make more profit because I have a better connect than them. Then I don't necessarily need to go all the way up to the highest level in this, which most people will never reach the high level. So from there, I mean, I just rolled around doing it over and over, getting 20s, 30s, sometime 50. That was like my biggest order, getting like 50 of them at a time, which was a heavy responsibility. I had to hide them at 2 or 3 places just so if we took a loss at one place, we knew we didn't lose the whole load. But again, people were assuming, but they just didn't know the exact level I was at. They knew I was having money. They knew I was making waves and my name was kind of ringing, but they definitely didn't know exactly the magnitude of it. So when I got the big state sentence, what happened was this. I got into it, a guy over him wanting a lower price. He's questioning me about my connect and he's demanding a lower price from me, which is about $1,000 to $1,500 lower than the going price. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that, man. I'd rather not deal with you at all than cut my price down so to make you happy and you're not even buying enough. And he's like, well, I'll buy 3 at a time or 5. I'm like, no. He mentioned my name to an investigator he worked directly with, but he's not considered an informant because he didn't snitch on me. He mentioned my name.
I'm not sure how that works.
The investigator would give him shit sometimes. Like, oh, I took some shit from over here, bro. Here, you take it and give me a certain amount. Like, all right, cool. Or he'll say something like, man, them dudes around there, man, they kicking up a lot of noise with that violence, man. Go tell them to stop all that violence and keep them gunplay out of the mix. And I would and I'm gonna back off of them. So he says it's a relationship with the cop. The cop ended up getting caught, fired, and going to jail too. So that's why he don't think it was snitching. He don't think it was telling, which it is though. So him mentioning my name to this investigator, that investigator had a personal vendetta against me. He starts following me around every day for 2 years. Every day. He said, I know your girlfriends. I know where you live. I know where you sleep. I know everything about you. And how he got on to me is he had my PO call me for a meeting at the parole office because I'm on state parole. I go there the middle of the day, switch my clothes, put on a work outfit, and I go there as if nothing's going on. And this dude follows me and he gets a fucking trail on me and he's able to keep up with me. Like I didn't even know this until I get arrested for months and months and months. He's keeping up with me, like I said, almost 2 years. And then finally one day again, a house is filled with money and it's filled with drugs. I leave out. I'm about to go over to another place that we just got. We barely got this place within a week. And I get pulled over by a plainclothes officer. So I'm like, I tell the guy, I'm like, then I'm on the phone with him. I'm like, hey, bro, I'm getting pulled over by a plainclothes officer. This shit never works out good. They got guns on their legs. And it's another car in front of me now that won't move. So I can't drive off. It's all bad. So he spread the word that I was getting arrested. And it was just what I said. They picked me up, threw me in the car, took the keys out of my pocket and took me right back to the house that I had just left. And now they go in there. Another $200K in the closet. Not as much drugs though, but I have a prison prior from before. And this is when they give me the big amount of time. And that's when
was the house in your name?
House wasn't in my name, but having keys to that house gave me control over it. And this investigator testified that he saw me entering that residence over and over doing drug dealer activity.
Right.
So I'm like, wow, this is not good. This is not good. So we're fighting again. I'm in. I can't bail out, but they ended up what ended up happening. Oh, I had a co-defendant. He was there. Him and his girl was there. There was another guy. His girlfriend was there. So they get arrested too. And all they're trying to do is get them to say that everything was mine, but they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't say everything was mine. We all were there, except it was a room that was locked up. And then one of my keys opened that room and they found a majority of the shit in that room. So definitely I was possession, what they say, you had access to it, so you possessed it.
Right.
So that time I got a lawyer, but they weren't giving up. They was like, nah, you going down. They offered me 14 years. They offered me 14. I ended up getting that 12. With half times because there was no violence involved, and then you can get additional good time for good behavior like fire camp, community service, and all of that stuff. So they asked me, do I want to go home on bond? I said no. I want to get this time out the way. I'm telling them I'd rather sit here. So I end up sitting there. Off of that, I did about 40% of that sentence because I went to the fire camp. We go to the fire camp. You have to go through San Quentin. Now San Quentin is only a reception center. You only go through there. You go through there before they find you your regular placement. And since I was considered a low-level offender, only a drug dealer, they allowed me to go to fire camp. Once I signed up for fire camp, it took another year for me to get there. I'll get into the firefighter program. I'm like, oh wow, I'm gonna get a good gap of time off of this sentence, so I should be out. And this is 2005. This is 2004, and I ended up getting out like around 08. I ended up getting around in the end of 08 going into 09. So I did a substantial amount of time on this. I did some time.
4 years?
Off of, yeah, I did a third of that. I did about a little over a third of it. So, but that was a big sentence. And the reason why I'm saying it was a long sentence is because I never got sentenced that long. I was ready to start trial, but this officer was going to come in there lying and telling them.
It was your drugs, though.
It was my drugs, but the way that he got to me was he said he watched me go in and out of this house, which he couldn't watch me going in and out of this house because the way that the door is positioned. But he just told I was a known drug dealer. He had information to know that I was doing all of this stuff, and he was going to testify that. But I mean,
you were a known drug dealer.
I was a known drug dealer, but he used some slick methods to get me.
I hate it when they're underhanded.
Well, he underhanded me, but I mean, I was like, you know what? I can't fight him. I mean, what's the best deal possible? I dreaded having to go do this time in prison. At this time, I never did more than a year. Never did more than a year. But here it is.
It sounds fun.
It sounds. Hey, it wasn't the worst. It wasn't the worst, but I mean,
in the woods,
it changed my perspective, man. We're going to the woods. We fighting. We actually working with direct firefighters, man. We're climbing mountains. We're hiking. Actually, kind of like
don't those guys get killed every once in a while?
People die up there on those mountains. A fire burns over us. We're inmates. But the thing about the firefighters who actually work for the Department of Forestry, they don't treat you like a inmate. If you're on the side of them fighting the fire,
right,
your civil duty is to protect this dude's life. That's how you made it there. You said you would protect somebody's life and they would protect yours. So if you see something coming, some flames, a wild animal, a rock falling off of a hill, you should protect these people. So, but my perspective changed after that, though. It was kind of almost like, this shit ain't worth it for me, man. I'm doing pretty good. I'm having money. Everything.
Big game ads, am I right? They're bombastic and outrageous. They take months and cost millions. Not everyone could make one, but that was the old way. With Artlist AI tools, anyone can create high-end video productions. You too, Steve. So go to Artlist and start creating without limits.
It's cool, but this is right here the time when I knew I couldn't do it, because remember I said I was on my way to a brand new place that no one knew I had. So since nobody knew I had this place except for the person that helped me get this apartment, what I was able to do was hide a bunch of shit there. So I called home from the county jail and I was like, hey, I didn't feed my animals, man. I got like 3 or 4 puppies that I had just got, and they're over here at this new place. So the person on the other line, they knew exactly what I meant. So I want you to go over there and pick them up and make sure they're all right. So by the time he gets there, he like, oh, they're gone already. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, somebody let them out. Somebody let them out. It's no dogs. There's no puppies. It's nothing there. And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, it's nothing there. The person that helped me get the apartment broke into the apartment and took everything.
Right.
This was about another 200K, close to 250K worth of product inside of an apartment that nobody knew about.
So, so when you got out, so you knew that before you went in.
That what?
You knew all that stuff was missing before you went in.
No. He took it the day I got arrested.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Before, so you got arrested. He took all the stuff. Then you do your time. Then you go to get out. And what happens then? You get out. You thought you had this stuff.
No, I didn't think I had the stuff. I knew he had got it.
I know. I'm saying you thought you knew that stuff was gone. So you're getting out to nothing. And you know this guy ripped you off.
I know he ripped me off. He did it maliciously. He never had any intent to help me out. He just used it for himself, but he never came up off of it. And then he went and told everybody that I would come after him for I was accusing him of doing it, and I would come after him for that.
Did you accuse him of it?
Well, I didn't even accuse him of it, but he figured I got word. I never asked him about it. I never even told anybody that I thought it was him. He kind of put his foot in his mouth because like within 3 to 4 months of me being arrested, he starts all of a sudden having shit. He starts having more things than he should have had. And he wasn't on a certain level that he should be having brand new cars, going on trips and doing this type of stuff he was doing. So he used the money that he didn't work for to do his own thing, like which is what people do. I'm not really mad at that, but the fact that you didn't give a fuck about me, man, you just counted me out because you really thought that I would get the 15, 20 years, even though it still would have been with halftime. You still thought I would get that 20 years that the newspaper and all of these articles said that I would get. So you thought that you had a one up on me. But when I came out, I didn't even think about him. I didn't even show him any consideration. I didn't even pay attention to him.
You know, here's the thing. Like, I mean, obviously that happens to everybody across the board. People just immediately start cannibalizing you. But I mean, I knew a guy who lived in over $1 million house, was friends with his neighbors. They went to barbecues. They hung out. He got arrested. It was in the newspaper. He wasn't getting bond. And then he ended up, no, he didn't get bond. His brother went to his house. Like, look, go to my house, lock it up, do this, do that. He goes to the house, and literally his brother shows up and catches one of the next door neighbors stealing his, like, he had like a $10,000 grill in the backyard.
Whoa.
And so you're living like a multi-million-dollar house. Your neighbors live in a multi-million-dollar house. They're like, you know, they're successful business owners. They know they think, oh, he's not coming back. He's not getting bond. Hey, he's got a really nice grill. Let's go over there and steal it. Like, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
And I remember him telling me that, being like, what scumbags? And I was just like, bro, like that happens all the time to people that are in the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, guys, all your buddies immediately go into your place and take your TV or this or that. And you're like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, where's the honor?
But these people are worth millions. People are just scumbags. In general, what I've learned from just reading the comment section is people are just scumbags. They really are.
People are?
They are. Yeah. Listen, my wife and I were talking about that. The things that people say in the comment section really let you know who they are. And what I've decided is that the bulk of people are just scumbags. They say scumbag things. They have scumbag opinions. It's people are horrible. It's a horrible species.
Well, I think that automatically are sometimes a lot of people's first thought is the negative, like, what can I do to show this guy he's not this or he's not that? Some of their opinions are
jealousy.
just like jealousy, because I ran into it and I couldn't even believe it. I'm like, bro, why would you play me, bro? I'm the person that you can trust enough. I'm the person that will help you make something of yourself if you really want to do it. I'm not the person that wants to hold everything for myself. Like, I mean, I know it's not nothing to really glorify, but anybody that worked with me made money.
Right.
There's no way you were working with me and then I'm the only one in the group making money. No, what you need? You want a car? You trying to buy a jewelry? You want to help your parents out? Okay, let's do it. Do it like this. Okay, I'm gonna cut you in. You don't even work for me. You actually are a partner. Whenever you tell somebody they work for you in that industry, that breeds jealousy right there. So I knew better. I don't have no workers, man. We just a crew. We're a team. We all work on the same team. So let's get this money, man. Oh no, that's yours. That's not mine. That's yours. You have a vested interest in that. Like, I'm not getting nothing off of your stuff, man. I already got mine anyway. So you're right. So what I do is I just don't listen to people who I don't want to be like. I stopped doing that because a lot of people, they judge me for being the person who I am. But then when I say something to them, it's kind of like they're better. Well, okay, all you did is listen to other people your whole life. You worked for other people your whole life, and you still living payday to payday, borrowing money, taking cash advances from your check. But then you want me to listen to you only because I've been to prison. So if I'm a horrible person for going to prison, you're a horrible person for never taking risks, never believing
you've been
in
out
yourself.
this whole time.
Yeah, you've been out this whole time, and this is all you've accomplished is needing to borrow $100 and you're 35 years old.
Right.
You should be feeling very bad about yourself because you're going to blame me and fault me. I mean, I paid my debt to society, right? Why did they create the prison system? Because if you get caught up, you have to pay your debt to society. What the Congress and the government decided was acceptable, right? Well, they like, okay, if you do this, you get a year, but if you do this, you get 10 years. I fell into that. Going against the state was one thing, but I never felt a certain way until I went against the government. I knew my ass was out when I went against the government. The state prison, I was always almost ready to buy myself out of it. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Like if you have a few dollars in the state, man, a good lawyer that knows a U.S. attorney, I mean, that knows a judge and a district attorney, they can get you out of these things, man. It's like, I probably should have had, no lie, Matt, I should have had about 25 years for all of those infractions in the state. Now, mind you, I didn't kill anybody, so I would have only got about half of that because it was only drug offenses. Let me like, look, for instance, one time we had a stash house. It's like in a good neighborhood in Oakland that I knew I shouldn't have been in. I knew fucking well that all of these people in this neighborhood do not like my kind of people. So people act like racism doesn't exist. Well, change the word because it exists. So I'm in this neighborhood and I'm kind of in and out. I don't work. I got a brand new car. I look good and I wear nice jewelry. So one night I'm leaving. One of the neighbors reported me that it was illicit activity going on out of my unit. He reported me. So a cop came around there looking at me, watching me. He came around there, he looking, he watched me, he followed me, and he got off of me. But he had my license plate number, and he kind of said, okay, he comes here once or twice a day, but I really don't see nothing. One night I'm leaving there, and I get in the car, I'm getting on the freeway. I got like about a unit with me, one unit, and I got about like about $14,000, 2 cell phones. I'm leaving this apartment. Like I said, it's a good neighborhood. I get on the freeway. It's an all black Vice car behind me. So again, I get on the phone and I call the guy that I'm going to meet. And I'm like, bro, where you at? He said, I'm at the same place we always meet at. So he not saying the exact location, neither am I. I said, bro, it's a Vice car following me, man. I got off the freeway and I got right back on, and he did the same thing. He like, you sure? I said, bro, this is a Vice car. The front windshield is tinted. It's all black. Now it's about 8 o'clock at night. So he's like, all right, well, just get to the safety zone. That means our neighborhood. Mm-hmm. Get to the safety zone, no matter what. Get to the safety zone, and I got you. So I said, let me do this again. I'm going to get off on our exit, and then I'm going to see what he does. I get off on this exit, and he flips the light. I hit the gas. I'm in the Chevy Trailblazer, the SS versions of it. It's a fast SUV. I hit the gas. We going. He behind me. He calling for backup. I'm doing about 70 miles an hour through residential neighborhoods. We're high speed chasing. He on me. I'm like, I knew he was on me. This is I'm going down for this. It's all bad. I get a 1 block jump on him, and I hit the corner doing about 50, and I crash. Hit my head on the steering wheel, all of that. I'm kind of dazed, but mind you, I got a block on him. I snap out of it, jump out the car, and I start running. I'm unable to grab anything out of the damn car because I just need to get away. So I run. He's chasing me down the street. He's on me. He's chasing me on foot. I'm talking about he's pretty quick, but he got all of this weight on him, and I don't. But I'm kind of dizzy. I jump into a yard. It's a dog back there. Jump right out of that yard to the next yard, and I run across the freeway. That's the only reason why I get away. I run across the whole entire freeway, barely escape death, and get to our safety zone.
Glow up season is officially in full swing.
Oh, girl, what now?
You know the new year calls for some new True. And this year, I'm refreshing my closet with their all-new Stitch denim, standout sweat sets, and outerwear that keeps me hot. For real.
Damn, you're right. My t-shirt rotation needs a pick-me-up.
Upgrade your wardrobe and your confidence all in one stop.
Shop the latest at TrueReligion.com.
The guy who I was just on the phone with, circling the block, and I see him driving slow, and I'm able to dive in the back of his car. He picks me up and we drive out the area. This motherfucker said, "Where's the shit at?" I said, "Fool, I left it." "What do you mean, where's the shit?" "I barely got away. I'm sweating. I'm pant. I mean, my face is white like I saw a ghost." Everything goes down. I had the person who the car registered in go find the car, go find out what's going on, see what's going on, get a police report. Nothing reported found in the car. 2 ounces of dope.
So you got lost?
2 ounces of dope, no money, and 2 cell phones is all that's on the police report.
Maybe did you have the window open? Maybe
maybe the window was open. Come to find out, it's one of those rogue.
You're very
cops.
negative.
It's one of those rogue cops.
No, I'm not going to sit here and listen to you
Come
talk
to
bad
find
about the
out,
police.
Come to find out, when the feds get me, this same cop showed up 8 years later. 8 years later, he showed. He said, "I bet you won't be running across any freeways today. I guarantee you won't." They finally, so this motherfucker let me know that he was the officer, which we thought he was, that got my car, that nothing was in. They really couldn't charge me because I didn't get caught at the scene. So I got away from that, but by the hair of my chin. But here it is, like, that's a mistake that I overlooked, just trying to be better, but going somewhere that I absolutely was not welcome. And they was not welcoming in no person with no, these people here work and you don't work. You're home all day. And look like you're in and out. It look like you're doing some trafficking, buddy. And they called the cops and they really literally start watching me, literally. And it was a big deal to me because it was a loss, but not a significant enough loss to put a dent in my program. You know what I mean?
So what happened when you got out of prison with the guy that ripped you off? What happened with them?
What happened
Did you
then?
track him down?
I didn't want to track him down. You know what? After doing that much time in prison,
I know you didn't track him down. I know.
The thing about that is I looked at him and where he was in life, and I looked at me. Come to find out, those guys. So while I was in prison, in a state prison, this happened to me then, and it happened to me when I was in federal prison. I get a random letter with an address on there of one of those old houses that we used back in like 03, 04. That they had been moved out of, and I remembered the address. So I get a letter with a random name on it, and it just says, "We really appreciate you. We love you. Your family is fine. Everybody's doing well. We don't work at the factory anymore, but just let us know when you get out." That's it. That was a letter from my connect that had since stopped messing around with that shit because shit was getting too hot. Shit was getting too close for comfort. And he definitely knew that I stayed solid because they could have came after him on that time when they asked me, "Hey, let us go after him. We know you don't have all of this stuff on your own. You have a connection. We'll take them down." But it's a state level, so it's not so intense. They just asked me to cooperate. What do you want to do? Do you want to get out of this trouble? Help us out. We need bigger bus. Well, they didn't even offer to let me out of jail. They just like, "Help us out. Give us bigger bus. We'll take them instead of you." Absolutely not, man. I don't know that. But the guys that I dealt with knew that. And they knew nothing came their way. Nobody came to their door. But once I got out, I was done with that shit. I said, I'm done with that shit. I don't want to get involved anymore. I didn't go after my cousin. He ended up moving out of state. We fell out completely. We still haven't spoke. We probably won't ever speak. You betrayed me. You didn't care about me, my family, my children. So therefore, we have nothing to say to each other. But I decided while I was in fire camp, from talking to miscellaneous people, when you make it to that low level, you end up being in there with some people that know a bunch of stuff you don't know. And that's how I met this guy. And I met a lot of people, but one guy in particular named Evan, he was like walking laps with me. We talked a lot, was, telling stories and stuff like that. I knew he had money, but he didn't brag about having money. You can just tell he never missed commissary, but he used to like to smoke that bugler. And at this time, that bugler, which is those cigarettes that you roll up yourself, people that smoke that kind of have bad nerves because you sneaking around to smoke cigarettes in jail, and these cigarettes are illegal. Yeah. They're illegal. Contraband. Yeah, that's what it is. Contraband. So if you get caught with it, you'll lose good time. But I don't smoke. I have never smoked. The most I smoked was some weed. But he asked me when I was getting out, he asked me would I be able to meet up with his sister and give her a few cans of bugler. And we talked about linking up when he get out, but I didn't realize he was getting deported. So once he got out, he was going to get deported. I don't think he knew either, because had he known, they wouldn't took him to a fire camp because he could have did a walk away.
Right.
So what I did was I He's like, you sure you're going to do it, man? I don't think you're going to do it because I asked 4 or 5 guys that go home to just, and the Bugler was $17 a can. It's 17 bucks a can in 2009, right? 2009, about 17. No, 2008. What? Yeah, 0809. So I was like, I'll do it. I'll give him the Bugler. He's like, no, you're not. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. So I got out. First week I was out, I had his sister. I was like, hello, hey, you going to see him? Okay, well, he wants some Buglers. She's like, I know. I don't know why he likes that stuff. I was like, yeah, I can meet you or your other sister, and I'll give it to you. So I gave him that, a couple lighters, and all this stuff. So I did it. I actually delivered. From there, he said, thank you so much. You kept your word. Now call these people, and they got your back. And I'm like, well, what do you mean by that? Like I said, while we were in prison, we were fighting fires together. We were eating together sometimes. I mean, kind of like learning each other's lifestyles. He was a different nationality from a whole nother country. So therefore, I didn't know if he was serious or not, but when he gave me the contact information to the people who gave it to me for, it was amazing because all they had was money plays up that didn't consist of anything drug related. Like I said, first things they said, they was like, we have,
Mike Capel here, Patriot Software's founder. Back in the 1980s, I started a company called Generic Computers. I bought computer parts and assembled them into personal computers in my evenings and weekends. I was dating a pretty girl at that same time, and I would invite her to my house for romantic evenings of building computers. The pretty girl married me even though I was a geek. Well, I'm still a geek, and I make sure that my fifth company, Patriot Software, offers low prices for accounting and payroll for entrepreneurs. Check out patriotsoftware.com.
We have some loads for you. And I'm like, some loads. And he's like, yeah, first one's going to be in between 3,000 and 5,000, but you could double or triple that. I'm like, well, what's in it? He's like, we don't know. We don't know, but Evan says you're cool. He says you're one of his guys and we can work with you. So the first time I did it, mind you, I got out, I tried to get a job, I tried to take a trade, I tried to do something other than what I had been doing all my life, which was dealing drugs. I've been dealing drugs since I was, at this point, 11 years old. And I decided that I didn't want to do that no more. And if this was another way to make some money that nobody was getting hurt and I didn't have to deal directly, I was ready to do it. So I got the first one. I was like, okay, cool. What's in it? I found out and I looked at the retail price of everything. And then I knew some store owners and business owners that wouldn't mind buying it for a cool little upsell. So I was like, damn, that was easy.
What was in it?
So this one was just only computers. The first time it was only laptops, a bunch of laptops, and that was it. So
how are they getting the laptops? Do you
know? Well, I didn't ask at the time. At the time, I didn't ask.
You kind of know, right?
I kind of know. And that's what I was going to say on the next one. When they're asking for more money for another box, it was like, we got another box. And it's really just a crate. It's just a big old crate with a bunch of shit in there. So they have to have somewhere to deliver it to. So come to find out, they were doing the dumps and the fulls. They order stuff and they get this stuff delivered, but they got a bunch of people sitting on the computer all day long just ordering stuff. And then back then it was so easy to order stuff on the internet with other people's information.
So that this is fake credit card information.
Credit cards, you can give check by phone. They had it figured out. At some point, he asked me, did I want to get into that part of it and I can have my own stuff and I didn't have to pay them for what they got, because you got to think they spend $1,000 to $2,000 on information and they can get 20 or 30,000 worth of stuff. I don't have to go in the store. I don't have to send anybody. I don't have to see anybody but them. So if they only spent $2,000 or $1,000 on the dark web for this information, they got somebody like me to come give them 12 to 15, but I can still go make the rest of the difference.
Right.
Then here it is, I'm winning. So I took advantage of that. I did that for a year.
Well, how do you make the rest of the damn? I mean, the rest of the difference? You're selling it directly to wholesalers, or I'm sorry, to retailers, or are you selling it to like on eBay or something?
No, I sell it to people who did import export. I sold it to people who had flea market and small shops. I sold it to people who had just someone else that'll pay them more for it. Like, this is a quick little story. One time I had 300 iPhones at one time. 300. It was iPhone 4s or 3s or 4s, whatever it was. 300 of them.
But this is back when they were available.
They were available. Yeah, they were like 600 each, 500 each, which was a lot of money. It was a lot of money. I paid $220 or $180 to $220 per, and then I was able to go sell them for $530 to $550 per, because so I asked the guy, why would you pay me this amount and they're only going for $650, $700? He said, well, my people aren't like your people. We're in volume. If I make $30 per, you're not. If I make $30 per phone times 100, I make good money today. And I got 300 of them, and you're not my only person. So I make way more money than you because I know all you guys.
Right.
So he messed me up with that. Like, I know all, he just put me in the you guys category and let me know he was much bigger of a boss than me. He said, so me with $30 per unit is way better than what you're trying to do because you're taking more risk. Because I guess he thought I was going in the stores and getting this stuff myself and actually doing the footwork, which I wasn't. So he said, I sell in volume, which made a lot of sense. $50 per times 300, you get another 100 from somewhere else, and you're importing them or whatever it is that you're doing with them. He was making good money. He was right. So the guy offered me, no, it was his time to start getting out of prison. He didn't know he was getting deported, but instead of him going home, they took him straight to INS, and he ended up getting shipped out the country. I thought we were going to link up and become partners because I spoke to him the whole time, but he never made it back to the United States. So he ran a business internationally, and then for a minute, he started having me send him Western Union, right? But I sent so much money yet Western Union, it was only so many times that I could switch names and use these other people's identity and pay people to go to Western Union to try to send a big bulk of money. So that's when I found out about the digital currency, which was Liberty Reserve at the time. And then the other one called Perfect Money, where you can just buy into it at, you use exchangers, and you give them the cash, and then they upload your digital account. And at the time, like I said, it was a small percentage of a brokerage fee, and I was able to pay them because he never said it was him. I paid them, which I'm sure it probably was him.
All right.
And he from there, I mean, shit, it just went up, man. It just went up, man, because I was able to still run up another high 6 figures off just doing this. And that's when he offered me, do I want to get in the game with the dumps and the fools and the, dealing with people's personal information, which I said no. He had a bunch of profile information that he knew that if I got a hold to it, I could probably resell it and make extra money because, again, he trusted me enough to talk to me himself. As many as people as he sent to meet me to pick up money, drop off money. Mind you, we're trading digital currency. They didn't call it cryptocurrency yet because I hadn't even bought my first Bitcoin yet. So what I did was made sure he got his money, always made my money. And I said, well, you know what? I will try to be a broker of information. I'm like, it's worth a try. What if I make extra money? So from there, I was able to get the information. It would be on a hard drive, or he would send it to me through an encrypted email file, like a drop file, and I would get it. And I'm like, damn, this just looks like a bunch of numbers to me. It just doesn't really look like much. But after I told 3 people, I realized that people paid up to $150 for one person's information, but they could turn around and make $1,000 off of it. So I started scratching my head thinking, like, so these crates and these containers and half containers that I'm buying, sometime for up to $40,000, like a $40,000 one would make me back close to 100. And I didn't have to do anything but get it, tell 3 people about it, see which one wanted that container or crate, like a big old crate, a cargo crate. And then I just hand it to them, always get my cash. And then I start taking digital currency too. Couple things happened after that. Liberty Reserves got seized by the feds. They had a message on their site one day that if you have any money with this company, traded, bought, or bartered any business with these people, contact the U.S. Department of Justice right now. Needless to say, I left about like 21,000 in there. I didn't contact them. The owner of that ended up getting like 40 years. They said you were running an international money laundering scheme. And they, like, a lot of people I know lost money, but we just didn't want to chase it because we had made so much money in there. And a lot of people know about it, but then some won't. The early adapters would know about it. And then from there, you had to use Perfect Money. And I'm only saying this to say that this is how I exchange money, because Western Union wasn't feasible, and it's an all cash business if they're close to you. But now I'm dealing with people on an international level. So with that being said, I start using this one called Perfect Money. So with Perfect Money, with them, you can almost be an investor in there. So if you got 5 to 10K, you can make with 10K, 8,500, you make 300 to 400 a day, because it's people in third world countries that'll take a $4 loan and pay you back $4.50, a $40 loan to pay you back $4.50 pretty much off of $40, and it don't seem like a lot, but they're leveraging all of your money that you have in there, and then you'll get your deposits and you can withdraw your deposits whenever you want to. So I didn't believe it was possible, and then one day I woke up and they said, you live in the United States, you can no longer use this website. Whatever money you have here is here. You can't deposit or take more money out of it. And I'm scratching my head like an idiot until I realized all I need is a VPN and some socks to change my location to Spain, and I took my money out of that real quick before I losing it all. I might have left $1,000 in there at this time, but from that alone, I was making $400 to $500 a day just from digital currency. Then Bitcoin came around, changed my life. Like I was able to accumulate Bitcoins when again they were like $87 to about $115, but a lot of people the 3 people who I dealt with were dealing with Bitcoin instead of cash. You can transfer it anywhere. It's untraceable. The Silk Road used it, and every fraud forum used Bitcoin now at this point. Mind you, this is 2009, 2010. No, 2009, 2009, 10, no, 10, 11. It's 2010 and 11. So it wasn't a big deal to me because I'm like, why does the price fluctuate of this thing so much, man? The other ones were more stable. And he's like, don't worry about that, because whatever it's at the moment is what it goes for. Nobody's judging you off of if it drops or if it raises. Just let's just do it like this because we can remain anonymous and nobody's gonna find us out. So I did that. I'm brokering information, but I'm taking cash for these people's information that I'm trading. I'm actually trading it, and sometimes I still would get a whole crate of shit because it's just too good to be true. $24,000 crate. I turn around and sell it for 37, and then the person who gets it can still make their money off of it. If I didn't give it to my one particular Asian guy, which sold in volume, he told me for sure, but another guy, he told me that he would break it down and sell it and he can make almost double his money. So I knew it was a deal. I knew I was on the right lane, and I thought I wasn't taking a lot of risks because I'm not dealing drugs. I'm like, I'm tired of that drug shit. I don't want to go back into it. It's not for me. I took a substantial amount of money out of that where I came back and I wasn't struggling. I'm able to help my family. I mean, again, a lot of people think all I have to do is one scam and I'm going to get rich, but that's a lie. You will not get rich off of one scam. What it does is it draws you into it and you become a fraudster. So don't think like, I can do that too. Like, even what you did, it's about like 17 more people in the United States that can do that on the level that you did. I don't believe that a person will have the mental capacity to even be disciplined enough to go through all of the chains and the links that you went to make your situation what it was, because it was millions and millions of dollars created when one person might lie on the application just to get $4,000. You lied on the application trying to get a micro loan that the bank still caught on to because you're just not putting enough energy into what you want to do. So I put the energy into some shit to get the best return. That's what I'm pretty much just trying to say. So I realized putting energy into drug shit and illicit activity, it just always still only ends like with partial satisfaction, like only some fulfillment. So here we are. We trading Bitcoin. I'm exchanging it with him for any type of merchandise or information. Sometimes he's like, "Hey, can you fly to New York?" And I was like, "I don't really want to fly to New York, man." He's like, "Somebody needs 25,000 in New York. I swear I'll make it worth it." I'm like, "I don't want to fly across the country with no 25,000." You tell them to come to me, and then we end up resolving it and settling it, and they'll end up probably coming to meet me, or we could just like, and that would be for them to convert it into Bitcoin without having to go through all these other channels of exchangers that require all your personal information. Because when people got hip to it, they start wanting to know if you had an ID to upload and stuff like that. So now I'm hustling, I'm doing that, and it's actually going good. I made good money from that. I was able to save money, get a house, get everything that I needed, but still not happy about it. Wanted more. So I put my own crew together, and instead of selling the information, I told them, you guys take this information, do what you got to do with it, but I want 50% of everything you get, which was still a lot more than the information was worth. So we did this for about a year, but I didn't really have to go chasing the money myself. I didn't have to, because about 4 people would do it for me. Well, with me, they didn't do it for me. They did it with me, because if we ever had ran into a situation, well, we're equal partners. You don't work for me. I'm not your boss. You don't have to report to me. Even if you decide to quit today, you can walk away and I will not even be mad at you for 1 minute. So, it was going cool, but I still realized I had to do something else. Like this wasn't going to be enough. So we start doing concert promoting parties, doing stuff like that. That was kind of a cash business, was getting little venues and stuff. I linked up with a promoter that was experienced, and he had resources to a lot of big artists and more mid-level artists, because I didn't want to go too big. We wanted to see how the events went first. And we did that and made a little bit of money, and I was able to maintain a bank account and maintain some legitimate money coming in, but it was never enough to just move the needle. So I did always like my gray area, red area stuff. I always liked that until this one guy came into my life. He came back into my life. Like I said, I knew him for a long time, and he just kept asking me for work. He's asking me for work. He's like, yo, I need some work. I was like, no, we're not on that right now. You don't have to worry about that. And he just asked me over and over, to a point where I was even getting irritated. Like, bro, we're making good money doing this. We don't need that no more. So he's asking me about some product, and he's telling me he has some guys from another state that's willing to even pay more for it and how much we can make on it. But I just didn't want to get involved with it, because I'm like, man, this is the type of stuff that brings people down, man. And whenever I was doing that shit, I always was having mishaps and missteps. This right here is indirect. And why aren't you?
Is this coke or crack?
No, this is just coke. The crack to me, we were past that. Okay. It was just like, get him some good powder coke, let them get it, and then we move him right on, and we still focused on this. So I don't want to do it. I'm steadily telling him no. I'm not getting involved, but he's not taking no for an answer. And so I start testing him. Well, how much did you make last week? He said, I made about 10 or 12 grand. And I'm like, but you still want to do a play for some dudes from, he's like, well, yeah, but it'd be with my cousin, and I know them, and it can lead to something else. But I just was not showing any interest in it. And then finally one day he asked me, about 2011, he was like, hey man, look, man, they're coming out here, man. My guy is here, bro. He a fly dude, man. He cool. I know him good. DEA.
Right.
I was like, well, I'm not doing it. I don't want nothing else to do with it, but I'll make a call. Making the call was the worst thing I ever did, man. That right there put me right in the middle of a federal indictment, and I didn't even know. So I'm running around, I'm partying, I'm traveling. Mind you, I'm having a good month, a good year. My last few years, I became a millionaire again. So I became a millionaire for the first time in my life at about 22. I was having almost 1.5 million, including money that I used to cop with. Lost 70% of that over the time. I lost about 70% of that before I turned 30. So when I came out of state prison right around 30, I started something completely different and was able to do the same thing again, starting from where I was at. All of the losses, all the mishaps, all of the thieves, all of the vultures. I was able to run it up again, making 30, 50, 70K in a month. So a lot of people think you're going to become a millionaire by making 500,000 in 1 year, 300,000. That's not how it really goes. You first have to start making 20K a month, 50K a month, 70K a month, and then you can accumulate it like that if you're disciplined, because you got to think, and I'm sure you know this too, you can give a fool any amount of money they think they're supposed to have, they'll blow it all. Mm-hmm. And when Jim Rohn said, you can put the money in the hands of everybody who thinks they supposed to have it, and they'll give it right back to the people who are really supposed to have it.
Yeah, if you took the 95% of the wealth that is accumulated in the upper 5% of society, and you redistributed it equally, within 3 years, the 5% of the society will have all that 95% of that money again.
Yes, and it's a true story. How I know that's true, because all of the hustlers that I knew, if they were selling crack on the corner or if they make it up to selling weight, 95% of them only do it for survival or image, because I go check them. How much money you hold, man? I need 50. I need 70. I have a big play up for 70, and they can't come up with 70 grand. Wait a minute. You mean you hustle every day and you can't come up with 70 grand? I'm going to put in 130. You put in 70. We're going to make 354, but I'll split it with you evenly, and then they won't have it. The same thing with the scamming and the fraud. Most fraudsters are only doing it until they get the next play. They're doing it like all that
They're getting it
EDD.
to pay their rent, and then they goof off for
They
2
goof
weeks,
off.
and then they suddenly freak out and they're scattering around trying to get together their rent again. It's like,
Yep, that's exactly how it goes. So they doing it for survival, and then the PPP, the EDD, all of that government surplus money showed you that all of these people that got an extra 50, 70, 100K, they wasn't supposed to have it. They're back borrowing payday loans. They're back trying to find a job at Walmart or do whatever they can to make some extra money. So what happened was I decided to give him a phone number for someone who can get him that cocaine. This is not my original plug, because my original plug got out of the game. Mind you, when I got out of prison from the state, he made sure I was straight. He bought me a car and he gave me a small bag of money. It wasn't nothing serious, close to like 15K, but in a car. I think it was a 2008 GTO 6.0 liter, about a year and a half old. He gave that to me, didn't say nothing about it. Actually had somebody bring it to me. I was really happy about that. And it was just like, thank you for not giving me up. Like, thank you. Oh my God. Like, cause I mean, I'm sure he probably thought I would want to get out of a 20-year sentence, but I didn't get the 20 years, but he heard about it and he kept up with it, that I'm facing 20 years. Right. Most people roll over. So I gave him the number for the cocaine deal. Didn't hear nothing else about it. He did it. He took it to his guy. It's over with. We back to the fraud. We really like, hey, I got somebody need 100. I got somebody need 200. Like, and I'm talking about like profiles or whatever the information is required to do. Like, people would go apply for instant credits. They would go download and take a card in there that only punches into the system. It was a multitude of things you can do with this information. But I'm getting the information from somebody in another country. I don't mind selling it for a handsome profit. I mean, whatever. 5 or 6 months later, here he comes again, asking me again. This time I'm like, no. So it's non-negotiable this time. I'm like, nah, man, I'm just not doing it. I'm not focused on that. I'm not taking out of my time to make $3,000 to hook this guy up. Tell him to go somewhere else, bro. You know a lot of other people. Unbeknownst to me, he's already working for the federal government. He's on their team for sure. I didn't even know this. There's no way I could have known this, but he got in trouble and he took the deal that let him right back out. But they wanted something a lot more serious than whatever he was able to provide them, which was me. So we having these conversations and he's coming up. He's like, bro, how much does that Bentley cost? How much do you pay for that Bentley, man? You bought this Bentley. It's a 2009. It's a late model, man. You got that when it was less than a year old. And I'm like, well, come on, bro. You already know the story about that. I didn't buy that shit. I told him, I told him the story thinking it's just me and him. I said, Jay lost some money on the road and he needed the money. He needed 80K. I gave him 80K and I paid off the balance basically so he can get back in the game. You knew that already. Why are you asking me this again? He's like, nah, man, because I'm just saying, bro, you the only one with this car, man. The only other person with this car in our city. He's a rapper and you living like him, bro. You must be making a lot more money now. You sure you ain't doing that, selling that coke on the side? Because the shit we doing,
boosting you up, making you look bigger and bigger,
making me, and you know what male ego will do. I'm like
making you look like it. Definitely letting these guys know this guy's in the game. He knows other people. He fronts people money.
So I'm like, yeah, you know what I did for that car, and that's how I got it. But who cares about that? You got a new Mercedes Benz. You're like, yeah, but it ain't like yours. And you got your girl arranged, bro. Bro, you rolling, man. How much money you been holding? I'm like, come on, man, you tripping, man. We ain't on that. Well, anyway, let's focus on what we doing right here. So he wants more coke though. He's like, hey, can you get anything heavy? And I'm like, no. So
You're 10 minutes late for work, but you were 20 minutes late yesterday. It's a good day for a good deal at Outback Steakhouse. Get down under favourites like the Aussie 3-course starting at $14.99 with savoury soup or fresh salad, your choice of select entrees like the juicy Bloomin' Burger and New York-style cheesecake for dessert. It's a deal so delicious you'll only be 5 minutes late tomorrow, maybe 4. Try the Aussie 3-course starting at $14.99. Any reason is a good reason to celebrate at Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right.
About another 3 months later, here he comes again. My boy is coming out here and they want 5 birds. And I'm like, 5? He's like, yeah, they want 5 and they got the money. They bring the cash. I'm on wiretap caught saying, well, if they have the cash, they're going to have to bring you the cash first. Me and you are going to count it. I'm going to take it to the Connect. He's going to count it, and then somebody else will double back down a few hours later and drop the shit somewhere else, and then we walk away. I don't want to be in the same place with the dope, and I'm not getting involved with this. He said, but we can make it happen, right? And I said, yes, on a fucking wiretap. It was over for me right then and there. Everything's going cool. Everything going smooth. I'm thinking my life is on top of the world. I got access to money. I'm traveling. I mean, back and forth to Miami, man. My life is amazing as far as I'm concerned. I'm like, wow, man. I mean, being a millionaire is not that bad, but I still want more. Like, it's no number in my mind. I always thought having $1 million would make me quit the game. It never would. When I was 16 years old, my whole goal was to get a kilo. When I was 18 years old, all I wanted was 100,000 in cash. Neither one of those things, once I accomplished them, were a thing to make me fall back. It only made me go harder. So I know a lot of people that don't have money, they'll tell themselves like, all I have to do is get my first 30K and it's going to change my life forever. No, it won't. All you're going to do is find something to spend it on, which is going to make you go harder, and it'll lock you into whatever it is you're doing, whether you're working, whether you're hustling, whether you scam, whatever it is, it's only going to put you in a position to have to keep going because it's not the end all be all.
Right.
So here these guys come. Allegedly, he's calling me trying to line up this deal. And I'm leery because at the time some light bulb went off in my head because my girl at the time said that babe, you know what, man, I didn't like how your friend popped up at the restaurant we were eating at that night coincidentally, and you didn't even tell him we was coming there. He popped up there. It just didn't feel right. I don't know. I mean, sometimes I feel like he competes with you, and I feel like he's a little jealous of you. I told her, shut the fuck up. Don't question my friends. Where were you at when I was in prison? I met you when I got out, and I don't want to hear your mouth. Almost brought her to tears, but she was right. This motherfucker was a paid informant. Not just an informant, a paid informant. Even worse to me. You getting money from the government, you asshole. My lawyer showed me in the paperwork. This motherfucker,
just like a police officer.
This motherfucker told the DEA agents, I'm tired of chasing this dude around, calling him over and over. He seems like he don't want to do it. Give me more money for a rental, and I need an extra $1,000. DEA agent says, no, you're not getting that. We'll give you $400 or $500, and we'll pay for your rental car throughout the whole investigation. I almost cried, bro, because this dude making a deal with the government to line me up, man. I fed you off my plate. When you got out of federal prison, motherfucker, I fed you. I made sure you had money. You asked me what I was having going on. I put you into my mix. I came at you with whatever you wanted. You didn't need no clothes when you came out. He's like, I heard you been out here winning. Yeah, now you winning too. That was my attitude. If I'm winning, you're winning. We know where each other live, man. I know your whole family. I know your grandmother, man. We're all winning together, not just me. You know how I do it. It's not me, it's us. So he's working for the DEA, and man, I'm about to do the deal, but my way. Bring the money first. I'm over at a bar, a nice bar. I think it was a new bar, grand open, a lot of women there. We're having a good time, and I get the call. The call was a person who I trust dearly, and he was telling me, hey, that deal that you're going tomorrow, he says, that deal that you're going to do tomorrow, don't do it. You're already indicted. They have enough information already that they're going to arrest you. But that deal tomorrow will be the one that sinks the ship. I said, what deal? He said, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. Don't do it. It's all bad. The cake is already baked, man, and you're done. And he hung up. I walked back in the bar. I think I took down my shot of that I was drinking, but my skin was noticeably flush. People were asking me what's going on. I was kind of lightheaded, kind of flaming and burning sensation through my body. I said, I got to get out of here. And he's like, why? Why? I got to get out of here. I just got some bad news.
Did you think, was the call so vague that you thought maybe the guy's full of shit? Or did you 100% know this guy knows something's happening? He's absolutely on point. I know that he knows. Were you like,
no, I knew that he knew because the person who said this to me was a person that told me when I got out of state prison, stop selling drugs, bro. You're smarter and you're better than that. This is not a lane for you to be in. So I never told them that I was even back dibbling dabbling. Mind you, this is the only deal I made. No one else. People stop asking. So I was in East Oakland, in the ghetto, in the hood. I'm known as a coke dealer.
Right.
You ask anybody about me that knows me, they'd be like, oh, that dude sell all kind of coke. That dude, he's one of them ones. I backed all the way away from it completely. So it's no deals being done. So for anybody to call me and ask me about a coke deal that's about to go down, told me right there, I only talk to this motherfucker about that deal because I don't want nobody to know about it, man. Because if I do that, more people will start asking me and it will draw me back in. And now that's a full-time job. The phone don't stop ringing. That drug, if you get in certain circles, you got people that want to buy a half a kilo for a party. They want to buy, they really got money, man. And these people won't meet you, but they'll send somebody in like, who are these people that want to pay $7,500 because they're having a party all weekend and they want all of their guests to be happy? But you got people like that won't stop coming. And here it is. Why do what was the joke I heard on Halloween? He says, why do black people always go to white neighborhoods to trick or treat? Because they had the same reason why white people go to black neighborhoods to buy their drugs, because they have the best stuff. So these people will come and get the cocaine from us, knowing that they can take it back and be stars with the people, whoever they like, go back to. Like celebrity suppliers are wealthy. They're not just rich. If you supply celebrities, you're probably wealthy because it's a minimum they have to spend, right? So I just didn't want to go back into that. I said no, and no meant no. So this call was telling because nobody else knew this. So once I left there, I was like, let me get rid of the phone. Let me not do it. But I'm like, well, if he says it's already bad, let me just see what this dude says when he calls tomorrow. So he called and he was like, yeah, I'm ready. Let's put it together, man. My people are here. We're all waiting for you. I was like, all right, cool. I just threw the phone out after that. I never showed up, never answered for him. That was the last time I talked to him. I knew it was true. I had some people in position. I said, go by the house on Mountain Boulevard, go by the house in Hayward, just drive by and see what you see. They drove by the two little spots that I used. And he said, yeah, surveillance team's there. It's true. The surveillance team's there. Just don't go back. So at this time, knowing people involved in fraud, I was able to get multiple fake identities. I jumped on a plane under an assumed identity that I had been holding on to in case of an emergency. And I went to Miami. I got a hotel room. I stayed there for about 2 weeks. I stayed there for 2 weeks. And I'm like, wait a minute. They already got me. The dude already told me they already got me. Once I met up with him and he told me where the information came from and how he got it. And this girl, she wanted to be compensated for this information. It was a done deal. I mean, they pretty much saved me, because that deal for 5,000 grams would get me 180 months to 240, 180 to 240. That is no way around it. The guidelines, the point system, is just no way. If you do over a certain amount of grams of that product, that cocaine, they don't even want to hear it, man. You're a high level dealer. So the fact that I didn't do it, it helped me out. It might have saved the day for me, but I was already indicted. It was true, but they didn't come for me right away. So I come back home and I start back living a normal life. Just had my girlfriend move. I moved. Somebody else moved all of my stuff out of that place. And I just roamed around freely and stayed away from police contact for almost 2 years, about a year and a half, without coming in contact with them at all. But I still had to make money, try to get all my affairs organized. But in the meantime, that's expensive. Take care of the family. Can't move completely freely, but I'm able to move enough where people know that he's not doing bad, but I don't know if he's going at the magnitude that he was going at before. And this is around the same time where my entire neighborhood, where I came from, where I used to deal drugs in, everybody in that neighborhood got indicted at the same time, like 31 people. And they had my name all throughout the indictment as being a part of them, but never any deals. Mind you, I backed away from the drugs, but they had me on a couple wiretaps telling people that I can get them information that they can go hit with. Like I had the best list, the best bin list. I had the best personal information, like starting at $2,000. The order started they had me on a wiretap saying that, but the government didn't care. They knew they had me on a separate indictment already, and that they would get me eventually. Right. So I didn't get caught up in a big indictment that all of my friends got caught up on, because I wasn't hustling. And
their drug case is a slam dunk. And they got me on a slam dunk, but that case was a gang /drug case that I was affiliated with those guys, but I didn't
participate directly with any of those guys with these crimes that they were committing.
Right.
They were still outside hustling, dealing these drugs. I didn't participate in none of that. So to see my name in that, I'm like, well, maybe I'm in the clear. I started having a little more optimistic outlook, but it was just a matter of time before they would run up on me and actually take me down. So here it is. I'm driving around. This lady that I know, man, she was helping me out a lot. She was going in stores and she was like making accounts, opening instant accounts. She was doing a bunch of stuff where we kind of like we did cool. I mean, $3 to $5K a week, but she goes to jail inside Bloomingdale's for having fraudulent ID and fraudulent profile. She had the whole profile in her purse. She goes to jail. So she's in jail. Call me from jail, and I'm like, okay, I'll be there. Don't worry about it. I'll bail you out in the morning. Don't worry. I'll leave my house, condo at the time, like a townhouse condo in a good area, a new townhouse that I felt like they never knew I had and never knew how to find me there. How they found me is the lady that I was dating, they had surveillance on her too. So
Right.
her moving never changed anything. They just found out where she lived and knew that I would come. Not it wouldn't take long for me to come there. So at 4 a.m, he said he slept there all night, and I got up that morning at like 7:30 to go to the bail bonds place, and this plain car followed me the whole time. He's behind me again. I'm like, this car must be following me, so I'm gonna get off the freeway. I got off the freeway, got gas, the car was gone. So I'm like, okay, I'm in the clear. I thought I was tripping, maybe he wasn't following me. Get on the freeway, whole nother car is behind me, but I don't trip on there. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe they're doing something else. I ain't doing shit anyway. I'm not hustling. What the fuck do they want with me? I pull up in the front of the bail bonds place, and an Oakland police officer pulls me over. Mind you, I know this cop. I jump out the car, and I'm like, man, what the fuck you want, man? What are you pulling me over for? I got to go in here and bail somebody out, man. He's like, get back in the car, man. It's not good this time. It's not good. I get back in the car, the SUV in the same car come block me, and it's the U.S. Marshals. They're like, hey, what's up, Mr. Brown? We got you, huh? I said, nah, you got the wrong person. Don't talk to me like that. You don't know me. He said, we know everything about you, man. We spent the night at your girlfriend's house last night, and that's how we knew you, we knew where you were. I looked at him, and he had to look in the eyes like, don't try anything, just get back in the car. So they searched the car. They said, you got a gun on you? I'm like, nah, I don't have a gun on me. They searched the car anyway. Take this car to X-ray, put me in the car, but before they could, remember I said earlier in the story about an officer that a high-speed chase with, and I ran over the freeway to get away from him, and I left. He pulls up to the scene. He said, I bet you won't be running across no freeways today. They told me everything you did, and you probably get about 15 years, 12 to 15 on this one with your criminal history. And he just told me, fuck you, gave me a middle finger, slammed the door, and walked away. Now I'm in trouble, but I'm like, damn, what is this for? What is this for? And they take me into the interrogation room and explained it all to me. A year and a half ago, man, you sold some cocaine to somebody, right? I'm like, no, I didn't. And they showed me everything, played a little bit of the tape, and asked me, so what you want to do? Do you want to do what your friend is doing and work with us? Or are you going to be a hard ass? I said, man, you got the wrong person. I don't know what you're talking about, man. It's no way I can walk out of here right now. You're talking about some drug thing. And he asked me, who told you that we were coming for you? I said, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. You got the wrong person, man. Take me to my cell. So they take me to my cell. Now, once I read the charges, it pops up in my head. It's him. Nobody's going to believe me. I have to let people know it's him. It's no way in the world that this guy, he knows everybody that I know. He's in the game. People need to know to not deal with this guy. If this is what kind of hype he's on, people need to know to not deal with this fool. So they get me in there, they book me, they read me these charges, myself against the government. And I panicked, man. I just was like, man, I'm probably not coming out soon. I told my girl that she can go. Told my kids I wouldn't be seeing them for a long time. They tell me that the mandatory minimum is 120 months in 85%, which I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna be so old when I get out of here, man. But with enhancements in the criminal history, they told me that, man, you probably won't be getting out for a long while, man. So, I mean, be prepared, and you don't want to work with us. So, I mean, there it is. But of course, you're never supposed to listen to the agents and the cops. You have to talk to lawyers.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They don't know anything. The cops can't help you out, man. All they want to do is get somebody like, we know you have a person that can get this much weight. We want him. Just get out You can make it. You can do what you do for another couple years. I mean, if you get any time, it'll be under 5 years, man, and we'll make sure you're straight. We just want you to come over here and help us out. It's an absolute no for me. It's no thinking about it. We don't have anything else to talk about. Just let's get this ball rolling. So what I did was I prepared myself mentally for knowing I'm gonna do a lot of time. So like paid attorneys don't necessarily matter in the federal judicial system, because it's kind of like the guidelines. And if you're not cooperating, they pretty much hardly give downward departures.
What I think is, if you were, let's say you were questionable if you were innocent and you could go to trial, then a paid lawyer probably does help. But in your situation, you're going to plead guilty. So no, I don't see that a paid lawyer is going to make much. Like, if you're already going to say, what's the best deal I can get, because you can't go to trial, then yeah, there's no reason to pay a lawyer. No, he's not going to help you any. Like, I'm going to give you 50 grand, but I'm still going to get. You're still getting the minimum mandatory no matter what. The minimum mandatory. That's the best you can do. And you're with your criminal history, you're probably already over the minimum mandatory. And I was pretty much, because, and I don't see that a paid lawyer can help you.
So we reached out to a couple of them, and just be straight up with me. Anybody with me, if I like it or not, be straight up with me. Don't coddle me. Don't bullshit me or pull my leg. So he comes to visit me. I tell him everything. He looks at the case, listens to the tape, sees the evidence. Give me. He said, "You don't need me. I charge $75,000, but with what they have here, you only want the best deal possible, man. Your guy knows you very well. Oh, he describes you so good, man. The little retainer that you gave us, I can give it back to your family. You're probably gonna need it, man. You're going to prison for a while." I'm like, "Mama," I call my mom, "Mama." He said, "I'm going to prison for a while, man." He read the paperwork, man. He said he won't even take my money. She said, "Well, at least he was honest, because there's a bunch of them out there that would have took your money, had you sign up for that $75,000, knowing they would still get you the exact same amount of time." So the mandatory minimum was 10. I didn't do the big drug transaction they wanted me to. How I ended up with the 84 months was the judge saw something that the U.S. attorney overlooked and my attorney overlooked. And she said, "Wait a minute, one of these prior convictions that you guys are charging him with was when he was 18 years old, and that's past 15 years. We can't use that." That dropped my guideline points level down enough where instead of 120, I pled to 84 months. And
still because of your criminal history.
Still because of my criminal history, because without that, it could have been 60 months. Yeah, because the deal that I actually did was for like a half,
isn't there a minimum mandatory or wouldn't it? So yeah. Is there a mandatory minimum after the 120? Is it like 5?
Which will put up to 180.
Right. Okay. Well, that'd be 60 months, but that plus your criminal history points is what got you to the 84.
To the 84, yeah. Okay. That's what got me to the 84 months. No downward departures. No, it's just she calculated it, and you're like, "Oh yeah, wow, he did. That was when he was around 18 years old. Yeah, you're right. It was over 15 years ago. Yeah, there's no way we can use that. There's no way we can use that." So
your lawyer should have caught that.
He should have, but again, this is now I'm on a court appointed, but it's a real law firm. But it's like they got so many of these cases, and this is right around the time when Shrimp Boy, this crime boss, along with the city council members, they all got indicted around the same time. So my case became small compared with the corrupt government.
I know who you're talking about.
Shrimp Boy. Yeah, man, he was there. He came in there right while I was there.
The Chinese
mob boss, all those. Big story about him, man. He made nationwide news. So they wanted to get my case out the way. I pled guilty.